KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We welcome you to the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton. We got Aiden. We got you on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, hopefully. And, of course, we'll go inside the Star at 6:20, 7:20, and the 9 o'clock hours. We got more concert ticket giveaways. We will chop it up as well. And Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show. I feel like it has been probably at least 8-9 months since I've asked the question on a morning like this to start the program. What did you watch and do last night as you kind of had a night off in the sports world besides the Cup?
Yeah, the Cup, man. You had to pay attention to the Cup because we had a banner. It was a banner night. It was a banner night in the NBA, apparently.
I hate Adam Silver. I just hate him. I hate Adam Silver.
Tennessee Louisville was on, so I watched Go Vols. Had to break a 3-game losing streak. It was a tough stretch. But I had to scout because Nate Ament is going to be in the top 10, and he plays for us. He's terrible, but he's going to be in the top 10 because that's the way the NBA draft goes. You know, they like 6'10" and guys who can dribble. So I had to check out what his game was like after we had a brief 10-day off break, reset, and won by 21. And then after that, it was, I think, Fixer Upper, some crap like that, know? One of those house shows.
Yeah.
Fixer Upper or whatever. They were in Colorado. I don't know.
Bob, what did you do with your evening?
Well, at my other place of business, this nasty bug and everything else that seems to be hitting the entire Metroplex and like shutting down a couple schools and different things like that for a day. It hit over there. And so they're like, hey, can you come please help us? And I said, okay, fine. So I wouldn't help them till like 7 o'clock. And then I went home and scrolled TikTok until I was too exhausted to keep my eyes open anymore. And then I fell asleep early. But I did get Nick's intro done. I had to re-record it. It didn't work. The one that I'd sent you the other day.
Okay.
It was too high.
Yeah, I couldn't understand the words.
It's the D above middle C. That's very high.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
very
for sure.
high. I can't do that. I'm not a tenor.
Right.
But I had to strain for it. So
Hey, Pay, I saw last night you could not get it up. Therefore, you called Tolbert Garage Door with the great Colby.
Yeah, this was actually, it was late last week, but yeah, my garage door all of a sudden stopped working. It just, it was blinking at me. I couldn't use any remote.
Amazon.
Yeah.
I know, I should have. And I could only manually put it up and put it down from the actual unit, and so I had to call someone. Obviously, I called Colby at Tolbert Garage Door, and his guy came out there and fixed it. And so now I have a working garage door. Don't have to park outside anymore.
And what'd you do last night?
Mackenzie and I watched the first episode of the Diddy documentary.
the Diddy document was it good with Sean Wright?
It was good. So we'll probably watch episode 2, maybe 3 later on this week. But yeah, we'll try and finish it by Christmas next week whenever Stranger Things comes back out again.
What was your big takeaway so far? Like, what kind of surprised you?
Nothing really. I mean, it was. Seeing the whole Tupac stuff and the thing with Biggie and all that. I mean, a lot of it was stuff that was before I was born. So seeing all that and seeing how he was kind of involved with all of them was kind of cool to see. But yeah, we Mackenzie and I both liked it and stuff. But we know it's going to get a little crazier.
I can't start it yet. I'm too behind on other stuff. We still got like 2 episodes of Landman we got to watch. We're like halfway through the season of A Man on the Inside, which is Ted Danson's show on Netflix. And then there's like one other thing we're watching. And so I'm still stuck behind. I'm not going to be able to start it yet.
Yeah, I'm real behind with the wife shows that we try to watch together. The kids are just alternating effing up sleep every night. Basically should be just sleep in the house. We get more sleep that way. But if one isn't whining and crying, Ollie fell off the bed the other day.
That's the worst.
Rolled off the bed. Ava with a random cry. So just alternating back and forth. It's screwing up all my reality, even though the new Vanderpump is awful and really, really bad.
Falling off the bed when I was a kid is exactly why I ended up needing braces. My baby tooth had come out. I fell off the bed, and my baby tooth got shoved back up into my gums. And it came back out like deformed, and I had to get braces for it.
All right, Choppy, take us around the National Football League. Which one do you want to do?
Let's do overreactions. It feels like an overreaction Wednesday.
Okay.
Overreaction or not, if Josh Allen and Buffalo don't reach the Super Bowl this year, McDermott has to go.
Has to go, will go. It wouldn't surprise me if he did go.
Right.
I don't know how Buffalo's, organization and ownership is in terms of continuity, keeping people around. But if they lose in the first or second round, then I could see Sean McDermott going. Yes, not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction. Should go. He's at the same spot that. Only longer. He's at the same spot that McCarthy had gotten to.
What do we know and say about him as a head coach? We're always trying to figure it out with Sirianni. Like, Sean McDermott is known as what?
About a 9/11 imagery as motivation is what he tried to do. No,
Aiden like that.
He was always his whole calling card was he was a really good defensive designer. That's it. So he got the job off of Carolina and that run that they had defensively with Josh Norman and stuff, but. As a motivator, he's thought of as a player's coach, somebody who gets along with players, but he is, I think, also thought of as being kind of weird.
It's like, they've got, I have more, I don't want to say respect, because I like what Sirianni, I give more credit to him because his quarterback stinks. Whereas Sean McDermott has just a crazy advantage at quarterback, compared to what Sirianni has. I would say, I'm with you. He has to go. Houston is the team nobody wants to see in the AFC.
Not an overreaction. I hesitate because the last time I was starting to declare Houston, they screwed me over. But man, defensively, they're so scary, and that seems to be the calling card this year. Outside of, the Rams defensively are good, but some of these teams that we're talking about of just they keep winning games. It's because they're just really, really good defensively, like Denver and Houston. But Houston, that team is terrifying. The way they can just swarm you.
Is CJ back?
No. He's playing better than he did last year, but I still don't look at CJ and go oh yeah, there's the dude that I saw his rookie season.
Dude, look at the AFC.
Crazy.
I'll give you the 3 seed on down. Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, the Chargers. Buffalo is the 6. Houston, Indianapolis, Baltimore. That's garbage.
That's garbage. They got decent records, but they're not. Their record is not what they say it is, or what it says it is.
Houston since October 20th, or just you can take since September 21st. They've allowed 3 teams to gain 300 yards.
I'm happy for D'Amico. I like him a lot. I want him to succeed. It is not an overreaction when you throw them in that cluster of squads that is the defense you want to stay away from.
They had a hilarious video last week.
And Nico Collins could be the most underrated receiver in the league.
He's really, really good. He's also really nice, especially for a Michigan guy. But is that when there was last
Michigan
week,
man.
Michigan man. Last week they showed they were this cut up. They were showing Houston Texans players highlights of D'Amico Ryans and having them react, and they were just laughing their heads off watching him in the big shoulder pads and how much different it was.
Overreaction or not, Micah Parsons' injury does not change Green Bay's contender status.
Huh.
Overreaction. He definitely changed their defense. He had leveled them up, and getting to the quarterback always helps. We saw it did affect Dallas when he was gone. So, they're losing a player that good, it does change how effective you're going to be when the margins are small. So
everyone remember the Titans.
So you're saying it is or is not?
It affects it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. So the way you phrased it was what?
It doesn't change their contender status. You still think of them as a NFC contender.
It changes it enough to go ahead and knock them down and hopefully move the Cowboys up the draft board. And let's go Chicago Bears this weekend.
Let's go Chicago Bears. Well, let's see.
Ooh, Green Bay pick.
Yeah, Green Bay pick.
What's making you hesitate?
Chicago Bears.
What's making me hesitate is I don't really want Chicago in the playoffs.
Oh.
Why?
I don't know. Just I want to watch. If they get the playoffs, they're probably going to win the division. I don't want to watch a game in that ridiculous weather in January. I want to see a playoff game indoors.
This is part of NFL Sunday Scrooge Choppy, where he's always picking something to try to knock at the National Football League with his unofficial basic bond to make baseball the new king of sports. And you were not happy with the Buffalo game last week. You did not. You usually write, "I love it and I hate it. It's awesome to see, but it's bad for the league. It's bad for quality of play." So now you're back to just anti-snow, anti-weather.
It's just like, I want to. It's bad for quarterbacking, right? It just is. It's the only sport where you play the most important games in completely different conditions than you played 75% of the season.
Baseball World Series.
Baseball World Series gets a little chilly.
Yeah.
But it doesn't impact the game as much as this. I don't know, when it's 0 out with 30-mile-an-hour winds. I'm
the
like,
NBA Cup, you're playing on different colored floors.
That's fair.
That's tough.
That's fair. It's just like, come on. We need to mandate everybody plays in the South. All right, get rid of these northern cities. And everybody plays in the South. We just got to mandate this.
Slow down, Lee.
Get that to Greg Abbott.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll try.
Overreaction or not, neither Joe Burrow or Zach Taylor will be with the Bengals next year.
Or
Overreaction.
neither Joe Burrow. So not either.
Both of them are gone.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's an overreaction.
Joe's going to demand a trade, and Zach will be fired.
No, overreaction.
Yeah, Burrow can't re-sign this quickly and then demand out. I know Joe Burrow's all football or life depressed. I don't know which one it is. Part of the depression is you, Joe, and your inability to stay out on the field. Like, the Cincinnati Bengals season was done and over with because of your health. So you want to blame it on the organization? Okay, fine. You thought it was fine enough to re-sign with them. They did what you wanted. They gave your receivers the money. They paid Higgins. They paid Chase. You can't stay out there. And then Joe Burrow the other day gave the scary press conference to Bengals fans of, I just got to have fun. I don't know that I'm having fun. There's a lot of things going on and off the field. And then Jamar Chase had to be brought in the postgame as a counselor.
You know Joe better than just about anybody. What do you do to lift him? What?
If I'm being honest, I never been in a situation with him where I had to uplift him. You know what I'm saying? But going forward, I might need to, because he does it to me at the end of the day, and you never know what he might be going through. So I might need to start doing that. You know?
That's not encouraging.
Oh,
Gosh. By the way, in 6 seasons, how many times has he played all 17 games, Burrow?
One
last year.
Wow. Yeah, so a lot of it has to do with you not being out there and Bengals fans wanting Joe Flacco.
Next one. Liam Cohen has fixed Trevor Lawrence.
Ooh.
That's an overreaction.
Six touchdowns for Trevor.
He played really well last week, and that's good. There's still been, when I've popped Jacksonville on, that's the reason why I'm still hesitant on them. Because, Cohen's done a good job overall with the team, and defensively, they've been good, but the hesitation there is still Lawrence.
How many times has Trevor thrown for 300 yards this year?
I already know the answer because I'm looking at it.
I mean, he did it this week. One other?
One total.
So just this week?
That was it.
Wow.
His other highs were 296, 258, and 271. That's it. Overreaction. Not going to bend and fold on Trevor. It was the Jets.
His QBR every season of his career starting rookie year, 39.1, awful. But then since then, 56-1, 56-9, 56-1, and then this year 51-8.
I am a believer, though. I've bought Liam Cohen's stock. Robert Saleh made me buy Cohen's stock when Saleh, I know it turned into a near fight between the two, but he was like, yeah, he's doing things a lot of other people don't do in terms of preparing their football team and offense.
Do you think but is it like it almost turned into a fight, or was Liam Cohen giving the whole hold me back energy?
Yeah, definitely hold me back. Overreaction. He hasn't fixed him yet. It's like we still have that 2 or 3 year left where that was the Darnold window where you get to year 8 and you just figure it out.
His QBR is a 51.8.
Yeah, that's
21st.
Yeah, that's not great. And then his floor seems to be in that mid 50s area.
ETN's the engine that makes that thing go.
He is right around. I think he's right around Jaden Daniels' age still. Trevor Lawrence.
What?
Daniels was he's a year older than
26.
Daniels. Yeah, he's a year older than Daniels.
Overreactions are not with RJ Choppy to start off the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all, and part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. That stands, of course, for Turn It On, Leave It On. RJ Choppy explains why Jerry Jones may be right about waiting to pay and watching the leaves fall. Inside the Star on the home of America's team after this.
fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Are the Texas Rangers too white? That is the subject that went viral yesterday, and we will talk about it at 6:40 this morning here on Sean and RJ.
I don't want to say what I was thinking. I think you're going to think it's me, so I won't say it.
All right, well, thanks for stopping my momentum and not delivering on it.
All right, fine. Richie Witt writing articles again?
6:40.
Man.
The Texas Rangers.
It's funny because it's true.
It's funny.
The Texas Rangers proposed lineup coming up here on DFW Sports Station. But RJ Choppy, is this a good or a bad thing? I think this is the second time this year we may give Jerry Jones some credit with some Executive of the Year, GM of the Year talk during that little winning streak. And now we're talking about the leaves falling and how Jerry may be even more afraid. He may wait till winter and not fall.
Yeah, and this goes back to Trayvon Diggs, right? You know, when obviously they and it was this season where he talked about at the press conference where he was talking about Steele or Diggs. You know, that was this training camp where he's like, you know, did we rush on them because they were talking about Micah taking our time, our sweet old time with Micah, and he goes, well, you want me to rush in? And the Diggs extension is going to go down as very unfavorable, to say the least.
Bad.
Very bad.
Mistake. Which we all signed up for and thought was good at the time.
Sure.
Now,
Which is funny because the more contracts I can think of that we thought were favorable at the time have turned out to be some of the worst ones they've signed. And the ones that people complain about the most are usually the ones that the guys hang around.
Like
Dak hung around. Some people complained about Amari. Amari hung around through his money. CD's still here. All those. Zeke hung around through basically the entirety of his contract. But then Jalen Smith was looked at as a deal. He was a bust. Diggs, the Steele thing has not worked out so far. Tyrone Crawford was thought of as somebody they got ahead of and got a cheap deal on. That didn't work out.
Bland could be heading towards that direction. I won't say the category. I won't say that exact destination, but the direction.
Right. So he gets done early, and it's going to go down as one of the worst ones that he signed. And it's aged very, very poorly. And I think this is going, unfortunately, I hope it doesn't, but I do think it's going to prove to him that the way he operates is the right way, where he operates slowly. And he'll be like, see, I told you so, because
maybe apply this to Pickens.
Maybe it applies to Pickens, maybe it applies to other guys, because, look, he got gun-shy a little bit. Tom Hicks got gun-shy after the A-Rod deal, right? He got a little like, all right, I can't really spend. I gotta scale back. I gotta trade A-Rod. Mm-hmm. After Joey Galloway was traded, I feel like he got a little gun-shy, right? After he was traded here for 2 first-round picks. And then did he get gun-shy after the Mo Claiborne? Did he get gun-shy after Brandon Carr? Definitely after Brandon Carr.
I mean, he got sort of gun-shy after Galloway, but, I mean, that's kind of been his process. Mm-hmm. 2 firsts for Joey. 8 years later, it was 2 firsts for Roy Williams. 9 years later, it was a first for Amari Cooper.
So he gets over it. Like he
gets over it with receivers. Receivers, he'll always give it. And then he traded a third. I know it's not a first, but he traded a third for Pickens when people thought that was too much. He'll always pay for receivers. That's the one thing that he's shown.
So now, you know, is he going to look at, like you said, Jalen Smith and Steele and Diggs for reasons not to extend guys? And does this change what he does when the next guy comes up, which is, as you mentioned, George Pickens? And Bobby brings up a good point. Like, he doesn't mind paying for the wide receiver because that's the face of the franchise. Not literally the face of the franchise, but like wide receivers are out in the open.
Yeah,
they're like the kind of the entertainment value of the National Football League, and he loves entertainment. Thank God we got Tyler Smith done before this.
How many games has Diggs started?
We hope.
Right? Yeah.
How many games has Diggs started since he signed his contract 3 years ago? Or 2 years ago, but 3 seasons ago.
16?
17. He's played a full season. That's it. 3 interceptions since then. He had, what was it? It was 17 interceptions when he signed the deal.
I wrote down 3 reasons why these things go south after you sign them. The first, in this no particular order, is injury. The second is you haven't evaluated the character correctly while you've had them in the building. Now, look, it's probably really close to impossible to predict how someone's going to change after life-changing money. We played the Powerball yesterday, the big billion-dollar lotto with, 20-plus tickets, RJ Choppy?
Yeah, 24 tickets.
And?
We won $4.
I thought it drew tonight. Was it yesterday?
That was yesterday.
Yeah, he was sitting over here yesterday checking all of them. $4?
Yeah, we got $4 back.
So, if we win that, there's no real true way to tell what happens to our egos and our personalities and the way we conduct ourselves week to week. So, life-changing money, what is it going to do to a person? And do you know a person that well? Trayvon Diggs coming in, you've talked about many times, from Alabama, which is so crazy. You come from that program, and now Trayvon has turned into this problem child and diva. Did Saban just manage him that well, or did Trayvon say, all right, this is who I really am? So the evaluation of the person. And then, number 3, did that person change? Did they just outright change, or were you trying to go ahead and get ahead of it? The Jalen thing felt like a message to everyone else. All right, you don't want to sign? You don't want to sign. Jalen's willing. We'll help him sell some sunglasses, and we'll make a point to the rest of you. So injury, you've misevaluated the character, or the character changed as the reasons that these things can go south after the payday.
1 and 3 apply to Diggs, I think. Which injury, obviously, he did get banged up. And Jerry was very clear when we threw this question at him yesterday. He was like, I don't want to go there. It's injury. That's what's been a disappointment about his contract, is he hasn't been able to stay healthy. But I think 3 is the reality for them. And I don't know if it was changed after the money, because he came in those first 2 games of 23 after the contract, and he was playing lights out those first 2 weeks. And then he tears the ACL, and he rehabs outside the building, and he kind of separates himself, and he came back different. And I wonder was that because the money did, or was it because he just being isolated away from the team? Michael Gallup got isolated away from the team during his ACL stuff, got separated a little bit. I mean, you show up in the building stuff, but you are separated. And that really changed him, a lot of people feel like. And so I wonder if that's what happened with Diggs, was just the initial rehab. He got stuck in a different headspace.
If you missed it yesterday, I thought Jerry Jones gave, and a lot of people, thank you for this, and really the credit is to Jerry. They're like, that was one of the best Jerry interviews in a long, long time. He was very forthright, and he didn't try to sell. 30-40% of me thought Jerry was going to come on and say, let's stop all these questions as if we're eliminated. It's still a 1% chance. And he was still going to talk and talk. And K&C opened their show being like, we're a little bit surprised that Jerry blasted Eberflus in a way, and 2, basically talked like the season was over. Jerry was great, and I thought he gave a great answer in finally explaining why Trayvon's still not on the field.
There's no miscommunication. I've never seen a player that usually wasn't wanting out there earlier than he got out there. He felt like he could go. I've never seen it. No, I've seen a lot of players say they couldn't go. But when you are rehabbing, when you're coming back, then it falls into that world where you go out and practice. And when you practice, you're asked to do things the way they're going to be presented to you in a game. And if because of your, I call it because of your health, you might, and your own personal way you play the game, and he's really, Diggs has a very unique way, in my mind, that he contributes to a team. And you've got to absolutely be at the top of your game because he will basically, at times, go away from the scheme to make a great play. And when he doesn't make, you can have a bad play. And so if you're not capable, and I've seen Deion Sanders, I've seen Diggs make plays that others can't make. But boy, you got to be very capable physically of making those plays. When he is practicing, he's not convincing the ones that make those decisions. He's not convincing them that he's ready to make those kinds of plays.
You know, my one issue with Jerry when it came to watching the leaves fall, you want to apply that to Jalen and Bland and guys like that, okay, fine. There should be no hesitation with CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons.
No.
Those are a different set of rules. You know, even Dak.
They did it twice with Dak.
They did it twice with Dak.
Might do it a third time this offseason. If they do that again, he goes, are you sure about this guy? Before we extend him to get rid of the cap hit? It's like, of course. They're going to do it again. They do it all the time.
Injury comes into play there. But, with CeeDee and Micah, it's like, what leaves are you waiting to fall? He made it a little personal. Well, it got real personal. It got a little personal with CeeDee and a lot personal with Parsons. Speaking of Pickens, props to Brandon Laurie. He goes and gets all the audio and video out there when the Cowboys are on television. Hard Knocks airing again. And I talked a lot about Chris Collinsworth's sit-down with Pickens before the Sunday night game. Here's some of the audio and video of them asking George about his effort and Pickens being accountable.
So when you look back at it, are there plays that you were like, I could have done better there?
I didn't have my best game. You know what I mean? And I feel like just certain days don't be like that, but you bounce back and get back to the grind.
I talked to him this weekend, and he was honest. He said, look, Shotty, he goes, I didn't play very good. But like you and I talked about the other day, the kid loves football, so the stamina is there for sure.
Well, my picture of it is, for the future, is we got Superman in terms of his love for competing and playing football. That's what you're getting.
100%.
Because that highest level of, to me, I believe it looks like he does love it, and he can go all day.
So that's George with Collinsworth, and then they go inside the meeting room with Shotty and Jerry.
I don't love the answer there from Pickens again, because it was an effort thing. I don't like him saying, had a bad game. You know, sometimes it's going to be like that. Like basically just be like, yeah, you don't know. You never know when you're going to have a bad game. It's like, no, that still doesn't address what the issue was. Now, maybe he was better longer than that clip, but just that one answer, that still doesn't sound like he's addressing, I didn't give my best foot forward.
So at the end of the day, do we give Jerry a little more grace for wanting to wait on these deals with some of the backfires?
I mean, look, it's evident that there has been a number of them. Now, I would have to go and look at how many other teams have the same amount of backfires. So yeah, maybe a little bit, but I don't give him credit with Micah and Lamb. You know, I wouldn't give him credit with that, or even Dak. It's like, you know, some of these guys are just like, you should know. You should know. The other players, where they did it early with Diggs, they did it early with Steele, Jalen. I mean, if he wants to wait, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
It's hard to give grace for any decision that goes wrong when it's been 30 years. And so, like, I understand it, and I understand. I can even see, like, I could even see how maybe I would have come to a similar decision, but it is like, at some point, you got to start hitting on these, so the grace has just run out, I think.
The internet is asking if the 2026 Texas Rangers are too white. That's next on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Roger that, Sally.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Well, I don't want to say how can you. I can't go there. I can't. There's nothing to say.
How can you not be romantic about a team that would make the board at the Masters in Augusta proud?
Yeah, that's a good one. Well done. Way to put it. It is Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. So this circulated yesterday on the Twitters.
Yeah.
The Rangers projected starting lineup, and you look at it, and it just kind of slaps you in the face. Slaps right in the face.
Did it slap you in the face before everyone's comments?
I just.
Did you look at it and be like, oh? I mean, it's not. What would slap me in the face is an all-white starting five in the NBA.
Yeah.
Or an all-white secondary. This poor guy in Denver.
This is not this is not the first time in baseball this has happened.
Grok that.
Are you embarrassed?
Grok that, Bobby.
Yeah.
How many all-white starting lineups in the history of baseball? Let's see what they come up with.
I was just looking up what are the percentage of players in Major League Baseball that are Caucasian. I got that answer, 61%.
And that is important.
And that is important because, one of the early criticisms of like the new Billy Bean analytics was that it was very big on drafting college players. Well, college players are predominantly white guys. Like that's just college baseball is a very predominant. You get the kids that
look at the percentage of Caucasians in college baseball.
In college baseball, right? Well, because most of the players from like Latin America, they're just signed at 16, 17, 18 years old.
Right.
They're not. So a majority, when you're drafting exclusively college players, it's going to kind of lean, skew.
How about high school baseball with the teams that Luka competed against over the past couple years?
There's a large element of Hispanic players. But it's a ton of white kids. I mean, that's just kind of
I know. But what's the breakdown? Like, give me African American, Hispanic.
Okay, so on his team,
80% in college baseball.
80%. Yeah, on Luca's team,
20% increase.
On Luca's team, I think of the 20 kids they have, they got a big team. They have a big team, big roster. And there's
more room for diversity.
Right. There's like three black kids on his travel team. Maybe 3 or 4 Hispanic kids, and then, the other half of the kids are just, generic white dudes.
So the Rangers Nation Twitter account said, here's the projected starters. Langford, Carter, Nimmo in your outfield. Across your infield, Berger, Smith, Seager.
For now.
Young. DeGrom as your opening day starter. Jansen. And then another whitey there, the on-deck circle with Jock Peterson.
Yeah. Holy smokes. Yeah, and it doesn't get any better with the day 2 starter, with Evaldi, or the day 3 starter, right? You got to find your way down to Kumar Rocker.
Is Nate totally white?
Italian kid.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe. It sounds it. So anyway, this made the rounds, and it was just it's just a projected starting lineup, of course, and they're not done, I don't think. They'll find other moves, but this created quite the stir on social media. And this will be I'm just warning Ranger fans, this will be a talking point at some point.
Like right now.
Yeah, like right now. But
we made it a talking point.
Nationally, they'll find a way.
Well, it's being tied into the pride thing as well.
Yes.
The Texas Rangers, are they the only team that doesn't recognize have a pride night? So
they have been. I don't know if Houston got added to that or not. I don't remember.
That's what a G-Bag caller said right after the World Series. Said that they were the only team that didn't celebrate. Yeah,
that's right. I remember that.
So the internet is making their jokes. The only color on the team is Jansen's beard.
Oh, God.
This is like the Dallas Mavericks on the diamond. Remember, that was a Mavericks thing
as
well.
Yeah. Again, another Richie article. I think that if you look at the Rangers lineup, I don't believe that Chris Young would ever be like, oh, yeah, let's just purge the roster. Chris Young is going to go, is he a pitcher? I don't want him. And then that's going to be how you determine. So he just goes, yeah, whatever, just sign whoever in the field. I need pitchers. And so that's all he's going to worry about. No, I mean, this is just...
I see white people, the meme. That's a good one, of course.
Because they announced yesterday they signed...
Sounds about white.
A pitcher, Alexis Diaz, to a 1-year deal. People were saying like they're forcing him to change his name to Alex White.
If... I'm trying to think of a guy. I was about to say Corey Seager, but I don't know.
Half the team's payroll is going to be spent on sunscreen. What kind of 1936 lineup is this?
If Wyatt Langford or
Ice has messed up the Rangers.
God, stop it.
If Wyatt Langford and Jacob deGrom were not white, I think they're still on the team. I don't think they're getting rid of them.
This isn't done.
I know. I'm not saying to you. I'm just saying to anybody who's like saying this is what I don't think they're. I was about to say Corey Seager, but they may trade Corey Seager.
Yeah. I mean, you put your best. You
get
put
his
your
white ass out of here.
They put a roster together.
We could get 2 whites back.
get even more. Yeah, I don't think. Truthfully, they're out there in the off season. But no, let's try to get some more whiteys on this team.
Yeah,
I don't think they're sitting there trying to do that. This is how it happens.
972. Call up Walcott. Problem solved.
The
lineup went from all right to all white.
We've seen Houston have
Higgy's getting screwed here. That's enough evidence.
Who's that?
Higgy.
Oh yeah,
not catching.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they signed Jansen to a 2-year deal. So I guess again it depends. I mean, Higgy might get the starting job.
I'd imagine they're going to split.
I would think so.
Higgy was one of the better players they had last year.
Yeah, he really was.
This
is so good.
Someone put up the sign in the wine aisle, exciting whites. And then the other most prevalent comment is talking about Nimmo's arm not being good enough for right field. So people are sitting there and talking about that.
Slowest team in the NBA, in the MLB.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, as a side note, I'm not really excited looking at this lineup and looking at this team for next season. That's just me. Someone's going to have to tell me that Chris Young or Ray Davis have racist scandals in their past or thoughts in order for me to make this a thing. Otherwise, I'm just going to be a little bit depressed about the upcoming Rangers season because of what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I just think they're a bad lineup is what I think when I see that. When I see that, I go, yeah, that looks like 196 batting average for a team again.
There's a couple of guys that I like, and then a couple are like, ooh, no, that's a hole in the lineup.
Let's ease things up, lighten things up a little bit by introducing politics into it as well.
All right, let's go. So one of the 9 whiteys in the starting lineup,
gonna have pregame clan meetings too.
Stop it!
God,
is newest Ranger, one of the newest Rangers, Brandon Nimmo. Now, Nimmo, in his final season with the Mets, had some beef with Francisco Lindor. Or maybe it's Lindor had beef with him, considering Lindor has had beef with Jeff McNeil. And according to Mike Francesa, also had beef, like I said, with Nimmo, and he explains why in this clip. But also Lindor had issues with Juan Soto. So take a listen to this.
My understanding is that Lindor and Soto was never a buddy. It was never Soto and Judge. Soto loved Judge. Judge went out of his way to treat Soto very well in every way. He was a wonderful teammate. Soto loved Judge. And my understanding is Lindor and Soto got off on the wrong foot when Lindor did not call him and welcome him to the team. But it was never that they couldn't play together or anything major. The Nimmo-Lindor thing, my understanding, was political. Had to do with Trump. One side liked Trump, one side didn't like Trump. So Trump splitting up between Nimmo and Lindor. That's my understanding. It started over Trump, as crazy as that sounds. Crazier things have happened.
So there may be just a natural assumption as to who. I was like, well, who took what side? I know the natural assumption, but you never know these days. With the Hispanic vote that took place in the election that Trump dominated. So I went and looked, and it looked like Lindor's wife had some issue with like Trump voters. So it appears that Lindor was anti-Trump and Nimmo was team Trump. That's just my reckless research and speculation.
Nimmo's from Wyoming. I don't really have to say anything else.
Yeah,
it's like being.
So is Logan Wilson. What are you
It's
getting
being
at?
from California. You just assume the other side.
Yeah.
Sure.
Look, I can see how this happens.
Surprised it doesn't happen more, to be honest.
Yeah.
Or that we don't hear about it more often.
I just look at our dynamic or dynamics in your workplace of how dangerous and sensitive of a topic it is. It takes a real special and unique effort to talk about things with people in the room that have differing. I think we do a fantastic job of it in our commercial breaks with the podcast coming soon. As soon as Bobby sets it up.
Yeah.
As soon as the new year gets here, like you told me.
I got the lapel mics.
I think we do a great job of discussing things. You know, we interject a certain amount of laughter to it, like we just did the Rangers lineup, and we could talk about it seriously. We could talk about it joking. We can have differing views, and it doesn't get ugly or nasty. But I think that's a very rare dynamic and instance.
And look, I mean, there's
sometimes even at this own station.
Yeah,
as I just said.
Yeah. There's
thanks, Bob.
Because like you said, shows I didn't know you meant ours.
As much as we're together, baseball players are together.
They live. Yeah, I
mean, even more.
Yeah.
Like there's.
It's very easy for me, and this could be ignorant. I'm just being honest. Very easy for me to hear someone talk about a candidate, a politician, or the beliefs, and I immediately judge that person. That's usually what happens. In my mind, if you went along with what Donald Trump I'll get myself in trouble here. If you went along with what Donald Trump tweeted the other day about Rob Reiner, I think you're a piece of crap. I judge you as a lowly human being who lacks morals and empathy and the ability to decide on the right thing to do. I can make those overriding judgments, fair, unfair. It's my judgment, and that can affect the way you interact or want to befriend somebody. You know,
for sure. And look, I mean, you're gonna have like Bobby said. I'm surprised we don't hear more of this. It comes out.
I'm sure it happens more. Teams just probably bury it, or they avoid the topic.
This is going on in Chicago, and Matt Shaw. He was a player last year. He left the team to go to Charlie Kirk's funeral, and he's speaking at the Turning Point conference. And Chicago media is like destroying him for this. And it's like, you know, it's all the thing. The issue last year is like, did the team have a problem with it? The team didn't have a problem with it. The players didn't have a problem with it. That's why I went.
It's high school championship week. Pat Doney will join us tomorrow at 8. We had an epic batch of games this past weekend. I want to know what happens more often in youth sports. Kids getting held back to succeed on the field, and are more parents thinking that their kid is actually going pro than ever before? We got a youth sports explosion on Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you over to Under.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. In order to thank you, we have another concert ticket giveaway coming up every day in Crosstalk. It starts off with you guys discussing this week's giveaway with Good Charlotte and who's the other?
Avenged Sevenfold.
Yeah.
We're back on the ride home. Cranked up some A7X, as the kids would call it. I missed it. I realized I haven't been in the hardcore, not in metal or rock stage in a while. Might dip those toes back in.
Some epic high school football playoff games this past weekend.
Yeah, my neighbor. My neighbor's moving. Very, very selfish.
Dead cat?
No,
dead cat guy?
No, the guy next to me.
I was gonna say cops are onto the bodies.
Yeah. So he's moving. It's a very selfish maneuver. So we're trying to plan like a going away kind of poker night or a get together. And it was last week we were trying to do it. Can't. He's like, I got high school football. I'm like, okay. I said, so all right. Well, how about next Saturday? And he's at the game and he is sending photos and he goes, can't go next Saturday. State championship. He went to DeSoto High.
Oh.
And they beat Southlake. By the way, Carrollton, Georgia, like the number one team in the nation, they lost last night or this week. They lost too. In there to Buford. So, and Southlake was like the number 3 ranked team in the whole nation. And
was it the DeSoto coach who went?
He went nuts.
Locally viral?
Yeah, he went nuts. He went nuts. And it was a crazy ending because Southlake had the ball with only a handful of seconds left. The quarterback scrambles towards the end zone. I mean, he gets stopped 6 inches before the goal line.
They replayed that on Sunday Night Football.
Right, and you saw the first referee signal touchdown to tie the game or to make it a 51-50 game, and then the other referees come in and say, no, that didn't happen. And then on the very next play, there's 4 seconds left. DeSoto runs 99 yards for a touchdown. They wind up winning 57-44.
It's a hell of a stop. Like when you see that play, that is for you completely use the physicality, you form it up, you don't. They gave no ground at the point of contact. That's where he stopped.
Yeah, and my kids. I was talking to my kids about this before the game because they were like, Southlake's going to win. And I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, don't the disrespect for DeSoto because they're in their little bubble, right? They live in that kind of Colleyville, Grapevine, Southlake area, and they think that just Southlake is just all the tea and or whatever it is. And I was like, hey, they don't know.
This was the DeSoto coach afterwards.
Somebody said it was the end of an era. Somebody said it was the end of an era.
Hayden, didn't you say you had it? I called for the coach.
Can you not hear it? It's playing right now.
Oh, hang on, stop. Maybe it's gosh.
I can't hear it either.
You can't hear it?
No, you hear it?
Oh, maybe it's the audio clip. Hold on, I got it now.
I heard it.
Aiden's hearing it. Bobby's hearing it.
Yeah. So no, it was very interesting. The way his reaction was very intense. I'm sorry y'all missed it.
Well,
it was super overmodulated.
Sounded amazing.
We're gonna play it again.
I think I told you this recently. Nick Harris had told me this. That I think it was last year after DeSoto's title game. The live stream with the interview with the coach and just the post game show of DeSoto, 10,000 people were on that stream.
What?
10,000 people for high school DeSoto recap. I mean, like
the Cowboys post game at the max, like when it hits its height, Pepe. What does that get to? Like 2,000?
3, maybe?
Maybe 3?
It's I know we always use the joking term. It genuinely is different here, like in terms of the high school football obsession.
And then you also have Lone Star and Alito, 56-54.
That one was Frisco Lone Star was down 17 with like 8 minutes to go, and they came storming back to win that one. And so that was just like devastating for Alito.
But the number one most viral moment was a kid taking off his helmet to celebrate.
I didn't see it.
Oh my gosh! You didn't see this?
I don't think so.
I think that was out of state. I don't think it was Texas.
Yeah. I'm just talking about a high school playoff story. Aiden, if you can find it, throw it up on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube.
Oh my God!
This team has won. They're getting ready to kneel down. They're like shaking hands with the officials. The center, an offensive lineman, takes his helmet off and throws it up in celebration. They back up 15 yards. They have to punt. It's either blocked or it's shanked. The other team kicks the field goal to win it and end it. Bobby's mouth is agape.
That is.
You didn't see
brutal.
that?
No, that's
like that
it was
Browns
Louisiana.
player like 20 years ago did that at the end of a game. They hadn't won it forever.
Oh my gosh,
It's over.
It's done. There's players on the sideline, and he just shanked that kick. My gosh, it didn't even get blocked.
All right,
he kicked it about 8 yards.
Let's see if RJ and I can now enjoy the DeSoto head coach.
Somebody said it was the heat of an era. Somebody said it was the heat of an era. It's just beginning. It's just beginning. You're telling him it's just beginning. That's what it says about DeSoto. We here. We nowhere else. We here. We gonna be a goddamn legacy. Love these kids. I'm telling people talking about it. That's all they do. They want to talk about it, write it off. But guess what? Our kids, they fight. Our coaches, they fight. We believe in one another. Nobody can take down the great Southway Carroll and State Colors. But they forgot about DeSoto. And just thank God that we'll be able to show everybody else we're a true team. We're a true team.
Claude Mathis is awesome. He's great. He's one of the legends.
Man, he was sweating in that clip. It was like 20 degrees outside. He's just in a full sweat.
Pat Doney will join us tomorrow at 8 to preview Championship High School Weekend as only he can with the awesome coverage from NBC5. But our high school loaded sports segment continues.
All right, let's do this one. And look, I love parents who have aspirations about their kids, but this study is pretty wild. This is an Ohio State University study. It says 34% of parents think it's somewhat likely that their child becomes a small college athlete.
What percentage?
34%.
Small college athlete.
27% think it's likely they become a college scholarship athlete.
Scully.
In baseball?
Anything. Right. And then 17% think it's somewhat or very likely that they become a professional or Olympic athlete. Or just gotta
I'll take that
throw
one.
that one in there.
I'll take the Olympics as a consolation.
Olympic athlete.
Yeah.
Which, listen, I that means that on every team, on every youth sports team, you got an AAU basketball team or a rec league basketball team. That means like 2 of the parents think their kid is basically going pro. If you've got like 20 kids, it means 2 of them think that their kid is going to go pro. If you take and I saw this breakdown. If you take 100 random kids in the 5th grade that are playing any sport, by the time they're freshmen in high school, 70 of them have already quit. So now you're down to 30, right off the top, which means that 30% play high school, which is still generous because only 20% play varsity sports. And then only 6% of varsity athletes go on to play college at any level. And yet here we are with 34% of parents thinking their kid is likely to play college athletics. It's a wild set of expectations.
Is Luka likely? I mean, dead serious, is he?
No, I'm not going to say likely. I think it's possible.
That he'd be small college.
It'd be small college.
So you would maybe be in the 34%.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I would never say that about my 12-year-old or a 13-year-old. Like, say it's either too early to tell or it's unlikely.
Kurt tweeted, I've been in officiating for 19 years when it comes to football. Over the last 10, in my opinion, it's getting worse. These parents act like their kid is one snap away from being NFL ready. The behavior from parents is at an all-time high.
Addison's playing 7th grade basketball this year. And at 7th grade basketball, one of the dads at the end of the game last week was melting down, screaming at the official to the point where they almost had to eject him. And I was like, dude, not that serious, because it also was a foul that you were complaining about. But
I don't think, and I'm worried about being a youth sports parent. Not that I'll be that guy, but I might respond to that guy or come on the radio and like blow up the team. I'll be the problem. I'll be talking to the media.
Yes.
And outing everyone.
Right, yeah.
I like and I don't want to name, a young kid's name or the last name and parents, and I'll be the disruptor going and talking to the media.
Kristen doesn't want me going anymore because she feels like I'm about to start stirring problems.
Then there was a woman named Sydney Watson whose tweet blew up, and she said, Texas boyfriend just explained that we are not allowed to have an August-born child because that child will be the youngest in their class, and therefore when they play sports will be smaller than all the other kids, and therefore will have a harder time. Is this seriously the S you guys think about? He's not joking either. I genuinely don't know what to do with this. Planning kids around them playing football is so America-coded, though. LMAO.
I mean, you could just start them a year late. You don't have to start them right then.
No, but this is a thought.
Oh, for sure.
You accuse a former NFL player who coaches around here.
Oh, it happens. I mean, especially in certain cities around town. You know, one of them may have just
go Vols.
Yeah, one of them may have just lost a state playoff game this weekend.
So the discussion is not like, how's the reading comprehension? How's the maturity? How's the friendship? How are the relationships? It's, hey, what's he going to look like at weigh-in?
I have heard, I have heard of people who will have been concerned about, all right, if we're planning a baby, when do we want to have the baby? Because they are worried about kids being the youngest in a class. Yeah, but I've not heard somebody plan that out over football.
I was one of the youngest. I was 17 when I got my first day of college. I was 17 years old still.
Wow.
I was one of the. My mom's like, I actually.
That's why it took you so long to lose the V card.
Right. I was like, why did you start me in school so early? Well, you knew your alphabet. Who cares? Yeah. What are you doing? You ruined it.
And then a hunting trip. This one hits me hard because this is something my family would do.
Yeah. So let's go to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Michigan's Upper Peninsula, and you see a kid, a basketball player, was kicked off the team because he skipped practice to go out of town with his family on a hunting trip. Okay, so he was told that if you go on this trip, you will be removed from the team. So he went and told the coach that Tuesday that, hey, I'm going to be out of town here Thursday, Friday. It was around Thanksgiving. He goes, I'm going to go on a hunting trip to the, wherever they were in the Upper Peninsula. Yeah. And we're going to go on this hunting trip with my family, and I won't be at practice. And the coach basically told him, he literally said, if you go and skip practice, you are off the team. Now, they don't have cuts on this team. It's a very small school. Very, very small school. There's only 10 kids in the team. Well, now there's only 9. Because they kicked him off the team.
Yeah.
And the parents are like, even if they were to let us back on, we're not playing anymore this year. We're done. The AD's sticking by the coach. And I just want to, if the kid's old enough to drive, could he get to the game? Could he get to practices, even if he stayed by? Also, if the parents are going out of town, I'm not leaving my 15-year-old at home for 3 days by himself.
Well, you're supposed to cancel and plan the trip around the schedule.
That's what the coach wants.
Yeah.
That's what the coach wants.
This is one of the things that always pitted me against my coaches and friends, because my dad, he's not he's from another country. He's not understanding a youth sports dedication to the team and all. And he's like, I'm going to give you some culture, and we're going to go to England to enjoy water with no ice and crappy weather and rain and tours that you're not going to give a rip about. And we're going. And I'm like, no, I can't do this to the team and da-da-da. And I can't remember how they all worked out. I mean, I didn't miss a lot, but I did miss because my parents are like, no, we're going on a family vacation to see your cousins in California.
Right.
And it's like that guilt that you feel, right, towards not being there, showing up. And now it's 50 times worse with the travel team stuff.
Absolutely.
Everyone's on a travel team instead of me just playing, youth rec baseball.
Yeah, we're going to Alabama for a tournament this year, and then Houston for my oldest one. But you're
planning it all around. I know you. You're not gonna. You're not gonna miss.
We're not gonna make him miss for that. But if you got a vacation to go on, and you're bringing your family on a vacation, when we went to Tennessee this year for a football game, I was trying to make sure that he didn't have a tournament, but
if he had a tournament, you wouldn't have gone to Tennessee.
I probably would not have. I just know. Yeah, I probably would not have that year.
All right, why is Bobby lining up all the Matt Eberflus replacements? Commercial free inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys with a concert ticket giveaway next. For decades, Frankel and Frankel have been at the forefront of personal injury law in DFW.
105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time experts. And the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
We are commercial-free in the Expressway with an Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte ticket giveaway coming up this hour. Also in the 9 o'clock for you turning it on, leaving it on, the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt with the Hump Day edition, along with Peyton and Aiden running things. And this should be a very, very, very good edition as well of chopping it up at 7:40. But Bobby, your gut instinct and your earwax loaded ears apparently heard correct yesterday, because the rest of Cowboys media all agreed that Jerry Jones came on this show, as he does every Tuesday at 8:30, and basically ended Matt Eberflus.
That's what it feels like. I mean, his whole tone changed. And I went back and listened to it again. It's kind of stunning, because in the moment sometimes we're communicating, or even when you hear it, you're kind of thinking about something else he just said, and then you're thinking about, well, do I want to ask about this? And so sometimes you miss. It felt very, very calculated at the very least. Even if he doesn't plan on firing Matt Eberflus. At the very least, it felt like he wanted Matt Eberflus to hear that every single question we asked him was going to circle back to defense has let us down. And then, we have good players, but the defense has let us down. And that quote he gave about J.J. McCarthy, where he said that it seems like all the quarterbacks are having their best games against us this year, and I think that's telling. That feels like just a killer. So if he's not on his way out, it was a very intentional message to say, you need to get this together.
And then you asked last night if there's anything that anyone thinks Eberflus can do to save himself.
Yeah, so we had asked him, because he kind of intimated this after the game. So we asked him yesterday about, could the last 3 weeks determine it? And he was like, yeah, that absolutely factors in, essentially, is what he said. So I started wondering, thinking about it later, is that lip service? Has he made up his mind either way, and he's just saying, yeah, because he's trying to put the pressure on? Or is he legitimately saying, there is something that could occur in these next 3 weeks that would change my mind in either direction? And if that's the case, wouldn't it really just be this game against the Chargers?
Yep.
That would be the one, I would think, because I don't think Washington and the Giants are going to be of particular interest to you. So I was trying to think if he meant that really was going to impact it.
I don't think he meant it. He can't say, no, the last 3 games have no impact, because that means that the decision has already been made. Mm-hmm. So I think it was lip service. I think he's already made up his mind. Matt Eberflus will be another defensive coordinator change for Jerry Jones next year, as much as that's been the number one thing. We all get on Jerry and Steve for not admitting enough fault and looking in the mirror and talking about the accountability. That's probably been the number one thing throughout the season that he has admitted as his fault and regret, is the turnover at defensive coordinator. Well, it's going to happen again. And there's nothing, nor should there be anything, that happens against Marcus Mariota, Jackson Dart, and I'm sorry to the Charger fan who's trying to make this bet with me nonstop. It's not going to happen now. A Chargers offense that scores 20 points a game. You can shut them all out, and I'm not changing my mind. You can shut them all out, and I don't care, because it's Mariota, Dart, and 20 points a game.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, shutting them all out, I might get caught in the moment of it, the feel of it. But if you allow, 10 or 13 a game to each of the 3, I'm not changing my mind, and I don't think Jerry is either.
If I wanted to give Eberflus the benefit of the doubt, and I don't want to, but if I did, because there were a lot of people that posted hey, he's familiar with the NFC North. They got worked by the NFC North this year, right? They gave up 31 points to every NFC North team or more, 31 or more. And it's like he's played against them for years. He should know them. And I'm like, well, the flip side is that they know him. And the more you see a defense, the more advantage the offense has.
Especially when that defense generally does not innovate. It doesn't make shifts. It believes in its principles and says, this is what we do.
So if you do that and you see it like that, and then you see that Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur and Jared Goff and Dan Campbell and Kevin O'Connell and whatever quarterback they have seen that defense 8 times over the last 4 years. Like, it's each. Of course they're going to know what to do against it. So that is the little grace you could give, because if he ends on 3 straight good games, then you could say, all right, 6 of the last 8 games, Raiders obviously, but then you also have the Eagles and Chiefs. They were decent defensively. I think you could say that's half a season, but
you could say Detroit is high powered. They could do that against mostly anyone.
Right. I mean, they put up 30 whatever against the Rams.
The Minnesota thing is inexcusable.
Yeah.
No pass.
What if it looks, not all 3 shutouts, what if it looks good, though? They average 10 points a game they give up over the next 3 weeks. And he is calling the defense radically different. So, like, he's showing, I can change, I can do different, and I can do it this way.
Well, I'd be infuriated.
That's the thing. It might get you fired for malpractice.
Yeah, like, why are you doing this now?
Right, yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question. I'd be like, why is this happening right now when we are dead and gone? Is there something that could change for you? And do you think there's something that could change for Jerry? Because he doesn't want to do it. We know that for a fact. He doesn't want to have to do it.
Yeah, I would say.
And everyone making the big deal of Eberflus supposedly maybe like cursing at him. Mm-hmm. What the F are we doing? Like, Bill Parcells did that once a quarter, so I'm not going to make a huge deal of that.
Somebody, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they were like, yeah, you generally kind of brush off field talk. When you're on the field, people say stuff that like to each other all the time on the coaching staff.
Let me also make a quick point about PR and press conferences. Like it or not, how you are, when we do our Brian Schottenheimer review, there are going to be many people, probably us, hopefully not to a great degree, that give Brian Schottenheimer a little bit more grace because of how he speaks, how he talks, how much radio gold he is on Friday, how forthright and honest he is compared to the majority of coaches in sports. Mm-hmm. I was worried about Matt Eberflus's personality coming in here. And I felt like I was like a very lone wolf saying it. Or kitty cat, whatever. Kitty cat. What he did in Chicago with the zero accountability after, was it the Thanksgiving Day disaster against the Lions? What the clock mismanagement.
Yeah, and the Hail Mary and different things like that.
What he did with his attitude, the way he comes across. And Matt Eberflus, in his press conferences this year, has done zero, zilch to get any personality benefit because he's a dud up there. He's acting like something is going on in his personal life like it is for Joe Burrow. So just a little lesson in PR, right? This isn't to Tad and the Cowboys, but to the coaches. Rex Ryan may be able to charm you a little bit. Yep. And Brian Schottenheimer has charmed us a little bit. Well, I got no extra reason to, like, listen to Matt Eberflus, get inspired that you're giving anything real. You came in like a grouch, you seem like a grouch, and you can leave as a grouch.
And he probably will. He's probably he will, in all likelihood, be out of here. So that's where we got to figure out who's going to be next. What other names do we potentially have here? So I got a couple, and obviously I know you guys have not done it. Some of these names I'm going to say, and you haven't done a deep dive. You don't know much about them other than just I've seen.
We know ball.
Yeah, you do know ball.
I mean football.
Bobby knows ball. I know that. There's a whole sign for it.
Sign says, yeah.
There's a sign for it. But in general, I think I can kind of read off the resume and you'll get an idea and just tell me if that sounds like somebody that you would at least have an interest in. So first name I'll throw out here is a potential defensive coordinator name because I got 4 of them here. And this one is, you always got to look internal. Who would they naturally like to elevate potentially? So the first name here that I think could be looked at would be Aaron Whitecotton. And he would be the biggest wild card probably of these 4 because he's never called a defense. He's never done anything other than defensive line work. That's it. He gets a lot of high marks for, and I know Chop was all Sergeant sloganing Dan Quinn, but when you talk about a guy who is considered
such a good nickname,
when you talk about a guy who has motivated people and connects with players, and a guy who, if you're going to look at anywhere on the defense where progress from week 1 to now, has made, there's more players on the defensive line like Ezeraku and Clowney and others who have played better as the season went along than at other positions. So it's the one place where you've kind of gotten guys who have improved a little bit, individuals, not necessarily the group, but individuals who have improved. So that's his mark. But obviously, again, you could also say pass rush wasn't good enough. It's also the
Definitely
scheme.
not good
It's
enough.
the scheme in a lot of ways. And then the other aspect of it is he's never called the defense. It would be, you have no idea what he thinks about his philosophy is on secondary or coverage or anything else. So that's one.
Yeah, based upon the defensive line play, I'm not hiring White Cotton off of that. Not a good enough job up front from the unit, and not enough improvement either.
I'm trying to think.
I don't give him any credit for the mercenary, the D-line hitman, Jadeveon Clowney, coming in and playing
stabilizing, playing well.
He's a professional. He's a professional mercenary, and this team has zero pass rush, and they can still be run on.
They have, what is it? Because Monty Kiffin never was. So I guess it's just the last 5. Their last 5 defensive coordinators were all former NFL head coaches. Rod Marinelli, Mike Nolan,
I don't hate
Dan
that
Quinn.
idea.
No. I know it's fine, and especially if your head coach is an offensive one, it's usually a good idea. But so when we're talking about White Cotton, that's not only a guy who's not been a head coach; he's never been a defensive coordinator. So they may be a little hesitant on that front. Another name here, and this is the one that gets thrown out all the time, but it's sort of a similar issue of just he's never called a defense, but he's had a little bit more responsibility. Fans love him. Everybody keeps throwing out Al Harris. So Al Harris he got the most out of Deron Bland. He's getting the most out of Nashawn Wright. He has been elevated in Chicago to be got
the most out of Diggs.
Not just the secondary coach. He's the defensive passing game coordinator, so he is responsible for a lot of their passing game concepts. But Al Harris is one who fans love, not because they actually know how he coaches, but just because they go, he was good when he was here, so let's do that. Right. But he is somebody who gets a lot of really good feedback from people within the building of like, yeah, he was a good coach for us. He did a lot he got the most direct credit for Deron Bland than guys like Joe Witt or others who were in the building at the same time working on defense. It was generally considered to be an Al Harris thing.
But he's never been a coordinator.
Never been a coordinator. Now he has, like we said, defensive pass game coordinator, so he's worked on parts of it, but he's never done the whole thing. The next 2 have been defensive coordinators.
And would Al Harris have feelings towards this organization, or it was just when Dan Quinn left, I'm leaving?
Well, no, he didn't leave.
He
didn't leave after Quinn. He stayed last year.
Oh.
And in fact, they liked him enough that I think they bumped his title to assistant head coach so that that wouldn't be a promotion technically to go be just defensive coordinator in Washington. So they didn't have to grant the interview. But they liked him. It was just, I think there was a reset that was needed. I don't know if he felt negative about his exit here. He may have. I don't know how he felt about it. 2 outside people, 2 unfamiliar candidates. Number 1, unfamiliar to Dallas guy, was Clint Hurt. So Clint Hurt is the defensive line coach for the Eagles. He got
Rangers bench coach.
No, that was Clint Hurdle, and he was the hitting coach. He took that toe tap mechanism out of Josh's swing. Clint Hurt is the defensive line coach for the Eagles the last 2 years, has gotten a lot of big credit for how he's worked with Jalen Carter, how he's gotten more out of Jordan Davis, how he got Milton Williams paid. He gets a lot of credit for the way that they rush the passer. Clint Hurt also was the defensive coordinator in Seattle in 22 and 23, so he's done it before, and he was the defensive line coach on staff when Shoddy was in Seattle for all those 3 years. So somebody who's familiar with some of those same Pete Carroll concepts that Richard and Quinn already ran, and that you feel like you had some success with. Somebody who's gotten a lot out of guys on the defensive line in Philadelphia. Somebody who his 2-year run as the defensive coordinator in Seattle, though, wasn't great. It was just sort of meh. They turned the ball over a lot. They would get some pressure, but they were really bad against the run. Some people would say that that's personnel, and he got blown out with a whole staff blowout, but Clint Hurt is another one that could make some sense. Any immediate thought on that?
Nope.
Next
you
one.
got a lot of high-profile names, a lot of high draft picks. I don't know how much credit to give you for it, and I've never heard of him, so no, I don't have a take.
Next one here, and this is the last one, and this is the most.
If he does an arm block celebration like that douchebag offensive assistant with Sirianni on the sideline, then I'm out.
That'll
be my judgment.
Like Bash Brothers?
Oh my God! After they score that little, gosh almighty.
Number 1, and this is to me the one that makes the most sense, and we mentioned him yesterday, and that's Jim Leonhard, the assistant head coach and defensive passing game specialist for the Denver Broncos. He was elevated to assistant head coach this past offseason, past 2 years with Denver. Denver's secondary has been really strong. He's gotten a lot of credit and attribute for what he's done with their secondary, specifically with Surtain. Surtain's given him a lot of credit. He was the defensive coordinator at Wisconsin. It was not NFL, but at Wisconsin, he was the defensive coordinator for 5 years. He was a long-term NFL safety who was considered a really high IQ mental processor who stuck around the league as long as he did because he had a coach's brain. That coach's brain would have been on display for Brian Schottenheimer, who had to draw up practices against him for 2-3 years in New York in the past. Leonhard has fans here, I know. Like, there are people who think well of Jim Leonhard because they've worked with him before, or worked around him before when he was at Wisconsin and different things like that, and they've interacted with him. But he's somebody who they like a lot. That is who John Owning from PFF has been really, that's his dream candidate. He thinks Jim Leonhard is really, really bright and would bring a lot of different change-ups and modernity and everything else to what the Cowboys do. That's modernity.
What the hell? Modernity? That's
modern.
The vaccine, right?
Do I get leave for that? Modernized.
Oh.
I mean, you try. You already took Wolchuk's. Yeah. So that's what it is. But no, Jim Leonhard is the one. Young, too. 42 years old, I think.
Why don't you bring a Flores?
So Flores could be.
His contract's up.
He was big praise for Flores. Cody Alexander from Match Quarters talked about this yesterday. He's like, Dallas's defense is probably too young to have Brian Flores. Brian Flores is super complex. He prefers veterans. It is a veteran-heavy defense.
Are they smart enough?
And that's the thing. That you saw all that stuff that they were doing. Do you trust this group of players to do all that? I would not. But I think that those are all names to consider. You could also throw in, maybe we'll hear about a Rex Ryan. Who knows?
Dan Graziano.
Kind of players. Oh, God. Please do it. Just the maybe the
Can we get him for like the G-Bag Weekly instead of a player?
Of course, the interviews and just the
or get
sound
Rob,
bites.
just get Rob to share his thoughts on how Rex is doing every week.
Ranking the top NFL head coach candidates for 2026 from Dan Graziano. Maybe these guys still end up as coordinators. His ranking: Vance Joseph 1, Denver, D.C. Chris Shula.
That, by the way, impacts Leonhard, because if Vance Joseph left, the Broncos would want to keep him and elevate Leonhard.
Chris Shula, Rams, D.C. 2. Jeff Hafley, Packers, D.C. Matt Nagy, I never know how it is. Chiefs offensive coordinator. No, yeah, right. Joe Brady, Bills OC. Saleh again. Jesse Minter, who's done a heck of a job, and the Cowboys are going to find that out on Sunday as the Chargers, D.C. Clint Kubiak, Seahawks OC. Arthur Smith, Bobby's favorite, in Pittsburgh. The wild card, Kevin Stefanski.
Whole lot of defensive coordinators.
I was just about to say, that's way more defense than we've normally had talked about, because you're always looking for the
offensive innovator.
Yeah, I remember Rod Babers from Texas had said this. It's that there's like this QB bubble. Like there's this industrial complex that's like so focused on the QB, you're gonna naturally elevate anybody who's worked at that position. And so offensive like game planners have been big. Now it does seem like, especially with this year, we were talking earlier about how good defenses have played this year.
Yes.
It seems like, well, now let me find the guy who's gonna stop the quarterbacks, because if they can do that, then that's just as big of an advantage.
Let's hook you up right now for the first time this morning for turning it on, leaving it on.
Go back to good Charlotte.
All right, Cholos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Avenged Sevenfold in Good Charlotte at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
One more giveaway in the 9 o'clock here. The Hump Day edition. It's Wednesday. We're commercial free in the Expressway, and that means it's time for the best intro on the station.
Oh.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, no. RJ Choppy. Here we go. Chop it up. Chop it up. Chop it up. Chop, it up. Chop it up. Chop it up. Chop it up. Chop it up. Come on. Chop. Choppy.
Welcome to the final Chopping It Up in fan history, because I'm moving out of the country.
Oh, is this what you teased last night in the text?
I am moving. So I was on a chat yesterday, not a chat, but, I
went to your Facebook to try to find this.
Oh, yeah, no, you ain't going to find this one. So my buddy Wes texts myself and Sarah, And they went to high school together. He's the one that introduced us. And they were talking about this one guy that they know and saying, how do we know this person? Saying, how do I know? And he would say, how do I know him? She's responding, and she's like, well, I have a lot of mutual friends with him, and so does he. And I went to his profile. I said, wow, I've got like 50 mutual friends with him, and I'm also friends with him. All right, I'm also friends with him on Facebook. Well, since Zuck created the app, when you go to the app and you go to the person's profile, it says friends with a check mark, and then there's a tab next to it that says messages, and there's a tab next to it that you would hit, and it would bring a drop-down screen, okay? And it would say, things like report, block, see friendship. So that's what I was doing. I was going to go see the friendship. Well, I hit that button. It is no longer a drop-down. I poked him.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's not a real thing anymore, is it?
I poked him. So here this poke is to this guy, which clearly shows I went to his profile purposely, and I poked him. And now it's blinking, and it's up there for two. I quickly hit. Oh no!
You can't.
You can't unpoke.
Can't unpoke.
It's just like when once you poked, you can't unpoke.
Here's Seinfeld coming out. Here's Larry David.
And I have to move now. I'm getting off Facebook. I'm deleting my account today. It's up there.
Man card.
It's up there for 24 hours. It's up there for so this thing is blinking at this guy, and I'm like, please, don't go on Facebook today. Don't check your notifications, because I don't want you to see that I poked you out of nowhere. Never had a conversation. No, never. And I don't want to. What am I going to say? I was hacked?
Yeah.
I can't say that.
There are so many.
I'm out here poking randos.
There's so many things that I accidentally do on my phone now to where it does something. And I'm like, no one would ever believe this. Like, should I give the grace? Should I give the benefit of the doubt to someone who tweets something accidentally, who does something accidentally because of the phone slipping out of the hands, or now the kids are getting old enough to do it? So I'm trying to think of, or when you go and Facebook spy on someone, like you're acting like you're stepping on a mine if you put enough pressure on that mouse or with your finger to like something or get caught spying. It's very stressful.
And I went to his page, like
you're like going to their page, but you're going up at the very top of the page, like go around, so that way like you're not going to anything that can incriminate you.
All I wanted to see was like when we became Facebook friends, and like because I was just curious as to if I knew him or not. So there I am. I poked somebody.
Do we know him? Are we mutual friends, or should we just say the name?
I don't want to say the name.
All right.
I don't want to say the name.
I can't. It won't let me poke you on the app or on the desktop. I don't have the option.
You got the man version.
I guess so. Right. The Android. That's what it is. It's the Android app.
You seem like a poker with Los Hombres.
Yeah, maybe 10 years ago in high school, I'd be poking.
I don't think saying you were in high school 10 years ago is the flex that you're looking for here.
I think
that's how I would tell girls I like them. I just poke them to see if they react, and they usually don't. So
all right. So now we got to figure out what's going to happen. So I'm just waiting. I'm waiting till like 5:30 today. 5:30 today, where that poke goes away.
That expires.
That is an expired poke. That's what I'm waiting for. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. I sent you this video.
This is amazing. This is the number one seed of chopping it up today.
The other day. This was on Monday afternoon. I get a notification that a package had been delivered. So I was like, okay. So I get home. And, this time of year, like sometimes I forget when I order through Amazon, I forget to say it's a gift. So they'll sometimes send it in the box so Sarah could see what it is that I bought, which I hate. So I was like, all right. I texted her. I said, hey, did you get a pack? Did a package come to the house?
But how can she see it if it's inside the box?
Well, it wouldn't be inside an Amazon box. Sometimes they just hand you the package.
Oh.
And it's like you could see exactly what the gift is, right? So I said to her, did an Amazon package come? She goes, no, I don't see one. I was like, huh. So then I look at it and it says it was left in or near the garage. And I was like, oh, okay. So I didn't open the garage door. So it must have been near the garage. So I go and I look on the outside of the garage.
Damn it. I just got poked by 3 people on Facebook.
So it was either in or near the garage. And so I go and I look. And I was like, okay, it's not here. So I go to first thing I go to our neighborhood Facebook page. And I see if anybody had gotten a package that was delivered to the wrong address. Nobody said anything. So I check my Ring camera, looking for the Amazon delivery guy. I don't see it. And then I go into the garage and I see a package sitting there right at the door. And I was like, well,
in the garage?
In the garage. I was like, well, that's strange. So,
Bobby, don't stop poking me. Stop.
So when I go, I have a camera in my garage.
Wow.
It's
what do you use that for?
What?
What do you use that for?
Because there's probably a squatter living in there with all the junk and the bags that they have.
There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff in there.
When you sent me that video the other day, I was just counting all the.
That's only half the garage,
all
too.
the storage.
That's the part of the garage that has a lot of space. Okay, I'll take another one. So I was like, all of a sudden, I see on my notification that the garage door was open. So I called Sarah. I was like, hey, did you open the garage door? She goes, no. Did you let anybody in? She goes, no. It's like, huh. And then I see the video, the garage door open, the Amazon guy walk into my garage and then walk right back out. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
No way. No way.
No way.
We need the fan text for this. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Is this Peyton went and looked up if this is actually a setting or something you can allow?
Yeah, I guess you have to sign up for it when you order the gift. Whenever you order the package, it gives you the option, which I don't know how you accidentally do that. I think it charges you $2 too if you allow them to do that too. I think it's a fee.
So I got to charge for this?
I think it's $2 fee to let someone inside your garage.
But how do they, and this is always a myth with deliveries and gates. You guys may not know this. I have a gate.
Well.
How do they get in the gate all the time?
Yeah, there's got to be a universal.
Everyone thinks
we did that during unethical life hacks once. We read the talking about the gate code that things use, and so if you wanted to break into somebody's neighborhood, you could.
So how does this? Is there a universal garage Amazon opener?
Has to be.
Can someone please educate us on this? Do you get packages left? I guess I understand why they do it, but any form of entering someone's property. To me, if I was Amazon, I wouldn't even have my drivers do this. Is someone going to get shot? Especially in your neighborhood.
It's a setting. It's a setting, by the way.
Do you have a smart garage door opener?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys probably opted in.
Yeah.
So if you have a smart garage door opener, it can link to your Amazon account. And when it links to your Amazon account at checkout, you can choose free key delivery. So you probably had something like checked off or something, and it's automatically he's able to get in because it's linked to your account.
Boy, thank God I always keep the door to the garage for the house locked, and I reinforced it.
How'd you you reinforced
like it's deadbolt and everything. And
I don't want to be too dark, but this sounds like a Dateline episode in 10 years of this is how he picked his victims. He was an Amazon. He signed up to be an Amazon driver just so he could
get access.
Whoever's garage door opens up, that was his next person. I don't like this.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Amazon even allows this. How many of you listening have signed up for it? And is this a recurring thing for you? I thought you were going to have a lawsuit. I thought you were not even going to need to win the $1 billion lottery that we lost yesterday, and you would have Bezos's stones right in your pocket.
Yeah.
Because they're sitting there breaking and entering into your home. Are Tolo's doing this?
Yeah, you have 817-214 says we use this feature all the time, and it's safe, very trustworthy. 321
says
you
get a nut job.
321 says Choppy must have accidentally poked the Amazon guy.
That's right. I had to have done that. Chopping it up here. 105 through the fan. My mom did it again. I've asked her for years. I said, for years, can you just stop buying this one type of ice cream? Right? This one type, Breyer's ice cream she buys, and it always gets freezer burn or whatever you call it. Right? Those frozen crystals on it.
Yep.
And I'm like, stop buying this. I says, just get some Bluebell. Just get some Bluebell ice cream. And she never did. She goes, it's too expensive. She goes, it's twice the price. I'm like, Ma, it's twice the cost. It's twice the size. It's also twice the size. My dad always got on her about price shopping. He never price shopped. He's like me. I don't price shop. I just go.
Really?
Never look for price. I'm the worst. Sarah gets on me about this all the time. I am the worst about that.
Couldn't tell you. Kristen will do this to me randomly. She'll ask me how much something costs. How much is a gallon of milk?
I don't know.
She's like, you have to get it sometimes. I'm like, yeah, just get it. I don't know.
Well, I'm not comparing milk, but other things. Well, Amanda...
Anything at a grocery store, I don't know how much it costs.
She gets burned by bacon all the time. She's like, I try to go cheap. I try to...
It's the grease, usually.
Shut up.
Stop it.
How would you know?
Yeah, but I'm
like woman's work to you.
I'm like my dad with this. I am the worst about that. Well, today, yesterday, I was over there because I had to pick up the boys from school, and I saw her take 2 canisters of ice cream out of the freezer. And she was throwing them away. I was like, what? You got Bluebell? She got Brahms.
Oh.
And I was like, all right, I can deal with that. Brahms is good.
Yeah.
It's very good. And as we've detailed, Bobby, Oklahoma is part of DFW. It's a local community.
It's not stopped.
It's local.
But we've co-opted Brahms, I feel like. I feel like we took that from the Okies.
I feel like Brahms.
But why is she throwing it away?
Because it was like nobody was eating it. We had all complained. It only took 30 years of complaining. We've been here 28 years. It only took 28 years for her to finally get some good ice cream. So she got some good ice cream there. So I got to tell you, the taste, the difference. You could tell the difference.
Really?
Big time.
Well, she admitted. She admits the quality change.
She said, I heard you guys talk.
More spending of your inheritance. She's tipping all the construction people $100 here and there. She's going on cruises, and now she's upping the ice cream.
Well, see,
I don't want to say the word. Number one-ing it away.
Number one, I told her, I said, you got to watch your spending. And she said she hasn't touched any of the money. She's living off just her Social Security. All right? It's very fixed income, according to her.
Right.
So I'm happy with this change. Now,
maybe she'll make a catch-up change.
Boy, that'd be nice. Although she has said she's agreed to get Whataburger ketchup.
Okay.
What ketchup does she use?
Well,
not
she
the
refuses
Heinz
to
one.
use Heinz.
I was going to say, that would be a problem. She needs to do research.
She was getting Hunt's and then Del Monte or whatever. And I was like, this is not going to do.
Yeah.
You're going to have to stop on this one. So she got Whataburger finally.
Chop, chop, chop it up. Every hump day, commercial-free expressway on DFW Sports Station. I'm struggling here. 1 through 5. 5 through 1, and how much did the Dallas Cowboys plummet after the Viking beatdown? This week's power rankings are next.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport. The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh, hey! Happy birthday to one of our top Tolos, Jay Ochoa.
Oh, Jim J.
Is he in town?
He is living your dream.
Dude, Jay, I don't know what you're doing there, man, but the amount of times you go to Vegas.
It's
Holy
incredible.
cow. It really is.
He's at all the firehouses.
Yep.
Gave us a phenomenal Christmas gift last year. He says he's going to Hurtado Mansfield for lunch today.
Oh, yeah.
He's up, always exercising, and apparently gambling in Vegas. So happy birthday to the great Jay Ochoa. This is an excruciating edition of Power Rankings. I'm not saying that because of our judgment from last week
let's
with our
test it.
scores, but let's go ahead and check it. But I have 9 different possibilities for my 1 through 5, 5 through 1 this week. Yeah, it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. You didn't have difficulty?
I did. Yeah, I didn't count how many I had, but yeah, there was a lot of difficulty, especially the ordering. The ordering was tough too.
Yep.
All right, so last week, Sean, you had Rams 1.
Brilliant.
Pates 2.
Devastating.
Patriots.
Crushing.
Pack 3. Seattle 4.
Barely.
And Buffalo 5. PP. You had New England 1. Rams 2.
Darling.
Seattle 3.
Darling.
Green Bay 4. And Jacksonville 5.
Darling.
3 and 2. 3 and 2.
I had New England 1. Rams 2.
Darling.
Seattle 3.
Darling.
Pack 4. And Houston 5.
Darling.
3 and 2.
And I had everybody who won.
Right.
Yeah, Bobby went 5-0.
So 3 and 2s across the board, and Bobby has the Cowboys.
Yep, the Dallas Cowboys have essentially lost their gains. Not completely, but it's pretty close. So they had clawed their way up to about the middle of the pack on the NFL Power Rankings. Not so yesterday. Most of the outlets dropping them down to around 19 or 20. ESPN still believing in them a little bit, has them at 17. But the average generally is they're sitting at around 19 at the moment. So lost that spot in the top half of the league.
Choppy, let's start off with you at number 1.
Number 1, I have the L.A. Rams moving up a spot to number 1. I sound like Casey Kasem here. I know Detroit's defense is trash. Their defense is awful. But I honestly don't know how anyone truly stops this team. Especially if they get home field and they can play in a temperature-controlled environment and not have to go to, Green Bay or whatever. Or
Devontae hurt with the hamstring.
Yep, but as my son would say, Puka Nuka is just... That was a game. That was a game.
So I think I'm guilty, and we are guilty of just not putting him as an automatic top 5. I think he's left out of the top 5 receiver argument.
Puka?
Yeah. But then every week I watch him, I'm like, he's top 5. I think he's a little weird. He did like an Instagram live in the locker room, and the teammates like shut that stuff off. He's like, I'm not showing anyone. I think he bought a $10,000 briefcase to carry his cleats around, but doesn't he have to be cemented as a top 5 wideout? Let's just throw him out randomly with Jamar, Jefferson.
Yeah, it'd be Jamar or Jefferson. I'd still have CD up there.
JSN?
JSN has earned it at this point. Yeah, he's top
Pickens.
5.
Oh, Pickens.
He's top 5. I don't know. Is that a Rams thing? Is that a McVay thing? Because I feel like we did that to Kupp for a long time.
Yeah. Well, he was white.
Yeah.
So he could play for the Rangers.
But
actually. Puka Nacua, he is a stud.
Yeah, he is.
A gamer. All right, Rams 1 for Choppy.
Yeah, I have the Rams number 1 too. They've been there for the last several weeks. That just feels easily like the best team in football. That's the only one that I feel like right now has a chance to be considered great in reflection at the end of the season.
So I thought about this. I left the Patriots at number 1. Despite the loss, I mean, look, they were up 21-0. I mean, I know they choked it away. If that's signs of a bad team, I don't know. But, I saw enough for them. I'm still confident in them in the playoffs. They probably ruined their chance at the 1 seed in the AFC with Denver winning against the Packers last week. The only thing that worries me is that the Patriots are 5-3 at home. They're 6-0 away from Foxborough. If they're going to have 2 home playoff games, probably most likely if they get 2,
3.
They're going to get the 1 seed?
No. but they're going to have 3.
Oh, okay. Well, that worries me a little bit when they're going to have a top 2 seed, I guess. But I have the Patriots still at 1.
Rams are number 1 for me.
I have New England at number 2. Up 21-zip. They had a 94% win probability with 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. 94%.
Screwed me on underdogs.
They lost the lead, took it back, lost it ultimately. But I came away that you think, you know what? This is a really, really, really good team, and I think that they are the best team in the AFC. They split the year with Buffalo. They haven't had a great schedule at all. But I still have New England up there in the top 2. I have them at number 2.
Number 2, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. This is the most dominant December football team you'll ever see. They are 16-1 in their last 17 December games.
What?
They are completely dominant when the season closes. And
January.
They're doing it again. And Josh Allen has not looked like Josh Allen this year for the most part. The last couple weeks, he's starting to come back. And
pregnant.
Really impressive comeback on the road last week. And so I'm starting to buy into Buffalo again. They're number 2.
Number 2, I have the Los Angeles Rams. I mean, Stafford looks like he's getting better each week. They were down by 10 to the Lions, I think, at halftime or close to halftime, and they came back, won that game by 7. The running back combo of Kyron Williams and Blake Corum has been really lethal.
Ooh.
Really lethal. That offense altogether is unstoppable. Big test tomorrow night, though, on the road in Seattle. Rams, 2 for me.
Patriots are number 2 for me. It was a New England Buffalo decision that I was struggling with. I'll go with the RJ Choppy belief that they should have won the football game. And my 1-2 is also the 1-2 in Vegas right now for the MVP, courtesy of Bet Online. Matt Stafford is the favorite. Another chance for Wolchuk to know more ball than Bobby, especially with that defensive coordinator Cowboys stuff yesterday. Stafford is minus 250. Drake May, he's actually tied with Josh Allen at plus 450. Guess number 4 for MVP.
I
4, 5, and 6. Well, 2 of the 3 are pretty disgusting. Gross.
Gosh, I feel like I saw it, but I can't remember who it is. JSN's one of them.
JSN's one of them, and he's not the gross one. 100-1.
Okay, so then
wow, you're in the 4, 5, and 6, and you're already at 100-1.
Yeah, it goes from 9-2 to 100-1 for the next 3.
Darnold.
No.
I was going to say Darnold.
God, not Nix, right?
Bo Nix.
Oh God.
Bo Nix is one of the 3. One more.
Who else is equally disgusting?
Chance
like
for
that
you to maybe show some of your ball knowledge back at Wolchuk.
Dak.
Bad guess. Caleb Williams.
No.
Baker Mayfield.
No.
Hurts.
No.
I have no idea then.
You guys should be able to guess like a top 6 MVP in the National Football
You should be
League.
able to. You would think so.
I mean, once you threw Nix in there, though, like I got to start throwing out who God knows.
Herbert.
Oh, God.
What is up with the MVP race?
I mean, that sounds like a good call to me.
4, 5, and 6. So, number 1 for me, the Rams. Number 2, New England. Number 3, power rankings.
Number 3 for me is the Seattle Seahawks. Best point differential in the league. That means something this late in the season. In a related story, the second best point differential in the AFC is Indianapolis. The third best in the NFC is Detroit. Both on the outside looking in. But Seattle, number 3.
Number 3, I have New England. That was New England would have been 2 last week for me. The fact that they blew that lead, that's not encouraging, obviously, but they played a competitive Buffalo team and a team that I have at number 2 now, so I think they're right there with each other. New England's 3.
And Mike Vrabel is your Coach of the Year favorite at Bet Online, followed by
Mike McDonald.
He is tied with someone else.
Liam Cohen.
No.
Ben Johnson.
Good guess. No. That's a good guess.
Not Ben Johnson. Steichen.
Nope. Steichen, that's over.
Sean Payton.
Nope.
Wow.
Good guess.
D'Amico?
Nope.
Jim Harbaugh.
Nope.
Wouldn't be Bowles, would it?
Nope.
You already said Liam Cohen.
NFC.
Oh, McVay?
Nope.
Shanahan?
Yeah.
Boy.
Shanahan at 9-2 over Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen, Sean Payton 4. There might be some value here with Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
Sean Payton's 14-1, D'Amico's 20-1, McVay's 50-1, and then Canales and Steichen, they're going to be out of it. But some 14, 20, and 50-1.
Yeah.
Sean McVay's 50-1
I mean, they're going to get the 1 seed.
with the MVP.
With the MVP?
Yeah. All right, let's continue power rankings.
Seahawks number 3 for me. Kind of an embarrassing win against Philip Rivers and the Colts. No touchdowns, but 6 field goals for Seattle to win that game. Who had Jason Myers on their fantasy team last week. Their elite defense will have their hands full tomorrow against the Rams, but Seahawks 3 for me.
Ooh, it was a hesitant number 3 for Seattle for me. That was embarrassing. That was bad. I'm going to give them a little pass with the Philip Rivers energy and emotional ride that Indy was playing with. Their defense is like, we know we can't give up 14 because Rivers can't throw 14 yards. I'll keep begrudgingly here. I got my eye on you, though. I got my eye on you, Sam Darnold, with Seattle at 3.
All right, Geritol energy from Philip Rivers.
At number 4, the Buffalo Bills. They move into the top 5 with a massive win. They still got their issues. But I am going to put everybody in that franchise on notice that is not currently pregnant with Haley Steinfeld. If you don't make the Super Bowl, your job is in jeopardy. Blow the whole thing up, except for Josh Allen. This team is 4-1 when they allow 30 points. You know how hard to do that is? You know how hard that is to do?
Hard to do that is.
You know how hard that is?
As hard as putting that sentence together.
You know how hard that is to do if you don't have John Wayne as your quarterback? That you allow 30 points and you're 4-1?
Yeah.
That's insane.
I actually don't know what there is to blow up in Buffalo. It feels like Josh Allen and nothing else. So I don't know that a blow up is actually a thing.
It could be the coach and the GM or whatever.
Okay, I thought you meant team.
Could be team. Blow up.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a question about Josh Allen after the season. If he doesn't win, people are going to start saying like, okay, is he just Marino? He'll never win.
Because Mahomes is out of the way now.
Yep.
Burrow's out of the way.
Lamar may not make it. Like you've got all. You would be the top quarterback in the conference.
What?
I'm trying to count. 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3.
It's great radio right here.
That's 8. If he doesn't win it this year, history shows he has no chance of making the Super Bowl.
All right, number 4 on my list here. We got to stop disrespecting the Denver Broncos. They've won 11 in a row. They've got some of the best wins on the schedule. They've won, on the road against Houston. They won on the road against Houston. They just beat Green Bay. They won on the road against Philadelphia. They beat Kansas City. They've had such a strong run over the last 3 months. And as much as I don't trust Bo Nix, Sean Payton's a great coach, and that defense is really good. So I got the Broncos 4.
At number 4, I have
Duval.
I'm sorry, I'm buying them. I'm buying the Jaguars. Winners of 5 straight. Trevor Lawrence had 6 total touchdowns against the Jets. I know it's a bad Jets team, but 6 total touchdowns Sunday. The defense is really, really good. And 3 of their 4 losses are against playoff teams right now. So it's not like they've had, just bad losses all around. They're 10-4. Jaguars number 4.
4 for me is Buffalo. And then amongst a mess of Houston, Jacksonville, Chicago, Green Bay, I will finally put the Denver Broncos.
There we go.
Into my power rankings at number 5. But those are the 9 teams I had written down. That was painful for me.
Yeah, I too will throw Denver a bone here. It's a great win over Green Bay. I got to do it. They are one and done in the playoffs. And the likelihood is if they play Buffalo in their first game, because they are the 1 seed. So as things would shake up, they would play the 4-5 winner or a lower seed if the 4-5 winner works out, which could be Buffalo. If Buffalo wins and Buffalo beats Jacksonville and Houston loses, they would play New England. Then their first game is against Josh Allen. Good luck.
Number 5 is Houston. They've allowed more than 20 points twice this year. They just don't. They're the stingiest defense there is. If Stroud starts settling into place, becoming the guy he can be again, then they shoot up the rankings again. But 5 is Houston.
And I have the Bills back in my top 5. Bills number 5 for me.
All right, Rams, Patriots, Hawks, Buffalo, Denver.
Rams, Patriots, Seahawks, Buffalo, Denver. Wow, we have the same.
Rams, Bills, Patriots, Broncos, Texans.
Patriots, Rams, Seahawks, Jaguars, and Bills.
Are World Cup tickets now easier to get? And you may have a quarterback problem right now in Denton. The college football kegger, then below the belt with Sean and RJ next.
833-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
It is the college football kegger on 105.3 The Fan. Hot take alert coming up from Joel Klatt during this, but, you know, we got to start with the Michigan coaching search, and, of course, it has been narrowed to 3 names right now. They believe 3 hot names. Now, word is Clark Lee's name, your boy, is being thrown at.
He just got re-signed, 6-year deal.
I know. It's been he got that new one, but you know, Biff is their interim acting head, not Biff Tannen. Good reference, very good reference, but not him.
He said the team is angry right now. That's the stage that they're in. I didn't see in the article what that was directed towards. I mean, if they're angry at Sharon Moore, I don't know what and who they're angry at, but he gave them the option. If you don't want to play the Longhorns in the bowl game, you don't have to.
Angry at accountability, maybe?
Yes.
They're not used to it.
So they've had names like, Jeff Brom and Clark Lee and P.J. Fleck at Minnesota being thrown out there. But the 3 names that are the hottest right now for this job, Kalen DeBoer at Alabama. And if they lose to Oklahoma, I think there's a real chance that they do just say, hey, we gotta make a change here.
Aren't they just talking extension this week?
Yeah.
It's a joke.
The extension's a joke, or that they would fire him?
The whole Kalen DeBoer back and forth.
I know.
He was dead man walk. He was fired earlier in the year.
Yep.
And now he's good. And then if he loses to Oklahoma, he's going to go to Michigan?
Right. A team that's beaten him 2 times in a row.
Do you think he feels like McCarthy felt here at all? Like, you know how McCarthy was always like, even though he would put up results or whatever, it was like every other week he was getting fired, or he was like, oh, no, he's safe. He's fired. Like, I wonder if that's a similar experience for DeBoer.
Jed Fish at Washington. Now, this is interesting because he took this job from Arizona. He was in Arizona, took the job. His family moved back to Phoenix. They didn't like it, and they wanted to finish school there.
He's the heavy favorite in Vegas. 4-7.
And then Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. My boy, I love this guy. Now, he's an Arizona State alum. He's like, this is home, I'm not going anywhere. But his name's still being thrown out there. So those are the big hot names right now for this Michigan coaching search. And, you know, I remember the days we were a few years removed from that gentlemen's agreements. You don't steal coaches from other schools in your conference. Well, that's gone now. That's long gone. And we saw it with Lane Kiffin, obviously. We saw it with Dan Mullen when he went from Mississippi State to Florida. Long gone.
By the way, Sharon Moore has been charged with home invasion in the 3rd degree, allegedly entering the victim's residence for the crime of stalking, breaking and entering, or entering without breaking.
Well, there's some rumblings coming out of there too of stuff that's not public about him. That was just a bad situation.
Really?
Yep. He was a problem.
So this is the thing that people are throwing out there. If they had made the playoff this year, would they still have fired him? And that's like the dirty underbelly of sports. Is like you get away with a lot if you win. If you're 8-4, it's much more difficult.
It's tough if that girl reported it to the school. It's really tough at that point for them not to do something.
Yeah, it really is. So
is this the same AD that was there for Harbaugh?
Ward Manuel?
Yeah. Like, he needs to be fired.
Josh Pate said a month ago Moore was getting fired. But it didn't say more, but he said there's one coming that people don't know about because there's just something not out yet. So, I mean, I think even if they would have won, it wouldn't have mattered, really.
Okay, and that's where the Desmond Howard thing came in. Remember Desmond on his driveway said, don't be surprised if Sark leaves. And people are saying, well, now did Desmond know something about Michigan because he's a Michigan guy that knows that and knows that their first choice would be Kalen DeBoer, and that if DeBoer went, that Sark would leave and go to Bama. That was the tea leaves that everybody started kind of connecting the dots.
Okay. What a dumb... I'll apologize. What a stupid assumption.
Let's say
what a 7 degrees of separation.
Oh, it's big time Kevin Bacon. Let's say he does avoid jail time. Does he ever coach again?
No.
At any...
Not in college.
Yeah, does he... NFL?
No.
Position coach in the NFL?
Maybe like one of those. Oh, he's an intern this year. What is Sharon Moore doing? But no, I would guess
He can never be around college kids again.
He's going to end up coaching community college or something. It'll be one of those programs that like hires Art Briles every other year and then has to fire him after 2 weeks because they get too much heat.
All right, it is the college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. Joel Klatt or Dabo?
Joel Klatt.
Hot take alert from Joel Klatt. He's not a hot take guy.
I like him.
Right? I like him too. He is not a hot take guy. This is on the Next Round pod. And he was talking about James Madison, Tulane, and the group of five, and basically saying he doesn't like the group of five in the playoff.
The reason the group of five is included in this playoff is to avoid antitrust litigation. That's it, guys. Like, we're not looking for a Cinderella. Nobody cares in football about James Madison or the equivalent of George Mason going. Didn't George Mason go to the Final Four or something like that? Nobody cares in football about that. We don't want Cinderellas. We want the best teams playing each other at the end.
Okay. So
Bobby,
kind of me.
You did backstab us on Friday, but before that, I think I'm going to backstab you as I've tiptoed over to Team Choppy with keeping the small schools out.
Yeah, gatekeep, baby, gatekeep.
Now, I will say this. So what changed my mind is as the seeding was playing out and then the reality of, like, the point spreads. Like, I don't have sympathy. I have sympathy for Vanderbilt, the family. I don't love the Miami Hurricanes or Notre Dame. Notre Dame suffering. But it is a little ridiculous to have 20 We're basically paying the price for Boise State 20 years ago. And I've gone over to Team Chop of just having them form their own level and separate tournament and way to win some other insignificant title.
We're going to build a wall around the P4.
Sorry, Bob.
Build a wall around the P4.
Sorry, Bob.
It's
disappointing.
It's a really bad idea. You see it with the UNT news yesterday with Mestemaker. And I know we already referenced it, but Drew Mestemaker's going to transfer from UNT, which was expected. And Eric Morris got hired away from UNT. And this is what happens. Like, as much as you wanted to S all over UNT's program, UNT built a program that now Power Fives are coming through in their rating. And this is what happens. These schools build stuff up. They raid them. Honestly, I don't care if Joel Klatt thinks it's charity or not, because, again, Joel Klatt comes from also the lane of the big programs that think they're better than everybody else. You owe it to them, especially in the era of NIL, honestly. You owe a bid like that to them to give them an advantage to rebuild their programs after you're going to come in there and pillage them. There's got to then if you're going to tell me that they can't compete up here, well, then there's got to be more limitations put in about your programs coming in here and stealing from them. So if you're not going to give them that berth, which honestly they deserve, and like you mentioned, Boise State. Boise State was a team that everybody's like, nah, I can't compete, and then they became a team that competes.
Yeah, but it's not consistent enough of a thing for us to watch these two get blown out by 20, which is probably going to happen.
It's not a consistent enough thing because the NCAA doesn't allow it because they hold programs down like this. That's the point, is that they tried to hold Boise State down for a long time. They didn't want that.
And tried to hold them down how?
Because they didn't want to put them in the Fiesta Bowl. They didn't want to put them in those bigger games. You remember they had to go undefeated and whoop up on teams, and still there was should we even put Boise State in there? They're going to get run by Oklahoma.
Well, they're not holding them down now.
No, because they proved themselves and they burst through it. But that's what I'm saying, especially in the playoff. 12 teams, whoever that 12 team is, they're getting their ass kicked too. I don't care who it is. They're going to go to number 5. They're going to get their ass kicked. If that's the 12th team in the country, they're going to get run by whoever number 5 is too.
It wouldn't be the same. If Vanderbilt played...
We saw the last game year, all the home teams beat up on that. Yeah.
Are you telling me that the spread's going to be the same with Vanderbilt or Notre Dame versus JM? Don't say that with a straight face.
No, but I'm telling you, the chances of winning by 20 or winning by 10 or whatever else, the chances of them winning is pretty much the same. The 12 is not going to beat the 5 on the road.
But I personally want to see... And again,
I'll say this, you're not going to get a good game. 12-5 will not be a good game if you put the 12th best team in the country there.
It was last year, Clemson, Texas. Right, that was 12-5.
Yeah, but that was Texas, and they're underachieving.
Okay, I understand and appreciate where you're coming from in terms of it's a bunch of different things. It's what do I personally, selfishly want to try to enjoy? It could be a blowout. What do I want to enjoy tomorrow night and Saturday versus what they should have a right to compete for based upon alignment, and then also what you said in terms of losing players.
Right.
Number one at the top of my list.
My entertainment.
My entertainment.
My entertainment comes first.
Which would be more entertaining to you, though? You can have the series of games that you feel like are blowouts or whatever else. But would it be more entertaining for you to get, it was a competitive game and it was between two teams that I ultimately don't care about? Or would you care about one of those teams eventually? Because it would happen. One of those teams eventually going in there and beating the 5 team. That would be a more entertaining one game than all the other teams.
It's going to happen once in
every
forever.
20 years. Yeah,
it's not, if it happened more often,
like college basketball.
And
this is where the hot take really comes in from Joel Klatt.
Ooh, and you're going to turn on Joel Klatt.
There's so much portal distraction, so much portal transfer, though, that there's so much instability. Upsets happen at a more frequent rate in college football now. You are more likely to get one now.
100%. Absolutely agree with that one.
These two teams are getting destroyed in round one. They're just getting smoked.
I could see Ole Miss having, because they have no coach and such bad structure right now, like them being just
you said coaching's overrated.
I do, but it could be a mess.
It won't be. It won't be.
It could. Yeah. So
we can come up with our own show spreads if you like.
Now Joel Klatt takes a shot at the NCAA tournament.
The NCAA basketball tournament is a joke. It's the dumbest tournament and the least fair tournament in all of sports. We go and we put teams at odd times on neutral sites in a one game affair. Like, that doesn't crown a true champion. We're not doing anything that tells us who's the best team over the course of the entire season. You know, like, if anything, the NCAA basketball tournament should act exactly like the old World Cup, which we should have groups. They should all get guaranteed 3 games. They should be played at the higher seeds arena so that those seeds are rewarded for a quality game. And that way we don't just get to see, like, Kentucky one and done against George Mason or something like that. Well, that's stupid. Again, hottest of all takes, but that would make the NCAA basketball tournament far better. Neutral site, one and dones. What are we doing?
No, in your face, RJ.
Now it is. She's right. It does not produce the best champ every year. It very rarely does. That's very, very true. But the crap on neutral sites, that's the whole point of the neutral site. It neutralizes the advantage. That's the whole point of this. This is worst take of the week. No, worst.
The whole thing
Friday
is this is class warfare applied to college sports. That's what this is.
College Kegger right here on Sean and RJ. It's the Hump Day edition on DFW Sports Station. We have another Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte ticket giveaway for you to win in the 9 o'clock hour, and we want you to win it because y'all been bringing it strong. We got to come up with an 8 o'clock nickname. We need a cool nickname for 8 o'clock as well, because y'all picked it up the most amongst all the Tolos of the separate hours.
Grade 8.
Over the course of the past. That sounds too collegey. Joel Klatt may not like that. Bobby is next on the home of the Cowboys. Is Will McClay officially back? Next in below the belt right here on the Fan.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, Fast Breaks, Buzzer Beater.
world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take out my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is Will McClay back? Is he back, baby? Or is it another flop from the draft? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. We are near the end of the NFL season, which means grades are being handed out, retrospect grades on the NFL draft. You always got the initial grade the weekend after. Then you usually get a mid-season grade from people, and then they do the end of the season grade, and they look back at the draft, and those grades are always different. I was talking about this once with Rick Goslin.
Well,
and I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. I have a feeling, Sean, you're going to reject this thought. But he had said that after the weekend draft grades...
If it came from Werder, I would reject it. I don't know about Goose.
Goose is great. I love Goose. So after the weekend draft grades, the initial ones, he said the only way you can grade that at that moment, because you're just going by... do I like the player or not?
Yeah.
It doesn't go by anything else. You can throw that out there if you like, but it doesn't mean a whole lot. The only thing you can really grade a team on is, did you execute what you intended to? Did you cover bases?
The Mike Fisher theory?
Yeah, it's the plan.
I invented
Did they
that.
execute the plan?
I invented it.
Did you panic and make a trade that you shouldn't have because you didn't anticipate a player was going to be gone and it screwed you up? Like he said, basically, you could only have passing and failing grades. Did you pass? Did you execute what you intended to? Or did you fail? Did you screw up?
Yep.
And so after that, we may look in retrospect and grade you differently if the players were really good. But the only thing we know at that moment is, did you execute the plan or not? Which I always thought was an interesting way to look at it. So Tyler Booker, this is Bucky Brooks over at NFL.com, which Bucky's got some different takes sometimes.
Yeah.
So this could be all over the place. But he graded the 32 first-round picks and handed out draft grades. He gave 7 A grades out. Now, before I go down and give you the A grades, I'm curious, your grade for Tyler Booker as we approach the end of the season, the pick of Tyler Booker that the Cowboys made.
I would probably say B and ceiling B+.
Okay.
I could be in the B to B+ range.
Ceiling of, just in terms of this year, you could be talked into a B+, but you don't mean for the
Just
future.
this year.
Okay, gotcha. Chop?
It's got to be higher than a C. It cannot be an A. I was thinking B-, B-.
His PFF is a 71.
And he's getting better.
His pass block is a 60. His run block is a 78.
Okay.
Talking trash to me in Oxnard is a 92.
Right. Great on the curve because it's a rookie. Yeah, B-.
I'm grabbing end of the year clips for the end of the year, and I was going back, and that was one of the ones I was pulling, and just watching his face, he was so serious.
He was serious.
Like, you want to go race? Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, guy. So he was ready to go. Bucky Brooks, he handed out 7 A grades. One of them was the Dallas Cowboys and Tyler Booker.
An A.
Says Dallas's top pick is on record stating his love of dominating opponents at the point of attack. After watching Booker routinely snatch souls from defensive tackles over 60 minutes, I'm convinced the Alabama product is precisely what the Cowboys needed to reestablish their bully ball tactics up front. So he gets one of the A grades there, which, yeah, I think that...
What would yours be?
I'd be closer to you, probably B to B+. But that's just for...
I'd say B.
How he performed as a rookie.
I'll be influenced by PFF.
How he performed as a rookie, I think that he obviously missed a little bit of time injury-wise, but he continues to improve. That's all really solid. I think he's going to be an A player. I think in 5 years we're going to look back and say it's an A.
You
but
feel
right now,
more solid? You feel more guaranteed about Booker or Guyton?
Booker, I know exactly who he is. I mean, so after the Vanderbilt game last year, which you had I can't say storm the field, and you guys gently walked on the field and did whatever you did there. There was Dane Brugler had in his report before the draft that NFL teams loved that the reports they heard out of Alabama was that it was Booker that really started like smashing the locker and saying like, this is not acceptable.
Yeah.
And you guys need to get things in order. And he's such a good high character dude too. I still think the first week we were on the plane traveling, He's walking a plate, and you always bring the veterans food. And I mean, I told you guys this at the time, but he had extra fries, and he's like going to the media and sponsors' house, and he's going, fries? Do y'all want some fries? I have some extra fries. Do y'all want it? Like, he's just a good-hearted dude, but on the field, he is nasty. He's been playing a lot more violent lately, getting better in pass protection. I think that he's really, really good.
Yeah, you do.
Some of the other primary grades here that came out.
So this is just for the first round?
Yeah.
And he handed out how many A's?
7. So one of them is
I'm going to list
Booker.
them.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to list them. I'll show off my draft knowledge since we're about to do mock drafts nonstop around here. And we are the show of ball knowers. McMillan
is an A grade.
Warren.
Tyler Warren is an A grade.
Egbuka
is an A grade. Or no, Egbuka's B+.
B+?
Wow.
Will Campbell.
Will Campbell's an A grade.
Okay. That's all I got. And then you factor in Booker who?
Dart.
No, not an A.
For the 25th pick?
An A? No.
Bucky
he can't
Brooks.
be an A.
Bucky Brooks says, Jackson Dart. A. The flamboyant quarterback energized the Giants' offense as a dual-threat playmaker with a flashy game. Although his reckless playing style makes him susceptible to big hits, Dart's spectacular skills could make him the league's next superstar.
Oh, baby.
No.
It can't be an A. I thought about
Abdul Carter. He gave a D.
A D?
Mm-hmm.
How about Jihad?
Jihad?
What about
he is he is a B.
He's a B.
Mm-hmm. Golden? Which one?
Golden's not an A.
No, Golden's not an A. Golden's a D.
Did he give Loveland a B?
He gave Colston Loveland a B. Yep.
Okay.
Oh. Drafted him in fantasy.
Some of the other A grades here, you already got Tyler Warren. Right after that, Jalen Walker, A+ for the Atlanta Falcons. Next one on there, and I'm surprised Egbuka only got a B+. Apparently that's just because of the injury. Right after Jackson Dart, Falcons got another A.
Yeah, how can Jackson Dart have a higher grade than Egbuka?
I don't know, but it's
James Pierce got an A.
James Pierce got an A. So it was James Pierce, it was Jackson Dart, it was Tyler Booker, Will Campbell, Tet McMillan. The one that's really disappointing, he gave Ashton Genty a C. I don't think Genty needs to be a D. He's been so disappointing with everything that he's done so far.
Fantasy.
All right, I am so excited to play this clip because this is my favorite clip of last week, and I'm glad. I guess
Weren't you out last week?
Yeah, but I mean, this was. You think I'm going to miss an opportunity to hear this? I made sure to text it to y'all. So, who is the quarterback for the Chicago Bears? Oh gosh, if Chicolene was here, I'd pull him in right now to hear this audio.
Caleb Williams.
Is there any other way you would pronounce either of his names? His first or last name?
Well, definitely not Williams.
Williams.
No Williams.
Maybe you'd be a little literal if you're reading. Is that Caleb? I can't imagine you would do that.
Caleb.
None of those.
No.
None of those. Not Caleb, not Caleb. None of those. Mike McCarthy, what is his name?
Frankly, I wouldn't be too hard on Cleve because he's different.
Who?
He makes Cleve Williams.
It's Caleb. I mean, Jesus Christ, you were nowhere near.
Okay, you've never made a mistake.
I knew what you were talking about. We knew what you were talking about.
I was just giving you an opportunity to interrupt you. I love it when you talk about
That's a sweet name.
Hey, Cleve is a dog, though. No, but
Cleve.
Guys, sorry, Caleb. I cut you off there. I didn't know if you were talking about like a quarterback coach. I honestly did not know. I apologize.
Yeah, right.
Who? So here's what I got to know. Did he call him that in his interview with the Bears?
I was just about to say that's why he didn't get the Bears job. That's why they put him back on the plane.
Could be.
There's no. How do you not know his name's Caleb?
Williams.
I mean that you went through the whole draft process. Yeah. You went through an interview with the Bears. You would think somebody in that process would have been like, "Hey, it's Caleb." By the way, I don't know how you look at that and just go, "Oh yeah, that's definitely."
Because he was high on their. He was high on their list. There was talks about like he was the favorite.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
And then all of a sudden, obviously,
and then he said Khalib in an interview, and they went
Khalib Williams.
Not that. Not going to be able to do that. Not going to be able to work that.
Is this worse than what you brought up in the text about Michael Lombardi on our show?
Oh, Mekhi Parsons.
For years. After he became a stud, Mekhi.
I think it's worse for Lombardi from the standpoint that so many coaches just identify guys as numbers, which I never understood.
Oh, no.
Michael Parsons.
I think it's worse for McCarthy.
Because
it's an easier name. Number one,
it's an easier name.
2, it's a job he was looking at.
He was looking at the job.
3, he's the number 1 freaking pick as well.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb Williams,
dude.
Laura Oakman didn't coach him up on that enough as media coach.
I guess not. I've never seen her sideline reports for the Bears. Maybe she calls him that.
Yeah,
she might call him Caleb. I don't know.
She tries to sit there and dictate guests that come on in DFW as well. I'm a humongous fan of Laura Oakman.
Yeah, she's the absolute best. Glad I don't have to sweat her listening to things I say and things I tweet anymore. All right, so Sports Info Solutions.
Let me ask an honest question. I don't even know if I can ask Bobby. He's not.
I'll give you an honest answer. I promise.
If he came into the interview and said it, how much would you factor it in?
It would matter because I'd be.
If he said it like the whole time, like no one corrected him, and like you had an hour-long discussion about the quarterback, and he kept saying Caleb.
It would matter. It tells me just from the perspective of like, did you not prepare? Like that just feels like you didn't prepare even. It's such an egregious miss, though, too, that it's like, is that even about preparation, or is that just not knowing how that name is pronounced?
But is it as bad as Steven mispronouncing his own roster?
His own roster?
That's pretty bad,
too. The own roster's pretty bad.
You start throwing S and Z next to each other in last names. I mean...
yeah. I've seen enough meat. Like, we all have, like, mental blocks with certain things. But,
yeah.
You know, like...
Biotish... Ezeraku, these are the ones that Steven has messed up.
Yeah.
Florinay.
He hasn't messed up Ezeraku. He just says 41. He will not even try.
Caleb, now maybe we're younger. Caleb seems like a very normal name.
Yeah, it is.
A name that you see all the time.
Like if somebody went into...
And if you watch that clip, like Mike didn't just slip. Like, I think he thought it was Caleb.
Yeah, I think he thought it was Caleb. Like, Jordan Hudson, right? Her name is spelled with an O. Like, if you don't know, could you say Jordan and get away with it?
I'll take a little sip. That is such a stretch, dude. It's Caleb.
Yeah.
I've never heard...
Caleb's RJ mind. No, but Caleb is Caleb. Caleb, there's no excuse.
So this was actually...
If it was an I could see there to be an excuse.
So this came up 2 years ago when Mike took over the offense and they started putting in his language. His pronunciations came up because Dak talked about this during offseason practices. Their language in there, Dak was pointing at it, he goes... McCarthy told us in the press conference, he's like, why are you saying Duquesne? It's like, it's Duquesne, isn't it? Yeah. He's like, well, we just say Duquesne in the language of the offense. And he's like, do I have to say Duquesne? And McCarthy's like, you can say whatever you want. I'm gonna call it that, but you know what I'm saying, as long as you know what I'm saying, blah, blah. And so he said Duquesne was Duquesne.
Very odd, because he's from Pittsburgh, where Duquesne is.
Yeah.
Well, he tried to write that off with McAfee, like, that's
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, whatever that.
Yinzer.
There it is.
Like he doesn't know his own surroundings. Weird.
Below the belt right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Why is this 2 weeks now? He keeps sending it. Why is RJ Choppy trying to recruit one of the biggest DFW villains right here to the Metroplex? Final hour with another concert ticket giveaway after this.
Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Knicks have much bigger goals at the end of the year, but by beating San Antonio, they're leaving Las Vegas with a brand new trophy. The 2025 NBA Cup champions, your New York Knicks.
That's right.
Big game for the Cup.
Starting with an NBA clip, even with the Dallas Mavericks not playing, and the New York Knicks win the NBA Cup over the San Antonio Spurs. Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour Hump Day edition with Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden. Is it raining outside, y'all? Alec? Is it raining or is it just dark? And all right.
He gave
They're both giving it iffy.
Iffy wishy-washy.
It must be
sign.
one of those, like,
Mist.
looks kind of foggy or misty, so you're not exactly sure kind of things.
Okay, so the Knicks win the Cup. One of the biggest jokes in sports this entire tournament. I do want to crown, though, someone as my new favorite personality in all of athletics. It's Victor Wembanyama. This man's bringing back old school. And it is a shame, once again, that it has to be another foreign player. You hear that, Texas Rangers? There are foreign players in athletics. It's another foreigner that has to bring the old school Michael Jordan mentality to American athletics. First it was Giannis, and now it's Wemby. The other day, they stopped Oklahoma City's win streak, and he was crapping on them. He apparently hates Chet Holmgren. He's got a little grudge in there. He's like, yeah, we like to play a, pure form of basketball, taking a shot at the free throw merchant.
Right.
And I just love that he's willing to say it. Then yesterday, in previewing the Knicks, he's like, they're not like the most intelligent team, but it's not the most intelligent basketball system, but they're physical and they're tough.
Right.
This man.
Is that Jordan or is that just French superiority? Like you uneducated Americans.
Right. Well, whatever it is, I love it. I love this guy, and I'm rooting for him big time. Sorry to the Mavericks.
Well, he's a loser because they lost. They lost to the Knicks.
They did.
The Knicks.
Yep.
Hoisted their first trophy since
Dave DeBusschere.
Probably.
Basically. They won the McDonald's Cup back in 1990. That was the preseason NBA championship against Europe.
No, I don't remember.
It happened in the 90s. They did it for 10 years.
Yeah.
But this is their first title since Nixon, 1973.
Speaking of Victor Wembanyama, one of the most viral tweets on basketball Twitter yesterday that was getting Hoops Herald destroyed was there's a clip. He says, I actually think Wemby could be the first player ever that could have guarded this man one-on-one. And it is a clip of prime Shaq working over David Robinson.
Oh, my God.
And this account got dragged by basketball people.
Who tweeted that?
Hoops Herald.
Why are we even giving him the spotlight?
Because it's one of those accounts that people follow for there's good basketball text. And in it, one tweet, people were like, your credibility's gone, dude. Nobody's ever listened to you for basketball again. Yep. Do you realize,
that's like Royce saying Luka could win the dunk contest.
That is one of the strongest.
Well, he was thin back then.
That is one of the most. You're saying Victor Wembanyama would one-on-one guard Shaq better than one of the strongest, most cut Navy SEALs that played in the NBA, David Robinson, who he just worked over. Wembanyama would give up 60 to Shaq.
I mean, he'd be in the third row.
Yeah.
Shaq would put him in the third row.
He'd do the push like he did to
the fun
Dudley.
Shaq discussion is Joker. Not that Joker's going to stop him, but
he would draw him out.
Joker would make him tired on the other end.
Yeah. So that's the Knicks winning the Cup. Adam Silver, tell me who he's talking about. Who he commenting on as he sat down with Amazon, and I've sprinkled this in throughout the weeks, that Amazon's coverage with the Diggler and Blake Griffin getting a ton of praise, and Adam Silver took a little side swipe towards the others yesterday.
Of course, I've been watching it. By the way, in all honesty, I love the chemistry of you guys. I mean, obviously why you did so well in a team sport. I mean, the chemistry is fantastic. And I also just say quickly, as a fan, I think you do a great job educating other fans about the game, because that, I would say, has frustrated me in the past about some coverage when it's sort of reduced to one side wanted it more, or this side played harder. And when you guys are explaining, like, why can't a guy get a shot off? Why is a particular defense working? I think the studio you guys built is off the charts, and I think the technology you're using, and when you guys go out on the floor and demonstrate things, I can say as a fan, I love that part of the coverage.
I think that's towards ESPN and First Take a little bit.
Anyone who didn't play, because he is the king of he will kiss players' asses. He does it in his role as commissioner. He does it in his front of there. He has no backbone when it comes to dealing with players. So the fact that he's saying that to a table full of players is probably because he's just obsessed with players.
But he's also comparing it to the other networks and the topics they come up with. And look, there's been a lot of criticism towards the TNT guys. The current group of guys think they're too negative, and they're always just crapping on them. And My Day was better.
Well, they're doing that whole lot of the My Day. That's the thing. And then, obviously the jokes about not knowing who plays for who, all plays in there, but yeah, it's mostly it's revisionist history, which is fine. We
it's not mostly. I mean, yeah, it is. It's a lot of revisionist history, but I'll be as a selfish sports fan, I want to be entertained, and them being willing to the list of ass kissers amongst national analysts, like Tony Romo's an ass kisser. Troy Aikman is not. I respect Troy Aikman, and I enjoy his commentary a lot more. Collinsworth will go there a little bit. Olsen does it in a nicer way. Like Feinbaum, it's his shtick. Like, I don't totally respect Feinbaum because he's trying to, hot takes all the time. I love that the TNT guys, I don't view it as, oh my God, my sport's being attacked, I can't watch it. I love that they're blunt and they call people out. Shaquille O'Neal is not afraid, or Charles Barkley, to call out the biggest superstars in the sport. But younger basketball fans, a lot of them hate that, thinking that they're old, bitter men.
I was going to say, I've never felt from them. I've never felt from them when they criticize that they are
added in for
I generally don't feel like they're back in my day guys. Like, I don't feel like they're like, when we played the hoops, we would do it this way, blah, blah. Like, I don't feel like
they do it with load management.
Yeah, that whole thing. But, again, I think that's more just...
The NBA Cup, Charles, is like, it's a disgrace that we have to entice these guys to play in something like this, and they make more money from it.
I think, again, that's also just like, I don't think that's era bias. Like, there's sometimes with era bias, you get guys who clearly are a little insecure about they probably couldn't hang with the athletes of today's day. But, who was it? It was George Gervin talked about this. They said, do you think you could have put up 50 on LeBron? He's like, no, I wouldn't have scored on LeBron. And they're like, well, what? He's like, you can't. He's like, you really can't compare our eras. Like,
right. Evolution.
We were great during our time. He's great during his time. That's really the only way you can look at it, because advances in medicine and different ways to think that's why the athletes are different. And so I think generally their complaints are not so much bitterness about their era not being as good or whatever else. I think it's just they can't wrap their heads around it as guys who played and were competitors like that.
You've had your issues with TNT.
Look, I mean, I enjoy their entertainment. I do enjoy their entertainment. I don't think it's the greatest show. I don't watch it enough to get deep into the weeds, because I'm not staying up after the West Coast game to watch them BS for an hour.
Yep.
But there's no doubt they're entertaining. Charles is hilarious.
Yeah.
Shaq is hilarious. Together they make amazing content. But they do have an element of, I don't say get off my lawn, but My Day was better. I think that does obviously hack some players off.
Do you think that's related to era though? Like, do you think that's I guess
think the 90s players gatekeep like nobody else.
I don't think I'm communicating it well then, because just my thought process is here. Like, I don't think that's an inherent guarding of their era. Like, they're worried that's going to go down. I think it's just they have a different mindset, and so they don't like it. I don't think it's some sort of defense of where they play or when they played.
Yeah. All right. Will RJ Choppy be nominated I'm kind of missing out on Worst Take. I need to start giving some really wild, hot Feinbaum takes.
You're going to be in there for defending Klatt.
RJ Choppy could be a nominee for this Friday at 9 a.m. with your recruitment.
All right. So I saw this article. Did you read this article from Ramona Shelburne?
It was amazing.
It's fantastic. She did a great job.
Amazing.
And unlike We love Don Van Natta. But it takes you a week and a half to read it. It's so long.
Yeah.
Hers, much more USA Today like. It was long, but it wasn't like, hey, I need this is a
it's not Bill Simmons.
This is not absolutely.
Who I'd much rather read than listen to his voice. I have no idea how he dominates
pod center.
It's amazing listening to his podcast how dominant it is.
So she detailed the divorce of Chris Paul and the LA Clippers, and there were some points in here. It was like, man, like he was signed on to be the reserve role, and then that changed during, he goes to the media day, and he's like a voice of a veteran, and it changes as he
Preseason.
He's running practice as the leader of the second unit, and John Collins said, we were beating the first unit every day in practice.
Kicking their ass.
And then you get to a preseason game, and he's playing 19 minutes a game. He's averaging 8 points, 5 assists. It was a hardier role that had been discussed, and they're saying that really empowered him and changed his expectations. And they're like, if you wanted a cheerleader, why'd you sign Chris Paul?
You had him before. He's maybe the greatest player in Clippers history.
And they're saying executives from other team. This is how Chris is. He wears you out. He's convinced he's right. He often is right, and he'll go behind everyone's back to everyone else until you agree with him.
Yeah, damn, that's me.
Right. So they detail this Halloween party that players and staffers had at the stadium, a culture.
Chris organized
thing. Chris organized it with his wife.
Only a few players showed up.
Only a couple players showed up.
Chris wanted to talk about everything.
Yes, they lose to the Jazz opening night. He wants all the players to talk about the loss in the locker room.
They walk in the locker room and he said, let's talk about it. Come on, let's address it. Let's talk about it. And you got a bunch of old, quiet veterans like Harden and Kawhi who don't want to, speak. And they're like, shut the hell up. Get out of here.
Yeah. So Lawrence Frank and him started to butt heads. Jeff Van Gundy and him really started to butt heads.
Van Gundy hates his guts.
So, obviously not a fan.
A lot of this came to a head with the Mavericks Klay Thompson game.
Yes.
Kawhi's coming back off injury, and Chris is like, should he be running around chasing Klay? And Van Gundy accused him of changing the defensive coverage, and he goes, you stepped over the line. You don't have that authority here. Mm-hmm. And Chris is like, no, it's just a suggestion. Well, then Chris pops up on the team plane. This is Bobby. And he goes to everyone. He interviews them all in front of the whole team. Did I pressure you or was it a suggestion? The tism, minutia of it. Did I pressure you or was it a suggestion? See, they're saying it was a suggestion. And the executives are like, oh my God, you're a headache.
So an executive with a different team
sounds like a good point.
Said he was a pain in the ass when he was a great player.
You're going to get Chris Paul in a couple months. Watch.
They're saying, and now
I had a big call about that yesterday.
He's not a great player. So they decided they were going to move on from him. And Frank was like, because he had already announced that he was going to retire at the end of the year. And this just created this big, chasm between him and the front office because of all this that's gone on. And they decided to move on from him on the road. Which, I guess.
Yeah, that's really disrespectful.
Yeah.
They had a home video tribute plan for him.
Mm-hmm. And
they sent him home.
In the days since, he's been waiting for the team to trade him. He's working out at the team's old facility because he's still a member of the franchise, I guess. They still have his rights until he's acquired, by the NBA, by another NBA team. Paul was president of the Players Association for a decade. I mean, he's very in tune with what's going on. But there was a story out there that the Mavs, one of the front runners or favorites to land Chris Paul. And look,
here we go.
I think he's a calculated risk. He's a pain in the butt. But I also think every organization needs a pain in the butt.
You've also called him one of the most overrated players of all time and not a Hall of Famer.
He's
probably your most attacked NBA player ever.
He's a Hall of...
No, more.
Ooh.
He's gone at Chris Paul way more. He's discredited Chris Paul way more.
Yeah, he is a all-time. I will say this. He is a Hall of Fame loser. Okay? If you were to create a Mount Rushmore, and I don't even know, is Mount Rushmore on the Mount Rushmore?
Can't say that.
Of monuments. But if you were to create a Mount Rushmore of all-time sports losers, he's Lincoln.
Really? That's strong.
Okay. So make your pitch.
But every organization, not just in sports, in the world, needs a pain in the butt. We have Sean. Okay.
Wow.
He's look.
After I got you your day off the other day,
The
should have been more.
The bosses would probably say, "Who's the biggest pain in the butt in the station?" He will speak up.
Oh, not on your.
I was gonna say you answered me on the Reddit thing.
Oh, that's true. But you're just a pain in the butt.
Yeah,
Like
right.
Sean will speak up.
I could be a headache.
Sean can be. He will speak up. It's not entitlement. It's just he knows what he wants. He knows what he believes. What he thinks is the way to do things.
Courage of conviction.
Okay, courage of conviction, and that's Chris Paul. And I think Cooper Flagg needs veterans. Now, this could go really, really haywire. It could go really wrong because he could give him the wrong kind of development, give him a bird's eye view on how a leader leads, but also might give him how a leader doesn't lead, how to be a pain in the butt. That's not necessarily what you want, but you need it. Also, I do think Chris is so bad right now, it would help you tank.
All right, so there it is. RJ Choppy's suggestion. Chris Paul is a Dallas Maverick to help lead Coop. I say stay away right now because he's averaging 26 over the last week and just dropped 42. He don't need CP3 to be a headache. Or maybe you want him to help out with Jason Kidd. 877-881-1053 on the fan text, and that's the number to call to win our final concert tickets. And Nick Eatman has been fired by this show, and we have a song to celebrate it. Our Cowboys Insider after this. And this is Wild Fork Food.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, Choppy will tell you how it is now easier for you to get World Cup tickets at 9:40 as we crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. We have now replaced Nick Geatman. He's been fired in terms of job title of Trayvon Diggs Insider after our amazing interview yesterday with Jerry Jones every Tuesday at 8:30, Fridays at 10:30 with K&C. And Nick Geatman is joining us from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. This was going to be Nick's new intro before we became the Diggs Insiders with Jerry.
Is he ever gonna play again? Nick Geatman has got the wisdom, and even though Diggs can't defend, playing Carson isn't cool. Should've known better than to bump his head and done rehab at the Star instead. So is he ever gonna play again? What did he do to Flus?
Yeah, I like it. We should still roll in with that one, Nick.
Absolutely fantastic. Good morning, Nicholas.
That's outstanding. You know,
you don't know that song, do you?
Of course he does.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Guilty feet have got no rhythm or something like that.
Yeah, see, you got a lot of people mishear that line. He got it right. He does know George Michael.
TikTok song to the young kids now.
I love that song. This is one of those questions, though. I've asked this before. Like it's 9:20 in the morning. Is it good that that's the best thing you're going to have all day? Or is it a sign of a good thing? Or is it kind of now it's going downhill? Because I don't think it's going to get better than that the rest of the day.
That's why I drink.
That's why we replaced you on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
That's what Sinatra said, that he doesn't trust people who don't drink, because when they wake up, that's the best they're going to feel all day.
I thought you would celebrate and be happy that you have been fired and removed as Trayvon Diggs Insider after Jerry yesterday. Did you hear what he said? I thought it was a phenomenal explanation.
I did not, but maybe I will here after I hang up. So, no, I didn't.
Well,
I didn't.
Fortunately for you, we'll continue to do the work in your segment here as we have the audio clip. This was Jerry.
Hold on. Did he say he was going to play?
No.
This doesn't matter. Did he say he was not going to play?
Well, we want to know why. We were nosy. You know, we're being gospel. We want to know why. But basically, what we asked Jerry was, you're saying it's health. Shoddy and Diggs said he's healthy. So where's the miscommunication?
There's no miscommunication. I've never seen a player that usually wasn't wanting out there earlier than he got out there. He felt like he could go. I've never seen it. No, I've seen a lot of players say they couldn't go. But when you are rehabbing, when you're coming back, then it falls into that world where you go out and practice. And when you practice, you're asked to do things the way they're going to be presented to you in a game. And if because of your, I call it because of your health, you might, and your own personal way you play the game, and he's really, Diggs has a very unique way, in my mind, that he contributes to a team. And you've got to absolutely be at the top of your game because he will basically, at times, go away from the scheme to make a great play. And when he doesn't make, you can have a bad play. And so if you're not capable, and I've seen Deion Sanders, I've seen Diggs make plays that others can't make. But boy, you've got to be very capable physically of making those plays. When he is practicing, he's not convincing the ones that make those decisions. He's not convincing them that he's ready to make those kinds of plays.
I just thought, Nick, it was a tremendous job of combining Schottenheimer's little things, the intangibles, the discipline, doing things the right way with the physical thing that Jerry's been talking about, and boom, here we go.
Yeah.
I got to cut down on the sarcasm, I guess. So I don't know. The first thing I could think of was I'd hate for him to deviate from the scheme. You know what I mean? Like can't do that. I mean, that's the thing that's frustrating. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's not working. It's certainly not working. And you know, we've seen really good players. I mean, I think Deron Bland's a really good player, but he's not having a great year, obviously.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these guys miss, you know, the pass rush, whether it just was Micah or what Micah brought to the other side, the consistency there. And so now we're seeing that these guys just aren't as good around him. I don't think Deron Bland and the safeties and the guys just forgot to play football. So it's not working. And you know, this scheme, when you look at it, and I had a caller call in the show Monday that said, has anybody on this defense played better than they did last year? Anybody? Has anybody really elevated their game this year?
Ooh.
And I was like, I mean, yeah. I mean, like, and I didn't have it. And I think that's very telling.
Yeah.
And, you know, and when I kind of thought about it, broke it down, and I'm sure you could find somebody, but, you know, rookies are off the table because they're their first year here, and they haven't really met the expectations that they had going in. And so anybody else, you can't really say that they've, you know, turned the – maybe Osa's played – but it took Quinnen Williams getting here for him to really kind of step it up.
Nick, they've obviously got this decision ahead of them to figure out if they're going to activate him or not. Given how, I guess, tense it seemed and that it's building up a little bit, if he's not activated by that deadline, I mean, are they just not going to have him in the building anymore?
That's a very good question. Yeah, because and even if he's invited, will he be here? You know what I mean? Because that's the thing. I mean, and it feels like from our end, but then again, that's why I hate this stuff, because you don't know all the stuff that's going on. But it feels like, okay, I mean, he's trying, he's practicing, he's out here, he's trying to get it done. But that's why I think there's something else here. There seems like there might be contract related or you know, clauses in the contract or things like that we just don't know about that would you know, lead for him to not play, or if he gets hurt again, what that would mean. See, I don't know, but as far as just having him out here to play, yeah, I mean, I think he's better than what you have. And sometimes the freelancers are really good at going because they go and get the football. So I think that's what they paid for, right? I mean, he didn't just start doing this. That's the way he's played. That's what, when he's on his game and he's playing at that high level, he's really good. And that's why they paid him the contract that they paid him. So it's not like him going out there and playing Trayvon Diggs style. He got an interception, you know, like in one play was earlier this year. It was called back for a penalty, but I mean, he went out there and got a pick. So I don't know. It's unfortunate. That's all I got.
We have a developing situation.
Oh, no.
It is Texas time in Florida as Tua has been benched. Quinn Ewers will start on Sunday. Tua's due $54 million fully guaranteed in 2026. Too much laughing there on the sidelines for me. I did not like it.
He's benched, and they just announced that they are releasing Matthew Judon, the pass rusher. So if that could have helped you a couple weeks ago, maybe for the Cowboys. But.
All right, Nick, scenario time. And I already know your answer. I know it's going to make me upset. The Philadelphia Eagles, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, D&M Leasing Hotline. The Eagles win on Saturday. Mm-hmm. How many games would you prefer Dak Prescott to start and play the rest of the year?
Healthy Dak Prescott, as he is right now?
Yep.
Yeah, all three.
Oh, Nicholas.
I knew it.
Culture, baby. There we go, Nick. You got it.
All right.
It's not even that, guys. Honestly, I have a really sappy answer. It's not even about contracts and culture. To me, it's about Christmas. Seriously, there's a Cowboy fan somewhere in Landover, Maryland, that's going to go to the game, and all of a sudden he wakes up in the morning, there's Joe Milton out there throwing the ball around. When off the tree, there was a president with a Dak Prescott jersey.
Saint Nick.
Wow.
Get a new intro, Saint Nick.
It's like, Tom Brady's coming to the end of his career. We just got to see him play.
What's that Cowboy fan gonna do next year if something happens? Dak, like Burrow and Mahomes.
Well, then he'd go get a Joe Milton jersey. Then you can go get him in the pro shop. But, I mean, go out there and play. I mean, how many DeMarcus Lawrences do you need? I mean, seriously. They all can't do it. I mean, that's what D-Law did last year, but they all can't do that. So, no, I'm for going out there and playing. But
you don't want to see Joe Milton.
You want to see Joe Milton?
I want to see a higher draft pick.
Yeah, I want to see. I want to see a higher draft pick. That's it.
All right. Well,
I want to see Dak week 1.
In all seriousness, though, like in terms of your experience, you've done this a long time there. The culture of finishing strong or losing out, because this is how they did end up getting Zeke. The carryover effect is really what in reality?
I think that I don't know if there's a lot of carryover, because I don't see a lot of carryover from week to week, much less after the season and all that. I think what it is you going out there and you want to see what you have. And I mean, there's some people in the building that might want to see Joe Milton, but I think as far as Dak goes, from a competitor standpoint, he wants to compete. He wants to get better. He wants to get on the same page with his linemen, his receivers, and tight ends, all that stuff. And, you get 17 of these. I think that's his mindset. That doesn't mean that the Cowboys won't override that. If he's banged up at all, that changes things. But if he's not, I think, to me personally, I think you go out there and you go play football games. I mean, you're paying $60 million a year. And you can look at it from an investment standpoint, but I look at it more like it's your job to go out there and play football. I mean, like if they call that old school, whatever, that I am. So, that's just kind of the way I approach it.
Thank you, Nick. You let us know if you want this to be played with future appearances.
Is he ever gonna play again? Nick Eatman has got the wisdom. And even though Diggs can't defend, playing Carson isn't cool. Should've known better than to bump his head and done rehab at the Star instead. So is he ever gonna play again? What did he do to Flu?
I don't know what's said after bump his head, but I know y'all laughed twice.
Great TikTok song.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Fantastic job, Roberto.
Oh, thank you.
Fantastic.
It's very high. It's a very high song.
Let's see if RJ Choppy can get you those World Cup tickets. Crosstalk with K&C is next. But let me get you on over to the Low T Center. It's days like this, a lot of people get dragged down by the weather. And the motivation and the to-do list, it's going to be put on the back burner. Well, that's not happening if you stop by with our friends at Synergen and Low T.
Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Avenged Sevenfold in Good Charlotte at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Man, it's taking you back.
Oh, it's good. Listen to this yesterday in the car ride home.
That should be how you tease into the giveaway, is you jumping in there singing Shepherd of Fire.
I know, right?
That was awesome.
Thank you.
I need you guys' help with something, please.
Ratings?
No.
We're here.
We're doing great.
Yeah.
You are doing well. Aiden looked in here all scared.
All right, so we're constructing our great Christmas movie bracket for tomorrow. And
I already helped you with this. I texted you back immediately.
Yes, you did. You did.
Which one, though?
Which what?
Oh,
there's
yeah,
multiple versions of that.
Sean's response was great because he said Grinch.
Did Sean say he'd give you a Wild Fork gift certificate instead of a list?
I don't know how many people that's for.
That's a really good
reference. Hey, guess what? All that's gone next year. You're going to get me? No, you're getting me.
I didn't do that.
You can thank the powers that be. You're getting me for 15 minutes next year.
Do that.
At Peace-a-thon. The kids are not getting fed.
Oh, my God.
I'm canceling Wild Fork.
FM
By the
kids,
way,
huh?
no experiences, no charity, no money out of my pocket anymore. You're going to get 15 minutes of radio since that's just as good and more valuable.
The guy that won
Me and Lucius together.
the Wagyu package, by the way, he ended up buying a dino rib while he was there. So
I saw it.
Added
I saw
up.
the picture.
Nice.
I'm sure he appreciated
What
it.
dinosaur does that come from?
Bronto.
Choposaurus.
Ooh, that sounds fun. So I asked you, and you said Grinch, and I said Jim Carrey Grinch ? And his response was sure.
Yeah.
And it just felt
Because
like
I feel like I have answered this already for you.
that was a year ago. I forgot.
Yeah, you could like a new movie now.
Guess what?
And guess what? I guarantee you our rankings change year to year, too.
Yes, they absolutely do, except for Peyton, who I do believe is pretty consistent in voting Home Alone 2 as his #1 Christmas movie. Thus, the conundrum.
Is that an all-time bad take to have 2 over 1?
You know why he has 2 over 1.
No.
I
Is there a
don't either.
girl in it?
He's a child.
There's a cameo.
Oh, I would have guessed Choppy.
Oh, Donald Trump's name?
Okay, so we've got
good. 2's very good.
We've got a tie. Okay, we'll deal with that later. So we have a tie for the last spot. Home Alone 2 versus The Christmas Chronicles. Do you have strong thoughts on one or the other?
Home Alone 2.
Okay.
I don't know
I
the
couldn't even
Christmas
tell you who's in the
Chronicles.
Christmas Chronicles.
I think you would like it.
No,
Kurt
Christmas
Russell
Chronicles
is
are better.
badass Santa Claus. It's really good.
Christmas Chronicles is a better movie, 1. 2, like, Home Alone 2 builds on the initial idea of the first one and then just goes like, let's change the backdrop a little here. So I don't know that you can put it up there. It feels like it's just like riding coattails.
So how many teams are in this or movies?
Just these two. It's now these two.
16.
Oh, 16. So these two are battling for the 16 spot to go up against Home Alone, the #1 seed in the first round.
Oh, I think it makes a lot of fun for Home Alone 2 versus Home Alone 1.
You know what? This is actually a great example.
Whoa.
So Choppy, Home Alone 2 is an inferior movie to Christmas Chronicles, but Home Alone 2 had the extra berth as the 16. It's the charity berth, so it's nice to see you've evolved. They're the UNT. Picture Home Alone 2 as the UNT, and now he's
Did they
arguing for
lose
that
their
side.
best actor?
They're going to probably.
In the transfer portal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
It's not
he was
official
elected
yet.
president.
Oh, it's not official yet.
I mean, it's going to happen.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, today, where are you at in this Cowboys season grieving process at 10 o'clock?
I'm still angry.
Also,
Angry?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I listened to your interview with Jerry yesterday.
and speaking of, at noon, Jerry brought it up. So what does the Cowboys' future salary cap look like? And we'll go shopping
Crunch
just a
the
little
numbers at the Nerdmatorium.
bit. And at 1 o'clock today, a Dak Prescott appreciation segment.
Oh, Bob. Oh, is that co-host? Is Bobby in for that too?
He's already sent me all of his notes. So
Because somebody said that Dak Prescott, we're covering for him, and he's the most overrated player in the history of football.
The history of the NFL.
And I was like, first of all, in your face, Joe Namath.
Y'all haven't typically covered for him.
Yeah. And secondly,
Hey, Kevin's been a hater.
You've covered him. but-
What?
You've been an anti-Dak.
False.
Was it Romo?
I'm a Dak
So
Prescott
we were
realist.
team Dak against Romo. At that
true.
time, we were like, look, man, he's had his opportunities. After 8 years, if you don't win one, I mean, that's a fact. You pointed out this morning.
Who would Chris Young have picked?
We'll get to that in a second.
Romo, yeah.
Wow.
And then, as things have evolved, you got to look at the reality that you see in front of you. This is the best Dak's played, though. This is phenomenal. This is great. There have been a couple other ones.
I'm thinking about 2 other years. One of his 3 best.
When he finished second in MVP voting?
Yep.
Nobody talked about that very much.
People mention that?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, this is his.
I can't keep track of you and Dawson's Dak takes.
Well, it's not just that. Did you know that only 6 or 7% of people have ever seen a NFL game in person? I don't know if you've ever,
is that true?
I don't know if you've ever heard
I've heard that one before.
Give me Dak's grade for the year, Kevin Hagelin.
B+.
Okay.
That's accurate.
Cannot go below that. It cannot.
Right.
Has to be B+.
What is your grade?
It's an A+ against the NFC East.
I can see that.
Maybe A, B+ or A.
Okay. No A-.
Maybe A-.
Yeah, move on.
One of the ones.
A-.
A-.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sometimes it's weird. People get outraged at that. I'm like, it's not too far apart. If you say A- versus B+.
Look, as
So why not just say A-, Kevin? That's
a
why.
fair point. That is a fair point.
I'll say a 90. That way it depends on the school, whether it's an A- or a B+.
Man,
Do some people give B+ for 90s?
Yeah, they
90
give,
has to be an
does
A.
not sound like
in
a
my
real school.
In my college, it was like
what?
When I was in
At
school-
Tennessee, if you got a 90, that's a B+?
I think a 92. Well, a B+ went to 92.
What?
You don't know.
I never got them.
Yeah,
but I know it from 78 and 82 was a C+.
What?
It was all.
That's insane.
It was all mishmashed or whatever, curved, all that crap.
Get us into the World Cup.
All right. Well,
yes.
First of all, this is the most maddening process I've ever gone through.
Even divorced?
Trying to get
This is the second most maddening process I've ever gone through.
Trying to get tickets?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
no, making the team, Kevin.
I was cut very early in the process. Okay,
that's right.
But
that's fair.
Here's what you got to do: you got to sign up. You got to go to FIFA.com. You got to create an account. Then, when you create an account and you get a FIFA ID or a login, you think you're done. You're not done. Yeah. Then you have to go to the next step of the process. You have to get in a little waiting room. It takes 15 minutes. A clock goes down. So I set the clock 15 minutes, and I make sure I wait. And then you got to go into another side waiting room. It's like you're going to see the doctor here. All right. And then.
Did you wear a mask for this too?
Right. I did not have to wear the mask for this one. So then it's like, do you want to buy tickets? Well, if you want to buy tickets, we'll call you if your number gets picked. Well, then if your number gets picked, then guess what? You got to go into another waiting room, and then you got to fill out all your credit card information. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped a step here, Sean. You got to pick your favorite team. Because they make you pick your favorite team. So it's like, all right, Team USA. Well, Team USA doesn't play here. So if I want to go see Team USA, I got to buy tickets in freaking Seattle. So I picked random selection. So what you do is you go to random selection, and then you start picking out the games. All right, Argentina, Croatia, or whoever they're playing. England, Croatia, Japan and Netherlands, Japan and the World Cup Qualifier X.
Yeah.
Okay, so you pick those games. And then you pick class 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Oh, my God.
Do you want to be in class 1, 2, 3, or 4? 1 is the highest price, 4 is the cheapest price. Well, you just select them all. Say, I'm willing to go to the next one. Okay, well, now, here's what you do. You put your credit card information in. And then in February, they will do a random draw. And if you get selected, they don't send you an email and say, do you want the tickets? No. They just charge your credit card.
So you can just get a hospitality spot for like $4,000.
Right. So you could sit there and you could wind up saying, I want 8 games. And you put on for 8 games because it's a lotto. So you just don't know. You're assuming you're going to get just one.
They're going to charge
but
for 8?
But if you happen to get 8 games, they charge you for all 8 games at that one time.
Are you sure?
I'm dead serious. Now, you can sell them back.
It's impressive that you remembered this whole process.
You could sell them back or give them back, I should say, to FIFA and say, no, I don't want them.
Okay.
But you're already been charged. And then so there's like a 24-hour period where you can do that, and then if you miss that 24-hour period, now you're going to Game Time. You go to the Game Time app, and you're going to sell them on the Game Time app or on whatever else, right?
I must have messed up the title. I must have misread this segment. I thought you said it's easier to get the tickets.
It is easier to get the tickets now because FIFA has been destroyed for their prices.
Yep.
These prices are crazy. The cheapest price, I think, right now for the finals is about $5,000. Well, they are now going to open up some tickets because you have some nations. Not every nation gets the same price. The Team England tickets are more expensive than tickets from whatever the poorest nation would be, right? They're a little bit more affordable for the fans. Yeah, for the a little bit more affordable for the fans
lately
of those teams. So they are now making tickets available for $60 for some fans for the World Cup. So there are going to be some $60 tickets.
Wow. But even that, they put like a bootleg description on it. It was like, do you want the basic plan for your $60? So I was like, why can't I just have like superstars?
It is a mess. It is so difficult to go through this process.
Like immigration's easier.
Yeah, it is.
Was the men's national team coach who was like destroying U.S. soccer fans for not going to more games or being more involved?
Oh, I remember this story.
Yeah, so it doesn't sound like soccer's making it very easy to get to stuff anyway.
Yeah. Well, those other fans are going to get there.
Yeah. But those aren't U.S. They're not
so they're better fans than U.S. fans.
But that's what he wants.
His point.
That's because they're used to paying with euros and stuff anyway. That's already odd.
So it's called the supporter entry tier. That's what it is.
Did you go through all this? You said you were trying to get tickets.
Yeah. So luckily, also there's an avenue coming up through my credit card to kind of skip some of those loopholes.
And you?
I tried to sign up yesterday. I was stupid. It took too long, and I quit.
Really?
My kid can deal with it.
Oh, with the credit card?
I did take
I'd be careful by that credit card now.
I just took a quiz to find out which team I should root for. It says Croatia.
Oh,
what were the questions?
America?
Who's your favorite outsider?
Ruler?
I went with Emilio Estevez's 2-bit. If somebody steps on your foot in a bar, what do you do? What do you guys do?
Be like, yo,
move my foot.
Yeah, I just act like it. Like that was probably a mistake, and I move on. Yeah,
you're France.
I'm Switzerland.
All right, what about a punch in the face? What country?
Oh, see,
Colombia.
That's a good question because a headbutt feels like it would be England. So
there's some hooligans, man.
Yeah.
I just
want to keep doing stereotypes.
If it's not USA or Italy, I want Scotland.
Oh,
I just think they party.
I could see you wearing a kilt.
Yeah.
He's worn. Have you seen his calendar photo?
Oh, yeah.
With the dress?
Wait, what?
Is it the yellow sundress?
Yeah.
Up the stairs and everything.
Yeah.
I
lost my fantasy football league. Again.
I don't think I have seen that.
That wasn't the bet payoff, though. He just lost.
Yeah, I just lost.
Okay.
We're back tomorrow morning. The K&C Masterpiece is next.
Tribute.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, oh, man, Corey Majors, and, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today?
Good.
Alec, how are you doing?
I'm great.
Now, quick question. I want to know how everybody out there in Radio Land is doing. But also, whenever they say laughter is the best medicine, do you think it's because they don't know about real medicine? Because it feels like that would be the best medicine.
Or maybe they're... Dude, I can't see you, and this is stupid.
You could sit right there. We sat right next to each other in the prep room.
That's how I got sick.
Corey doesn't feel well. We're worried about spreading germs.
Medicine is...
We're still doing the show together.
Medicine sometimes is ineffective.
What kind of medicine?
I wasn't expecting follow-ups.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just trying to jab at you.
All right.
That was a fake laugh.
But, laughter... Listen, dude, when I came in this morning and sat down, you saw me when you walked in. I was trying to eat an apple.
You look sad eating that apple.
It's just... Anyway. But then we started talking. And just as always, Alec, I start chatting it up with Kevin, and I start feeling better about life. We start cracking jokes about stupid Christmas movies we've watched, and I was like, you know what, I can do this. And then we stopped talking, and I'm like, I shouldn't have stopped talking to Kevin. And then we start talking again, and everything gets better. So, Kevin, you're doing great.
Okay, so
my guess.
My take on that is keep talking, I guess, is what I'm going to go with.
This show makes me feel better about a lot of things.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I come in here, and there are some days where I'm just like, man, how could I go home and be in a bad mood after what we just accomplished?
Right.
And then I see all the Tolos out there that are always like, hey, you guys help me feel better about this, or you guys, I've been going through this, and you guys help me make it through that month. And I'm just like, geez, man, the responsibility, I want to live up to it. I want to be part of it. It's a lot of fun to know that we make an impact on people's lives. So,
by the way, you can help make an impact in my life today by voting for Home Alone 2 or The Christmas Chronicles. Really help us break that tie.
I don't like Home Alone 2 at all.
Stop in. Well, yeah, because I think Peyton is great. The end of Home Alone 2 is stupid. That old lady, she is becoming friends with Kevin McAllister, and he's like, oh, here, I got you a turtle dove. Oh, great. She's still effing homeless. You know what you could have done? Let her stay with your family at the plaza and all that food and all those presents. He rode in a limo to eat a pizza. She's homeless and starving. And he's like, here's a freaking turtle dove. Get out of here, man.
Didn't she love birds?
Yeah, she did.
So that was
because
the
she
best
probably
present.
ate them to survive.
Oh, my God.
Because she was homeless. All right?
So you're suggesting...
She doesn't just live at the top of the church with the birds and subsist on nothing.
You're suggesting that commercial we're getting right now where they're like, hey, look, if things go wrong and there's ice on the ground, throw some bird seed down. She would throw it in her limo and then eat all the birds that she attracted.
Yeah, well, in this scenario, Kevin McAllister wants her to eat the bird seed off the ice because he's not giving her any of that delicious room service plaza food where he spent $1,000 on room service, or they have the biggest freaking room in the world. She would sleep on the floor or the couch next to that Christmas tree. And he's like, nah, I'm good.
Man, dude. He'd probably run her over with that car, with that limo. He'd be like, get her out of the way.
And then I don't know about this.
Throw some pizza rolls out of the top of the limo and be like, there you go, Porsche.
Cheese pizza.
That's what he would say.
From the 469, that bird lady in Home Alone 2. They said she could get it.
What?
That's what that person texted in.
All right, let's go look at this. Home Alone 2.
From the 940. Kevin, be honest. You aren't letting her in your hotel room either. Yeah, I am. Because we're at the plaza. We got all those extra rooms. She could sleep in another room.
Dude, it was Christmas one year, and I was heading to my grandparents', and I stopped at 7-Eleven to get some gas. And there was a dude, and he looked like he had a rough night. Like, he looked like he got stitched up, and he was just sitting there, and he was like, man, I could really use a ride. It's like right up the road. Could you please give me a ride? And I was like, dude, hey, let's it's Christmas time, right? Let's do something nice for the community. And I said, hop on in, dude. He gets in the car, pulls out a Bud Light, and I'm like, you can't drink in my grandma's car, because it was my grandma's car. And he goes, okay, and he put the beer outside of the car and then started throwing up in my grandma's car. And I was like, you need to get out now. And I'm sorry, I tried to do a good deed on Christmas and it backfired, because no good deed doesn't get a punishment.
Goes unpunished. Man, I had no idea that so many people had such fiery opinions about Home Alone 2.
Brenda Fricker is Pigeon Lady. That's her name.
That's great.
There was a time.
And then I'm going to read this text in the nature in which I believe it was sent in. Slow day in sports, boys. Shut up.
What are you doing right now?
Shut up.
This is the K&C Masterpiece.
This is how we always do our show.
We're on radio right now. Enjoy it.
We got lots of stuff to talk about, but sometimes we get derailed by ridiculous nonsense to start it off. And we're also helping people from the 469. I'm not feeling well either, but listening to you and Kevin makes me feel better. Hope you feel better, man. Corey, I hope you feel better. Hopefully our brand of ridiculous nonsense will help people feel better. And then also from the 619, the person who said that, maybe you're Rey Mysterio, maybe you're not. Look, man, there's a reason that ESPN Radio and DFW shut down. Is because we closed their ass down, because they were like, if you look at the number of assisted versus total tackles in each, nobody wants that all the time. They want some fun too. So lighten up and party with us.
It's the holiday season.
See? Corey knows.
Facts.
All right. Now let's get to a serious topic. If you would have given that lady some food... No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Where are you at in the Cowboys season grieving process? Because I said in crosstalk, when you teased that I was angry. I was still angry. And Sean did look at me a bit quizzically, and he was like, angry? Yeah, man, I'm still angry. And I think listening to Jerry yesterday made me angrier.
Oh, no.
Because I just think, and look, he has billions of dollars and runs a football team, and I have neither. But I just think his thought process about the rest of the season is so short-sighted. So short-sighted. Oh, man, do you have any idea how much those wins could carry over to next season? You're not making the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So you would rather go 9-7-1 with pick, 16, than go 6-10-1 with pick 8 or 9? That's preposterous to me. Like, it makes no difference when you go into the start of next season. Nobody's going to be like, well, they get a bonus win because they ended the season so strong. And so I think that made me angry all over again, because I was disappointed. I'm always disappointed when the Cowboys don't make the playoffs. And I know the logical counter is, well, they never make it to the Super Bowl or even the NFC Championship game. I hear you, but I am a fan of the Cowboys. And so it always bums me out when my team doesn't go wherever I hope that they will. So they're not going to make the playoffs, and that bums me out. And then when I hear Jerry talking about the importance of winning a game when you're not even in playoff position, I just think that's so short-sighted and part of the issue that this franchise has had for years and years and years and years.
But he is supposed to go, hey guys, our plan is to go ahead and tank the rest of the year. If he says that, they're in trouble.
Yeah, no, definitely don't say it like that. But to me, that's a situation where all of a sudden you're like, hey, let's see if Leafau can shift over and play alongside Overshone at all. Or let's try this. Or, hey, maybe Joe Milton does play the second half. Like, I'm not saying any of these players are destined to be stars or anything like that, but I would really love some of the younger players getting more opportunities to see what they can be for this team. And you're still trying. You're still giving it your all with the players who are out on the field. You just switch some of the players who are out on the field to determine quicker what they could or could not be, whether that's Shamar James or whoever else.
Yeah, I think that when Jerry says a win is big, you see what it does. He's talking for about a lot of different areas, not any that we actually benefit from. That's where, I want to ask the question to him on Friday and see. I hope he's not offended by it. That's the thing. The question is, can you separate? Do you separate the success on the field and the success off the field? Because you should. You should look at the success on the field and be like, we didn't make the playoffs, we didn't make the Super Bowl, it was not a success. But he also knows, well, we did this. We had the highest rated Thanksgiving game on the planet. He's
Amazon.
Yeah, so he's very unapologetic about it. Like that's definitely how he feels, is that the Cowboys as a whole were successful. And so whenever he says a win is big, he's talking about what it does for the guys in the locker room, what it does for the stock market of the Dallas Cowboys, and it keeps them relevant in the conversation too. So that's what he's saying. I understand.
Can we pause on one of the things that you just said? Because this is what I would love to know more about. And maybe this is a great opportunity whenever G-Bag talks with Jake Ferguson. I would love to know more about that. And if everybody in the locker room does think, hey, I know we didn't make the playoffs, but you're damn right it makes a difference when we win a game in the locker room, even if it's meaningless in terms of getting to the playoffs. Because if to a man across the locker room, that's what they said, well, then that's hard to fight against.
Yeah, and Mickey will say this too. Guys out there are they're playing for next year. They're playing for their next contract. So going out there and telling them, sorry, you have to sit, isn't going to be rub well with them or their agents and all those things.
Well, they should have played better then.
You're right, but you got to get them out there. That's part of that.
Because I would never, ever advise any player going out there and not giving it their all. It's just in some situations I was like, I saw what you have. Mm-hmm. Hit the bench.
Yeah.
Now it's time for this guy.
Yeah, and I mean, he's saying you got 3 games, Eberflus, to show us. Like the totality of the season, the entire body of work. We saw the very, very bad, and quite honestly, Kevin, they didn't do a good enough job providing for him to have a very good to start the season.
Right.
And so now they're saying it's all on the line for him, which I think it's very much like McCarthy. It's an uphill climb that you can't complete. But he's going to try, and that's so. If you're asking where I am with the. What's the word you used again?
The stages of the grieving process.
I was already resided to the season before.
I've seen people say that post Lions loss.
Even before that, like I was excited, but I saw I kept asking, how narrow are these margins? Right. Because you have to be realistic about what you're dealing with, and this team isn't reeling off 9 wins in a row. So I saw the beginning of the season, and I just never saw anything that made me believe, okay, all of it's changed. The team is pretty much still the same, Kevin. Even whenever they beat the Raiders in a fantastic way, and then they give up 26 points, 30 points, 40 points. Okay, so it's really didn't change that much. And so that was the reality of this team. So I guess I'm just kind of already looking ahead to next year and already starting to think about, and that's why I am judging Kenneth Murray. I've seen a lot from you this year. I don't think that's going to change.
Yeah.
I'd be perfectly fine throwing somebody else out there, Kevin.
Now, from the 817, and see, I just disagree with the way this person phrases it, and I think people view it the wrong way. When you cheer for the Cowboys, they seem to insinuate that you got tricked by Jerry. And so this one's a good example from the 817. Can't believe y'all got gaslighted by the Cowboys. Jerry sold his soul to get the Cowboys, and now they are cursed until he leaves. Mic drop. That's not a mic drop because you're wrong.
They also got 3 Super Bowls after he sold his soul.
That's yeah. Remember that interview? He goes, "You like those 3 Super Bowls?" But
I'd like 2 more.
Yeah, I didn't get gaslighted, and neither did Corey. I said I think 9-8, and you might have said 8-9. Maybe I have that reverse. But neither one of us thought that they were going to make the playoffs. But that's the whole point of fandom.
I said 8-1.
Okay, yeah. Well that could very much happen. But you still root for it to happen. That doesn't mean I got gaslighted. I don't think most Cowboys fans get gaslighted. They're just fans. And this is part of being a fan, is you believe even when all evidence suggests contrarily. But the other thing is, and we talk about this a lot. I see people saying it doesn't affect me anymore. I have said this many times. I wish that could be me. I wish the Cowboys could lose and I could be like, whatever. That's just not the way I fan. And for everybody who fans that way, I am 100% envious of not being able to have those highs and lows off of those wins and losses.
So you're saying that they can fan how they want.
That's right.
And they should respect how you fan.
That's right.
What if they don't respect how you fan?
Well, then that's fine. We'll just have to agree to disagree. But I don't think Jerry fools anybody. Whenever they're like, oh, he's selling everybody.
So Jerry didn't. I thought the team tried to trick me in that 3-game win streak.
They played better.
They played. I saw things that I was like, ooh, if. And we kept saying the same thing. If the defense can be mediocre, this offense is good enough to carry it. And the defense the special teams wasn't mediocre against Detroit. So then that fell off on you, too. So I'm there, dude. I'm here.
Yeah.
Making my way the only way I know how.
Okay. And so for people out there, I'm curious, next step, have you already started watching draft prospects? Do you hope for that 1%? Hope to play spoiler for other teams? Do you disconnect from football?
I'm this close to starting the process of figuring out who I want to root for in the playoffs.
Okay.
And it's not the Eagles.
Yeah. That's
so shut up.
What you say.
Debatable.
We're the K&C Masterpiece, indeed. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we've got that Motley Crue ticket giveaway coming up. But coming up next, NFL Overreaction or Reality, right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the
of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
They got a tight end in motion. Prescott gives it to Williams, plunging at right guard. Touchdown, Cowboys. Brevin span forward, pulled out, got a block. Beebe got a block. Booker got a block. Williams got a touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's fire up some NFL overreaction or reality. Statement number 1. Overreaction or reality. You will watch and or listen to all 3 of the Cowboys' remaining games live.
Every second of it?
Yep.
No. Overreaction. If they're in the middle of they're getting blown out, I'll be like, what's my point today? I've seen what I need to see. Very similar, Kevin, to how I treat the Stars games. If you go into overtime, I only need to see one more goal. I watched everything that happened leading up to that goal, all right? And then that goal set the standard for me. It closed out the game. So with the Cowboys, I'll watch everything up until I'm like, okay, that's when the game was over. And now this team has proven they do like to come back late a couple different times. But I don't think I'll see every single second of every single game live. But I guess we'll add this, though, because there've been some nights driving home from the Bearded Monkey where Babe and Brad have really done a fantastic job. So make sure you listen.
Yes.
It's really good stuff, dude.
Absolutely.
They're entertaining as hell.
I mean, look, and you don't have to take away from anybody who wants to enjoy every minute,
I'm not
every
taking anything from anybody, dude. I'm not a bully.
That's what I just
Don't talk to me like that.
Alec, man, I like belligerent Corey. That's sick, Corey. Alec, overreaction or reality? You will watch and or listen to all 3 of the Cowboys' remaining games live, because I'll tell you, for me, that is an overreaction.
I'm with Corey. It's an overreaction where I'm not going to watch and listen every single second of these broadcasts. I am going to have them on. Am I going to be actively watching and listening? No, because especially when I think about this game coming up, against the Chargers, I know what they're capable of offensively. If they get out to a 2-score lead pretty early and it seems like the Cowboys' offense just can't keep up, then I'm going to tune out just mentally. It's still going to be playing in the house everywhere in every room, but am I actively going to be listening? No, I'm going to be cleaning. I'm going to be doing something productive.
Yeah.
I'm going to do something to distract me from the fact that I hate this team.
Man, that's a good way to put it. Overreaction or reality, the Raiders are pretty much every team in the NFL's slump buster.
Yeah, they're as we've discussed multiple times on this show, they are the get-right team. And every season there has to be one team that's just, they're not good, and the teams that have kind of suffered throughout the year, done some things, stumbled here and there. They're like, all right, that's the one where we'll pat our stats back. We'll get everything rolling again. And that's the Raiders this year. They can't play good defense. They don't play good offense. They're kind of just exist.
For example, as if you needed it, Alec, Jalen Hurts completed 12 of his 15 passes for 175 yards, 3 touchdowns, and also ran for 39 yards.
Is that good?
I mean, in limited time, it absolutely is good.
Yeah, I got to go reality here because that team that Vegas puts out every single week, they are so committed to being the same awful team each week.
Right.
You don't see them change anything. They don't change personnel unless it's because of injury. They don't change any of their scheme, any of their game planning. They run the exact same offense. They run the exact same defense. They're not trying to avoid that joke of a title. They're not trying to. They know they stink, and they're just trying to make it through the season in one piece, which I kind of respect in a weird way, and it makes it a reality.
Now, this one, I am very excited to get your response. Overreaction or reality? Patrick Mahomes will never be the unquestioned best quarterback in the NFL again.
Because of what?
I mean, because of it looks like his declining skills, his declining team, and now coming off an injury. Or maybe you think
overreaction.
Ooh, okay.
He's gonna have a second act much like Tom Brady, and then he's going to revitalize his career with the Raiders in his third act. To have one more Super Bowl run.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
Does that mean the Raiders are the Bucks in this scenario?
He's going to bring them back to life. Yeah.
Okay.
Just like that. What's the song? What's the band? Help me out, guys. Bring me back to life. So yeah, he's going to come back, dude, and he's going to be fine.
And be the best in the NFL, unquestionably.
Yeah, who's the best? Who's the unquestionable best right now?
I guess you'd probably say it feels like it's Josh Allen.
And
but
you just said, I guess you probably, instead of it's definitely Josh Allen.
Well, but that's the thing, and that's why I think Patrick Mahomes will not, because whether it's Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford, Drake May, I feel like there's a lot more, it's a lot more crowded at the top. But I respect your answer. Alec, overreaction to reality, Patrick Mahomes will never be the unquestioned best quarterback in the NFL again. Because we enjoyed that for 5 straight years?
Yeah, and it was beautiful. It really was. It was kind of nice. As soon as Tom Brady goes off into the sunset, we immediately have that unquestioned number one. And I do think it's a reality because there are so many talented guys that are just hanging around the rim right now. And the fact that you can't make that decision right here, right now, this late into the season, mind you. We're at the tail end of the regular season, and we still can't point out at that one person and say 100%. I think that reason alone and the age of those people that we do consider outside of Matt Stafford, those people that we're considering for the top of the quarterback position in the NFL, they've got a long time left to keep this debate wide open. So I think it's just because of the skill of the position in the league right now. It's not to even the fault of his team or his own declining skills in my mind, because even if his team was just decent this year and he was still healthy, I think we would be saying, no, he's probably still the best. But guys like Drake May are going to make that conversation really, really tough.
NFL overreaction, yes.
Evanescence was the name of the band, Kevin. A lot of thank you to the Tolos who are there for me in my time of need.
Now, I think it was last week that Brian Schottenheimer said, just because you don't make the playoffs doesn't necessarily make the season a failure. There's a lot of different things at play. Overreaction or reality? Any Cowboys season that doesn't include the playoffs is a failure.
For the fans that have been wishing for something for 30 years, absolutely. For a head coach, I understand he's like, this is my first year. What were my successes and what can I build on? Now, from here on, it needs to be playoffs and then trajectory that leads you to Super Bowl. But I totally understand a person who gets their job, walks into it and goes, I got to rebuild a lot of crap around here.
Right.
So I understand that. But as a fan, dude, we've been waiting too long. We've been waiting way too long for lack of success.
Alec, what say you?
Yeah, I'm right there with Corey because the goalposts are different for anybody that you ask, right? You ask Brian Schottenheimer, like Corey said, and he's like, no, I got some better things out of this team than I probably expected. He would probably say that behind closed doors. Like, I didn't think the offense was going to be this good. I didn't think I was going to have George Pickens on my team to start the year, and he was a godsend. But you ask somebody like me, who was born in 2001, so I have never seen an NFC championship game appearance. So for me, it's always a playoff run or bust. For Jerry and Steven, as much as they irritate us whenever they say certain things, they want a playoff run. They really, really do. And I believe them when they say that. And I know Shoddy wanted it too. So for me, it has to be playoffs or bust. It will always be that way. First year head coach, rebuilding the team, I don't care what it is, it has to be a playoff run.
Yeah, and see, I think it's a reality as well. And the note that I made was, I think with Dak being healthy, that is true. I think there are factors at play that could say, well, not necessarily. But when Dak is healthy, I don't care about the rest. I think it was playoffs or bust.
Kevin, my Facebook feed has now just posted, Amy Lee has confirmed a new Evanescence album coming out in 2026.
They are listening.
How weird is that, dude? How weird is that? Back to you, Kevin.
They are always listening. Overreaction or reality? The Broncos will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. Huge winning streak. Number 1 seed right now.
This is... Sean Payton had one magical season.
Yeah.
And he's had some failures.
Magical quarterback.
He had a failure. Yeah, no, absolutely. He had a failure that was not on him. It was on the referees that allowed one of his players to get.
That is true.
He also had a failure that was the Minnesota Miracle. That, like, how in the. Dude, he's had two of the. And then didn't he also have the Marshawn Lynch run? Some of the most significant moments in playoff history have been against Sean Payton teams. I think that he has the defense to do it this year. And now whether or not I trust Bo Nix completely, that's a different story. I think that Sean Payton's a very good coach. And I trust that defense. So I'll go ahead and say, yeah, I think the Broncos got it.
Alec, overreaction or reality? The Broncos will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl.
It's tough because the AFC has shaped up to be exactly what I thought it was not going to shape up to be. And I love it. It's just, I did say before the season started, though, that I thought the Broncos had everything that it takes. So I feel like I have to say reality just to stay consistent there. It's just, I've seen some ugly football from them. They've still won. That's the crazy thing.
True.
Even in some of their ugliest moments this season, they came in victories. That's how I know that a team is ready for pretty much anything that anybody can throw at them in the playoffs, because playoff games are just different. Everybody steps up a little bit more. The injuries hurt a little bit less, and everybody gives it just a little bit more. And if the Broncos can find a way to give a little bit more than what they're giving now, they're going to beat teams handedly in the playoffs.
Bonus, overreaction or reality? The Bills and Patriots will play again this season.
The percentages say they will.
I think so.
I think that that's a reality, and it's going to be a blast of a game. Either one of those locations probably going to snow. Two fan bases that are an absolute blast to hear because of how much they hate the opponent.
Right.
But I think the Bills though are more lovable. Like they love football a lot because they're such losers, you know. It's not their fault. They lose, and like they understand, they get it, they know. But the Patriots, like they've been entitled, right? So now that town.
So if none of the Tom Brady stuff would have happened, would the Patriots be like the lovable losers? You got stomped out by the Super Bowl Shuffle Bears.
Probably so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not Drake May's fault, is it?
No, it's not. But it's the fan base, Kevin. Just like it's not Schottenheimer's fault that we're 30 years into this thing.
That's true.
So
it's not Drake May's fault that his team is not loser.
Yeah. So I think that it'll be. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it happens.
All right, Alec, what say you?
Reality, and I really hope it happens, because outside of maybe like a Broncos or Patriots Super Bowl appearance against the Rams, I think that'll be the most entertaining game of the NFL season.
Until Cam Ward figures out the league.
That's right, and then everybody's effed.
Facts. That's a real thing. He really said. All right, one more for you. Overreaction or reality? All the marquee injuries should put an end to talk of the 18-game season. Not will, but should.
Overreaction. Listen, and this is talking. I'm talking as an owner, GM right now, because as a fan, I mean, I think you don't really want to put your team through that. You understand the more games you have, the more likely it is that you're going to lose somebody important to your team. I've been saying this for a long time. Owners aren't going to do it. They should expand the rosters. But they're like, hey, why would I want to pay more people? That would be ridiculous. It's kind of like, businesses, can I work less hours? And they're like, yeah, if you want to take less money. And they're like, no. And they're like, well, then work more hours. I think they should expand the roster. But I think the injuries, they're like, no, that's just part of the game. That's part of the NFL.
You know what? To your point, I think it's like a minor miracle now when there's a player who just played in all of the games.
Yeah.
In a season, I'm like, oh, wow, that's weird. Alec, overreaction or reality? All the marquee injuries should put an end to talk of the 18-game regular season.
Reality, because the league already has so many other issues that contribute to the injury problems. You talk about like the MetLife Stadium, field conditions and whatnot. But Cincinnati doesn't even want to blow the snow off of the field in the stadium before a game. Like, they already have enough issues that can and will contribute. I mean, the concussion stuff that's been going on for decades now, they already have enough issues. They're just finding new ways to add to them, and by adding another game and then probably trying not to add another bye week in the process, I bet they're going to be like, no, why would we do that? But I don't think they should, but I know that they're going to do it anyways.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. NFL overreaction or reality. We can fire that back up again tomorrow if y'all want.
I dare you to.
Oh,
me too.
Okay. Deal. Reality. Coming up next.
What?
See, I was already thinking about it. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. The Rangers bullpen continues to grow, and CY's thoughts on the team's payroll. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation, we'll have Andrew Monaco, play-by-play for the Aggies on at 4 o'clock. Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's... gonna be a while before we can look at those changes and go, you made the team better or worse. Right now, you're not going, man, this jumps off the page that this team is going to compete with the Dodgers. But you obviously have to see spring training and see how that unfolds. And we'll be there live for spring training.
Ooh, that's right.
In America.
Okay, that is true. Now, yesterday, the Rangers agreed to a deal with Chris Martin to return to the bullpen. He's 39, and he was effective last year. The biggest issue you ran into was injuries. So he had a 2.98 ERA in 49 games. He got placed on the injured list 3 different times because of shoulder fatigue, a left calf strain, and thoracic outlet syndrome symptoms.
Ouch.
So, by the way, I said that right. I was nervous about that. But yeah, so injuries are still going to be an issue, but that's probably why you were able to bring him back, that in his age, at what I assume is a low price.
Every time you hear thoracic, don't you think of like the throat? I always think of the thorax.
See, I don't, just because we went through that with, I think, Matt Harrison.
That's cool.
Right?
Good for you, man. All right.
Thoracic Park.
Man,
thank you.
I like angry, sick Corey.
Thoracic
All right.
Park.
Yes. Oh, man.
It's a throat park.
This is a whole bunch of people with throat and shoulder injuries.
Is the thorax your throat, or am I imagining that?
No, he protects the trees.
That is the Lorax.
Oh.
All right. So you guys are dumb. So let's talk about Chris Young's thought on the payroll. He said...
Thorax is the chest, Kevin. What are you talking about, dude?
Okay. I thought, never mind. Chris Young said, I will say that ownership has been great. And for 3 years straight, we exceeded the luxury tax. It led to a World Series in one of those years, and in 2 of them, we didn't make the playoffs. So it starts with me. It's my regret that we did not make the playoffs last 2 seasons. We underachieved what our payroll was. And so that is really interesting right there. But this next part, I think, kind of gives you yet again an idea of how the Rangers will not be spending more money and they're just looking to improve from within. And this part actually kind of makes a little bit of sense. Chris Young said, so if I step back and calibrate it in terms of what we need and how we're going to win, it's not always about the additions. It's about what we're going to do internally. There were a lot of playoff teams last year that had payrolls significantly lower than where ours is going to be. Spending does not necessarily guarantee success. And there have been teams that spent hundreds of millions of dollars last year and didn't make the playoffs. We were one of them.
Yeah, when you're trying to convince the billionaire owner that you spent a lot of money and didn't have success, and then he looks around and says, well, hold on, this team, look at their payroll.
Right.
Why are they in the playoffs? Then now it is, okay, you're on a budget, and good luck.
Yeah.
Because you told me you needed the money, and it didn't work out for me.
Sure.
So it is Chris Young's now got to come up with, him and Schumacher have to come up with the philosophy of what this team, how they approach every at-bat, how they approach every pitch, and get them to be in a mindset of getting back to a championship, which you have guys on this team that I think have that mindset. I think DeGrom wants to be there. I think Eovaldi wants and knows how to be there. And it's just a matter of if you have the talent, Josh Smith and some other guys. Look, I know on Josh Smith, I had a thought on him last year, Kevin, and it came true again. And I'm like, all right, how does he get past I get gassed at a certain point in the year? And if he can do that, it's different. But you got to get a bunch of these guys back on the trajectory of getting to championships with what they have.
Is it Josh Young and Jock Peterson and maybe Evan Carter that lead the way in terms of those internal candidates that really need to step up if you're going to move this thing in the right direction?
Yeah, I mean, Wyatt Langford has to take another step.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Evan Carter has to be healthy and on the field all the time and play at the level that we expect. Because, Kevin, whether or not it's going to happen, they have and we have invested a lot of equity in Evan Carter. And the expectation is for him to be the center fielder for the next 10 years. Well, you can't do that if you're not healthy. And that's not his own fault. Like, it's his body. You hate when your body just breaks down on you like that, and you can't really do anything about it.
And that's the whole reason they've tried out and discussed Wyatt Langford and Sen.
But I think Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter are two of the most significant keys there. But yes, you definitely need the leadership from Jock Peterson to step in and say, guys, I'm willing to be a guy that I'm not necessarily have been my entire career. But now that I'm a veteran who's at the end of his career, I probably need, for my own legacy, I need to step up. And for Josh Young, you just need to get back to what you were a couple years ago.
And both physically and mentally.
Yeah.
Now, keep an eye out on, there are rumblings that the Arizona Diamondbacks are now in the mix for Alex Bregman. They're at least kicking the tires. Now, I think that would perhaps kind of rely on moving Ketel Marte. And then if that's the case, you could move Jordan Lawler to second base and then bring in Bregman to make that happen. So, yeah, just keep an eye out on the Arizona Diamondbacks. They might be a real player in the Bregman discussion. Now, let's go from that to this feels like something that is overdue. So, for the longest time, teams with more money, your Yankees, Dodgers, Mets, etc., they were able to spend whatever they wanted on high-speed cameras, motion capture technology to gather in-game data. And that would naturally give you an advantage over other teams who either didn't have the money or, they didn't want to spend the money, whatever. So starting next year, Major League Baseball is going to regulate in-game technology for all minor league parks. Multiple league and team sources have been saying. So if you're like, hey, well, we can at least outspend on some technological things to give us an advantage, Major League Baseball is like, yeah, we're not going to be doing that anymore.
I love that.
Do or do not?
I don't.
Okay,
It's like I don't love, hey, take zone defense out of the NBA or take the shift out of baseball. You're telling me that I found a way that I can do things better.
Right.
And this is how you innovate, man. When everybody else is doing one thing and you zag just a little bit, you might change everything. And baseball is saying, we don't want any change. We want it to be the Dodgers and the Yankees, and that's it, because they spend the most on payroll. I don't love that. I mean, Tampa Bay has proven that you can be a little bit different and spend in a different way and come up with a good product. So I don't love taking away a potential asset for a team. Don't like it at all.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Now, you may or may not like this as well. MLB.com predicted the top prospect or said what the top prospect is for each franchise now and what will be their top prospect at the end of the year. Top prospect right now for the Rangers is obviously Sebastian Walcott. They said next year their top prospect will be Sebastian Walcott. Sebastian Walcott is still only 20, and he will be 20 for the entire season. And maybe you keep him in Double and Triple-A for the entirety of the season. So at the start of 2027, if they're playing baseball, he would theoretically start as their top prospect once again, and then hopefully have a shot at the big leagues. And by the way, in case you wanted to know, reliever Brad Keller and the Phillies agreed to a 2-year, $22 million deal. With a K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola, plus maybe a Tyler Sagan update next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the K&C Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Want to make the brother-in-law happy, father-in-law happy, my own dad happy, and you know what? Everybody in the house can enjoy these Omaha steaks as well. So when it comes time to gifting and it comes time to giving yourself a great gift, Omaha Steaks is the place to be. Delivers the world's best steak experience. With Omaha Steaks, you know exactly what you're getting.
It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, how's it going?
Man, I'm doing really well. I hope you are also doing well. I wanted to know, how invested are you in the saga of Trayvon Diggs, and do you think he gets activated for the Chargers game?
I would like to say I'd like to see at least the part we get to watch, what he's doing this week.
Right.
But
sounds like a no.
I am skeptical that he'll get activated for the game.
As are we.
Yeah, and if he doesn't get activated, then that's a wrap, right? If they don't activate him on Saturday, then
Correct.
He's done for the year. Well, and
I think
he's done for
you
good.
have to do it by 3:00, and I don't know that the Eagles will have won by 3:00.
Oh, right.
They're the early game, right?
Right.
So if there's no hope, then what are you activating them for?
Okay, so I guess my next question is this. Will Trayvon Diggs ever play for the Dallas Cowboys again?
You want me to make a bet on that?
But, I mean, that's a fair question, right?
No, yeah, and I would say at this point it's 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah, and if he doesn't get activated, then maybe we have a better idea of what they're thinking about for the future.
I think that is a very fair assessment of the situation.
But judging from, and I got a chance to listen this morning, judging from your stance on winning the last 3 games, what are you activating him for then?
Oh, look, Mickey, and this is why I at times think I would make a great GM, and at times I think I would be the worst GM in the history of all organized sports.
I mean, it's okay to have the opinion, right?
Yeah,
but then you wouldn't activate him.
Correct. That is absolutely correct, and I think the writing is already on the wall that they are moving on from Mr. Diggs, but what time will tell on that. But I think the writing is on the wall for that, and so...
Well, let me put it this way to you. If you're looking at, like, salary cap impact...
Right.
And I did look it up.
Me too.
So he doesn't have any more guaranteed base salary. And next year the base goes to $14.5 million. If you June 1 them, then it's 2.926 and 2.9 and 27 of dead money.
Yep.
So you probably could qualify doing it that way, right?
Yeah. You save about $15 million theoretically.
If you didn't want them, or if you couldn't trade them.
Yeah. Do you? I've seen some people talk about this. What kind of, does he have trade value?
That's a real good question, because sometimes, and sometimes it depends on a team need, because they're going to have to look at his needs, right?
Sure.
And then everybody can judge a physical differently. Like, well, we really want him, so it's like, okay, we'll pass him on the physical, or
which that feels weird,
I'm not
right?
Sure. And take and again, it would come down to also, because if you trade him, you're trading his contract,
right?
So does somebody want him for 2 years, 14, and then whatever the next year is in base salary?
Yeah.
And you got to, say I have room for it. So it's a lot more into it than just saying, okay, I'm going to trade him, right? So it's somewhat complicated.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, it's something that's been complicated since training camp and even before that too. So I'm kind of curious. Your running back is 26 years old next year, and he's done, I think, everything you've asked of him this year. Does he deserve to be back on this team?
Yeah, I think so.
I
but
do
again,
too.
how much and what would somebody else pay for him?
Yeah.
So, because look at it this way, he's going to be a free agent.
Right.
To not give him the opportunity to explore, I think you have to give him a little more.
Yeah.
Right? If you sign him before the start of the league year. And then if you don't and he wants to test free agency, well, then it's market value, right?
Yeah.
And then you got to decide, do I want to meet market value, or is that a little extreme for me?
Do you
market
and
value
they,
hasn't been...
and they kind of did the same thing with Tony Pollard, right?
Yeah.
And, in Tennessee, they bid higher than the Cowboys thought that he could be a, 250 carry running back. And as it's turned out, what Javonte Williams has done this year and Rico did last year is not much different than what Pollard has done over the last 2 years.
Do you have a general belief or philosophy then in terms of just staying away from the market value running back? Like whether that means just drafting new running backs or just waiting until all the dust is settled and picking up players like Javonte? Do you have any sort of hard and fast rule on that?
No, I don't, because I think you have to know what the available field is, right?
Yeah.
And it's sort of like they did with Javonte. It was a opportunity to take advantage of a guy you probably thought was pretty darn good, but hadn't maybe fully recovered from his torn ACL. And you go, well, for $3 million, it's worth it. But I better have something behind him before I just take that chance. And then again, if you don't take the chance, there's always the draft coming up.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's running backs you can get in second, third round that you would say, okay, well, I can go with that. So yeah, it's a pretty good juggling act, but a lot of it has to do with how much money you want to spend on a particular position on the salary cap.
And if I told you that we have 2 first-round picks so we can use one on Jeremiah Love, do you think I would get shouted out of town?
No, I don't think so. I think that the league has proven over those last couple of drafts that taking a running back in the first round is not foolish.
Corey looks kind of mad at me for that.
Why, he doesn't think a running back is that important?
I don't know. He just looked at me like, I do not approve of what you're saying.
I like Jeremiah Love. I really do. I really like him a lot. I think he'd be a fine addition to this. Track star speed. I really like that player.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah, I don't know why I was looking. I think it's just my face today.
And also depends on where you have to take them.
Exactly.
Right?
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know that I would want them in the top 10 picks.
Right.
If I have players
somewhere in the top 20.
Yeah. If I have players that can make this defense better in front of him on my board, I got to go with my board and make this defense better first. That's where I'm shooting right now.
Yeah. I mean, you would have position priority, right?
Okay. I like that. Yeah.
And right now, defensive end.
Yeah.
There's a guy in Miami. Have you seen the guy in Miami play? I think he's draft eligible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my! Keep an eye on him. Just let the Aggies know they better keep an eye on him. Okay.
Yes. No, I am already plenty worried about that game. I kid you not.
You might just right.
Yeah.
The first time I saw this guy play, I was like, "Is this guy for real?" And so I kind of asked around, and I think the answer was, he'll never be there by time we draft.
Okay.
So yeah, he's something else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So but again, my point was position priority.
Yeah.
Where do you want to spend your draft capital?
Yeah. No, I absolutely I understand.
Sonny Styles out of Ohio State sitting there for you, and you're like, I need a linebacker. That'd be nice to have.
There will be plenty of options, no doubt. Now, Speaking of options, Jerry yesterday really insinuated, if not flat out said, probably flat out said, these last 3 games will go a long way in determining the fate of the defensive coordinator. Is that how you interpreted it? And do you think there's any chance that decision has kind of already been made?
No, I don't think either way. But think about this. What's your alternative?
Getting another new one again.
No, but I'm saying who?
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't have carte blanche. You just take who you want, right?
Right.
Somebody's got to be available.
Yeah.
And so to make that move, you better know what you're doing on the other side. And it's going to be better either. So I think I always used to say that about head coaches too. You better have a list and be able to, because if I get rid of this guy, what am I guaranteed to get next?
Right.
Unless I have a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
So as we've seen, these defensive coordinators don't grow on trees.
Well, you were right about that. I might give Al Harris a call, but you that's a discussion probably for another day. We will pick it up again with you tomorrow, good sir.
We got a few days left before the game.
Yeah, we got some time. Thank you very much.
All righty.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, Corey, you said this is something that you really want to talk about. At 42-0, coming off the...
That's a great record.
Yeah, absolutely. Bud Crawford, Terrence Crawford, if you will, he is retiring from boxing, says he has nothing left to prove, and off air, what I said was, we'll see about that.
Yeah.
Boxing has a very similar retirement track record to professional wrestling, and so it does feel like people get just sucked right back in. But he said he has nothing else left to prove. And then one of the things that he said that I was really intrigued by, he said, I'm stepping away from competition, not because I'm done fighting, but because I've won a different kind of battle, the one where you walk away on your own terms. Now, there is no question he has finished out his career with a pair of the most high-profile fights that you could possibly have in Spence and Canelo, and then he beat the number one cash cow guy in boxing, and if that's how he finishes up his career, clearly it's a Hall of Fame, unbelievable career.
Okay, that's where I'm trying to figure out where he stands then, because this is a dude who I always felt was underappreciated and was the underdog in a lot of fights, unless you were a fight head. Like, fight heads were like, no, dude, this dude hits like a brick wall.
And I kind of feel like that was the case going into the Spence fight.
Yes, absolutely. And people kept, like, we saw the fan text, dude. There were a lot of people that were hyped about Errol Spence. And then there were the ones that were like, y'all have no clue what you're talking about. Like, not you.
Yeah.
But there were, like, the people out there that they don't have a clue. This dude, he literally hits like there are bricks in his gloves. And every time I've watched him fight, I'm just like, how could anybody pick against this guy?
Right.
And like, he walks out solo. I don't need a crew with me. I got this. I love everything that I've seen from him in his career. But where does that stack up to everybody else? Because did he have the premier moment that really set him apart from everybody else?
See, I really think the last couple of years,
these last couple of years did it.
I really think have taken him to the next level, just because that's one of the things, and it's really interesting the way boxing historically gets judged, because it's about your record. It is, and I don't just mean like did you win or lose, like your track record and who you fought, but there does seem to be some public perception in there as well, where like everybody knows, because everybody knows that Muhammad Ali is the greatest boxer of all time, right? He wasn't undefeated. And so that's one of the things. He's an all-time phenomenal boxer, Ali that is, but like how the public feels about your public perception, it does seem to matter in a weird way. And Bud Crawford upped his general public perception a lot, especially with that last fight, because it was on Netflix. It was with, again, the number one name guy. Yeah, and he jumped up 2 weight classes. I'm not saying that Canelo is the best fighter in all of boxing, but he's the number one name in all of boxing. And so I think the last few fights have been huge for his career and his public perception. But I will say this. Boxing, this is nothing against Terrence Crawford.
Like in his own weight class, is he the best ever?
Oh man, I would have to put more thought into that.
Yeah, and that's what those
I'm
are
not
the things
prepared
I love.
to say that.
Those are the things I love a lot.
But I stand by this, and I think frequently this is what happens. I'm retired until I get the right matchup with the right payday under the right split and circumstances.
So that he can, does that involve him pretty much a guarantee win too?
Not necessarily.
You think that matters to him?
But no, I really don't.
Because with Floyd, you were like, no, that undefeated streak, you kept saying that 0 is going to matter so much to him.
That is a huge part of his brand. And so I don't think that matters as much if it needs to be a marquee fight. Like one of the issues, let's be honest. One of the issues that held up the Crawford-Errol Spence fight for so long is both of them thought they were the A-side to the fight and thought the other fighter was good, but not good enough to make their legacy off of. That's why he jumped at the Canelo fight. He's like, hold on, I get paid the most money in my entire career for the biggest name in boxing? Hell yeah, I'll take that fight. Even if I lose, I win. And so I don't know who that person is that comes along, but it can be had. I know this is a ridiculous comparison, but just hear me out. This is the natural thing that could obviously happen. If somehow, some way, Jake Paul were to beat Anthony Joshua on Friday, are you telling me that Netflix and Jake Paul wouldn't take all of the money and figure out a way to fight Terrence Crawford? And before you're like, they're not in the same weight class. He wasn't in the same weight class with Canelo either, not even close. So
would he jump at the opportunity to shut that down?
Hell yeah.
And be like, guys.
Yeah, because think about it. If you're Terrence Crawford, you're like, you're damn right I'm going to beat Jake Paul. Plus, I'm probably going to get even more money. Or at least the same money than Canelo.
I like more money.
Yeah, more money. So, look, if he retires, all-time great career. But we'll see.
All right.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for more AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus this college coach is living my worst nightmare. Next on The Fan. Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to turn your attention to 12:20 tomorrow, where we will do the great Christmas movie bracket of 2025. The defending champion is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, but they are not the number one seed going into tomorrow's bracket at 12:20 right here on The Fan. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah.
Sandwich.
877.
You're not eating a sandwich.
881-1053. Yes,
never mind.
he is.
My bad.
Yes, he is. He just didn't sound as excited about it today. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, this college coach is experiencing my worst nightmare. I will explain. I don't know about that. I will explain here in a matter of moments. But, gentlemen, we're going to pivot to the National Day calendar as we always do here at 11:20 every weekday here on The Fan. And we see that today is National Maple Syrup Day.
Oh, yes.
I love syrup.
So do I.
Alec, I'm sorry, I know your question's coming up. Can I just tell you a quick syrup story?
I've never been asked that before, so I think you have to now.
We went to Vermont last year. That was either state 48 or 49. I can't remember the order.
Well,
and when we were in Vermont, that is when the kerfuffle between the morning show and Jerry Jones went down. Because I remember we were going back to the airport, and everyone's like, dude, I can't believe it. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. But we went to a syrup farm, and they had like a syrup tasting bar.
What?
And it was crazy. More types of syrup than I ever could have imagined. It was pretty awesome.
I am jealous about your syrup experience. That's a sentence that's never been said in human history. I will put money on that.
What's the best thing syrup goes on?
Ooh.
French toast.
That's a solid answer.
Ooh, never mind chicken and waffles.
Yeah, that's my answer, actually. French toast is like a close second place.
Yeah.
Very close second place. It's a very good breakfast option in the Medford household for sure. But today we're going to focus in on National Device Appreciation Day. Is National Device Appreciation Day. So instead of your most appreciated device, what do you think is the most underappreciated device that you own and or use? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well, because I feel like there's a lot of technology that we use every day that we probably don't even realize how important it is.
It's the microwave, and I'll tell you why. Last 6 months in the Hagelin household have been a challenge from a microwave perspective.
Huh.
Somebody in my house essentially broke the door on the microwave.
Yeah, that happened to mine.
And we were looking to get it fixed, but the person who like redesigned the house and tried to upgrade it and everything like that, they essentially have built the microwave into kind of the cabinet system.
Same.
And so they're like, yeah, we can't fix this microwave, and you'd have to tear out the whole thing, whatever. And so we just got like a crappy standalone microwave that sits on the counter, and it sucks. Man, I did not realize how badass our microwave was until I put things in the same temperature or the same time. And I'm like, this microwave sucks. And so it's a microwave.
I know I can put my finger into the little hole that the door handle was in, because it was the door handle that broke.
Okay,
and
yeah.
So,
yes.
But I can still reach in there and open it, and so it's been broken for 3 years. Almost as soon as we moved in the house, Avery grabbed it, then oh, come on, dude. And microwaves are important, especially if you use them a lot. That being said, air fryer superior to microwave. You have an air fryer, Kevin?
No, I do. I don't have the proper temperament and patience for the air fryer, because whenever people are like, look at these scrambled eggs I made, they're amazing, and I'm like, that looks great. It took you 27 minutes to make that. Pass.
There's some great answers coming in. 877-881-1053. The 425 says the crock pot.
Crock-pot's dope.
Yeah, you can make so many things with such little effort.
That's what killed Jack on This Is Us.
That's true. From the 817, I have 3 dogs, so it's the Roomba for me.
Oh, I could see that.
Our Roomba, it needs maintenance, and I don't want to spend to have it maintained. I'd rather just get a new one. Yeah, this is where I'm at with this thing. And I love it. I love the Roomba. It's so helpful. It does get stuck on the rug. It'll get stuck underneath stuff.
Do you judge the Roomba?
Yeah, all the
ever?
time.
You're
I
like,
sit there and watch it, and I'm like, pick up that little piece of whatever off the floor, and then it goes right by it, and it looks at me and gives me the finger as it goes by, and I'm like, where did you get hands?
Yeah, no wonder it's expensive to fix your Roomba.
Yeah. Guys,
surgery.
Garage door opener.
Colby Tolbert, we love you, Jesus.
We enter the rear of our home, and that's how we are in Plano. A lot of people have driveways in the back of their house, and so that's where we park. Adrian parks in the garage, I park outside. We go that way, and without the garage door opener, I would have to get out and lift the garage door or walk around to the front of the house.
Yeah.
And who wants to do that? So the garage door opener for me is very underrated. I don't appreciate it enough.
I agree, because I get panicked anytime we have like a power outage or something, because I'm so dependent on like the electronic ways to get in and out of the house nowadays that I'm pretty sure the one key I have on my key ring is actually the wrong lock for the front door.
Oh, no.
Because we switched it out. So I literally have no other way to get in the house.
Oh, no.
So
break windows.
Yeah, it's not the best to look, guys. I probably need to go to Home Depot after the show and get a new key cut. But that's a problem for another day. From the 210, remote controls of any kind, and I agree.
My dog, he's a puppy. He's a year old now. He has eaten 8 remote controls.
What?
For our TV. And you'd think that everybody in the house would learn to put it up high so that he can't get to it, but no. And also he's eaten 2 PlayStation remote controls too.
What?
So,
That's expensive.
Heck yeah, they are. Well, yeah. But our remote controls for our TV are relatively cheap. It's like $8 for 4 of them. So
okay, nice.
But it's still a process.
And then you got to program it.
Yeah, actually, no, dude. No.
Oh, it just programs.
It just.
That's
any remote in the world.
That's cool.
But yeah, man, this is remote controls are so essential, because how are you going to change the TV on your app? No, that's ridiculous. Those things are terrible to navigate.
Huh. From the 915, the water pick.
Water pick's great.
Yeah. See, and I feel like dentists figured that out, because they're like, hey, I've asked you floss for 17 years. It's never happened. But water pick, I can get your dumb ass to do that. And you're like, you know what? You can.
Just like how blunt that is. From the 972.
I know that's what they're thinking, Alec.
Yes, and I feel like dentists and really any healthcare providers have at least one moment per day, maybe even per patient, where they're like, all right, dumbass, like, get it together. You knew better than this, or you knew how to do that. You just chose not to.
See, you know what the moment is for me at my dentist? So we're newer to this dentist, maybe like in the last 2 years. I used to not take the best care of my teeth because I was a moron. And so I definitely have some fillings and stuff like that. And even if the checkup goes well, still feel like the main dentist who comes in to check up the work of the person they don't trust. And
why do you think they don't trust them?
Why else do they need to come in? They don't trust the person.
Part of the training for that person. That hygienist is going to be a dentist one day.
They say.
Maybe.
But they don't trust them now. And they come in and they're like, oh, I see that you've had some fillings over the years. And I'm like, yeah, but my appointment today went fine. Why can't we just be like, good job?
See, I fully believe that the hygienists at my dental office do fine, and our actual dentist comes in just to talk sports because he's a Tolo.
Yeah.
So shout out Dr. Golding in Fort Worth. He'll look around for maybe 15 seconds, and he'll be like, it's the same as always. You did a great job. Okay, so the morning show guys were talking about this on the way in, and it turns into that. So I think ours do a great job. Kevin, you might need to do a little investigation on yours. I don't know.
I want to know. Next time, you know what? Next time I'm going to ask the dentist, I'm going to be like, do you not trust the other guy? Is that why you come in here?
Be brutally honest.
I am.
I kind of want to know and record it too.
Okay.
I want to see. That would be great. From the 214, can you wish my husband Chris a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Chris. I hope it's amazing. Even though it looks all weird and gross outside. The drive-in was not fun today, guys. 6:35 was a mess.
Because it was like kind of raining?
Yeah, in a weird way it was, but it wasn't. But it was gross. 877-881-1053, your most underappreciated devices for National Device Appreciation Day, a sports thing I wanted to throw out real quick that's very fun. The Dodgers owe over $1 billion to 9 players over the next 2+ decades. In 2038 and 2039, they have more than $102 million in annual deferral obligations. That sum is greater than the 2025 payrolls of 3 baseball teams.
Man, do you think that they laugh when people talk about this story and they're like, oh no, we owe $1 billion? I bet they do.
Yes.
Which is crazy.
Their ownership group has their hands in so many different investments and entities and stuff that they just have passive income that is more than we could ever fathom. So they're probably like, everybody's like, oh my gosh, why are y'all so scared?
Whatever are we going to do?
Who cares? We're rich. We're going to figure it out. Otani's going to be here forever. We're going to keep winning World Series because we're going to sign every single reliever on the face of planet Earth.
They really are.
They irritate me beyond belief. Guys.
Free market.
Yeah, it's true, I guess.
For now,
yeah. Salary cap. But Kentucky coach Mark Pope, you've heard of him.
Yes.
He's pretty good at his job, right? He is living my worst nightmare right now.
Oh, he has to live in Kentucky?
That is a big thing that I'm scared of, and I hope my life never takes me there.
Pennywise has found him.
Oh, welcome to Derry.
Yeah.
So Kentucky, they were ranked number 9 heading into the season. They dropped a few spots after losing to Louisville in their first real test of the year. That marked the first of 4 losses that have all come to the hands of ranked opponents. So Mark Pope is not really known as a quiet guy. He's a very emotional and very in-your-face kind of guy. And he said on his weekly radio show that he was actually given doctor's orders to speak at a conversational level, if not lower, for the next week because he's been screaming so much at practice and during games. And they are scared that he will permanently damage his vocal cords for how animated he gets in games specifically. And that just made me think, if I was so amped up at work, or maybe I was out with friends, or playing a pickup game of 7-on-7, and I screamed so much that I lost my voice and I damaged it for good, that would be the most terrifying moment of my life. And I just started thinking about all the things I could and couldn't do if I sounded like Doc Rivers for the rest of my career, or sounded like Coach O, because I just decided that, hey, I'm going to scream just to scream, and I'm not going to do my talk radio job anymore because of it.
Hey, Pharrell can make it work.
That's true.
Hey, everybody coming in on he doesn't
talk. He sounds like that, but he doesn't talk like that.
Is on tonight. You can see it right here. Pittsburgh is playing against the Dolphins. What's the spread?
That's all I wanted from this segment.
You're going to be fine. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy grading the first-year NFL head coaches, including Shoddy, next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have Andrew
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
3rd and 10. And Prescott back to throw. Another good block from Thomas. Going to the end zone. Lamb backing in. Makes the catch. Tumbles over. Touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, could it happen? Is this finally the year the Chicago Bears have a 4,000-yard quarterback? Caleb Williams is currently averaging 225 yards passing per game. However, with 3 games to go, he's only 850 yards short, which means if he can average 283.3 yards per game, he will become the first quarterback in the history of the Chicago Bears franchise to throw for 4,000 yards. Can it happen?
I think so. The one thing that Ben Johnson's done so well, though, is fine. Hey, guys, I got 2 good running backs again. Good luck, rest of the league.
Right.
I'm very good when I have 2 good running backs. But what that does is it does set up for success with Luther Burden, success for DJ Moore, success for the passing game. It's whether or not, really more than anything, Caleb Williams wants to play within the offense or be a hero. And sometimes he gets into hero mode, and he doesn't have to be. Jared Goff does not have to be a hero until he needs to be.
Yeah.
That's really the thing. And like, that's, we've discussed this at many, many points. The Shanahan, when he said, look, you can draw it up on the board and you can have the chalk in your hand and come up with all these things for a running quarterback. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to make big-time throws. Yes, I can play the entire game and have all these plays dialed up. But in the fourth quarter, when the game's on the line, can I deliver that 3rd down throw, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 15? And sometimes you don't want to waste them too much. You just need to make the play that's the right play that gets you to the next one.
Now, some awards from across the NFL. Jason Myers, in what has to be a very unsurprising choice, has been named the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week after he kicked 6 field goals in their win over the Colts. Cameron Dicker has been named AFC Special Teams Player of the Week for the 2nd time this season. That is who you will be going up against this weekend. You can make a really strong argument, I think, top 2 kickers in the league.
Can't wait.
I like that enthusiasm.
I'm so excited to see both of these kickers
Hey, you might see
play in their football games.
You might see a lot of field goals in this game. AFC Offensive Player of the Week, Trevor Lawrence. NFC Offensive Player of the Week for the first time in his career, Kyle Pitts. Congratulations. Now, yesterday, Mike McDaniel said everything is on the table when it comes to benching Tua or anybody else. Well, he wasn't kidding about that, as the Dolphins have, in fact, benched Tua and will give the start to Quinn Ewers. Are you excited? I have to admit, I'm way more interested in watching Quinn Ewers start a football game at quarterback than I am Tua.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think I know. It feels very bland watching Tua. Not Deron Bland either. It just feels, all right, he's got some great playmakers on his team. I think that's what, if Quinn, for whatever reason, Kevin, doesn't it feel like UT just doesn't have, they haven't been able to secure that stud receiver? They have really good everything, and then you're like, what about receiver? And you're like, all right, they're okay. And so Quinn Ewers, while he might have had a good couple of guys, he's got Jalen Waddle who can really play. He's got he's got Achane who can really pick it up. This might be a lot of fun for sure. You didn't like him in college. You thought he was overhyped, and I agreed.
Yeah, and the draft process did too.
Yeah, but he's worked his way through the process of being on this team, learning the offense, and getting the opportunity. It could be a lot of fun.
Now, grading the head coaches thus far from the 2025 hiring cycle, do you care about any of the rest of them, or do you just want me to go to Shoddy?
I'm interested in a few of the coaches. Right. Vrabel got an A, right?
Ooh, we'll see. I'll tell you the other coaches first. Pete Carroll, he got an F. That
Figures.
feels right. Liam Cohen, he gets an A. That
Absolutely.
also feels fair. Aaron Glenn, D. Ben Johnson,
Despicable.
A minus.
Huh.
Kellen Moore, a C, which I actually think is fair. They're 4-10, but that might be the most garbage roster in all of the NFL. So good for him. And Mike Vrabel gets an A. I wonder if they would have beat the Bills if you get him an A+. But he gets an A, so good job.
Shoddy, I'm going to roll out C+.
Okay. Alec, what grade would you give Brian Schottenheimer for his first season thus far?
I'd give him a flat C.
Ooh. Bleach Report, they feel better about Shoddy than you guys.
B minus.
They gave him a B minus. Said critics were too harsh in their early assessment of the Schottenheimer hire. That said, he gets a B minus because his team is slightly below 500. I know you said C plus, and Alec, I know you said C. Do you think B minus is that's acceptable? That's
I think B minus was absolutely in the conversation that I had in my head before I said it. Before I said C plus,
right.
I was feeling like I'm being a little more pessimistic, as Mike would say, about some things. So there's still some things he can clean up. I think he's done a fine job as the head coach, play caller. Also, calling those plays, doing that for the first time in his career, being his own head coach and play caller at the same time, is pretty. Like all the decisions offensively are on him. If he's the offensive coordinator and he's not the head coach will take some blame and be like, hey, look, I told him to run the ball there or whatever. But he's both. So he gets the brunt of everything that goes on there.
Speaking of head coaches, do you still think it is Mike Vrabel's award to lose for Coach of the Year?
I don't know, man. Sean Payton's done a pretty damn good job, too.
Sean Payton is 6th.
Wow.
In the betting odds right now.
Man, they just hate Sean Payton.
Okay. That being said, you think Sean Payton should be in the mix.
McVay
not on the list.
Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan is 3rd. And I'm really glad that you haven't said this person because I think it feeds into the narrative.
Liam Cohen.
Liam Cohen is 5th. Because you can't figure it out because nobody gives a rat's ass about this team.
How far has Shane Steichen fallen?
He's not in the conversation anymore.
He was number 1 at one time.
Yes, absolutely. Mike McDonald from the Seattle Seahawks is 2nd on the list. But you didn't know that because nobody knows that. Because nobody cares about the Seattle Seahawks or their coach or their quarterback or their record or anything like that.
That dude is always singing.
That is a different.
What?
That is a different Mike McDonald.
What? No way. There's 2?
Yes, there. I mean, that doesn't feel like that uncommon of a name. But I'm really glad that you didn't say him because I just think that feeds into the idea that people are like, oh yeah,
nobody cares about the Seahawks, man.
At all. And since we were talking about the kickers, all-time record for most field goals in a season, 44, set by David Akers of the 49ers in 2011. And while you may think that it feels like the Cowboys are on pace for, 112 field goals, it is actually the aforementioned Seattle kicker, Jason Myers, who has an opportunity to set the record. He is currently on pace for 45 field goals. So think about it. Sam Darnold, at least in the regular season, continues to defy expectations. Their kicker might set the record for the most field goals. They could have the best record in the NFC, and they could potentially win Coach of the Year. And everyone's like, which team are we talking about again?
Where are they? What coast are they on?
Yeah, exactly.
What division do they play in?
Nobody knows, and nobody cares. I forgot to mention this the other day. Trey McBride, props to him. He's caught at least 5 receptions in 16 straight games.
Stud.
That broke the record that he had shared with Travis Kelce. And Trey McBride, this is wild. Trey McBride is the first tight end in NFL history to have 100-plus receptions in back-to-back seasons.
Dude's an absolute beast. Absolute beast.
Yes. You know what? I guess he could not play on Seattle. Because people will be like, oh, I know who that is.
Yeah, I know that guy. I've heard of him before.
Yeah, it feels very Island of the Misfit Toys right now.
Name a running back.
Yeah, exactly. I have no idea. But would I trade positions with him in a heartbeat? Yes. I guess Jackson Smith and Jigba, he matters.
He's on a running back.
Okay, that's true. I was just going back to the players in general.
Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. I know, I'm just joking.
We're the K&C Masterpiece. No, see, hold on. For the 469, I care about the Seahawks. Stop being haters. I would argue we're not being haters. We're bringing attention to the fact that nobody cares about the Seattle Seahawks in terms of hoping to rectify that. Coming up next, Jerry Jones, well, he brought it up. So what does the Cowboys' future salary cap look like? We will discuss in specifics next on The Fan.
KRLD-FM Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. In this hour, we will do our Motley Crue ticket giveaway. Be prepared. You'll know when Corey says it, 877-881-1053. But in the meantime, got a few other things for you, and I want to focus in on the future of the Dallas Cowboys salary cap. Look, we talked about it. People cope in different ways. Some people start looking at draft-eligible players. I look at the salary cap. And part of the reason is, if we can go to cut number 7, during his interview with Sean and RJ yesterday, Jerry spoke about the future of their salary cap.
We've got some great draft picks ahead of us, and we've got some salary cap room to pay it. That's the reason we've made some of our decisions we've made. Don't pay any attention to our read where we don't have much cap room. Well, I think everybody understands that the real test of your cap room is how you manage and put dollars and spread dollars out. We've got more spread out room than we would have had or we've had in the past.
All right.
Spread out room.
Spread out room. So I decided to start taking a look. There's a couple of different sources that have helped me out with a few aspects of this, including Spotrac and Over the Cap. Over the Cap right now has the Dallas Cowboys at minus $48 million in salary cap room for 2026. When you hear that, it sounds astonishing.
It does.
And it sounds like you're screwed. But I have good news. You're not screwed. But we need to figure out some things, okay?
All right.
So let's start with this. Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Tyler Smith. And don't worry, I've done the math for everybody. Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Tyler Smith. All three of them have their contracts structured in a way where you can essentially just do what they call flip the switch, convert things off of base salary into signing bonus, which allows you to spread the money out quite a bit. Now, do I love that the Cowboys continue to do this with Dak Prescott? No, I don't. But if I'm going to have any money for you to spend, we pretty much gotta. Okay?
All right.
That will save you.
If he's playing like
at this level, that's a good point.
You're pretty happy.
And CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Smith are both young, very good players. I know the Cowboys hope, and probably a lot of the fan base hopes, they're going to be here for a really, really long time. So by flipping those switches on that contract, that creates $31 million from Dak, $19 million from CeeDee, and $17.6 million from Tyler Smith. All by essentially doing nothing. And that is what Jerry was making reference to when he talks about the ways they stack the contracts.
Now, this does push money down the road, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
And so with players like CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Smith, I don't think it's as concerning because you think they're going to be there for a long time. By the way, this is a method that the Eagles do all the time. If you've ever wondered how the F do the Eagles continue to always have money to buy whoever they want, it's because they push this money down the road all of the time. Now, what is the danger in that? The danger of that is you might run into a situation like Zach Martin. Zach Martin has not played on the team this year. Yes?
Right.
Do you know next year, in 2026, the Cowboys still owe him $17 million against the cap?
I did not know that.
So,
actually, I did know it because you told me yesterday,
right.
But no.
But that is the danger of doing it like this. And so, like, if you're Philadelphia and you won a Super Bowl, who cares? Right? Like, you'll be fine. You won the Super Bowl. You'll live. If you're the Cowboys and you continue to not excel in the postseason, I can see how that is very concerning to people. So the Dak one, that bothers me way more than CeeDee or Tyler Smith. But again, I think you're kind of stuck. All right. I'm going to cut 3 players for now, but we'll probably bring one of them back. Okay? Kenny Clark, Trayvon Diggs, and Terrence Steele. Kenny Clark has a $21.5 million cap hit next year. but he also has no guaranteed money left on his contract. So you can move on from him and it costs you nothing. So for now, we're going to cut Kenny Clark. Okay? Trayvon Diggs and Terrence Steele. Do either one of y'all have an issue with moving on from one or both of these players?
Diggs, it doesn't sound like the Cowboys. It sounds very similar to Micah, where they're just like, we made our decision.
So our opinion is irrelevant.
Steele, his pass blocking is atrocious.
Right.
His run blocking is good. His pass blocking is atrocious. And I need somebody that can keep Dak standing. So while there's not a lot of great options out there right now, there are some. There might be one. I would be willing to move on from him, but I might be spending a portion of his money on something else.
That is very possible. Alec, how do you feel about the concept of moving on from Trayvon Diggs and Terrence Steele?
Yeah, I'm right there with Corey where the Diggs thing, it feels like it's already done before it's actually done. It's just a matter of when it's officially done. So I don't mind that whatsoever, especially because that is a nice amount of money that you're moving on from as well.
Yep.
Terrence Steele, I've gotten to the point where I think a lot of people have, where I will go ahead and defer to the scouting department that they can find another decent right tackle. Or, hey, if you want to get somebody that is as atrocious as he is at pass blocking, find one that only costs you $750,000 per season, not millions of dollars. So, yeah, I'm totally okay with moving on from both.
So let's assume you go ahead and cut Trayvon Diggs and Terrence Steele. Here's another fun thing about the salary cap, and by fun, I mean stupid and confusing. So, and somebody brought up the salary cap is not real. The salary cap is definitely real, but there are like 8,000 mechanisms in place to help you subvert it, including this. So if you cut Trayvon Diggs, you can save $12.5 million. If you cut Terrence Steele, you can save $8.75 million. Unless, of course, you want to designate him as a post-June 1st cut, which is something that the Dallas Cowboys love to do. Why post-June 1st? Because once you get past June 1st, then you can split the dead money essentially in half. It doesn't always work perfectly like that, but for the purposes of this, let's just say you can split it in half. Now, all of a sudden, you move on from Terrence Steele, you save $13.4 million off your cap in 2026. But just remember, if we're talking about credit cards and interest, the other chunk of that money still comes due. It just doesn't come due until 2027, and then Zach Martin will be off your payroll and everything like that. All right, whole lot of numbers. What does it mean? All right, flip the switch on Dak, CD, Tyler Smith. Move on from Kenny Clark. We'll get back to him. Trayvon Diggs and Terrence Steele. You know what that saves you? $118 million.
Yes, yeah, let's go.
So I told you we were at negative 48. Now that means you have $70 million in cap space without really hurting yourself too much outside of Dak for the future. But now the question is this. So I got lots of money to figure it out. Do you want Pickens and Kenny Clark back?
Listen, I know the rest of America wants Pickens back. I don't necessarily need him.
Ooh, spicy.
But
we can put a pin in that because that is interesting.
And one of the other things, too, is with all the options we have before us, the tag and trade is still one of my favorite options in this because I think he has presented a case that people would be willing to move not just a third to get him.
Okay.
So,
all right.
But
that is an intriguing theory.
Let's bring him on back for this this practice.
Alec, Kenny Clark and George Pickens, you want them back?
I do want them back, and I think they're both back in reality as well. You know, those are two trades that just when you talk about the player themselves, I think that Jerry believes he won in those situations, and he's not ready to let them go yet.
Okay. Now, man, there are actually quite a few people that are okay with moving on from Pickens. Fair enough. Now, if you want to do that, then we might just have $70 million in cap space to play with. But assuming you bring back Pickens and Clark, and another thing that Jerry said in the interview yesterday, not only do they want to bring back Pickens, he said he feels like they made big strides this season in cornerstones. Those cornerstones I think he's talking about in adding are Pickens, Clark, and Quinnen Williams.
I agree.
So,
I think Bland's one of them, too. Dude, you know how the Cowboys are.
Yeah.
Hey, we added one. What do you mean you added one? We
he's already
re-signed
on
him.
the freaking team. All right, so let's go off the idea you bring them both back. This is why the franchise tag is a terrible idea. You franchise tag George Pickens, he's going to hit you for $28 million. It's
true.
So let's say you give Kenny Clark $12 million. That feels about right to me. Whereas, take a look at the Terry McLaurin contract. Terry McLaurin contract probably about in line, maybe a little lower than what you would go with for George Pickens. What's Terry McLaurin's salary cap hit next year? $18 million.
Gross.
And so that's one of the things. It feels counterintuitive to say we're going to give George Pickens 4 years, $120 million, and somehow that's cheaper than $28 million a year.
Right.
Because you're like, hold on, now that's $30 million a year. Well, that's not how it works with the salary cap. So if you were to give George Pickens a long-term extension, that's $18 million per year for 2026 and $12 million for Kenny Clark. So now we got Pickens back, we got Clark, and we've gotten rid of Diggs and Steele, and I still have $40 million in cap space for you to spend. And keep in mind, the Cowboys only have 4 draft picks. I believe it's only 4 coming up. Now, there are other options. If you want to move on from Malik Hooker, Logan Wilson, Jonathan Mingo, if you want to extend Quinnen Williams, that can get you more money along the way. But my point is, that's $40 million I have that you can spend going into the offseason. Now, will the Cowboys take advantage of that and pick up actual factual starting players? Don't know. But there is some room there if you want to play around. And to your point, Corey, if you are okay with moving on from Pickens and or Clark, you could easily have $70 million in cap space, and I could probably create more for you.
Yeah, and then you're figuring out, hey, how much do we want Javonte Williams back?
Sure.
Do we want to go get a Jalen Watson to play cornerback for us, or do we feel like we've already secured what we like there? It sounded like Jerry basically said in the secondary is like it's been whack-a-mole in the secondary. We have no clue who's going to play each week, and that's been a problem.
That feels right.
Feels like there's you could a Braden Smith offensive tackle to replace Steele. He's going to cost about $13 million too.
Okay.
So like that's the prices are there. How much do you want them? You have the money to spend, though. And that's what Jerry is saying. We have the money to spend. We also have a lot of youth on this team because of the way we've been developing in the draft. So we don't necessarily have to go ahead and give them contracts like Ezraku and stuff like that. So we're in a good position. That's what they're saying is to add to this in free agency. While also, yes, Kevin, using your 1, 4, 5, and 7s. Now you're probably going to get a handful of comp picks to go along with it, but you're definitely in need of adding more picks to this thing somehow, so that you can say, all right, we've added in every facet. There's also a trade option out there.
Yeah.
There should, if you limit yourself and don't look at a trade option out there, then you've not done yourself the right service. So those all things are there, but whenever you haven't had money to spend in the past, and that's Kevin, you would have been able to build the same team with Micah's contract or no?
Now, Micah's contract, biggest defensive player contract in the history of the NFL. Oh, my goodness, so much money. Do you know what his cap hit is next year?
No.
$19 million. So I will tell you this. I will take it a step further. Now I'm just going to ignore the assets in all of this. The salary cap can be bent to your will so much that think about what I just said. You could have kept Micah, given him that exact same deal, keep George Pickens, keep Kenny Clark, and still have $20 to $30 million in salary cap space. So I don't want to hear any of this BS about how they don't have the money. My whole point is, if you choose to bend the salary cap to your will, you can do just about anything you want. You just have to be willing to know that the bill is going to come due in a couple of years. That's what the Eagles do because they know they can win, and they did win last year. And let's say the Cowboys, I know this is absurd, let's say the Cowboys were to win the Super Bowl next year. Would you give an F if their cap was screwed in 2028? No, of course not.
They would.
Which is stupid. Stupid. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I expect Brian Schottenheimer heard everything we just said and will comment on it all. Or talk about other football things. Next on The Fan.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, expecting to hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer in just a minute. In the meantime, can you go ahead and give me cut number 3? Because I want to talk about this fella.
Nice move, hanging on to it, scoring! Tyler Seguin! The bouncing puck, and he managed to settle it down and sneak it past Murray.
Now, Jim Nill, the Stars GM and guest at the K&C Masterpiece, said he's going to get a better report about Tyler Seguin's knee from the doctor in the next couple of days after getting a procedure yesterday. Seguin is out for the regular season, but we talked about this where everyone's like, oh, he's done for the entirety of the year. Not necessarily, but Nill said he's going to wait to make a decision on full season-ending injury. And with the new CBA, because remember, I think maybe Winnipeg did it, but I know Vegas did it, and Dallas has done it, kind of manipulating the salary cap with long-term injured reserve and having people magically ready to go. The NHL has really cracked down on that. So we should hear in the next couple of days if that is the direction that the Stars will go to get some salary cap relief, but maybe not as much, or it's not as easy as in the past.
Having Seguin is always better than not, I think.
Sure.
Like the dude's a fun player. What would you do with any extra salary cap space? What would you want to add to this thing if they could pick something up?
I mean, I swear I'm not trying to be generic.
And is all of his contract then that you would be able to use?
No.
Okay.
It's a prorated version just for that season.
Okay.
But I still think, like, you always default to blue line help. Yeah. I mean, like, not to be too generic, but that's just what I'm absolutely going to go
Another
with.
Goalie for when you trade Ottinger?
No, because I feel really good about our goalie tandem. I feel really good about the offensive firepower that you have. And there is some toughness, so maybe you go with somebody on defense that has sort of just that toughness or size factor to replace what you've lost with Bischel being out. I think you've got a variety of different options.
972, Gary Bettman has to change the playoff format. The 3 best teams in the league are in the same division.
You know what? And that is a very fair argument. And at this point,
are they arms racing each other?
Pretty much.
Is that kind of why it's the way that it is? They all decided, look, we want to be good, and we can't let that team in our division be better than us.
I think so, but the weird thing about it is Minnesota never takes part in these arms races.
But they did this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we just like we were talking about with the Arizona Diamondbacks maybe getting heavier into free agency. Minnesota, the Wild, they're like, yeah, man, I'll make a trade. Like, let's get in the middle of it. But Colorado and Dallas have been the best 2 teams pretty much all season. There is no way that they either won't, A, play in the second round or be eliminated.
Yeah.
That's the latest they could play, is in the second round. And that just feels silly when, normally maybe you get the next round, Western Conference Finals. But anyways, you know what? Maybe hockey deserves to be thrown into My Buddy's an Idiot while we wait for Brian Schottenheimer. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know for My Buddy's an Idiot. And I have
Viruses are idiots. Anybody out there that's about to catch this thing, I'm sorry.
But it did help us defeat the aliens in Independence Day.
It's a fact right there.
So
that's what it's all about, is defeating aliens.
You take the good, you take the bad.
Yep. That documentary was fantastic.
Am I an idiot for not caring whatsoever about the NBA Cup championship last night? Whereas the NBA...
Your team wasn't in it?
Yeah, that's true.
You would have cared if they were.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
At least a little bit.
Would I have cared that much more than a regular Mavericks game, though? I don't know if I would have.
I think you would have been telling people in the room, hey, this is for a trophy.
Do you know that game doesn't count in the standings, though?
It's awesome.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mavs practically got a week off because of this thing, right?
Yeah, actually, that part is kind of weird, but I wonder how many people were locked into Knicks and Spurs.
Yeah.
But it does kind of feel like you're like, I don't care at all. I might care if my team was in it. It's better than what we were doing, and this is awesome. The naysayers are stupid.
Did you see, Alec, have you seen the video of Josh Hart No?
I don't know what you're
What
talking
video?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking
So
about.
evidently, the trophy was being hoisted. And Jalen Brunson was kind of, down there trying to put his hand up there and touch the trophy. And Josh Hart was trying to get him out of the way, so he stuck his thumb in an area where you don't want somebody's thumb to
Are
get
you
stuck.
serious? He oil checked him?
He oil checked him. And Jalen Brunson turned around like, dude, what the hell? And now Josh Hart tweeted out this morning, he was like, it was AI. And I think that's...
Oh, nice. I mean, but also, I'm pretty sure every single player on that team gets like $500,000 or a little bit more.
Oh,
so
Christmas.
Yeah.
Yay.
Man, can you imagine being at a point in your life where you have so much money on your contract that you can get a $500,000 bonus and you can be like, we'd spend that on Christmas presents.
Yeah. Instead
All
of
of
a
it.
Jelly of the Month club.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Clark. All right. So, do you think I'm an idiot, or is it fair to just not really care?
How many other games do you really care about throughout the year?
I get it.
Like I think this is if it's not your team,
it doesn't lower my interest.
But I guess the thing is, like, we're very intrigued with Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and those guys, and then their receivers, obviously, because fantasy football helps out a lot too. So we're very interested in all the other games that go on in the NFL. Why is the NBA not the same? Is it because there's so many games that it's just hard to keep up with, or we're not that into each one of these players, or on any given night, I don't know if that player is going to play. There's a lot that goes into, like, why am I so fascinated? That's probably a great study there.
I think the lack of fantasy basketball players compared to fantasy football is a big deal, because now you don't have as many experts on, like, R.J. Barrett as there are on Ladd McConkey.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
I feel like you can find plenty of people with Ladd McConkey hot take, but R.J. Barrett, you're like, was he on the Knicks? And you're like, no, he went to Toronto. And you're like, really?
Yeah.
All right.
So no, I don't think you're an idiot, Kevin.
Okay, thank you. Now let's stay with basketball.
On other things, though.
Okay, fair.
I'll take those under advisement.
Because I will say I think Joel Klatt is an idiot for this opinion. He called the NCAA tournament the dumbest in sports and says nobody wants Cinderella stories in college football. Now, that does feel like I'm going to use this word again, conflating two different things. I don't think it's that big of an issue to have a 16 seed in the NCAA tournament, where his broader point is you want to see the best versus the best, and he's not really interested in seeing what Toledo is going to trot out for the first round of the college football playoff.
I get that.
But I hate his comparison.
I understand what he's saying. You do want to see the best versus the best, and you're going to see that in the Final Four.
Yeah.
Essentially, you're going to see the best teams when it comes down to it, because you're likely not going to get the 16 beating whatever, or the 12 beating the 5.
Right.
I really loved Bobby's take this morning, and it put a lot more thought for me on why this is important, though. And so Mestamaker's gone.
That is not official, but it does.
He's gone. Caleb Hawkins is going to be. That team's going to be. The UNC's football team is going to be depleted.
Right.
Their coaching staff depleted. Like all these things. UNT built a good season, and their reward should be to be able to. Or I'm using them as an example. Should be to go get the $4 million that they get for playing in this game.
Right.
Whatever that, I don't know exactly what that number is. Then you use that money to go back and add to your program again and make this a consecutive seasons and do what essentially Boise State has accomplished and create what you are. So basically, all these Power 5 programs, or these Power 4, whatever you want to say, that have all the money already. This is their opportunity to come take all the coaches and players from your team. Well, this is also their opportunity to make right for themselves. So give them that opportunity to play in this game, because otherwise it's just going to be the rich keep getting richer.
Yeah. Now, and this person adds in, they agree from the 979, my buddy Joel Klatt is an idiot. He wants to ruin March Madness. Now, let's stick with college athletics. This is an amazing name. Chase Goodbread, a reporter for the Tuscaloosa News, is a Heisman voter, and he was angry about Diego Pavia's message, even though Pavia apologized. He wrote a column, said Pavia's post was a punk move. Quote, Had this been the 19-year-old Johnny Manziel, a Pavia confidant, by the way, well, no freaking kidding, Coach is ready. He does not want to hear from Diego Pavia. We'll hear from him instead right here on The Fan.
A couple of things. Quinton Williams, can you update his status? And certainly Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, Quinton's doing better. We'll see how he moves through the protocol. He is doing better. And then Guyton, again, get him on the grass today, see how he does, but still not sure on that one.
A couple of times since Sunday, Jerry Jones expressed surprise or shock how bad or how poorly the defense has played. I don't know if you share that same sentiment that you expect them to play better. What has gone wrong with the defense?
Yeah, well, obviously, we meet all the time after games, and we talk and we go through the game as coordinators and staff, and we sat down, and me and Clayton and Nick and Flus, and we go through the game with Jerry and Steven, and again, none of us played good enough. We've talked about the defense quite a bit. We just have not played to the level we want to play. We know that, but you're just going to keep working, and that's what we have to do. And we've got another great opponent coming in this week with a great quarterback and weapons that he knows how to do, and they run the hell out of the football. And we're going to focus on trying to get the Chargers.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. Back on Quinton for a second. Will he be out on the field doing stuff, or is it still too soon for that?
Yeah, again, he won't do anything today. We're in pads, so he won't do anything today.
And then the communication on defense, you talked about that a lot during the season. It seems like there was issues maybe during the game about personnel groupings and getting in and out, and I think you had to burn a timeout in the second quarter.
Yeah, down the red zone.
What's been the problem with that, do you think?
Well, every once in a while there's headset issues. Those do happen. I mean, they happen on offense. The headsets don't always work perfectly. And but the biggest thing, I think, is just the urgency of the call coming in from Flus and then getting communicated from the green dot and then getting lined up. It's not been perfect. We need to be better, because if you're late to get lined up, which we were, it makes the players uneasy, certainly. And then we were doing a number of things, Todd, where we were trying to match certain receivers on guys, and looking back in hindsight, probably tried to match too many guys. And so a number of things affect that.
John Schroeder with The Athletic. Jerry also said on the radio yesterday, talked about how he thinks the future of the program is very bright. I was wondering, from your perspective, going in these final 3 games and then looking beyond, where do you think the program's at right now? Yeah,
again, I'm going to reserve that for when the season's over. Like I said, you guys asked me the other day about, if you don't make the playoffs, will the year be a success? And what was my answer? It doesn't change. We get judged on winning and losing, and we haven't won enough games. So it doesn't mean there's not going to be things we look back that we're like, hey, we've built this, and this is great. Man, we've really upgraded this position, or we've done that. But again, I'm not going to, John, say, okay, well, now I'm going to go and say I'm going to stay in the moment, and I'm going to be all about the Chargers. And after we go and play the Chargers and hopefully win, I'm going to be all about the Commanders and then the Giants, and then see what happens. And then we'll take a broader, bigger picture at that point.
All right, well, then you won't like this question probably either. But with Joe Milton, if you guys are eliminated, is there at any point where you'd want to see him play?
I want to win, so plan would be to play Dak.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. A few weeks ago, you guys talked about competition at right tackle. Now that you've seen Terrence Steele and Nate Thomas start a few games consecutively, how would you evaluate that competition right now?
Again, I think, when you talk about the last 2 games, we haven't protected Dak very well. Nick, I think I'm always going to put myself out there first. I thought, again, Flores frustrated us with some things, and I needed to be better. But the biggest thing for me with the tackles specifically, which you asked about, is the fundamentals and the sets and the leverage and how they're keeping inside alignment and stuff like that. But we need to play better. We need to keep Dak upright. We need to let Dak throw out of a firm pocket, because when you give Dak that type of time, we've all seen what he's capable of doing. And that's what we did for a lot of the year. And the last 2 games, I think, truly are, situations where we struggle a little bit when we don't do that.
You're opening some practice windows today. What do you want to see from those guys over the next 3 weeks?
Yep. Yeah, so we'll open up the window for Josh Butler. We'll open up Peyton Turner and then Phil Maffa. Just a chance to get them on the grass, and see these guys compete a little bit. We're in pads today, which would be great. And I know those guys are really, really excited to get back out there and play the game that they love.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com, and playing the Chargers, a team that was the last NFL team your dad coached for in the last years that you spent with them. Does this game carry any kind of sentimental value, and what do you remember about your time in San Diego?
I wouldn't say it's any more sentimental value. I think, there's a lot of people in that organization that I'm very fond of, both from the equipment room to the Spanos family and people like that. A lot of coaches on that staff that I know, Sanjay Lal and people like that. But again, I just get focused on, prepping to play a really good team. I mean, they've won, I think, 3 in a row. They're playing really good on defense. I think they're second in the league in defensive stats, which gets me excited. I like to play good defenses, and at the end of the day, it should be a very physical football team because they play very physical, and we try to pride ourselves on doing that as well.
And then on the defense, Derwin James is a guy that moves around and plays in a lot of different spots. What makes him kind of different from some of the other guys that are versatile in terms of where they line up?
Yeah, he's a stud. He's good in coverage. He's a great blitzer. He's a good run defender. They're using him a lot in what we call Buffalo nickel, where, they put the bigger body in there to get him closer to the ball to try to impact the game and make plays. And funny story, I remember we were playing him his rookie year in Seattle, and I was out for pre warm-ups, and I was like, man, who's that defensive end? And they go, nah, I'm not a defensive end. I said, who is it? They said, that's their first-round draft pick, the safety. I was like, oh, damn. So obviously his size, athleticism, he's been doing it at a high level for a long time, and one of the best box safeties in football, in my opinion.
Joe. Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You said earlier this season you're the president of Javonte Williams Fan Club. Obviously, he's had a great year, impending free agent. What have you seen from him this year that might suggest potential success down the road and maybe here as well? Yeah, again, I can't give him enough praise. I think, we to see him, play really well last week. I think we're learning, Javonte, we want to be a little bit smart with him during the week. He's had a lot of carries this year and doing a great job. But just the way he approaches, the preparation, like he's a guy that truly gets it, man. Like he understands that to be a great player, you have to come to meetings ready to roll, be dialed in, ask questions, take great notes, go to walkthroughs. If something's messed up, hey, I need that again, clear it up in my brain, go to practice and do things the right way. And for a young player, I think that's I refer to him as young because he is young, but I think that's where you see the work ethic, you see the maturity, you see the intelligence, and then the talent. And I hope he's a Cowboy for a long time. Okay. Ed Porter, WFAA. When Jerry essentially says publicly that he's going to evaluate your defensive coordinator over the next final 3 games, what's your reaction to that, and how do you handle that with Flus and his coaching staff? Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Ed, we all understand the business we're in, and this is the National Football League. I think Flus is a great coach. We have not played well enough in that area. But my biggest thing is, I've been Flus. I've been through those people, saying, hey, what about Shotty and this position? Yeah, that's part of it. We're used to it. So my job is to help Flus and the entire staff to come up with a great game plan and try to play the best we can these next 3 weeks. And that's what I'm committed to doing.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, you talked about the Chargers defense being statistically one of the best. What stands out in terms of what they do structurally? What's kind of their calling card with Jesse Minter this year that you appreciate?
They're not very complicated. What they do well, they're wise, they're smart with their pieces, meaning the way they use Derwin, the flexibility they have with their defensive ends. They're deep there with Khalil Mack and Thule, and then you got Bud Dupree, and they're big and strong. The backers, both Perryman and Henley, are very physical players, but you can't watch their film and not get caught up in how physical they are. I mean, they're a physical defense, and I remember Jesse coming to the league 2 or 3 years ago, whatever it's been, I guess 2 years ago, and I immediately was a fan because I just saw the way those guys played and the way they impacted the game, and I think he's done a hell of a job for that organization.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio 105.3 The Fan. More on the defense. High number of interceptions, and it looks like they spread the wealth with that. Lots of different players. Attribute that pressure, or they do a lot of stuff, or what do you see with that?
Yeah, it's a great question, Christy. They play a lot of spot drop coverage. So what's that mean? It means they're dropping to locations and landmarks. So, okay, I got to get inside edge of the numbers. I got to get in the alley. I got to be on the hash. I got to be there, and they all have vision on the quarterback. So anytime the quarterback is affected and the ball does not go where it's supposed to go, they've got eyes on the ball, which allows them to make plays on the ball. And any errant throw, they usually penalize you for it. And so when you put that with a team that I think has 40 sacks or 4th or 5th in the league in sacks, it's a good compliment. So they rush the passer well, they're big and physical, and then they've got all eyes on the quarterback. So errant passes are not a good thing against this defense.
Saji's at The Athletic. Brian, kind of a broad type of question. Often we see in the shotgun, running backs are next to or slightly behind the quarterback. When you have the running back ahead of the quarterback, just what's the in front of the quarterback? What's the intention that when offenses do that?
Yeah, interesting question. It's a great question. There's different philosophies. The number one thing you would say is, obviously, I've always talked about how you want to create the depth of the pocket. It starts in the A gaps. When you keep your back at depth, if the guy blitzes, there's a collision that usually happens about 2.5 yards deep in the backfield, and the quarterbacks are trusting that the back's going to get there. That's one reason. The bigger issue is now there's so many picks on side that, like, they pick the guard or they'll pick the center or they'll pick the guard and they'll wrap the defensive lineman with the backer. When you're at different depths, it's almost impossible to pass that off. So by moving them up into location, they can work together. It'd be like Tad and I working together to pass a game would be a lot easier than me and you working on a game because of the proximity to one another. So that's one of the reasons why we do it.
And if your back is there and if you need help on the edge, is it still possible for the back to get over and help the tackle on the outside?
That's why people do it, because they know when you get stuck down in the A gaps right there, that's why they know, hey, you can't help the tackle. So we do a lot of our chips with tight ends and things like that on the edges. So it's just different philosophies, and not right or wrong, but again, it's designed for a reason, and everybody has it.
Righty, that it? Good. Okay. Todd?
I'll ask the weekly, daily Trayvon question. Will he practice today?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Well, I'll be out there in pads having a hell of a practice.
All right, guys. Thank you. There you go. Brian Schottenheimer was late for his own press conference, and he went ahead and cut it short. Got to get out to practice. Just had the requisite Trayvon Diggs question right there. Now, we will move back into My Buddy's an Idiot. I guess this is a fair question given the circumstance. Does Shotty qualify if he can't show up for his own team-scheduled press conference? Feels like he could change the schedule if he's like, that doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else he was doing.
Did he
have to poop?
Fixing it.
He's like, guys, I'm sorry, I got to go. And I didn't have time this morning because I was watching extra film for the Chargers.
Okay. Hey, you know what? Could be. That feels like a very universal issue.
We've all been there before.
For sure. Absolutely. Everybody in the history of the world has had that come upon them when they're not in a convenient time or place or space for that.
And you can either tell your body, deal with it, and wait till later.
Yep.
Or it's got to go now.
Fair. Very fair. Now, one thing that Schottenheimer said, which is very much in line with what Jerry Jones said, the idea of Jerry Jones is like, hey, look, we're not looking for draft position. We're looking to win. The question came up about the availability or playability of Joe Milton, and very to the point. Brian Schottenheimer was like, I want to win. Dak gives us the best chance. He's going to play.
Wow. Really takes a shot at Joe Milton. His confidence.
Nobody's here to argue that Joe Milton could be better than Dak, right?
As a matter of fact, here in about 15 minutes, Kevin, I'll make the argument that we need to appreciate Dak a little bit more.
All right. Good.
I understand. Like that's a coach has this like. It's part of their ego. It's part of their mentality. It's part of like this is the fabric of what we are. We try to win. We don't care about anything else but winning. We got to eliminate the outside noise. All that's for you guys to talk about,
right?
Not for me. My only focus is what am I judged on? What is my job judged on? What is my job based on? And he said it multiple times there. My job is based on my success. wins and losses. And if I don't win enough games, I'm out of here. So I'm going to do everything I can to make sure I'm here for a while. And that's what his focus is going to be. And he's sold Jerry on that. Jerry said this every year, though, right? Jerry doesn't ever seem to be in the mindset of, hey, let's go ahead and give a game away. But he's sold Jerry on, hey, this is our approach to this as a team. I want everybody in the locker room to be focused on winning the next game no matter where we stand. And Jason Garrett was that way, right? Whether it's the moon or a parking lot.
Yes.
We got to be ready to play and win football games.
That was one of my favorite quotes. From the 940, my buddy's an idiot. They care about winning meaningless games instead of setting up for a better future. And somebody asked about the love for Shoddy. I think part of the reason is in press conferences like that, he gives more human-sounding answers for better or worse, as opposed to Mike McCarthy would be like, oh, it's just like anything. Or finally some football questions, when I was like, I feel like you did get asked a football question. You just didn't like it.
And it seems also like...
Or it could just be change.
And he's, maybe he's not beaten down by it enough yet, but doesn't it seem like whenever he's asked a tough question, if John Machota's been there every day, he deserves me to answer this question.
Right.
Rather than to now bully him into me not answering the question. Right. And that's something that always irritates me about coaches, that they'll do that when dude, I'm doing my job. I'm here every day. You see me. This is a tough question. And Schottenheimer's told the guys on the morning show, as heard on 105.3 The Fan, hey guys, y'all can ask tough questions because we put in the time. We put in the time together to get the respect of each other that you can ask that. So I do appreciate that about him. But ultimately, Kevin, it is going to be wins and losses will depict how the fans feel about you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we were bringing this up. I want to get to the quote from, again, Chase Goodbread. Talking about...
what?
Yeah, from the Tuscaloosa News. He's talking about Pavia, and he said, had this been the 19-year-old Johnny Manziel, and F all the voters post on social media would have at least been less surprising, if no less classless. But after 6 years in college, you'd think Pavia, who would have signed up for at least one more course in humility by now. The kid blows off steam. Defense also fails to hold up when one considers the dozens of kids who didn't. Decades worth of disappointed Heisman finalists who managed to leave New York City without leaving behind their dignity like Pavia did. Whoa! Do you think that Diego Pavia is still an idiot, or do you think Chase Goodbread went too far?
I think Chase Goodbread kind of laid out a real good caricature of Pavia.
Okay.
They're good and bad things about him.
And it's the least surprising thing in the world, right, that he hangs out with Johnny Football? Right? Like, I'm not wrong about that.
Because of the way that he plays, the style, the attitude he plays with.
Their attitude off the field and everything.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. I guess the other fascinating thing is, like, we judge people a lot of times in their athletic careers on how they did in the NFL or the NBA.
Sure.
Not in how they did in college.
Right.
Hey, you were great, but you never lived up at the next level. Can he take that attitude to the next level? Can he bring that with him? Is he going to be at the next level?
Yeah, he might get drafted, but there's not like a lot of steam behind his draft stock.
And so, like, that, with all that attitude that goes along with it, like, Johnny played at the next level at least. He failed.
Right. He did.
But he did get to that next level.
That is fair.
He conned his way into that job.
Wow. Now, man, is it still the Dallas Cowboys who are idiots? This comes courtesy of Nick Harris, who brought together a tremendously depressing stat. The Cowboys' defense has allowed 4 quarterbacks to throw for a season high in passing yards this season. Russell Wilson, Caleb Williams, Justin Fields, and J.J. McCarthy. 2 more have had their second highest passing season total this year, Jalen Hurts and Jordan Love. That means of the 14 games that they've played, and obviously teams like Philly, they played twice, but at 13 different opponents, 6 of those quarterbacks have put up their best or second best passing yardage of the entire season.
Is that good?
I mean, for them, not if you're the defense, not if you're Eberflus. Although I did like Schottenheimer's answer about Eberflus. He goes, look, I've been Eberflus. Not Schotty. Maybe he needs to go. And so he was like, it's my job to set him up for success. But when you hear that half the opponents you've played, their quarterback has put up a season high or second best season passing total, all against your defense.
Because your communication is too complicated or whatever. Like he mentioned that, hey, look, the helmets don't work sometimes.
Yeah, that's not good.
What? Like, then you got to figure something out. You have to have backup plans. They don't seem to have them.
Or backup helmets. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I feel like it's about...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win. Actually, you know what? Caller number 8. Yes. Caller number 8 will win a pair of tickets to go see Motley Crue when they come to the Dos Equis Pavilion on September 10th, 2026. These tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. You can go buy tickets at Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 8, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, the C Block, where Corey presents a Dak appreciation segment. Next on The Fan.
Much more out of your holidays. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win, or if your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions are powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and might not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on the CDNA. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing-get-terms_DFS_html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Might have another addendum from my buddies in Idiot. Ohio University has fired their coach, Brian Smith, for cause today, saying Smith violated his contract by engaging in serious professional misconduct and participating in activities that reflect unfavorably upon the university. So the Ohio football team, they have fired their head coach. Right now, a special edition of the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I appreciate that. I'm kind of curious. There are a lot of coaches that wind up making these poor decisions.
Yeah.
Is that just because we are human and we will fall into these traps? We start thinking, hey, we're above everything else in the organization. Nobody can touch us. Or, man, I've never experienced this kind of success before, and I don't know how to handle it.
See, I think it's that and so many new things becoming available to you, whether it's money, whether it's drugs, women,
rock and roll.
Yes, I think all of those things.
Hip-hop.
I was going to say more the drugs,
Boats.
money, and women.
Okay. What about boats?
Yeah.
That falls under money, I guess.
Does it feel like it'd be inappropriate to get a boat?
Why?
I mean,
you never wanted a boat before?
Sure. I'm saying it doesn't feel inappropriate to get a boat.
But you know what boats lead to?
Hose.
No.
Oh.
The water.
Oh.
What are you doing, dude?
That's from Step Brothers.
I mean, I think that's going to happen eventually because you're on the boat, you're on the water.
Mm-hmm.
There's some other people not on the water. They're on the land, and they're looking at you, and they're like, I would like to ride. And you're like, that is a very tiny bikini.
You know how women are.
Okay,
You know what I mean,
PJ, not the time.
All right, Kevin. One thing before we get into the Dak appreciation segment. You said in your Underdog ad, and get it in a snap. How fast is a snap? Bam. That's
like
fast.
that.
How fast did you read the end of that, though?
Hey, I can read fast. Maybe not that fast, but it's pretty fast, right, Alec?
It's pretty quick.
Does it feel weird? Does it feel weird to hear you going that fast?
Yeah. I was like, no.
Now, I also do want to know of the Americans out there living in the world, or not. Maybe you're not.
I can't wait to see where this goes.
Does it remind you of the Micro Machines commercials?
Yes. Or the Saved by the Bell teacher.
He was the same guy, right?
Yes.
Dude, those commercials were amazing. And then you saw him do it live on Nickelodeon. He was interviewed and he did it. I was like, what? Wow.
Do you think you would just talk that fast and people would be either too confused or totally didn't process what you said and they're like, oh yeah, that sounds good?
Yeah, nobody's registering what you just did.
All right.
And Kevin, you've heard me.
Yeah.
There's no way I could talk that fast.
Yeah.
Even with all Bobby's
Especially
Adderall.
right now.
I couldn't do it. Bobby could say, hey, take the entire bottle of Adderall. And I would still be like, this is my voice and this is how I talk. Dak appreciation. Here's why I'm doing this today. And I think there are some Tolos out there that appreciate what Dak's done this season. And I think in an individual season, you can separate what he's done this year versus what he's done in previous years as well. But we asked, are you angry with the Cowboys to start Monday?
Right.
And I was angry about their effort in that game or the lack thereof or the outcome of the game. I was angry about it. I was resigned to the fact that this season is what it is. Somebody posted, I enjoy watching you people do the dance to avoid blaming Dak. First off, what do you mean by that? And then he said, dude is the most overrated player in NFL history.
Wow.
Now, I don't know why he's saying avoid blaming Dak.
Yeah.
This season's record, how many of the games would you blame on Dak?
Yeah, maybe. I was gonna say maybe one, maybe not even one. But also,
dude, that's interesting because I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think not even one.
I also don't think that is realistic per our show.
I agree with that, and I think sometimes if a person on the station has an opinion,
it's all of our opinion.
Yeah, everybody feels that way, and I get that. It's difficult. This is why you need a Tolo.
That's right.
So that you can have a real good understanding of the best content the entire station has to offer.
Yes.
And then you can deliver that to your friends who don't Tolo and embarrass them in arguments. And then after you've embarrassed them thoroughly in arguments, they go, you know what? I should probably Tolo too.
Yeah.
Because if I Tolo, then I'll be not embarrassed next time there's an argument.
True.
So what I wanted to do, the conversation I really wanted to have was how he's done this year. He is number one in total yards at 3,931 yards.
How much, can I ask a quick question about that? Not to be difficult from the start. How much stock do you put in that stat specifically? Because I know people will point to, like, probably the last 2 weeks he tagged on, 200 yards or whatever of just garbage time yards because the game was essentially over.
Yeah, and quarterbacks do that across the league.
I'm sure.
So you can say that, but the yards exist, and he's number one in it.
Okay.
He also, most of the time this year, he's thrown the ball 34-plus times. So the ball's in his hands a lot, so he's going to get a lot of yards. That's just the way that this offense is constructed. It's constructed for some big plays, too, with Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, and it's constructed to get the ball to those playmakers so they can go make a big play. His completion percentage is 5th.
Okay.
68.4 completion percentage. Obviously, you want that to be a little closer to 100% of the time, but
sure.
Nobody's done that yet.
Uh-huh.
Until Dak does it one day. Maybe. We'll see. Touchdowns. He's 3rd.
Okay.
Now, he's at 26. Matthew Stafford's at, 34, 35?
Yeah.
But that's MVP season.
Yeah, he's
right
probably going to win the MVP.
When it comes to sacks, 15th fewest sacks this year.
Okay.
Middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack.
A lot of times what I hear is Dak needs to get rid of the ball. He's been sacked 24 times. There are plenty of other quarterbacks that need to get rid of the ball more and faster. Dak's in the middle of the pack. I would like to see that number even reduced more, but how many of these conversations you're hearing from Jerry, Steven, and even your head coach are, we're not protecting him well enough?
Right. Although I will, you're right. I will say sometimes I am part of that group of throw the ball away because there's been instances where he's clearly seen the lanes where there's nothing there. And that's when I'm like, I don't need you to spin around. Like, you just throw the ball away. But I'm with you.
And the great quarterbacks have, right?
Yeah.
They know when to say that play is not going to work. Screw it. We'll get it on the next play instead of potentially losing 10 yards.
Yeah.
And I'm totally with you. I'm just saying it isn't as much as you think.
No, I
gotcha. It's just the ones that you know that you're like, man, I recognize that, and it's stuck with me because you should have gotten rid of it on that one.
Yep.
But it's not as much as you think. QBR second, which is
that's a big deal.
72.8.
Wow, is he really?
Yeah,
that is impressive.
His rating is 10th at a 99.1. And again, had to throw the ball 34 plus times per game.
Yeah,
which is early in his career. We were like, we don't want that. We don't even want him throwing 30. We were like, you would be in like a 25 range. And now we're just like, no, give him the ball as often as possible. Here's the thing, though, when it comes to this season specifically. His defensive rankings. Yards, 4th worst. Points, 2nd worst. Points. So Dak's scoring 29. Their scoring offense is 29.1 points per game.
Okay.
Scoring defense is 30 points a game.
That's
1 point less.
Stupid.
You are giving your team every single opportunity to win football games, and your defense consistently says, we don't want to.
And I don't know. I've heard some differing opinions about this, and I will be fair. I didn't go research it myself, but they are going to be part of a small group of teams in the history of football that have scored 29 points a game and given up 29 plus points a game, which is not a good thing.
Yeah. And so I went back to look, Kevin, because last year was bad. Offensively, you weren't great. You were 21st in points. You were 31st in points last year on defense. You're 31st in points on defense this year. So I wanted to see, okay, Tony. Everybody always goes back, well, Tony Romo never had a good defense either. He was never 31st in defense.
Yeah, what did his look like?
There were some bad ones,
but not at the bottom.
Let's roll here. His first year, 20th. That he actually was the quarterback.
Yeah.
Next year, 13th. Next year, 20th. Second.
Oh.
The next year was 31st, but that was a John Kitna season. And then the next year, 16, 24, 26, 15, 16. And then all of a sudden, Dak Prescott takes over, and your defenses, you're in top 5 a lot of times.
Do you think it's because everybody in the history of Cowboys fandom remembers that 51-48 loss to the Broncos, and they just kind of project that 51 onto every single thing? It's like, Tony Romo scored 48 points, and they did, and they should have won that game, but not every game was exactly like that.
Tony Romo is pretty much at this point considered your all-time leading passer in a lot of categories, right? He set the standard because Roger Staubach and Troy Aikman didn't play in that era. I really don't know if Troy would have had the same numbers as you go back and look at the interception to touchdown ratio, and you're like, dang, Troy threw a lot of interceptions. Again, he threw a lot of interceptions on real third down passes. Everybody knew he's throwing on third down because you just ran on first and second down so effectively. So, but you go to Tony Romo's numbers, and he played how many games, Kevin? 156.
Okay.
Dak's at 136.
So we're closing in, about a season away.
Dak has surpassed him as the yards leader. Dak is 7 touchdowns behind him.
Oh.
7 touchdowns. He's at 239.
So he should
Romo's at 248.
That mark in the next 20 games.
The rating for Tony Romo, a 97.1.
Okay. Gross.
We're a bad number. And then the rating for Dak Prescott, 98.2.
Okay.
And now QBR, Kevin, unfortunately, Pro Football Reference does not take that number.
Oh, that's the number I really need.
I know. That's the one you wanted. Interceptions-wise, Romo was at 117. Dak's at 92.
Okay, so he has a significantly better touchdown to interception ratio as well.
Yeah, so I know people still hang on about how great Tony Romo was. And I'm trying to figure out why exactly you hate Dak Prescott. why you want to say that he's the most overrated in NFL history. Why you think that he can't get you there. Right now, I'm watching a quarterback play some of his best football.
Yeah.
I think we can say there have been times where he's had better seasons. But watching him this year, I've felt like I'm watching a quarterback that sees the game better than he's ever seen it before and understands what he's trying to accomplish better than he's ever felt before. And I'm just kind of curious what it is you hate about Tony Romo. You.
Me?
Yeah, you specifically.
I don't hate Tony Romo.
By the way, speaking of, I'm sorry, Dak Prescott.
You meant Dak Prescott. I was going to say, why does that get put on me? So a couple of reasons. I think people love hyperbole. Second of all, it's that Dak is the highest paid player in the NFL. I don't think Romo ever was. I know he was right near the top multiple years, but I don't think he ever was. And so that bothers him. And then other people become more nostalgic for things once they're further in the past. Like, look at the Star Wars prequels. I know that's a weird comparison to the Cowboys quarterbacks. I feel like people hated them when they came out. Now, when the sequels came out from Disney, they're like, oh, man, those prequels, they were badass. And so, like, I just feel like the further away maybe you get from something, you're a little kinder to it.
So when it comes to the dude that was like, you guys doing everything you can to not blame Dak, this season is not a Dak blame season by any means.
I agree with that.
Now, you can blame him for certain games. There have been plenty of playoff games that I blamed him for. San Francisco, both times. Dude, show up faster. You got to beat Jimmy Garoppolo. There have been plenty of times where I've been like, he needed to play better that day. But this season, I don't know that I can blame Dak Prescott for the season. I put it on one thing specifically, actually about three. One, the front office didn't do a good enough job giving the talent to the defensive coordinator. The defensive coordinator hadn't done a good enough job of communicating how this defense is supposed to be run, and then entirely this defense has been inept.
Right.
And the offense has done everything that it can. And in games that the defense, in games that the offense is fluttered or not done good enough, I still blame the defense. Because they didn't do good enough either on all that. And a lot of those times your head coach, who's the offensive coordinator, had to leave the room so he could go help the defensive coordinator get this thing figured out.
Right.
I just don't think it's blamed Dak this year.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. In the past, I absolutely get it, whether it's marquee regular season matchups, whether it's certain playoff matchups. And that was a knock against Romo as well. I think the knocks against both of them are remarkably similar. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Next up, scouting the Chargers. We'll do that right here in The Fan.
The personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
McConkey in motion on 3rd and 2. Herbert looking to run. Buying time now, throws, caught, touchdown! Ladd McConkey!
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And we've made the hot tag to Zach Wolchuk, who is now coming in to relieve Corey Majors, who, as we've talked about during the show, maybe doesn't feel so great.
Corey Majors.
I'm glad that you were able to come in and help out.
Oh, man, it's my pleasure. Some of your audience might not be excited about this, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah, one person in particular.
We're going to just, power through, and I'm happy to do the best that I can here. I hope Corey feels better.
And then we'll see. We may or may not hear from Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo tomorrow for the great Christmas movie bracket of 2025. The bracket is set, and Eric Chiafalo will be sad when he finds out that Four Christmases did not make the cut this year around. Oh, no.
Don't come in here.
Yeah,
this is my time.
We were going to talk about the Chargers.
He's so upset he loves that movie.
This is 2 years in a row, isn't it?
No,
we made it last year.
It was in there last year. And there's another person who's upset that Just Friends didn't make the cut. I will point out.
I always forget about Just Friends.
It's a good one.
I don't consider it a Christmas movie, but it is.
It is.
Made the cut last year. And am I sad that nobody voted for Batman Returns? Yes. Yes, I am. But much like there's like 4 new playoff teams every year, there's new teams in the bracket. The Holiday, the Charlie Brown Christmas, and Gremlins are all new entrants.
Holiday made it.
Dude, with Jack Black?
Yes.
Yeah, and Cameron Diaz and Jude Law.
I can tell you only one gender voted for that movie. And
hey, they're going to get my vote. That's a good rom-com, man.
And the 3 that dropped out were the Christmas Chronicles, Four Christmases, and Just Friends. So the bracket is set, ready to go. We have a new number 1 seed. It's going to be intense tomorrow.
I'm excited.
12:20.
Can't wait.
12:20, that's what time you need us?
That would be great.
All right, set your alarm. Make sure you give me a reminder.
I'll try and be there on time.
Okay, I'd appreciate it. If not, we'll jump you in for the quarterfinals.
Oh, no.
All right, so let's scout the Chargers. And I want to start with this if we can, because we've talked about how the Cowboys season is essentially, if not totally mathematically done. For the Chargers, they have 4 different scenarios which would put them in the playoffs this weekend. Beat the Cowboys, and the Texans lose or tie against the Raiders. Well, maybe we cross that one off the list.
Probably not going to happen.
All right. The Chargers beat the Cowboys, and the Colts lose to the 49ers.
I could see that.
I could most definitely see that happen. Or if the Colts tie the 49ers, that would also put them in. So 2 viable scenarios. The Chargers tie with the Cowboys, and the Texans lose to the Raiders, and the Colts tie the 49ers. That doesn't feel very likely, so I think we'll stick with if the Chargers beat the Cowboys, they're in with a Colts tie or loss to the 49ers. That feels like a reasonable outcome. All right. And the Chargers are coming into this game with a lot of steam, because it doesn't always look good, but they get the job done. The Chargers just completed their first sweep of the Chiefs in 12 years. Wow. Now, that game was ugly as hell. It had 8 punts, 3 turnovers, 14 combined penalties. So I'm not here to argue about the aesthetic nature of the win, but the point is they won, and they're on a 3-game winning streak right now, including back-to-back wins over last year's Super Bowl team. So that's what I'll start with, Wolchuk. And I don't know if this is how you felt, whether it's watching this past game against the Chiefs or watching the Chargers this season. It doesn't usually look great, but they get the job done.
Yeah, it's kind of the Harbaugh team, right? Like they've taken over the personality of Harbaugh. It's similar to kind of watching his teams at Michigan. Like they're just going to find a way to grind it out. They're going to play pretty good defense. They're fundamentally well coached. They obviously want to run the football. The bummer for them is they thought they had the offensive line figured out. Like Harbaugh gets there, what's he do? He takes Joe Alt. He's been one of the best offensive tackles in football. He's been in and out of the lineup, and he's out and hurt now. Obviously, they end up losing their right tackle as well with Rashawn Slater, who they just paid a giant contract to. Then his backup, Trey Pipkins, gets hurt, and he's out of the lineup. Mekhi Becton, I don't think has been that great of a free agent signing for them after coming over from Philadelphia. So they have tried, but unfortunately in true Charger fashion. And I think this goes back to like the Phillip Rivers days.
Okay.
With Norv Turner coaching them.
Yeah.
They always seem like they're plagued by the injury bug.
Yeah, I know. I feel like the Chargers and maybe the Vikings this year have really, and there's other teams as well, have really been gutted by offensive line injuries. All right. Justin Herbert. He's the man who has to deal with these offensive line injuries, and you've seen how problematic that can be, from breaking his thumb to ripping a hole in his arm that they said it took like 5 different bandaging, is what I'm going to go with.
Bandaging?
Yeah, bandaging, to be able to make that continue to go. Justin Herbert, I think, is emblematic of the rest of this team.
Yeah.
It doesn't look good, but it gets the job done. So let's go step by step with this.
Step by step, day by day.
All right, stop that. But thank you for singing that. Justin Herbert, he has 4 straight games with an interception.
Yeah.
That is his longest streak in 3 years.
That's kind of surprising.
Yeah. Did you know that he threw the fewest interceptions in the NFL last year? 4 full-time starting quarterbacks. This year, he's already thrown 12, which is the second highest of his career. All right, so we're going to start stacking up potentially negative things, and then we'll round out to the whole reason that the Chargers are still playing for something. Justin Herbert, he has been sacked. You just talked about that difficult offensive line 11 times in the last 2 games. This is the most shocking Chargers stat I can present to you. That ties the most for him in any 2-game span of his career, tying with a few weeks ago when it happened in week 9 and 10.
Wow.
So I don't want to make it sound like they have really risen up beyond these offensive line injuries, because they most certainly have not. And I think Justin Herbert, off the record, would agree with that. And let's just look at this last game. He faced the blitz on 19 of his 34 dropbacks, the second highest blitz rate he has faced this season. So my question for you, Mr. Wolchuk, Cowboys have been really good at blitzing a lot in the first 6 plays of a game.
Yeah, right.
And then they decide, not for me. In an obvious seeming advantage, would you blitz the quarterback that has a banged-up offensive line and has paid the price for it?
Is that a serious question?
Yes.
Yeah, of course I would, Hanky.
Well, the reason why it's a serious question is our DC doesn't seem to agree.
Damn
so
right.
I thought maybe I'm the crazy one.
No, he's the crazy one, and I can't say that he's going to do it, but he absolutely should. If you watch what Nakobe Dean was able to do on Monday night, which I think we all did, he was harassing Justin Herbert, and they can't pass protect. Their backs are not very good. So if you find a way to exploit a Marion Hampton or Kamani Vidal, who's undersized, so is Hassan Haskins, you should be able to win those battles. And to me, you did at least see DeMar being overshown early in the game blitz once. Just once. And supposedly he's fully on a leash now. Okay?
So that was the case in the last game, too, but he's been underwhelming.
He has been underwhelming. I'd like to think every week he's going to start to get a little bit better, trust that knee a little bit. I think that this is something where, we probably underestimated, and we should always go into this thinking a guy coming off of a catastrophic knee injury, especially the second one in how many years?
Yeah. Same with Revel. I know it's not exactly the same scenario, but
like there's going to be a little bit of growing pains here. You got to get back to the same type of player you were before. So I'm hoping next year, we get back to the DeMarvion Overshown we all knew and loved. But at least the fact that he's playing was still an upgrade over what you had.
Absolutely.
Right? So Maris Leofau, DeMarvion Overshown, those should be your blitzers. Maybe Donovan Wilson. I think Donovan Wilson is one of these guys, kind of like how Dan Quinn, use Marquise Bell. That might be the best way to utilize his skill set.
Okay, can I ask you about one more player then? Because we were talking about, I know the rotation would be difficult here. Do you want to see Shamar James in there at all for some blitzing?
Oh, I absolutely would. And Shamar James is a good blitzer. If you from watching him at Florida, I thought that was one of his best traits.
So whenever we're talking about, like, if you want to call it organic tanking or whatever, and I know Jerry said it's not going to happen. I know Shotty was just like, we want to win games. But I don't necessarily even think it's organic tanking to be like, well, you know what, Kenneth Murray, you never see the field again. So Logan Wilson, you get a lot of those snaps, but you don't get all of those snaps, and you can shuffle it up with James and Leafau as well.
Yeah, well, and especially going into next year, Marist, I think, is a backup linebacker and a really good special teams player. I kind of think that's what he is. But Overshown and James could start for you next year. I mean, Overshown, I think, is a guy that is going to start for you. Shamar James, I think, has shown you enough flashes that going into next year, when you're looking at like how many of these guys are really in our plans as starting players, James could be one of those guys. So I think first round they should take a linebacker, and this is a draft that I think actually warrants taking a linebacker in the first round based on the talent that's there from what I've watched so far.
Now think about what we set up. Justin Herbert, longest interception streak since 2022. He's already got the second most interceptions of his career. Been sacked 11 times in the last 2 games. Justin Herbert has been sacked 4+ times in 6 games this season. Now, the whole reason I bring all of that up is in those games, they're 5-1. So you think about usually sacks, turnovers, exposed offensive line. These all feel really high up on the list of ways that you lose game. And that is the beauty of the Chargers this year. It doesn't always look pretty. In fact, a lot of times it looks gross. But they win the game. And obviously, all of us Cowboys fans are jealous of that.
You play to win the game.
Exactly. And I have to admit, I really admire that level of grit and determination from the Chargers to figure out a way to win these games in which it seems like thing after thing after thing is against them.
Right.
So...
yeah, they're one of these teams that, and I said this yesterday on our show, they find ways to keep the opposition in the football game.
They do.
And that's also one of the reasons why I've looked at Justin Herbert and thought, I think that he has been one of the more overrated quarterbacks since he's been in the league.
No argument.
I don't know that what he's really done to earn the reputation of always being in this top 5 quarterback discussion.
He looks like he should be the best quarterback.
Because physically, he's got all the intangibles. He's mobile. He can run around. He's got a cannon for an arm. He's got the height. You know, he's what you look at if you're building a quarterback. But the bottom line is he's failed in the postseason, and I think oftentimes he's been very inconsistent with his play, and he turns the ball over a ton, which is, to your point, exactly how teams are able to stay in games. So I'm worried about what they're able to present defensively. You had, and I think Shotty was also talking about this, the variance of people who have been able to get interceptions in their secondary. I mean, they
have 5 different players with multiple forced turnovers.
And it's not always household names. Like, everyone knows who Derwin James is, right? But Cam Hart is a guy that's been solid.
Yeah.
It's their defense is stout, and Deion Henley is probably one of the best linebackers in football that nobody talks about. We loved him coming out of the draft on the draft show. He's been an absolute star for them. So can
we stop on Henley for just a second? Because Henley was the person who was just all over Kareem Hunt for that Mahomes pick. And so I did want to take a chance to go ahead and shout him out. And then the other one, Derwin James, had the interception that ended up sealing the win. But Henley had, he was all over awesome. Kareem Hunt for that.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Washington State, I thought he was the best linebacker in his draft class 2 years ago, and it's not a surprise that he's going out there and doing what he's doing. But that's the calling card of Harbaugh teams, even going back to the 49ers.
Yeah.
They are going, it's going to be a grinded out process. They're going to hopefully not beat themselves, and if you're not able to force Justin Herbert to turn the football over, which, let's be real, do we think the Cowboys defense is going to be able to do that? They'll probably find a way to outlast you at the end of the game.
Okay, so speaking of potentially the end of the game, I don't know how much of a draw this usually is for people. Do y'all feel like this is a battle of the best 2 kickers in the league?
Man, I didn't realize how good Cameron Dicker had been,
the kicker's badass, man.
They put up the graphic, what was it, Monday night, a week ago, yesterday? Or what is today, Wednesday?
Yes.
Gosh, all these days are blowing together, bro.
Right.
The lack of sleep, it's really starting to get to me.
I mean, Cameron Dicker, I can help you out here. He has the highest percentage field goals made in NFL history.
Crazy.
But one of the knocks has been he doesn't have a lot of long kicks, which is a weird knock against a kicker because it just means your team is better at advancing the ball down the field. Whereas Brandon Aubrey, last week notwithstanding, has been the greatest long-distance kicker in the history of football. So you can make a really strong argument these are the two dudes.
Yeah, they are. And I mean,
I don't know if that's a draw for people.
How does it make you feel that it's another Texas kicker? I mean, it was Justin Tucker, the Tugger himself, and then now you've got Cameron Dicker, and they've been leading the league when it comes to field goal made percentage.
I have no beef with Cameron Dicker. I really dislike Justin Tucker because he was responsible for that kick at the end of the last Texas and Texas A&M game before they stopped playing, and Texas A&M still can't win that game. But you know what? Maybe next year.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up.
Is our year. No, but I know
next year's our year. You sound like a Cowboy fan.
No, to beat Texas this year is still our year for the Aggies. But I'm also a realistic A&M fan, so we'll see. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much for jumping in. Coming up next, we will chat with the fellas from the Gag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have a lot of potential options. You can go sports, McDonald's, puzzles to start, as courtesy of D&M Leasing, we chit-chat with the fellas from the Gag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today, and do you have a vote?
Amazing, Hagee. Do I have a vote on what?
What topic you want to start with?
What were the options again?
Oh, my goodness gracious. It's like Corey's still here.
What'd you just say?
Sports,
Wendy's,
McDonald's, or puzzles? Because I do have a puzzle conversation I would like to have with you guys.
I'm always up for a good puzzle conversation.
All right. What is the optimum number of pieces in a puzzle that you like to put together? And also, because I didn't know about this until I went to Germany, are you familiar with the Advent puzzle?
No, I don't know the Advent puzzle. I would say around 2,500, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. Wow.
Not too much, but not too easy. I want to spend about a week or two, on this. I think my biggest issue is puzzles that have similar pieces that kind of fit one another.
Yeah.
And you're spending the entire time looking for this piece, and you're like, oh, 3 days ago I put that in over here, and now everything is making more sense. But I don't need, close fits, especially if they have the similar colors. I would think their computers could handle that by now.
You would think that. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever tried this, and it's a delicate balance. If you look at the back of the puzzle, it will usually give you a really good look as if I got the perfect piece or not, because you can see that glimmer of daylight, and you're like, ooh, that's the wrong.
I'm going to add that to the toolkit. I got big holiday puzzle plans.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So one of the reasons that we brought this up is when we went to Germany in August, there was this world famous Christmas shop, and everyone's like, oh, you got to go to the Christmas shop, and it's in August. So I was like, all right, we'll be like us and 3 other people will be there. That place was packed. It was 3 stories. There were you could barely move through the shop at times. One of the things we bought was an Advent puzzle. So it's 1,000 pieces, and it's broken up into every single day, and you build sections of the puzzle. So each day we open a box, and it's got 40 pieces in it, and then you can attack a section of the puzzle. We, of course, have already fallen behind, so if you wanted to attack several portions of the puzzle, but I don't know if you'd ever heard of that, because that kind of blew my mind, and it's kind of awesome.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun holiday tradition.
Yeah.
A different spin on
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
So if I go back to Germany, get an Advent puzzle.
I would be down with
Gavin
that.
Dawson.
Yeah, that would be fun.
All right.
No, I'm not a holiday gift hinter.
Okay.
No.
You just cut right to the chase.
Yeah.
Does that what do we do with the puzzle when it's done?
Frame it.
Oh, we have frame it team?
Yeah, you can take it down, do it again.
Okay, Dawson, you didn't sound like you're a frame it team. You sound like you're very much look at it for about 2-3 minutes, and then hope your daughter comes in and rips it apart.
I'm more of an idea guy than an execution guy when it comes to those kind of things.
Yeah.
So I think I have.
To me, you were too interested in making a wall piece out of it.
Well, what you detected was regret, because I'd planned to a couple of times, and then we had it glued on a giant piece of cardboard with the idea to frame it. And then it got lost. Actually, Abby asked me a couple of days ago. She was like, hey, where were those puzzles we planned to frame? And I was like, that's a good question.
Yeah.
So my wife, when we were still dating, she thought I was a weirdo for that suggestion. And she was like, what? Nobody frames a puzzle, because we had framed puzzles around. And luckily, she's talked to her friends, and she goes, have you ever heard of framing a puzzle? And most of them were like, sure, people do that, because she thought I was a crazy
Is there an
person.
actual business for that?
Probably,
I can see myself messing up the glue aspect of it.
I bet you if you go to a frame shop, they'd do it for you.
Yeah.
How do we carry it there?
I would say if you carry it on just a board, because they have puzzle glue where they give you a little flattener that you can do on it as well, that makes it kind of easier.
I figured you could use some kind of spray enamel on it, maybe keep it together.
Maybe they do. Glue. They probably should. That sounds. Now I feel kind of like a chump for buying puzzle glue and spreading it out like a fool.
Yeah.
Little lame
you got some left-handed scissors, safety scissors too. You're working with over there.
Yeah, I probably should. All right, Anything sports y'all want to talk about before we move on to McDonald's or continue to discuss puzzles?
What are sports?
What's that?
What are the sports options?
Whatever.
Okay.
I don't actually have
really
a
great job prepping for this one.
I don't have a sports agenda because I liked the other throw out about the McDonald's.
Okay, you want to talk
lunch.
McDonald's?
Yeah,
just direct us where you want to go.
Get to the Happy
all
Meals.
right. How many chicken nuggets is either A, too many, and B, that you could take down?
Well, there are no too many.
Oh.
I mean, I think for like a standard order, if you're an adult, and like I think 20 nuggets is probably like the line.
Okay.
You know, where it's like, okay, that's, I'm not like totally judging you. If you're going more than 20, then I'm like, okay, what's going on? You know, now I'm here for it.
Do you look to see how many people are in the car?
Guy.
Like they ordered 3 20 pieces, and you're like, oh, that buddy's
He got a lot
alone,
going
man.
on.
Yeah.
Or you're just like me, like whenever I was younger, like in high school or whatever, when they had the 50 McNugget deals, and then it's just like, okay, like we're having fun here, and we're young, and we can
See how many you can eat.
Yeah, let's just have fun with it.
I kind of feel like that party platter since we're in the holiday season for that Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
That thing is you never know how many you've really eaten because you're kind of hovering over it.
Yeah.
And do you not keep track on
You
purpose?
don't.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, I don't know if it's keep track on purpose or you're just so damn happy that they're there. I kind of find that's one of those things where you said, oh, you had 40 of them. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if I sat there and ate 40 of those party platter. Are they nuggets?
Yeah, they're nuggets.
They're
nuggets.
Best nuggets are chicken.
Well, I'll tell you, I think
Chick-fil-A nuggets.
they're damn good, whatever they are.
I agree.
I'm biased. I think they're the best nuggets. Yeah.
They feel like the realest version of like actual chicken.
Okay.
You know, like
yeah.
because I've read that generally nuggets are only like probably 40% meat, and the rest is just like.
Did you know that in the store, if you ever see like nuggets with a Z, it's not a marketing thing. It's because they have not met the federal minimum requirements to call them nuggets.
And I think
actually spell it.
I think the requirement's only like 40% meat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so if you ever see that, just know it's because
that's why that Z's next to the Cowboys defense. It's like 40% of a real defense.
Man.
And that's why I can't eat many of them. Like
Okay.
the flavor's good, but after 3 or 4 maybe, I'm just like, this isn't that. No, there's guilt and disgust building up.
Yeah. Now,
wait, can I ask a question there? What's the most guilt and disgust thing you eat, but you still go ahead and eat it? Dawson, is it those donut holes?
It probably is the donuts, the powdered donuts.
Yeah, I could see that.
Or Oreos. You know, at this age, I can feel their impact on my digestive system. You know?
See, and to me, it's not a specific food as much of it is you ate not a single serve thing. Or like a family size thing, just yourself.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know what the specific food has to be, but I'm like, ooh.
That was supposed to feed like 4.
I feel
oh
judged.
my gosh! I just killed a large pizza. Oopsies.
I think eating a whole pizza is probably the one where you go.
I could see that.
Wow, that was what did I just do?
Right. It's amazing in the moment.
You didn't stop. You just kept going.
But at least with the pizza places, you're right. At least they don't put how many people it should feed. Like on Wingstop, they're like, this should feed 4 to 5 people. And I'm like, hey, you shut up. This is for me and my wife.
Yeah, this is for me to decide.
Yeah, exactly. And so at least with pizza, I appreciate they're like, hey, fat ass, we know you're going to eat this whole thing. So they don't put anything on there.
Yeah, they don't shame you that way. I think the chips are the one for me. Like I'll open a fresh bag,
gosh.
and, it's supposed to be like a family size or like like a large size of chips.
Can you take the whole bag down? No problem.
Like no problem. No, I have to literally throw like, honey, get these away from me. Like I have to say that because if they're just sitting with me and it's a movie or a football game, they're gone, dude. They're gone. And now it's the ice cream sandwiches too.
Yeah. Can you eat a whole box
to take advantage of me?
Like a box of 6? Can you just punish them all at once?
With the ice cream sandwiches? Yeah. They get better with each bite. Like the ice cream sandwich.
Plus shrinkflation with the chips and the ice cream sandwiches. They're a little tiny bit smaller.
That's true. That's true.
So you should feel like that little bit less guilty.
Yeah, like these aren't even regulation size.
Exactly. Yeah, man. Do you think, when people are like, you'd be amazed to see an offensive lineman back in the day. Do you think if we took a bag of family-sized chips back to the 80s, they'd be like, what kind of crap is this?
What is this?
This is ridiculous.
It's supposed to be like the 50-cent bag.
Yeah, exactly. Man, I love that crosstalk. I'm glad you guys didn't pick sports. especially because I wasn't ready for it. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Heggie. We're diving into the college football playoff. We'll have voice of the Aggies, Andrew Monaco, coming up at 4 o'clock. And Danny Cannell at 6.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I like it. Ooh, college football centric. Love it. Roll home with the Gag Nation. We have been the K&C Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
News. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Shoddy presser about 90 minutes ago. We'll give you some of the hot takeaways from that and take a snapshot of the rest of the world of sports. General at your service at ease. There's brought us the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion here, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. The man's got us stuck on automatic. You got Woolchuck and Chiafalo here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And you can watch us every day, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Listen with the Odyssey app if you're out of town. Maybe you got holiday plans. Yeah, just go ahead and punch that thing up. Instant rewind functionality. You're going to love it. Brian, you're going to preview the Chargers offense for us coming up at 3:40.
I am going to do that. Can I make a quick, get our show started maybe in a way? I don't think you're going to have Guyton this week again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No Guyton?
I think
tough sprained ankle.
Yeah, the high ankle sprain and stuff like that. Just kind of talking to some people in the organization this morning. It sounds like that they're working through things, but they're kind of running out of time on some of this stuff. So I don't think you're going to have Guyton this week. Would be my humble opinion. But working the right way, just not coming around fast enough for him.
Quinnen Williams is not going to practice today. He is working through concussion protocol. The Cowboys are in pads.
How about that late in the campaign, padding that thing up if you're shoddy?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, I like it. You lose 2 in a row?
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
You did have 3 players designated to return, though. Josh Butler, the corner. Phil Maffa, running back.
Here we go. Now we're starting to do some things.
And defensive end Peyton Turner. So give these guys an opportunity. I'd say after seeing what Kalen Carson, Savone Rebel gave you, that might be the genesis for wanting to see cornerback Josh Butler out there. But I like the idea of getting a look at Maffa as well before this thing's over.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that we're going to get to the point, like for the Giants game, this is just gut feeling. You know, I know Shoddy and them want to win all the games and do this and do that. But I have a feeling you're going to get to that final game and you're going to see some players that you don't normally see.
Yeah, Shoddy today, the quote was, "I want to win. The plan is to play Dak."
Yeah.
And, I think he gives himself an out there. It's interesting how he worded that.
I think that, if you struggle in this game and take a loss, now your evaluations need to take other measures. You got a short week against the Commanders. You never know on that field. Do you want to play, late in the season on that field with really any of your guys, especially significant guys?
Yeah, here's the interesting thing. Philly has Washington this week, and then they have to play Buffalo. So if they lose this week and you beat the Chargers, now you're thinking, we should probably be going for it. Even though it's 0.8%, that number would jump significantly. If the Commanders beat them once, they have the Bills and the Commanders again, and you have Giants Commanders. It's still doable. And I wouldn't, want to totally punt on the chance of making the playoffs.
You're gonna know Saturday afternoon because the Commanders Eagles game is a Saturday game.
Oh, cool.
So you'll know going into the Chargers game.
Yeah.
But we're going to get into the Chargers offense. This is going to be a big challenge for you this week defensively, the way you play.
Okay.
So I'm I'm not feeling great right now about this. And when I get into Chargers defense tomorrow, it's going to be one of the better ones you've played all year.
Yeah. Defense tomorrow, offense today, 340, Krusty's corner. I think at week 18, even if you don't believe in Joe Milton at all, assuming the Eagles win one of these next 2 or you lose one of the next 2 and make it official, I think you play Joe Milton in hopes that he goes out there and lights it up like he did last year for New England against Buffalo, and there's a trade market for Joe Milton again. Let's flip this guy. I don't think anybody believes Joe Milton is a good, viable, long-term quarterback prospect, but maybe recoup some trade value.
Well, Joe Milton last year in Week 17 or Week 18,
he played great.
He crushed it with Buffalo.
Beat the Buffalo Bills. So
they didn't
Cowboys were interested.
No, for sure, and you're right. I mean, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be in the quarterback needy market, and all of a sudden this draft doesn't look like it's that good when it comes to quarterbacks. So if you're the Raiders, or if you're a team like even Arizona, what happens with Kyler Murray, right? I mean, that's just spitballing a couple right there. Yeah, if Joe Milton goes out and plays really well, if you get eliminated for the last game or 2, I'm sure they'd kick the tires on Milton. Maybe he'd pick up an extra day 3 pick.
Yeah, I'm to the point now where I'm not. There's a couple of teams right now that are hurting because of a late season injury. And I get it. Kansas City had to play their guy. I get it. But you look at that. You look at Micah Parsons, have to play that guy. If you're playing for something, absolutely continue to play. If you're not, though, think about 2026 now.
Yes.
Don't be foolish. I said it earlier. 2 bad fields. That field in Washington late in the season, the grass not good. They're not taking care of that place like they should. And then we all know the history of Giant Stadium and what it's all about.
Yeah.
MetLife. That's a
death
cold,
life
and a cold day and a potentially bad situation. Think about your team for 2026. I know you want to win games and all that.
Sure.
But think about your players, though, too.
Yeah, and think about that draft pick at the same time. If you can help it, you want to go winless here the rest of the way and move that thing into the top 10. I was watching more guys last night, Brian.
I'm glad you're doing that, man.
Yeah.
You and I were talking pre-show. I like what you're doing with your guys.
Maui Goa, the right tackle at Miami. The perfect comp for him is the character Maui from that Disney movie.
Moana.
This guy is massive and strong and pretty dang athletic for his size.
Yeah.
Very dense build.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch him. I mean, that's what makes this A&M and Miami game so fun. Is like the battle in the trenches there with Howell rushing the passer versus him and the rest of that Miami offensive line and really vice versa. Both lines of scrimmage. That's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, and I think it's weird, but I just saw this the other day. I think you pronounce it Maui Noah.
Maui Noah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know his nickname is CC.
The rare G that sounds like an N.
It's not only silent, but it's moving.
It's a totally different
Maui
letter.
Noah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like 99.9% sure it's Maui Noah.
I'm just going to call him CC throughout the draft process.
Yeah,
that's his nickname, and that's easy.
Or just go Maui.
Or Maui. Yeah, Maui's badass.
Big Maui?
works. Is there a Francisco Maui Goa on that Miami team as well? I think or Maui Noah. I think there's 2 Maui Noahs on that team, but the other guy's not nearly well as known. I was like, man. So you got Francis and Francisco. They're on that Miami team. I think Francisco's a safety. But anyway, we'll have plenty of time for draft conversation. Shoddy on Eberflus being put on notice by Jer Bear yesterday. If you heard him with Sean and RJ, Shoddy said, we understand the business we're in. I think Flus is a great coach. We've not played well enough in that area, but my biggest thing is I've been Flus. I've been through those people, saying, hey, what about Shoddy? And in this particular, that's part of it. We're used to it. So my job is to help Flus and the entire staff to come up with a great game function and try to play the best we can these next 3 weeks. He's gone. Matt Eberflus is gone. I think if this season had to end without the playoffs, it's ending perfectly in embarrassment with Jerry and Steven once again having to eat their words after that trade deadline and everybody getting healthy. They really thought they had something, and the disappointment, the utter collapse of this defense the last 2 weeks is exactly what Cowboys fans frustrated with Eberflus needed to see.
Well, Jerry hired him.
Yeah.
Jerry and Steven and those guys stepped up, and they, the first-year head coach, got the job. Probably didn't have a list together of guys he wanted. Maybe knew a couple of guys. Maybe he knew that Clayton Adams. He knew some guys on the offensive side of the ball. And then with the recommendation of like, hey, what about Matt Eberflus? And everybody kind of understands at one time Matt Eberflus was a really good defensive coordinator. But Matt Eberflus, what he's proven is he cannot adapt to your personnel.
Yeah.
Whereas Dan Quinn was willing to do that. Mike Zimmer even admitted it later in his administration that he should have changed things quicker. Is what he should have done. This one was just a full-on, I am not going to adjust. And that's what happens when you have a coach that gets let go as the head coach. Then all of a sudden he's the coordinator, kind of finishing out the season. No time to sit down and really self-evaluate what he needed to do differently. Just jumped right into it and said, no, this is who we are. His inability to adapt to his personnel, but the inability of the personnel to be good is another problem.
Right. Yeah, coming up at 3:20, I'm going to give you the top 8 candidates to be the Cowboys' next defensive coordinator, or at least the best 8 that I could find in an exhaustive search process this morning. And most of them, I was either looking for guys that do more man than zone or guys that are highly adaptable and flexible and trying to constantly build their scheme around the personnel that they have. I think Eberflus needs to have one of those full seasons where he's not coaching and
didn't have the advantage that Dan Quinn had.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn went and reinvented himself, realized he had to be different from the Legion of Boom, had to play a little bit different coverage, and I think he did. And Matt Eberflus didn't have that. They went on the recommendation of the Joneses. Here's your hire. Jerry needs to look in the mirror on this one. You know, he could get mad at Eberflus, but again, it's about the process of how you hire coaches.
Yes.
Are you going to exhaustively go through every name possible, or are you going to sit there and just say, oh, wow, I have familiarity with the guy. He's a good dude. Let's bring him in. When you're really not thinking about the things that he has done with certain types of personnel. You know, that's a miss on the front office right there, because they're looking at it as thinking, well, we've got this kind of personnel, but we're going to hire this guy. And you wonder why it doesn't work?
Yeah.
No, amen. And if you
good call, man.
There's a new audio clip. It's not new, but it's resurfacing from the Doomsday podcast back at training camp with Mosley and Ed Werder, and they had Flus on. And he says at the time, like when I was being talked and hired for the job, he doesn't even know who the head coach is going to be, because they were still talking with Shoddy. They hadn't decided. They knew he wanted. So they essentially said, we want to hire Shoddy as the OC. We're going to bring in Flus as the DC, and they hadn't made the call on who exactly was going to be the head coach yet. That's very strange.
Yeah.
I mean, you're hiring your coordinators and putting them in place for a coach that you haven't yet decided.
Did they do that with Jason Garrett, though? I mean, it basically hired him.
He started off as the play caller, right?
Well,
so at least that side of it, he kind of. But yeah, I mean, that's bizarre. That's such a bizarre way to go about putting together your coaching staff.
Yeah, and I think the good news here is based on how Shoddy hired the side of his coaching staff, I think you can have faith that he will, stop at nothing to do the exhaustive search to come up with the guys, that should have the traits that can help them succeed in today's NFL. It's just crazy how bad it blew up. I was a fan of the Eberflus hire.
Yeah, no, but also, though, the players let him down, too.
Sure.
I mean, we kind of felt like that some of these guys would play better. They really haven't.
Well, they're not good.
Yeah.
They're just not very talented, unfortunately.
Yeah, but guys like Osa and Bland, like those guys.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
And part of that, too, at least when it comes to Bland in particular, it's like you're not using him to his strengths either.
Yeah.
And that was not something that crossed the mind of the Joneses this is kind of the ingredients that I have. Let me bring in a chef who's never worked.
I'm sure that Flus thought he was going to have Micah Parsons, 4-man rush. I'm sure he thought he was going to have Diggs, play the whole year. A lot of things went way south for him on this stuff. But hey, he's to blame. The front office is to blame, and they all need to share the blame. But let's make sure that the hiring process is not just, hey, first guy that shows up bit.
Yeah, and that's why I want to make sure, and hopefully this is the case, that if they make the change, Shoddy is the one that's spearheading the next hire.
Yeah, let your guy go get who he wants. Trust him.
Okay, the Trayvon Diggs story basically doesn't really matter anymore, but Josina Anderson did report on it this afternoon. She said, based on additional conversations I've had, I have not gotten the feeling the relationship with Trayvon and the Cowboys is irrevocably soured. The team has 21 days to acclimate a player when they return to practice, and the feeling relayed to me is that the Cowboys have standards to make sure a player is ready, and they just don't feel like Diggs has met those marks. Something to watch. The Cowboys have until the 20th to activate Diggs, or he will remain on IR. I think what you told us this week, that there are medical guarantees left on that, and if he would get hurt, you would owe additional cash.
Absolutely.
It's really a no-brainer for the Cowboys. It's a non-decision at this point.
Yeah, you probably got 2-3 more days in the Diggs tenure here with the Dallas Cowboys.
And they're activating Josh Butler's window, which gives them another option at corner, which is just another reason to, not activate Diggs. And if you weren't going to do it before the Detroit game or before last week, then there's no reason to believe they would do it now. Mavericks will be back in action tomorrow hosting Detroit. They are 10-17. Guess the Raptors are checking in on the availability of Daniel Gafford now. I mean, I just don't know if you can deal Gafford. Because you would have no center with Lively's injury.
A lot of Dwight Powell.
Yeah, but
Cisse.
But I'd be willing to give him up for the right kind of offers. But to me, like Daniel Gafford, that's worth a first-round pick. Like, we're giving you a great rebounder, a good defender, an alley-oop guy. Like, these dudes are highly, highly coveted for contending teams around the NBA. So I feel like the Mavs are definitely not in fire sale mode, and that's what they should be doing. Like, if you can find the right trade for Anthony Davis, then yes, blow everybody out. Like, just tear it down and have a bunch of young dudes around Cooper Flagg and see where this thing goes. But if you're not going to be able to trade Anthony Davis, the best move is to hang on to your players and see if you can work some magic here in the spring going into next year. Adam Silver, by the way, saying a decision on NBA expansion is going to be made in 2026. First time he's given a timeline on that, with the heavy favorites to get teams Seattle and Las Vegas. All right, we're off and running here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, that would end your speculation on the Mavs moving to Vegas, wouldn't it, Brian?
Yeah, watch the Mavs get ready to jump to Vegas before this announcement. He's only told the Adelsons when he's thinking about doing this. Now the Adelsons are in full mode of like, okay, fine, let's move this team.
That would be pretty sweet if you could talk the Adelsons into selling the Mavs to somebody else.
Adelson?
I don't. I thought it was Adelson. Is it Adelson?
I think it's Adelson, but it could be Adel.
Yeah, it's Adelson.
It would be sweet,
but it might be Adelson.
Adel.
Would they like to buy the expansion team and sell the Mavs back to Mark Cuban?
I would
something?
love that. Let's make that happen.
Okay, we got to.
We need some deep pockets if we're going to do that.
All right, who do we want?
Saban's
getting into the mix here.
There's got to be some billionaire guy or gal out there that would want this basketball team. That's gonna. We need deep pockets. We don't need like a guy that's only a $2 billion guy.
No, we need a $10 billion.
We need 26, 28. $100 billion. That's what we need.
I mean, the perfect thing would be the gentleman that owns the Hurricanes, Tom Condon, Tom, the Plano guy.
I'm sure
he's buying the Trailblazers.
Yeah. There you go.
Should have bought the Mavs, but Cubes really didn't put it up for auction or for highest bids or anything like that.
Kind of felt like he's going to get a hook in that Vegas thing, I think.
All right, we got the champ on the other side, and then we got Wolchuk's top 10 at 220, buddy. Where are you taking us?
All right, what are the best fictional sports teams of all time? 877-881-1053. Let's have some fun next.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
A first-class buying experience. That's what you'll find at Mercedes-Benz of Plano. For 2 years, we've been the recipient of the J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence Award, and it's no wonder why. With state-of-the-art service, the largest Mercedes-Benz inventory in the country, and a history spanning over 80 years, we know what it means to be a dealer of excellence. Come by Mercedes-Benz of Plano for a first-class experience of your own. Dallas North Tollway at Spring Creek Parkway, and online at mbplano.com.
For over a decade, Tolos have trusted Men's T Clinic to reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness. From preventative care and hormone optimization to weight loss and muscle mass, pain-free movement to sexual health and satisfaction. Their approach is customized, underlying cause focus, and rooted in dynamic tracking and treatment for long-term vitality. No one does total male optimization like Men's T Clinic. Mention Men's Health Awareness Month to experience a Total T consultation for $50. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, insurance accepted. Visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The country band of sisters is headed to Durant. Be there to see the Castellos.
I was born in the rain on a Apache train.
Live at Choctaw Grand Theater Durant. One night only. Saturday, February 7th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. Show at 8. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com.
Nobody taught me. It takes a lot of water to wash away New Orleans.
Castellos. Make your plans now to catch them live Saturday, February 7th at Choctaw Durant. Details at ChoctawCasinos.com.
The holidays are coming up. Is your table ready? From whole ducks and Angus ribeye roasts to Berkshire spiral hams, Wild Fork has everything you need for an endless holiday feast. Check out our holiday bundles for huge savings on the highest quality cuts. Or are you looking for gift ideas? We have delicious stocking stuffers for the foodie in your life. Visit one of our 9 locations or go to wildforkfoods.com for next day delivery options. Make this holiday delicious with Wild Fork.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Oh, no. Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
The Lowe's of Royce City is now open at 634 West Interstate 30. Stop by and join my Lowe's Rewards for free to start saving on eligible purchases. From appliances and tools to holiday gifts and more, Lowe's of Royce City has you covered for all your home improvement needs. Points are awarded on eligible purchases, program subject to terms and conditions, exclusions and more terms apply. Details available at Lowe's.com/terms, subject to change. This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
Football is heating up while the temperatures in DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call the Dirt Nerds at Permapeer Foundation Repair. Get a free foundation inspection, 844-919-7276, or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com.
Yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Wolchuk's top 10 here in a minute. Time to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius and the champ.
Yeah, here we go.
Hey, nice.
What the hell was that?
Hey, James Brown in the hot tub. Rubber dub with me. It's too hot in the hot tub. Hey, G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. Stick around for 5:30. I got some John Blaze for you. Go. I don't know if he's going to beat this clip right here. Our winner and champ so far is our very own General Gavin Dawson.
Oh, that's right.
Telling us a story about how he injured himself playing flag football. Flag football.
I played a flag football game about 5 or 6 years ago, and it felt like every muscle in my lower half was coming off the bone for about 2 weeks. Do not do that again.
Yeah, the groins, bro.
Yes,
the groins are bad.
It felt like I pulled my butt cheeks apart.
My bull cheeks.
Oh no!
Huh?
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Like the muscles on the very inside of your butt.
Okay,
right as the cheeks come together.
Yeah.
I pulled those. Like muscles I didn't even know were there.
You saying you tore your crack?
Yes, I pulled my crack. That's what it is. Thank you, Wolchuk. You got me home there.
That's a Dwight Howard injury.
I pulled my butt crack.
Suck it up.
I pulled my crack. It's crazy, bro.
That's exactly what I did.
You're a grown-ass man, fam. You should be talking like that.
I don't even know if it was a pull or if it was just extreme delayed onset muscle soreness, but it took multiple days to recover.
Like you've been riding horses all day?
Yeah.
Wow. You ever did that and you get that growing? They wear you out, bro.
Everything is tough. That's the only thing I can think of when I'm watching the Westerns. Like they rode across for days.
Miles, bro.
They were so much better conditioned.
Months.
Yes. All right, time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. We were going to get to the top 10 fictional sports teams of all time. 877-881-1053. Who's your favorite fictional team ever? But some big news in the high school football and college football world as North Crowley going to be looking for a new head coach, as Coach Gates is going to be leaving to join the North Texas Mean Green. He is going to take a job there at UNT. So North Crowley now open. Big get for the Mean Green and a big opportunity for somebody to go get that head coaching job at North Crowley. We had a lot of movement when it came to 6A, 5A. The UIL cutoff numbers came out. Alito going to be moving up to 6A. They have, of course, dominated at 5A for the first time in forever. It seems like they're not playing for a state championship. Shout out to Frisco Lone Star. So they will be playing in 6A. You've got Frisco, Wakeland, who's going to be the first ever FISD school to be in 6A. They could possibly be put in a district with Allen, Prosper, and Prosper Walnut Grove. That's not going to be easy for Wakeland, but a lot of movement in DeSoto when it comes to their numbers should be dropping down to 5A Division I. Now, they might just choose to stay at 6A. They've got that option to do so, but they could probably dominate 5A if they go ahead and drop down. So we had those cutoff numbers come out today. A lot of moving and shaking when it comes to high school football. And I think today we got our first day of state championships going on there at AT&T Stadium.
It's a big day. It's a big week. And best of luck to all the kids out there.
Those are on TV right now, huh?
Victory Plus, I believe, has them this year.
Stamp their destiny.
Okay.
Yep.
Should the head coach at Crowley be called Mr. Crowley in honor of the great 1980 Ozzy Osbourne song?
Yeah.
Mr. Crowley.
Yeah.
Dum, dum, dum.
Keep going.
If you earn it, like this coach did.
Yeah, Coach Gates was awesome. So, man, that's going to be some big shoes to fill there at North Crowley. All right, let's slide on into this list, boys. 877-881-1053, top 10 fictional sports teams of all time. Already got a lot of texts that are going to be crushing on this list. Honorable mention, though, didn't make the top 10 from the 2-on-4. The average shows from Dodgeball, a true underdog story.
Yeah, it's so good.
Dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Who was the Ben Stiller's team? The Cobras? They did that weird, snake dance.
Yeah,
that's why I'm thinking Cobras.
Yeah.
They might not have been.
Let me see.
From Global Gym.
Just quit.
Come on, Brian.
Just quit like I would.
Brian,
The Purple Cobras,
the
Global
Purple
Gym,
Cobras.
Purple Cobras.
The Purple Cobras.
Led by White Goodman.
Oh, man.
Just kind of look around and quit.
All right, Lucius.
Oh, yeah. What's up, bro?
Fictional sports teams?
That's easy. Bel Air Academy. Yeah, and the Miami Sharks. I know that because these two situations are still selling merch to this day.
Damn.
Miami Sharks.
To this day.
Bel Air Academy. We do have the Miami Sharks in the top 10.
How about? Can I guess one there?
Yeah, guess one.
How about AFC Richmond?
Yeah,
great.
baby.
Yeah.
AFC Richmond, maybe recency bias, but they're gonna lead the list here at number 1.
You think so?
Best fictional team. Yeah, I think so. I think they might be up there if memory serves correctly.
Wolchuk's Little Giants.
The Little Giants.
The Mighty Ducks.
The Little Giants, an honorable mention. Didn't quite crack the top 10. Mighty Ducks are gonna
Ice
be
Tray.
really high. Ice Tray.
Yeah. Mighty. You said, wait.
Oh, no, Icebox.
Oh, the Icebox.
Icebox.
Yes. The Icebox. Spike, don't play with girls.
My bad, dog.
No, Icebox was the real deal.
Is that a cheerleader playing football?
Right track, wrong train.
That's right.
Story of my life.
That's my niece Becky.
How about Hickory?
She's pissed. The Hickory Hoosiers are an honorable mention on here.
But they're not called the Hoosiers or something else. Hickory they had a name.
I think they were the Hickory Hoosiers. I think they just had to change from Indiana.
We need to look that up.
But the Hickory is an honorable mention on here. 817, can y'all please give a huge shout out to my hometown Grandview Zebras.
They're
And
known
by the
as
way,
the Huskers.
dude, the Huskers. Okay, the
Hickory Huskers.
The Hickory Huskers. Wow.
Yeah.
They're going to be playing the 3A Division I state title game tomorrow, 3 p.m. Yes, shout out to the Grandview Zebras, and I do love the mascot, and I love their uniforms, the aesthetic. It's like the Cincinnati Bengals all whites.
Yep.
Or the Bungholes, I should say.
One of my favorite teams, the Charlestown Chiefs. That'd be from Slapshot.
Dude, for not being a movie watcher, you're knocking out a lot of these guys.
I do know something about these fictional sports
You are
teams.
knocking out a ton of this top 10 right now, my man.
What about the Milwaukee Beers?
Oh, the Milwaukee Beers. That is an honorable mention as well. No, I'm just kidding. They're going to be in the top 10 there. Good call. Good
Thank
call.
you.
From Teen Wolf fame, the Beacon High School Beavers. That's the original Teen Wolf, not that
Beavs.
MTV crap.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Honorable
MTV
mention.
switched it to the Cyclones.
Mean Machine. Honorable mention. TC
Mean
Williams
Machine.
High School.
That absolutely. That would be the.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah. The Mean
Longest
Machine.
Yard.
Longest Yard.
Longest Yard. Yeah.
Who was in the Mean Green, that soccer movie? Was
Unnecessary Roughness.
Okay.
No.
That's
I was thinking of, you were singing Mean Green.
Yeah.
But I was thinking it was shot at North Texas, wasn't it? That movie.
Oh, it was. Unnecessary Roughness was. Yes.
Kathy Ireland.
Yes.
Was she the actress in that?
I think you're right. Because Goldie Hawn was coach, right?
No. These were like real coaches. It was.
Oh, really?
The dude was a quarterback. They got him from the ranch. They brought him in.
But it wasn't.
Unnecessary Roughness is the name of the movie.
Benchwarmers.
Football. Unnecessary Roughness. Is that the one with Sinbad in it?
So there you go, Lucius.
Yeah.
There you go.
Unless I'm thinking about the Wildcats. I get those confused.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. Goldie Hawn's the Wildcats, right?
Confused, man.
Yes. Okay. I get it.
It's been so long.
What's your West the Friday Night Lights team?
Oh, the Dillon Panthers.
Are they going to be in this thing?
Number 2.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Blue Mountain.
Oh, somebody said Bingo Long Traveling All-Stars.
That was, that's
Shout out to that person.
Richard Pryor.
James Earl Jones, Billy D. Williams.
I'm unfamiliar.
It was a traveling baseball team.
Yeah, they were
Barnstormers.
Barnstorming baseball squad.
They're really good.
Oh, yes. Necessary Roughness is the name. You nailed that. People are texting in with that. Wildcats is Goldie Hawn. Thank you so much for getting that clarification. Fantastic movie. The Washington Sentinels from The Replacements.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
The kicker
was our coach.
Hackman. You got the guy, the offensive lineman that was eating hard-boiled eggs.
Yes.
Just one at a time.
I mean, such a bunch of characters on that team. Also based on the true story, and it's a phenomenal film. The Big Green was their name from the 469. Thank you. Other honorable mentions we've got here: Myrtle Beach Mermen the Mermen from Eastbound and Down.
Oh, that was nice.
Oh, nice.
Great show.
And then Fernfield Timberwolves from Air Bud. Air Bud was a star on Fernfield.
Showed my oldest daughter that movie just recently.
You like it? Which one did you get? The first one?
Yeah, the first one. Yeah.
The Clown Freaker out. Steals Air Bud.
Clown's a little bit goofy.
That guy's a jerk. I don't like him. Kind of freaked me out as a kid, too. 10 is the Bad News Bears.
Oh, wow. Should have known that. That's from my era.
Classic 70s.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the Toon Squad and the Monstars from Space Jam.
Space Jams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sequel, just horrible. Not good with LeBron. Not good.
I thought they were comparable.
Really?
Because the original sucked.
You didn't like the original? Yeah. See, I think it was nostalgic for me. I was like 6 or something when I first saw it, so I liked it.
Yeah.
But you're right. If I went back and watched it now, I'd probably think this is stupid. 8 is the Milwaukee Bears.
There we go.
From Basketball. What was the team?
Basketball.
Basketball's classic.
That was an awesome movie.
Such a good movie.
Basic, y'all. Y'all playing basic ball.
What was
strikeouts?
Gosh, dang it. Oh my gosh, I'm totally having a brain fart right now.
Welcome to my world.
This is going to come back to me in a second here, Eric. I'm going to need you to help me with this team name because I know you're going to have seen that movie.
Ladybugs.
Ladybugs getting texted in a bunch.
Okay.
Yes, the Water Boy. What was their team? East Louisiana Mud Dogs.
Yeah, the Mud Dogs.
The Mud Dogs. Yeah, the Mud Dogs. That should be on here too, but they're not in the top 10. 7 is the Miami Sharks, Lucius, from Any Given Sunday.
There we go.
Yeah.
That Willie Beeman jersey is still selling to this day.
That's Steamin' Willie Beeman.
Black, red, and white. Was that their colors?
Black and white.
Just black and white.
Yeah.
Shark on the side.
Okay.
6 is the Charleston Chiefs from Slapshot.
Man, have you guys ever seen this movie?
Yeah, Slapshot's fantastic.
Slapshot.
No, I haven't seen
80s,
that.
right?
Sit down
89.
and watch it. Sit down, but don't watch it with your girls and stuff because a lot of cussing in it and stuff like that. But you need to watch it. It's wonderful.
Oh,
all right.
Is it the LA Knights in like Mike?
They're
They're essentially the Clippers. But they changed the name, obviously, with Bow Wow.
Yeah, LA Knights.
The LA Knights.
Calvin Cambridge.
That's a good one, too, yeah. Oh, Calvin. 4 is the New York Knights from The Natural.
That's The Natural. South Central Louisiana State University Mud Dogs.
Mud Dogs. The Mud Dogs.
Did you guys say
Water
that?
Boy. Yeah, he thought it was East.
I thought it was like East Louisiana or something.
South Central Louisiana State Mud Dogs.
Yes, that's right. SCLSU.
We are getting a lot of love for Blue Mountain State Goats.
Yeah, the Blue Mountain State Goats were 13. 13 on here. But I think we're getting a comeback, aren't we, for Blue Mountain State?
I've heard about it, but I don't know.
Not confirmed?
I can't imagine that it'll live up.
All right, Flint Tropics being texted in a bunch. They're number 4.
Is that the Jackie?
Jackie Moon.
Yep, semi-pro.
Kiss me sexy. Baby, won't you love me sexy?
So good. And the way he shoots the free throws. And the
soundtrack was jamming, bro. What you talking about?
Was it good? The soundtrack was really
Yeah,
good.
the soundtrack was amazing, man. He was in his bag on Will Ferrell.
Hell of a score. I need to look that up on Spotify.
The Durham Bulls getting texted in from Bull
How
Durham.
the hell did I forget that one?
Yep, the good old Durham Bulls. 817 said, Broadish, you're thinking of the Dallas Knights in any given Sunday. They were the red, black, and gold team.
Oh, were they?
That's who they played in the championship game in Texas Stadium.
Yeah, I was thinking the Sharks were red, white, and black.
Just the white and black. And I guess the red team was the Dallas Knights.
Okay.
Good call there. Number 2 is the Dillon Panthers from Friday Night Lights.
Friday Night Lights.
Shout out to East Dillon as well when he leaves over to man them. Number 1, though, it is AFC Richmond.
Yeah, there you go.
Ted Lasso there.
Ted Lasso.
That might be recency bias, but AFC Richmond is pretty badass.
Would you like to know what's their mascot?
Believe.
No.
What is the mascot? The Greyhounds?
They're the Greyhounds.
Greyhounds, right?
Greyhounds. Yeah.
All right, woo, we made it. Diamond Dogs.
It's an underrated dog.
Good call on the.
Dawson looked at me like, "What the f are you talking about, bro?"
The Cacambas or the Cacambas from Hardball.
Chupacabras. The Chupacabras.
I thought they were the Cacambas.
Is that what that was?
God, we're so messed up.
I'm pretty sure
now.
they were the
Camangas?
Cacambas.
What's that even mean? Cucamongas?
I don't know. Let me do some
Somebody
search on
texted
this.
Cucamonga Cracker Killers.
That's from Friday.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Cucamonga, Rancho Cucamonga,
Rancho Cucamonga.
Yeah.
Shout out
They have a
to
minor league baseball team.
Yeah, do they?
The Quakes. I think they're called the Quakes. Yeah.
Okay, Cacamba refers to the inner city youth baseball team in the movie Hardball.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Cacambas.
The Cacambas.
What the hell is a cacamba?
Inspired by African tribes and symbolizes the team's resilience and spirit as they overcome challenges to become successful.
Ah, it's African. Bun away, bun away, bun away.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on The Fan. The G-Bag of the Day champ faces challengers every night, 5:30, right before we get to LA Live. Is it time for a college football darty?
Let's do it. Crack 'em if you got 'em. Which team will win it all? Who is the sleeper and who is the fraud in the college football playoff? Coaches from around the country answer those questions next in the nation.
I'll tell you the real deal. If you're hurt, not your fault. It's the Frankels. We've called them twice over the years in the Dawson household, and it's amazing to watch them work on your behalf because they make sure you don't settle for less. And it can be easy to settle for less when you're the victim of negligence because the guilty party, they're going to put all their resources into
in 2024.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for a college football darty. Here's the Chief.
We have coaches from around the country answering questions about the CFP right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset?
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again!
Well, I don't get the rain, man. Cold.
Don't get me started, love. I've had too much to drink.
Sleeper, fraud, favorite. Who's going to win it all? College Football Playoff Edition, the Coach's Confidential, courtesy of Bruce Feldman in The Athletic. He's got quotes from different coaches around the country answering some questions, and we will start with which team will win it all. And they have a percentage vote here. There's 4 teams that received votes. All right, so only 4 of the 12 really got any sort of love here on who can win. Who do you think coaches around the country believe will win it all?
Ohio State.
Ohio State.
You would, of course, be wrong.
Indiana.
You, Broadus, would also be wrong.
Oh, Texas
Georgia.
A&M?
Because the Georgia Bulldogs exist.
Go Dogs.
50% of the coaches predict the Bulldogs will win it. Then it's Ohio State with 42%, and then Indiana and Oregon both get 4% of the votes.
Man, Tech not getting any love.
Tech not getting love in that particular category.
Come on.
Yeah, you have a couple of the quotes saying one head coach says, I don't think there's any team that is just great this year or as good as Alabama or Georgia when they won it, or even as good as Ohio State last year. But Georgia's O-line has matured. That team has taken a jump. The QB is a winner. Defensively, Georgia can play big and can match up. They're really good and they're battle-tested. Also, Georgia, they look the cleanest. They've been getting better as the season's gone on. They're going to stop the run and find your weakness, and they're good at using them against you. That's an SEC defensive coordinator who said that.
I mean, I guess they're getting healthy, but they, I don't know. They haven't been that dominant this year. So, I would be, I would want to follow up and say, why isn't Ohio State, who's got 5 first-round picks going here?
That's what I'm saying.
I think Ohio State is better than they were last year.
Yeah, I think
their defense is better, in my opinion.
If you look at first-round picks, just potential first-round picks, Ohio State, if you play an NFL game, Ohio State's better than Georgia. Georgia didn't have the talent. They might be a better team than they've had in the past, but they don't have nearly the talent that they've had in the past.
A Big Ten offensive assistant coach says Ohio State. He says Georgia seems flawed. I know Indiana just beat Ohio State, but I don't think they can beat them twice. Ohio State was pretty banged up in that game. The wideouts will be healthier on defense. Ohio State is really sound with great players, and their red zone defense is unbelievable. So those are just some quotes there from around the world of college football. Now, the next question, who do you think is the biggest fraud in the field? Biggest fraud?
A&M.
Ooh.
I think people would probably say A&M because of some of the close games that they have had this year.
Just at the end of the year.
Towards the end of the year. The South Carolina game.
Lose to Texas.
Yeah, I think that they're probably. I think Texas A&M can play with anybody in the country, but the end of the season has been really kind of a little bit of a disappointment for them.
And I'm not throwing out the group of 5 schools,
right?
I think that's easy.
Yeah, because you can't say they're a fraud because nobody thinks that they're incredible. Nobody's predicting them to win. But there's no
somebody
percentage.
Saying Miami.
No, Miami and A&M both kind of avoided this.
Alabama?
It was Ole Miss.
OU probably.
Okay. Ole Miss got the biggest vote here of being a fraud. And a lot of that, I think, is just with the distractions that are going on with the coaching stuff and things like that. Yeah. Then tied at 2 was Texas Tech and Alabama.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Now, I get the Alabama one. I mean, I don't even know that Alabama should be in this playoff, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Oklahoma, I don't know how you can watch them play offense and not be worried about their chances.
Yeah.
Their defense is incredible, but that is a brutal offense to watch play.
Well, a Big 12 offensive coordinator who voted for Tech as being a fraud says their D-line is phenomenal. They can hold their gaps, let the linebackers play freely, but their offense has had so many opportunities, and they really struggle in the red zone. Morton is talented, but the decision-making is pretty poor. That's from a Big 12 offensive coordinator.
I think the red zone stuff that's accurate.
The BYU
you
game,
can't see them struggle in the red zone. Yeah,
the first one that really jumps out. But then Alabama got plenty of that there because they should have. I mean, gosh, they could have had like 5 losses this year. Okay, which team is the biggest sleeper in the field? If you're taking a sleeper team to make a run here, who is that team according to coaches from around the country? Do you guys have a vote?
I mean, I'd go with Tech. It sounds like they might be thinking Miami.
I think Alabama might be that team.
That'd be your sleeper squad?
Well, because everybody thinks that they're overrated and all that. It's still damn Alabama.
I'm going to go Miami.
Alabama.
I'm going to go Miami. They got a pass rusher. They got a veteran quarterback. And when he doesn't mess up, they're undefeated.
Yeah. I mean, Miami's definitely not a team that's gotten blown out or anything like that this year. And when they lost to, Louisville? Mm-hmm. It was just like a million
SMU.
Turnovers in that game.
Overtime game.
SMU overtime game. Yeah. So, Miami did get the biggest vote here as the biggest sleeper. Then it was Oregon. Then it was Oklahoma.
Okay.
Oklahoma, a Big Ten DB coach says Oklahoma, I don't think they have had any movement on their staff or roster. Cohesiveness could play a key role in the playoff. I mean, I think you could say that about a handful of teams, though.
Yeah, I don't think Tech has.
They got a legit defense.
No, for sure. I mean, their defense is what is going to carry them.
Yeah, that's the thing that will carry them. How well their quarterback will play will be the key.
Yeah.
Can they protect? That's another thing, too.
Another coach in regards to Miami saying their D-line is scary. Those guys could change a game. Malachi Toney, who's like freshman of the year, really all-world at wide receiver.
Yeah, Bain, the edge rusher, could be a problem for somebody to have to block.
Yeah, definitely. Malachi Toney, he says, the most dangerous player in all of college football. Not sure how many people actually watch the ACC, but that kid is special. Notre Dame is a really good secondary, and they couldn't touch him, and he kept getting better and better as the season went on. They even use him at quarterback and stuff. I mean, they move him around all over the place, but he was a high school quarterback because of injury. He was playing, I think, wide receiver. Then his high school quarterback gets hurt, so he steps in, plays quarterback, and they go to state.
That's wild.
He was unbelievable. Malachi Toney will be a guy to watch at wide receiver, moving all around for the Hurricanes versus the Aggies. Is there a path for either Tulane or JMU to win a game this year, to even win a single game? What do you think the vote is? It's either yes or no. What percentage went yes or no?
I think they went 100% no.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if somebody took it.
Nobody's going to take either one of those teams.
I think both these teams play an aggressive brand of defense. So I would say maybe 5% of them, 10% of them thinks, if you catch a rusty offensive team and they hold them under 20 or so, you get a special teams touch, and I could see it. I mean, what are we talking about? 3 touchdown dogs? These things happen every now and then.
Yeah, 21 points, I think, is JMU Oregon. I mean, it is a rematch with Tulane and Ole Miss, and Tulane got absolutely destroyed. But when you look at everything that's gone on with Ole Miss, now Tulane's coach also has left.
No disrespect to Tulane or James Madison, but you're starting to talk about draft picks when you look at their team, like no first, second. Tulane might have a third-round draft pick. You look at James Madison, they might have a guy that's a 7th-round priority free agent. You got to have horses to play in this thing, and neither of those teams do. So I would say 99% said no chance. I said 100, but I'll say 99.
It was 88% no, 12% on the yes. That one of these G5 teams
on the yes.
could win. Yeah, 12%
That's
on the yes.
a lot more than I'd ever believe.
Yeah, I mean, one coach says, I think Tulane can pull off the big upset. Everybody's thrown off by that first score, 45-10 in September versus Ole Miss. I think that they have enough talent to be very competitive. Retzlaff has to be on at quarterback. They don't have the depth that Ole Miss has, of course. Another guy says, though, the only shot is if someone's buses break down. So they got a little fun with that one. And maybe the funniest quote was in regards to Oklahoma. A coach says that in terms of the biggest fraud one coach had Oklahoma, and it says the defense is awesome, but I don't think their offense can piss a drop.
That was Mark
literally.
Schlereth.
Yeah,
No,
that might have been
was-
Stink.
Not
Stink was
good.
interviewed
Not
for-
good.
Yeah, let's see. Which team would you least like to play? This is the final one. Which team would you least like to play? 46% of the vote also went to Georgia, which makes sense based on the coaches that were interviewed here. They got a lot of love for Georgia.
I've watched a lot of Ohio State film already. Ohio State looks like a team defensively and offensively with all the weapons they have on offense. Man, that would be that's a tough team to play, I would say.
I know if I was a left defensive end or edge player, it would be Miami because Maui Noah is going to be very strong, and he's a bully. Like, when he knocks you down, he lands on you.
Yeah, he lets you know.
And he really enjoys kicking everybody's ass out there. That looks like a painful afternoon.
The quote on Georgia,
Maui Noah, I like that.
They say Georgia can win in a bunch of different ways. They can beat you 40-something to 30-something, or they could win 13-7. There's not a lot of those types of teams out there.
Good stuff, Chief. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to the college football weekend that'll be underway in just over 48 hours from now. We got a mixed bag coming up next with Wolchuk, buddy.
Could this be Brian's new quarterback at LSU next year? And do we have a quarterback development problem? That's next in the Nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. And the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is
A&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're talking with the voice of the Aggies, Andrew Monaco, coming up in 1 hour, 4 o'clock. He's going to join us. C-Note's coming up in 20 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with a mixed bag.
Why NFL teams want more quarterbacks to skip the draft and stay in school. Yep, stay in school, kids. It might benefit you. And hey, shout out to RJ. He had a really good take, I think, this morning. And he has been on a run of bad ones when it comes to college football stuff. But this was a spot-on take. We have a development issue when it comes to quarterbacks. And Sam Block put this out on Twitter. If you look at first-round quarterbacks since 2020, Tua, who just got benched today. Justin Fields, benched. Zach Wilson, benched. Trey Lance, benched. Mac Jones, benched. Bryce Young, benched. Kenny Pickett, benched. Anthony Richardson, benched. So you have a lot of first-round quarterbacks, because obviously it's the most important position in football, and teams are going to take their flyers on them, because if you hit on one, then all right, here you go. You've got your Josh Allens of the world, you got your Joe Burrows, but a lot of them
just don't trade up. Don't trade up. Oh, looking at that report card,
not
a double whammy. It's a triple whammy, some of these situations.
Yeah, and I think this year was really telling. We thought coming into this season, this was going to be a loaded quarterback draft. I didn't think Arch Manning was coming out. I stood by that, but he was a name floating around. Cade Klubnik with Clemson. You had Lenore Sellers, South Carolina. Lagway at Florida. Nussmeier at LSU. All these guys were supposed to be first-round quarterbacks. I don't know what Nuss's future is. Sellers is probably going to stay, right? Arch is staying. Klubnik, I don't know what where he's going to end up going now. So it's Fernando Mendoza, who's been, and Nate Tice had him early on, at Cal last year, has the physical traits that you look for, but I don't think anybody projected him to go to Indiana, and now, oh my gosh, you're a Heisman winner, and probably the first overall pick in the draft. Dante Moore, he's going to be an interesting one here, because Dante Moore probably, because of now the rest of the quarterback group diminishing, he's got a really good chance. Maybe teams even fall in love with him over Mendoza. Could he be the first quarterback taken? But he's young. He's really young. And you even watched him, Gavin, and you pointed out areas that you think he needs to grow and improve in his game.
He doesn't see some open guys, and he struggles to throw short and intermediate for some weird reason.
So Jeff Howe has an article out on The Athletic, and he was interviewing NFL executives and scouts. And one NFL exec said it doesn't benefit us if all these guys come out early and they're not ready. And I don't know why any of these guys would consider leaving, another one said. Why not go play college football and build yourself to get to that level? I think it helps everybody. I think it puts a better product on the field in college. It helps us evaluate them longer as they get real reps to amass experience before coming to our level. It helps the evaluation. It helps their preparation. It helps their maturity. They learn how to lead better. They learn how to handle adversity better. And how many of these guys have come out, whether it was Mark Sanchez or Anthony Richardson, and you're having to grade off like a season that they start? You don't really know. It's like they can have a great year.
Mitch Trubisky was that way.
Mitch Trubisky? Yeah, a lot of it would have just happened with Sellers, right? Like, let's say this is last year, and Sellers is coming out in the draft. He's a first-round pick, and then he has the regression that he had this year. Well, that would have been in the NFL, and now you're getting written off. Now you're a bust. Teams aren't going to wait around on you. That's what's happened to Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson stays at Florida. He has that type of year. Okay, maybe he transfers. Maybe he goes somewhere else. Maybe he can rebuild back his stock. You don't have that option once you go pro. You're done. These teams, there's so much money invested, and that's the thing why these players probably are still going to consider leaving, because it's hard to turn down the NFL money. Even with NIL.
Really?
Jalen Milroe got a 4-year, $6.26 million deal. He got $2.2 million guaranteed. So I think there's some quarterbacks out there that, yes, they're going to make that in NIL. Maybe not all of them. It really depends. Fifth-rounder Shador, obviously. If you're not going to go in the first 3 rounds, the benefit is to go back. But if people aren't honest with you in this process and are telling you, really, dude, you have no chance of going in round 1 or even round 2, after that, the money can kind of even out. There's no point in you rushing yourself out to just join the draft. So we might start to see, with the NIL era and also now teams having missed so much on quarterbacks, stay in school, learn. Because you can have a bad year in college. You cannot have a bad year in the NFL.
Yeah, and I think the NFL could help themselves by just saying we're not going to take these guys. Like I'm not, even though like I may need a quarterback or whatever, but I'm not just going to take a guy because he's one of two quarterbacks that we think might be something, even though he hasn't even really been that good. Like in great years of quarterback classes, this is a second or third round pick, and we're going to take him in the top 10. Like the NFL could help themselves by just making a point of we're not taking quarterbacks like you.
How about in the NFL we do this? How about we're better evaluators? How about we're better coaching these kids? We're blaming all these kids for being busts and all that. When they can't stay in college and develop and all that. Sean Payton's kind of got it figured out. There's some teams that can evaluate quarterbacks and others that can't. How about as a league we evaluate better instead of asking players, "Oh no, please stay in so we can watch you have either more success or fail, and it'll make our job easier." How about just be better evaluators at it? Mm-hmm. And how about find a way to make sure that your offensive line coach is so important and your quarterback coach maybe the next most important thing? How about that? Instead of picking these guys and hoping it works out. Some of these kids go to terrible programs. They go to places where they have absolutely no chance because they don't have a program for the kid. They surely don't evaluate him the right way for a fit or whatever, or they don't have things around them.
Right.
A lot of these kids, we blame these kids for being busts. In the NFL, we're letting the kids down.
Yeah, the teams are bad.
Yeah,
and they're put into bad situations.
We're putting these kids in terrible situations because we're not thinking about the total of value, and we're missing on this.
We're missing on it, but the problem is those coaches also don't have the time, right? Those coaches aren't, and you're 100% right. We have a problem developing these quarterbacks, and we probably don't have enough good coaches.
We don't have enough opportunity for them to get experience.
But that's exactly it.
Once they leave college, if you can't play on Sundays, you're not going to really get a chance.
Results oriented.
You've got to figure out a way to tailor your program for your quarterback. You have to. I mean, we talked about when Lamar Jackson came out. Was he picked 31st?
I think he might have been the last pick.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson, he was down there near the bottom of the board. And everyone's like, well, he can't throw, he can't do this. What did they do? What did Greg Roman do for him at the Ravens? They developed a program for him. They developed an offense for him. They put him in a situation where he could have success and then learn and get better. We let these kids down. We really do. We pick them and we think, oh, please save our franchise. But we're not doing anything to help them save our franchise. We're just like, oh, no. And then 2 years later, it's like you look at what's happened with the guy that went from the Giants to Indianapolis. Just how about Sam Darnold? How about Sam Darnold getting some better coaching? How about having a better program to work around? But scouts want to say, oh, no, stay in college. It's good. We can evaluate you more.
Well, it did work for Bo
How about
Nix?
be better at it?
It did work for Bo, right? Bo was bad at Auburn.
Sure. He went, but that's what I'm saying.
But it also helped that he went to Sean Payton.
But this is why we talk about this Oregon quarterback. I'm interested in the Oregon quarterback. You know why? Because I think Dan Lanning knows what the hell he's doing.
He very well might.
I think Dan Lanning has an idea of how to get his quarterbacks ready for game. Because I would have never. I told Sean Payton, he goes, what do you think about Bo Nix? I'm like, Sean, I am not a fan. Okay, thanks. Hey, have a good draft season. That's what Sean tells me. And he takes that guy, and now he's winning 11 straight games. We let these kids down the way we evaluate them because we're not any good at evaluating them.
And then from the player's perspective, how much is my current university getting me ready for the NFL, and how much are they trying to win games with an offense that's not going to work in the NFL?
Yeah.
And if that's the situation, then my best chance to develop is just to go be in practice and be in an NFL building.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to want. I think a big thing is the tape here, right? I mean, that's kind of what they're pointing towards. I think Bo Nix is a great example. He played 5 years in college. Yeah. You're able to see a lot of him. You have a lot of an evaluation of him.
Awful.
So I think that's what, a lot of these misses were guys that probably only played a year or two. And that's what they're stressing is we want to try and get as much
Baker Mayfield
as we can for you.
And that's where I think the scouts have a great point is if you have a guy that's just looking at college as I want to get to the NFL ASAP.
Let's fast track this thing.
It's probably not a great student of the game. It's not a guy who can sacrifice the present to build a better future for him. Like he just wants to get out. And I think that might not be a character flaw, but it's like a process flaw. Like the quarterbacks that make it are grinders that appreciate it. I'm going to do something today and tomorrow that eventually is really going to pay off in the future, where the guys looking to touch and go and just jump to the NFL to get that bag, they might not love the process as much.
Brock Purdy is a great example of NFL scouts missing on a quarterback.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Brock Purdy played all 4 years at Iowa State.
Sure.
Iowa State was really nothing, and all of a sudden he's winning games, and you're thinking like, wow, Drew Brees goes from Texas high school football to Purdue. Joe Tiller and them won nothing at Purdue until Drew Brees came along. But he's too short. He's too this. Second-round pick. We just do such a poor job on these kids. We don't have a good plan for them.
It's so tough to remove the quarterback from the offense when you're looking at it and saying, who gets the credit here? Is this the quarterback just taking what his great teammates are providing him, or is he the guy that's actually making the difference? And for all the great scouts who have spent decades on this, they still don't know what the hell they're looking at. It's fascinating.
There's no question we don't know what we're looking at. And I say we. At one time I was one of those guys. But we just don't know. We don't know. For every time I tell you, hey, Josh Allen, I could tell you Blake Bortles.
Sure.
It's a crime what we do to these kids as evaluators. It really is. We have no idea what we think we know what it takes to play quarterback. What about our guy in Pittsburgh? Yeah, guy in Pittsburgh. I mean, he had Ben Roethlisberger forever. Mm-hmm. You know, the continuity when you have guys.
Tomlin,
the guys in Green Bay, Mike McCarthy. Oh, these guys that have had these great quarterbacks, you know, and they've had careers because of that. Maybe they got lucky along the way or something, but we just don't. We're like trying to say, oh no, stay in. No, we need more evaluation of you and all that. Hell, we don't know how to evaluate you if you stay in.
No, but I do think there is something to be said about that, though. I mean,
we don't coach them well in the NFL either, too.
No, and at college, I mean, high school and college, it's possible. You know, I mean, I think there is some. I mean, I know that a lot of teams are just putting their best athlete there at quarterback. We're not teaching them how to play quarterback necessarily.
Do we like in Texas the 7-on-7 leagues?
We do.
Well, in terms of like,
do you guys like 7-on-7 football when the quarterbacks and the receivers do this all summer long? I think it's 7-on-7 football.
I think it's the best replacement for actual football you can get.
Is it helping the kids?
I think so. They're showing up as freshmen and sophomores ready to go play winning college football more than 25 years ago when I started doing this. Like, you had to wait a couple of years for a college quarterback to get seasoning. I think they're showing up more prepared.
And it helps.
Good fundamentals?
No, I think part of it is just because you are putting great athletes back there. And it's just like, hey, you can just go be that great athlete. You don't actually have to do the requisite work to like mentally be the type of quarterback that you need to be. You know, it's just like go out there and be a great athlete, run around and tear them up. And it's like you can get by for a long time doing that. And then once you get to the NFL, it's a totally different story.
Like Anthony Richardson, I think, is a good example of that, right? Tremendous athlete. People fall in love with that. And then when it comes to, okay, now we're going to start him with the Indianapolis Colts, he's not ready.
Was Jalen Hurts ready?
Jalen Hurts played like 5 years in college. He played a long time. He's an exact example of what these scouts are saying. He played a long time. They had multiple years of him starting in two different programs.
And then he also sat in the beginning.
He did. He sat.
Right?
I think he started his second year with the Eagles.
But then you also just everybody's individually a little bit different. Like, say, like Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen both had a fair amount of flaws coming in. And then, okay, these guys were committed to, okay, I will learn and dedicate myself all year round to developing myself as an actual quarterback. Like even Lamar Jackson, for as great as an athlete as he is, he didn't step in a league and just
tear the world up. It was like year 2, year 3, all of a sudden, like now, okay, this dude has now developed into being a stud. Josh Allen, the same thing. First couple of years, you're going, man, you're just a big guy who can run around and you're inaccurate and you don't know what you're doing. But
Ken Dorsey
dang
help
it,
him a
this
little
dude,
bit?
Ken Dorsey and whoever else it was, like I don't know who to give the credit to other than
Joe
just
Brady?
those
Tony Romo.
guys and them being willing to commit to, okay, I have this athleticism, but that's not the only thing that's going to get me by. I'm not going to have a 10-year starting quarterback career, win MVPs by just being big or fast. And so credit to Allen, credit to Lamar Jackson for like actually being willing to do that. And how many guys either aren't willing to do that or they're just like the mental capacity that it takes to actually be able to reach that level
too much.
is the rarest of rare.
Yeah, and when it comes to 7-on-7, I don't think it's great for quarterbacks. I think it's good for the receivers and the corners. Because that's not quarterbacking. 7-on-7.
Yeah, no pressure.
You can get your timing down with your receivers. It's not quarterback development. I think that's better for the skill players.
Well,
there.
we play a ton of 7-on-7 football, don't we?
Well, they don't have any other option this summer, to do that. So I get why they do it. But yes, to your point, yeah, that might be a
lot
problem.
of Texas quarterbacks in the NFL though.
Yeah.
The thing I think that's going to get us there, and it goes back to the Jaden Daniels story that you did last year when he was dominating his rookie year, is that when the VR gets so good that you can step into it like a Star Trek holodeck, with you're basically creating a real world, and now as a quarterback, I can get thousands and thousands of reps here and, track the players and feel the pressure in real life. Right now, putting on one of those headsets, it's a challenge for a lot of the guys, and the technology is not good enough that the AI can think for itself and throw unpredictable things at you. You're going through simulated scenarios again and again and again. But this is going to evolve very quickly. Like the number one in infrastructure investment in America for all these software companies is AI. And it's actually it is so dominant right now from an industrial perspective that it's challenging our electric companies and the grid because the companies like Microsoft that are building these giant warehouses just with AI computational power.
Not enough power there.
There's not enough power, and that's what's making our electricity spike already. And they're talking about like an electricity shortage coming in the next 5 to 10 years as they have to build out all these new electric basically powerhouses to feed the AI companies. So this thing's going to accelerate massively like over the next 10 years.
I thought it was a very interesting article. And now what some of these quarterbacks might decide to do moving forward.
We just suck at it.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. I mean, it is. There's so many I think everybody's had hits. They've had misses. I don't think there's an exact science of how to be able to do it. But I do think that the thought process of the more tape I have to watch of a player should help overall in the big picture of the evaluation versus only having 10 games or 12 games, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Malcolm Gladwell, baby.
Yeah. Shout out to Malcolm. DJ Lagway, by the way, could be your next quarterback at LSU.
Really?
Lane Kiffin. He's
we're gonna spend some dinero on him.
He's out there as Florida quarterback DJ Lagway plans to enter the portal.
Yeah.
Lane's already on the prowl there on social media looking at him.
We should be on every great player out there. We should be.
Well, they are. Colin Hurley, LSU's quarterback's also transferring, so he's not going to be your guy.
Damn right he's
in
not.
the future.
Yeah, there we
What did Malcolm Gladwell have to do with that last story?
10,000 hours.
Oh, the 10,000 hour thing.
To master.
Yeah.
To master anything.
It's all brilliant writer. Love his stuff. Alrighty. Thank you. It's the Gag Nation here on 105.
You can do something with that hair. You can do something with that hair at this point.
What'd you say,
His
Malcolm?
whole aesthetic is a little off. Definitely putting out weird professor vibes.
Get some jail or something.
We got the C-Note. You done, right? We got the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. Top defensive coordinator candidates once they cap Flus. That's coming up next, the Nation.
Oh, God.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Dallas. The Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
Coordinator candidates. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. You've been injured in a car truck wreck? Call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We are just 15 minutes now from Krusty's Corner. He is going to preview the Chargers offense for you today, the Chargers defense tomorrow. And then voice of the Aggies, Andrew Monaco, is coming up at 4 o'clock. Danny Cannell talking college football from more of a national perspective with us coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. We're getting primed for the beginning of the college football playoffs. High school playoffs as well, championship games. Are these going down already today?
Yeah, we got our first matchup tonight at 7 o'clock at AT&T Stadium.
Sweet.
I think we get six-man going.
Six-man games.
Yeah.
Huh?
Best of luck to all.
Awesome.
Do they play on a full field?
No.
Okay.
It's actually pretty cool how it's pretty cool how they reduce it.
Yeah, it's like
and then they make the goalposts. It's kind of a fun way of watching football.
Right on.
With the 6-man joint?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's 80 and 80. I was a 6-man king, bro.
Were you?
Yeah, I was out of control, dog. Yeah.
That's my wagon.
Yeah, I was out of control, bro.
Did you played the whole game?
I sure did on both sides.
That's what I'm saying.
Just dog tired, but it was so fun. It was a fast game. You know what I'm saying? Everybody getting a touchdown on the way home.
So what kind of a high school player were you?
I was pretty good, dog.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't the best dude on my squad, but I was one of the best.
Man,
I was up there top 5, man.
That's awesome.
I was just a knucklehead, undisciplined, chasing girls, getting into trouble, that type of thing. He was on the side of the school with a girl. We got you on camera. You know, that type of suspended for a day.
Well, I'm one of the best 5 players on the football team. What do you expect? So you were the quarterback safety combo? Quarterback, corner?
Quarterback, corner, receiver.
Man,
Wow. Played that Z.
Which did you like the most?
Receiver, going over the middle.
Wow.
Ooh,
Yeah. I used to body catch, though. That was a problem because coming over the middle, you know they're about to hit you.
Right.
So I'm not going to have my hands all stretched out here so you can get nothing but ribs. I know it's coming. I'm squinching up a little bit, and I catch that ball.
You went Michael Irvin.
Playmaker, yeah.
Just take it, bro. Pause.
Yeah, I mean, there's good body catchers out there. You know, number of them.
As long as it wasn't cold. If it was cold outside, you got a different LA. My fingers.
You were a body catcher catching bodies, man.
Yeah.
Two-way player.
Yeah,
So
bro.
were you like getting recruited?
Yeah. I lost a little. I had like some interest in some really, really small Division II schools. A lot of the guys in my school were going to these schools. And, I got in a little weird, fishy situation.
Oh, okay.
At the very end.
Can't trust his maturity level.
Was that the Diggler?
No, it wasn't that. The Diggler popped me up. That made me hot.
Yeah.
That made me hot. No, but coaching his morals, and it got weird. I have no problem saying it, but I'm not gonna say it to these strangers on the radio.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Coaches suck every once in a while.
Yeah, one of them.
Okay, let's jump into free agents. I got the top 100 free agents. This is from John Frischella. I'm going to spare you the details. I have singled out 6 of these individuals that if Jerry Jones wants to follow up on what he was talking about yesterday with Sean and RJ, we have more spread it out room. If you want to go into free agency and handle... I think you got at least 5, maybe 6 big time needs with this team, and you only got 2 first-round picks. So
yeah, I was listening to Heggie and them talk about it this afternoon. Heggie did a great job of explaining cap space and stuff like that, and how you manipulate the contracts, and if you have a certain amount of money, what can you go do? But
I heard that too.
Yeah, I think he did a hell of a job on that.
Seems like they can come up with $70 million pretty quick.
Yeah.
And if you're in the spread it out into the future business, that could be worth $250 million in NFL player salaries. John Frischella posts his top 100. Number 2, we got new blood at number 2. Devin Lloyd, elite Jaguars linebacker. He's good in coverage. He's good against the run. This would be the guy.
Glad you said that. Yeah.
I think the Cowboys had some interest in him coming out of his draft. He was one of the best linebackers in his class.
Still just 27 years old, and shoot, Jerry, go ahead and do that. I reckon that guy cost you about $22 million a year, something like that, maybe even more. He is a do-everything linebacker. Number 5 on his list, Tyler Linderbaum there, a center that we talked about a lot coming into the draft. Cowboys didn't like him at that point.
Arms.
He's had a great year, a great career so far with the Ravens, really. Would you sign, do you have any interest in moving Tyler Smith out to left tackle, bringing in a different center and Linderbaum moving BB to left guard? Anything like that, Chuck?
I would do that. Yeah, I'd be very open-minded to doing that. If you can get a legit center, I think BB can plug and play him at left guard. He played that his entire tenure there at K-State, and I think Tyler Smith has proven he's a good left tackle. I don't know why they're not more open-minded to that.
And it's not like he is the elite of the elite at left guard. Maybe he looked like that at times last year, and he was building momentum. But this year it's just kind of like, he's a way above average, like Pro Bowl style left guard. But if you could get that at left tackle and make your offensive line better at the same time, I think they should be open-minded to it. Number 8 is maybe my biggest heck yeah or shoot yeah. It's Trey Hendrickson, defensive end with the Bengals. Jerry, you want to make this happen. You want to go out on top and do your best to change your legacy. There's nothing Jerry Jones could do to eliminate the absolute pain that this fan base has been through over the last 3 decades. But you could change your legacy significantly if you could bookend it at the end there with a Super Bowl run. Number 9, Jamel Dean, the corner. Yes, please. Get that guy too. Let's go on a shopping spree here. Devin Lloyd, Trey Hendrickson, Jamel Dean. That'd be a hell of a free agency to celebrate. At this point, I'd be surprised by even one of those.
Right.
Yeah. But we can dream. Breece Hall comes in at 11. I suppose if you don't want Javonte Williams back, but I think you could have
the same evaluation if you talk about the money. One was I think 10.8. The other was like 10.7. So the way that over the cap had them both, they were right depending on if you wanted to pay one or the other.
Between Williams and Hall?
They were basically the same evaluation of about $10 million.
I'd rather have Breece Hall. I think he gives you more home run ability. I think he's just a better natural athlete. But, I mean, there's options out there. And the Cowboys haven't gone Rico and then Javonte. I think maybe the best plan is to continue to string it out on a budget and see if, you can keep going there and save your money for elsewhere. And then the safety Kevin Byard is number 16 on this list. So there's a number of really good players inside this top 15, top free agents for 2026 that would fix significant areas of need for the Cowboys. Okay, their other big need now, though, and the topic of the week is defensive coordinator. Tell me which one of these guys makes the most sense for you. Now, the main thing I was trying to avoid is finding zone-heavy coaches who are rigid with their schemes. That's what you have right here. Now, the good news is there aren't many out there anymore. I think every coach that plans on being a hot candidate has realized I need to match my scheme to the personnel. And maybe the Cowboys were one of the only teams willing to hire a guy like Eberflus, is kind of stuck in his system. But number one's Jim Leonard. We discussed him yesterday. He's got the versatility. He's got the adaptive approach. Remakes his scheme based on his players. And he's having a hell of a time up there in Denver coaching with Vance Joseph and Sean Payton. Number two is Raheem Morris, Falcons head coach, widely expected to be relieved of his duties down there. Worked with McVay for 3 years. It's got to be worth something. Has the head coach experience that the Cowboys love. More of a zone guy, but he does favor multiple versatile defenses rather than a one-size-fits-all type of system. He blends his fronts and his coverages to match personnel, loves to disguise coverages to keep offenses guessing, and likes to send extra pressure. And until further notice, that's mandatory on this football team. You're not going to get pressure unless you're sending extra guys.
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, Raheem Morris should definitely be. I think he kind of remade himself with the Rams compared to what he was, because he came from like that Tampa 2, like Leslie Frazier-esque. But he did a really good job because they had some of like 3-4 skill talent there with the Rams, and he's always been stingy in the red zone with his defenses.
Jonathan Gannon frequently deploys five-man fronts. Compared a system to Vic Fangio in the article I read about his scheme, he has leaned more zone, but will tailor a coverage for man-to-man usage based on his personnel. This might be the one.
Adams might help you on an insight there, too, by the way.
There you go. I hadn't thought about that one.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Here might be the one that I like the most that I want your guys' thoughts on. Jim Schwartz in Cleveland, one of the best defenses, one assistant of the year in 2023, builds man-heavy defenses.
Yes.
Get after the quarterback.
Press man. And
attack. He blitzes a lot.
Yeah, I think they're like 10th in blitz rate this year, but when you have Myles Garrett, you probably don't necessarily have to deploy that quite as much, but the simulated pressures and all that kind of stuff, I think Jim Schwartz would be right near the top of the list.
There's a guy that knows what good players on defense looks like, too. He could help you. He could help you in the war room on that stuff.
And he's had success, like when the Niners were in their offensive heyday. Like he was one of those guys that could. Yeah. Won Super Bowls,
Eagles, Browns,
done it in a bunch of different places, and he's proven over time that
coordinator when the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
He can slow down the top flight offenses.
Do we expect Stefanski to be fired at this point?
I think so.
Yes.
Maybe. Probably.
I think so.
Number 5 is Al Harris, and he's been hitting a lot of lists, so I wanted to throw him in there just for discussion purposes. If you were dead set on bringing Trayvon Diggs back, I think that could make a lot of sense, but it seems like they had an opportunity to give him the job and didn't want to, so it's kind of a non-starter conversationally.
Might be a mistake.
Yeah, it might be a mistake. I mean, he has the Bears leading the NFL in interceptions, and your takeaways went completely away. So I wish they would be more maybe open-minded about Al Harris, but I just don't think it's realistic.
About to get a tweet about our text about this, I'm sure.
Okay. I mean, I would love to have a guy that has. I mean, I know. Well, I guess Jim Leonard has been a defensive coordinator before at the college level.
Yeah,
I'd like to have
and
somebody
now he's an assistant head coach, passing game coordinator. But he's called defenses before.
Yeah, I would want somebody who's actually done that before. Like even your head coach is still sort of learning on the fly.
Deshae Townsend is in Detroit, groomed under Aaron Glenn. The Lions run the third highest rate of man coverage in the NFL, 2-time Super Bowl champion as a player. Christian Parker is a passing game coordinator, defensive backs coach with the Eagles. Very fast riser. He is just 33 years old. Interviewed for the Packers DC job last year. Eagles run the second highest rate of man coverage in the NFL. Would be weird to take an Eagles assistant, but if he's one of the best up and comers and they're going to keep Fangio in there there, and he's chomping at the bit to get an opportunity. And then the last guy on the list we go back to the veterans, Mike Pettin, assistant head coach, outside linebackers coach with the Vikings right now, 59 years old, loads of experience. But the article I read about him gave him credit for assisting Flores in scouting the opposition and finding things that will confuse the quarterbacks. And he loves interchangeable players creating mismatches and deception.
Love to throw Todd Bowles' name in there if he gets fired as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Pettin knows Shoddy. I mean, they were together with the Jets.
All righty. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Let's step on out of here so we can get to Krusty's Corner. Brian, what's in store for us today?
Yeah, let's talk about the Chargers offense. We'll do that next. But
market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're off to Aggie Land. Andrew Monaco is going to join us, voice of the Aggies. Here's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one. Speaking of Love the Star, I heard the promo for that. We have a new one. Eric and I taped one this morning.
Wonderful.
And kind of dove into some various things about your Dallas Cowboys. Kind of talked about the Chargers a little bit, but kind of some of the things with Eberflus, Diggs, offense, defense, kind of went around the gamut of it all. So
absolutely.
After our show, give it a listen. We sure appreciate it if you would do that. Also, too, at the beginning of the show, I told you guys I don't think that your left tackle is going to play this week. I don't think that
old Guyton.
Guyton's going to play. He's trying, man. They're working really hard to try and get him back. It's just the as we like to say, the process, and dealing with an ankle injury on top of an old ankle injury is never an easy thing. So likely going to be dealing with Nate again this weekend. So be ready for that. We'll do the Chargers defense tomorrow. Boy, that would be a lot of fun. These guys don't give you very much at all with what they have. So we'll talk about that. But we'll talk about the offense right now. I'm not going to be, like I said, I've always tried to be honest with you about the way I think things might go. You know, last week we talked about the quarterback situation for the Vikings and, you know, how J.J. McCarthy not playing at a high level, you know, missing passes down the field. Listen, if you don't get pressure on this guy, and listen, I don't think the Dallas Cowboys can get pressure.
Even with this offensive line.
I don't. You know, as much as I want to say, oh, they're compromised, this, that, and the other, I've come to the realization now that you could be completely, us four out there could be playing, and somebody else is the 5 starting linemen, and we would find a way to block this front. That's just, and the Chargers, if you watch their games this year, their quarterback, and God bless him, he runs for his life.
Yeah.
Herbert runs for his life. You know?
Yeah, he's under pressure all the time.
All the time. You could watch the Eagles game, and you could watch Mekhi Becton give up 11, 12 pressures. You could watch Zion Johnson give up pressures. You could watch Saylor give up pressures. And this guy moves around in the pocket, buys a second chance, broken left hand, run, design runs, run. You know, they're a team. They run the ball really, really well. They've got a couple of running backs. This Vidal that they got, 5'7", like 210, 212 pounds.
Bowling ball.
My guy bounces off. Went to school at Troy, right?
Yep,
Troy.
he was at Troy.
Just bounces off people. They hand him the ball. They play with a fullback. Scott Madlock, number 44. He's like a lead blocker. Go and look at all their 10-plus runs. Every one of them. They got like a fullback, extra lineman. This group can't pass block worth a damn. They can run block all day with the way they play and how physical that they play. And it really does. They've got Hampton at running back, Vidal, the quarterback. The guy's got a broken damn hand, and they do design quarterback runs with him. You know, we talk about Greg Roman and working with Lamar Jackson, you know, and Harbaugh. And Harbaugh's like, yeah, cool. Our quarterback's all beat up, but we're going to run him on a design run to win a game. Guys, it's an offense that I think this offense really wants to throw the ball. I think they want to throw. I think they want to be a big time passing team, but they're really, really good at running it, and they don't protect. But you're gonna have to worry about, you know, with Quentin Johnston. He's become a better player. He's become Keenan Allen. Can't run out of sight, but he'll make every big catch you throw his way. Ladd McConkey, he's a guy. Zach and I have talked about him. What we did at Georgia. Tough guy, inside routes. It doesn't matter where to go. He'll go there, find the ball. Trey Harris, rookie, shown up very, very well for him. Lambert Smith, guy from Auburn, another rookie. They've got guys that these receivers that might not be the household names, but man, they make big-time plays. And I kind of feel like, though, the way Dallas might have some success stopping these guys run the ball. They might. I just don't think they're going to get any pressure on these guys. I just don't see it. Unless Eberflus gets into that mode with the first couple of series of the game, he's kind of like, let's test some 5-man pressure, see what we get here.
Oh, it worked. Let's never do it again.
And then oh my gosh, wait a minute. They hit me for a 23-yard pass. I need to get out of this.
Yeah.
Something spooks this guy. But this is a compromised offensive line. I say it every damn week. There's compromised players at tackle, at guard, at center. They give up pressures. I don't think you have anybody that can cover their tight end.
What's so frustrating is they went 5-man on the touchdown against Bland there, the Vikings' first touchdown, right?
And it scared him out of it. It scared him.
But then the very next series, they get 58 yards against Carson with a 4-man front.
True.
We're dropping 7. It's like, well, how can that scare you out of it, but the Carson play didn't scare you back into it, thinking we better go get some damn pressure because we can't cover anybody no matter what the coverage is.
Yeah. I think this is one of those things. This is a team playing for something. You're playing. You always say you're playing for pride. They're playing for playoff positioning. They're not going to win the West, but they could play for a better spot, better seed. This could be this offense. I know it scores 21, 22 points a game.
Yeah, it's not prolific, but it will be on Sunday.
Watch this.
Yeah.
Watch this.
How impressed are you watching, because we talk about the quarterbacks all the time. We're talking about Justin Herbert, but watching Herbert play, I mean, how impressed are you with him?
Yeah, I mean, you can sit there and talk about being impressed with toughness and how, you could see in the Philadelphia game when he gets hurt. And then what does he do? He comes back in the game and he's got a glove on his left hand, kind of padded up. Playing with a broken hand, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of guy you're dealing with here. And I'm impressed with the accuracy which he throws the ball. That you and I were talking about this morning. 3rd down plays that convert touchdowns.
Yeah, he's a first down and touchdown monster on 3rd downs.
This guy is. This is going to be a tough game, and I'm not blowing smoke up your rear here, guys. I mean, that's
they're a good football team.
They're a good football team, and Dallas is going to have their hands full defensively trying to cover these guys. The running game's going to come after them. We'll see if they could fit, if they could finish. All these things about the Chargers offensively are going to be a problem for the Cowboys in this game, because they've proven to me that they can't match up with how they need to match up, even though they'll say, oh, look what they did against Philadelphia. Look what they did against Kansas City. Yeah, look what they did against the Lions. Look what they did against Minnesota with their bad quarterback. It's hard to have a really good, oh, man, Dallas they're going to be okay here. They don't. They're not okay. They're not okay because they can't get pressure, and I'll be interested to see if they can cover any of those guys. I think it's going to be a problem. I think this quarterback's probably going to have a pretty big day against you.
They can't go get the quarterback. They can't protect the quarterback. They can't cover. The Chargers have 3, good wide receivers.
Throw the tight end in there too.
It makes
I love that guy.
This is going to be hey, watch Dallas all of a sudden magically figure something out.
Yeah, that's very Cowboy for you. You don't know what you're going to get. All of a sudden, the team that played against Kansas City shows back up.
Yeah, well, how about the team against Philadelphia that all of a sudden
you get 8 straight stops,
held them in check the way they did. But the last couple of weeks, I don't have any. I mean, even with the defensive line, the way they don't get any pressure. They don't, and when they get back there, they don't finish. That's what that's when these teams that cause the Chargers problem in the pass rush, they finish. Mm-hmm. This quarterback will walk. He will slide forward into a sack, trying to escape. But that's the it's the reality is that you just do not have anybody that can consistently get somebody on the ground. And he's going to play 4-man rush, and they're going to block this thing up with their bad offensive line, and you're probably going to give it plays. We've just seen it way too much this year.
It's shocking the Cowboys are still 2.5-point favorites in this game.
Yeah.
It is, man. I would imagine that the public would have jumped on it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just to that point in time where, I don't have any faith. I don't have any real faith just because I know the secondary is struggling. But if you had some type of a pass rush, that I would say, okay, well they could probably play well enough on run defense. We've seen them at times play stout up front. We've seen some good run fits. We've also seen them run themselves out of some plays too in the running game. But this team is going to try and run the ball on you.
Oh yeah,
they are going to say, okay, you might be better playing run defense. You might be better. Well, this team is going to. They want to. Like I said, I think they want to throw the football, but they've taken on that approach of. Now we'll be physical and we'll try and beat you up that way. So I wouldn't expect anything different from the Chargers. This is going to be a really tough game. And like I say, you played against a quarterback last week.
Yeah.
You should have taken to the woodshed. This guy's a completely different cat.
We've seen the Cowboys play 14 weeks of football.
Yeah.
And only 2 weeks against the Eagles, and really 1.5 games if you consider how the first half of the Eagles game went. They've shown that they should be a respectable football team. So yeah. I don't think they're going to snap back into it. I want the post season report on what that was coming out of the bye. Was that rest? Was that a group that had come together around the tragic loss of Marshawn Neal? And they were playing with a higher purpose and more focus and determination. And
maybe Philadelphia and Kansas City's offenses aren't as good as we all kind of thought they were going in. Maybe that might be something that we're dealing with right now.
Yes,
that reality.
I like that, but I mean that's Minnesota should be worse. No matter how bad the Eagles and Chiefs were, like Minnesota should have been worse. And you made them look like they were one of the best offenses in the NFL.
Yeah, especially the quarterback.
All right, let's jump out of here. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on 105 through the Fan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll look at the Chargers defense with Krusty tomorrow, and a very impressive group that might confound the Cowboys offensively. So tune in every day, 3:40 to hear from the former Cowboys scout. We got voice of the Aggies, Andrew Monaco, joining us next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Our goal is to
is arriving, and for more on that, let's head down to College Station. Voice of the Aggies, Andrew Monaco, joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm pretty excited. Thanks so much for having me. Great to talk with you.
Man, it's great to have you. You had any fun this season calling these games or what?
It's been a blast. And, some things that we saw a little bit last year and had a whole bunch of guys want to come back for this year, and very glad they did because, as they have said throughout this week, they get a chance to do something that hasn't happened here, and that's appear in a college football playoff. Yeah, it's really been a blast this season.
Yeah, and I don't want to drag the mood down or anything, but how has the loss to Texas, did it take wind out of the sails? Has it taken any of the joy or anticipation out of it?
I think it did after Friday night. Mike Elko said this, like there are tears on the bus, and when you get back to College Station, then it was, okay, you know what? We're in the college football playoff. We can still make something happen. It was a bummer. It really was. And it did because the goal is to go to Atlanta. And if you go to Atlanta, that also gives you a chance to get to the college football playoff. It's just a detour that they had to take. But no, there were a lot of guys who said that was one of the reasons, losing 2 years ago at Kyle Field. That was one of the reasons that kind of set them to say, hey, I want to come back for one more year. They turned a lot of things around from 2 Novembers ago when they had a shot. They had 2 shots to get to the SEC championship and didn't. But this safety blanket, you know what I mean, of being able to go to the college football playoff, they get to focus once again. But as you guys know, there's no more safety blanket from here on out. It's wind to keep on going. So that's where they've turned their attention and their focus.
Andrew, Zach Wolchuk with you, man. Thank you so much for joining us. But you mentioned some of the previous years. In your opinion, what's been the biggest difference from this year's A&M squad under Mike Elko to maybe some of the other Aggie teams that have not lived up to those expectations in the past?
I think they learned how to win. I think that Notre Dame win was huge for them. I want to say something about last year because Mike Elko brought this up. I think the win in Gainesville at Florida last year, remember it had been like 3 years since the Aggies won an SEC road game, and they were almost all one-score games. So what were you going to do differently? Mike thought that really changed some of the perception, but they learned how to win this year. And going to Notre Dame and winning, and the way they won by the offense driving for that winning score, I think that was the confidence. And then they learned that, you know what, the preparation on Wednesdays and Thursdays has us ready for Saturday. And once you do that, I think you get the feeling over the course of the week, you know, if you've prepared well enough or if you haven't. And I think you can nip that. If you don't feel like you're having a great practice, well, we can change that in the next period. I think that's been part of the growth for A&M this season, is knowing they can make those plays in those tight games.
So how much trust do you have in Marcel if the game comes down, if the rushing attack's not working? Miami's run defense has been pretty legit this year. Can Marcel be trusted to win this thing with his arm?
Yeah, and I don't know if I would have said that in the beginning of the season, but I will after 12 weeks of Marcel. You know what? And I've said this, and I've even said this to Marcel. Marcel's a better quarterback because he's got K&C Concepcion and Mario Craver.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that. Like, he's got all SEC talent out there. I think he trusts his offensive line. Like a young Marcel Reed, for the first hint of trouble, I'm going to run. He has stepped back into the pocket and trusted that line a little bit more. Now, he will be way more effective if they can run. And you're absolutely right about Miami. They're stingy with their run defense. But, I think you can now. I think Marcel has proven that over the course of the year that he can throw the ball, rely on his weapons on the outside, and if they can catch and run and break some tackles and make those catches, not drop them. That's what I've been impressed by, both the hands of K&C Concepcion, the hands of Mario Craver. Very few drops when they've been targeted.
What's your assessment of Colin Klein towards the end of the season? Has the play calling been a little conservative? Do you think he's going to try and air it out? And then you also have the dynamic of him now with that job at Kansas State.
I think his second year with Marcel Reed and one full year with Marcel, I think he understands what Marcel does. Again, Marcel was the starter, not by default. He was number 2 last year. It was Connor Wigman's job. Connor gets hurt. Now it's Marcel. And I think having the year together, having them talk with one another, and what Colin now knows that Marcel is comfortable with and all that he can do, I think that's led also to the growth of Marcel. And I think Marcel understands a Colin Klein offense a little bit more, if that also makes sense. For Colin, at times, there are always a couple things that you can look back and you scratch your head and say, it's a little curious on that call. And other times it's, you know what, I trust that the offensive line, we can get this yard or two. Or you know what, yeah, we're going to put Nate Borkature now, a tight end, and he's going to run it on 4th and short. Or, you know what, I trust that Marcel can make this throw down the sideline on a play. I just think them being together and understanding the concepts of what they want to do, here's the results of what we've done, here's what you've done wrong, here's how we correct it. I think having that year together, I'm going to say this, I think it's helped both. I think Colin being able to work with a quarterback like Marcel and with a line like this one and a stable of backs like this and wide receivers, I think Colin sees that he has the weapons, and then he transfers that to Marcel and says, Marcel, you can trust your teammates here. Get the ball to them. The right steps, the right throws, stop throwing off a back foot, you know, things like that. I think they've helped one another. And look, we're all thrilled for Colin. He's been here. I know it's only been 2 years, but he has been all in, and wishing him nothing but success at Kansas State. He's going back home. Think he's going to be great, but he knows he's got unfinished business here, and all the attention is now on Texas A&M through the rest of these playoffs.
Andrew, in growing up in an Aggie family like I have, did Miami catch a break with an early game on Saturday?
Yeah, I think so. I think the difference between a night game and a day game, I think it's going to be negligible, but I think there's a difference. I think Saturday night at Kyle is one of the great atmospheres in college football, and there are a lot of them. Please understand that, but I think this is one of them. But I also think that there have been times in the last couple of years that the 12th man has been told, well, how loud are they going to get at 11? Brady Cook at Missouri found out last year how loud they can get. So did Lenore Sellers a little bit in South Carolina. Well, in the second half against South Carolina, and I think the excitement of this being the first college football playoff game and having it. But there is something. I think there is a mystique to Saturday night at Kyle Field. So we'll see. It's going to be a great atmosphere though, and. Look, Hard Rock Stadium doesn't get very loud in Miami, and I'm not taking a shot at Miami. That's just the way that is. But Miami also knows they go into some hostile territories. You know what I mean? Like they're the villains, right? Throughout the ACC, they know how to handle it. But maybe a little bit of a break. But I still expect it to be pretty electric on Saturday.
Voice of the Aggies, Andrew Monaco. I mean, you waited this long. Let's get into the breakfast brewskis, right? Let's make it happen.
Is it Saturday yet?
Yeah, right?
Is it Saturday yet?
You should be setting records with that TAMU Twitter police report, right? I mean, we should be putting up numbers.
There's going to be something. There's going to be sentences that we've never read before. Right on Saturday.
Do you have as much fun with that Twitter account as we do? It's one of my favorite things after an Aggie home game on a college football Monday.
I really do. Because I love creativity and social media, and they seem to take that. Look, I don't know if it's unintentional comedy, but I just love reading some of those. And then, because you're walking around campus and you're seeing a lot of these kids, and you're like, well, yeah, I can kind of see that happening.
Okay, so Andrew, what's the biggest key to victory against Miami from your perspective?
Winning the lines of scrimmage. You have to. Because I think the way Miami's built, they almost remind me of an SEC team with their size and the experience. Sure. Their offensive line is very good. Carson Beck's I think he's going to get the ball out of his hands quickly, and they can't get it in Malachi Toney's hands enough. He's another one who's just the best true freshman in the country. But whoever wins that offensive line, and it's interesting because I love, as a football fan, I love watching Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor on the edges. Mm-hmm. The Aggies have faced great edges all season in the SEC, so this isn't anything new. But they're still so good. And I think the other key to Miami is their interior. Their defensive tackles are good. It's as good a defensive line as the Aggies are going to face. Can the Aggies run the ball? Can they be balanced? I think will be key. So the offensive line is going to have to win against that defensive line. And conversely, Miami's going to have to face Cassius Howe and Tyler Onyedem in this defensive line. And again, they are the size that they have. So to me, the Aggies face this every week. Is Miami facing these lines every week? I don't know, but I don't know if it will matter. Mario Cristobal is going to have a team that's physical. We went down there a couple years ago, and they were more physical than Texas A&M in that game. Now, the year before at Kyle Field, I didn't think the Aggies were as talented, but I thought they outplayed Miami. I think it might come down to who is the more physical team on Saturday.
Well, did you cringe a little bit when your offensive line kind of took a shot at Ruben Bain Jr., that he's not much of a threat? They're not worried about him?
It probably was something that probably should have been filtered and maybe not say it out loud. But I love the confidence because, here's Trey Zune, and he's gone up against every great edge. Look, he goes up against Cassius Howe every day in practice.
Yeah.
But there is something to that. Like, I'm all for confidence. And look, this is me. Here's old guy shaking fist at clouds. Ready? Here we go. If you need that to get you pumped up, and I get each player, Ruben Bain's good enough. You know what I mean? If he needs that, though, to get him jumped, okay, that's what he does. And I know Miami takes every slight. I understand how they do it. But it's the confidence that I think Trey Zune has, that he's faced nothing but great edges since he's been in the SEC as a left tackle. But, yeah, there are some things you're just like, maybe a little bit of that athlete speak would have gone a long way this time. Maybe just keep that thought in your mind and say it after the microphones are off.
Andrew, what's the confidence meter that Le'Veon Moss is going to play?
It's huge. I mean, even when he got hurt, Reuben Owens wanted him around because, again, Trooper Taylor's the running back coach. He calls it a stable. He goes, and it's a stable because there's a number of running backs. They all bring something a little bit different, but Le'Veon brings the yards after contact. Like, just when you think you have him down 4 yards later, then he is on the ground. And you guys know 2nd and 5 and 3rd and 2 is way better than 2nd and long, 3rd and long. You can do so many things, and that's what Le'Veon does and brings to this team. I want to say in the last 2 years, he's got 2 or 3 negative plays. That's been it for all his rushes. It's either no gain, but usually it's 3 or 4 yards. And there's just that toughness, and he came back again for a reason. He wanted to be the number 1 back, and he earned that position. We missed him more than we thought last year when he went out against South Carolina. And we have missed him this year, but I've really loved watching a healthy Reuben Owens and E.J. Smith and this young kid, Jamarian Morrow, is going to be something special. But there's something about having your best guy when you need him the most in the biggest game. I think that gives this running back and this entire offense a whole lot of confidence.
Are the Aggies being a little overlooked after they dropped from 3, they lose to Texas, and then now you got Ole Miss even ahead of them in the final rankings at 7? I think some people maybe not giving A&M a ton of a chance here in this tournament.
Yeah, apparently we didn't beat anybody, and I just don't understand. And here's where I'm going to get on my soapbox. Last year, the schedule was too easy because we played everybody at home last year, and, well, next year they're going to have to play them on the road. Well, apparently now I guess a road win over a ranked LSU team and a road win over ranked Missouri just doesn't count. I don't know. It's the revisionist. Maybe, and you know what? If it gives them a little, I just talked about, saying that. If it gives them a little chip on their shoulder, yeah, it's not going to be easy no matter what you do if you're in the final field of 12. So you're going to have to earn your way through everything. Maybe a little bit. I thought they dropped a little bit. I thought they proved an awful lot over the course of the season. But as Mike Elko always says, and I love this attitude, put the ball down anywhere, anytime, we're going to play. And I think this team has kind of adopted that mantra as well. It's like, bring on anybody. We have the confidence. We can face anybody.
What is it about Elko that makes the secret sauce come together for him like it has?
Honest, without being personal, if that makes sense to you. If you ask him a question, you're going to get an answer, and you better be ready for the answer. I'm going to tell you this, and earlier this season, it was in camp, and Damian Sanford was the linebacker, and he wasn't getting the reps that he wanted. So he went to Mike, and Mike asked him right back, do you want to hear what you want to hear, or do you want to hear the truth? And he told him the truth about how you're not practicing at full speed, and you can be better. You can do this, 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 and this. And Damian took it to heart. So when Scooby Williams got hurt at Notre Dame, that was Damian Sanford's chance to shine, and the moment wasn't too big for him. And he's been the starting linebacker alongside Torian York this entire time. I think Mike is able to connect with his players that way. Again, it's not personal. It's not, oh, you're bad. It's, hey, here's what's going on. And he backs it up so they know you look in the mirror, do you like who's looking back? If I'm going to ask you a question, here you go. I know you want the ball. Stop dropping it or don't fumble. Like, it's things like that. And if you do this work, then they all get rewarded. I think it's that connection. I think it helps not just the defense. I think it helped that he was familiar with a good number of players, even though he was gone 2 years at Duke. I think they knew who he was. And there were a lot of former players who just rave about playing for Mike. And then there were some players that he recruited, and him being back and realizing, yeah, he's the same guy who recruited me, and he's going to make me better. Like on this defense, I'm going to send guys to the NFL. And when he says, look, we should have 10 NFL picks every year, that's the type of talent. I think he instills that confidence because there's a lot of no nonsense, but it's not like drill sergeant type thing. Like, he's got a good relationship. But if you want to know what you're doing right, I'll tell you. If you want to know what you're doing wrong, I'll tell you. But I want to make you better through all of this. And I think they're seeing their improvement, and they're seeing what he's teaching is working and resulting in wins on Saturdays.
Voice of the Aggies, Andrew Monaco. Hell of a job, man. Thank you so much for your time, and have fun this weekend.
Thank you so much. Great talking to y'all.
Salute. There he goes. Voice of the Aggies with you here in the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. All righty. With that, it's time now for a football fix, Zachary.
Has George Pickens' future already been decided? We got a Cowboys caller for the ages in Texas time at South Beach. That's next.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Segments, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Wolchuk with a daily football fix.
The George Pickens decision. Let's talk about that right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
For the first time since George Pickens deleted social media post aimed at Richard Sherman, he talked to the media today in Frisco. And our buddy Todd Atcha has put out some of the quotes from George. He says he agreed with CD that people were just waiting for a bad game. Quote, that's definitely what it felt like, but I can't really get into that. Everybody's got a job to do. Todd added that he initially deflected a question about the criticism to say his focus was on the Chargers. Asked if he is used to added scrutiny, Pickens said, quote, oh yeah, started to get kind of old, honestly, end quote from GP3. He did not have CeeDee Lamb practicing today. He was out with an illness. Deron Bland with the foot. Tyler Guyton with the ankle, also not practicing. Quinnen Williams still in concussion protocol, so he missed practice as well. You did have Diggs limited. You have Phil Maffa and Josh Butler and Peyton Turner were all out there. They were limited today as well. And Savona Ravel was having some issues with the brace. I saw some people were tweeting about he was limited. But you did get Fergie back. He was a full participant today.
With the calf, right?
Yep, with the calf. And it's a Wednesday, so a lot of these guys get like that veteran Wednesday. We'll see what happens more tomorrow with the practice report. But when it comes to George Pickens, last night, Hard Knocks, episode number 3. Brian, we did not make an appearance, to my knowledge, this week on Hard Knocks. I know.
Damn.
I know you were trying. You were spitting hot fire in that post-game show. I don't think they went back to that well. Maybe future episodes. But here was, it starts off Sunday Night Football, Collinsworth talking with Pickens. Then we get to Jerry Jones. And listen to what Jerry had to say.
So when you look back at it, are there plays that you were like, I could have done better there?
I didn't have my best game. You know what I mean? And I feel like just certain days going to be like that, but you bounce back and get back to the grind.
I talked to him this weekend, and he was honest. He said, look, Shadi, he goes, I didn't play very good. But like you and I talked about the other day, the kid loves football, so the stamina is there for sure.
Well, my picture of him is, for the future, is we got Superman in terms of his love for competing and playing football. That's what you're getting.
100%.
Because that highest level, to me, I believe it looks like he does love it, and he can go all day.
All day.
For the future, he looks like he's Superman. That was Jerry talking about Pickens. And to me, I think Jerry's planning on him being here for years to come. I mean, that's kind of, it sounds like the mindset that he's got in that conversation, that George Pickens will not be going anywhere. He's already thinking about the future of this team, and Pickens is part of that plan.
Yeah, I mean, I think this time last year we would have probably thought the same thing about Micah. You know, like if the plan is to franchise tag this dude, then this could go any direction, right? So I still don't think it's necessarily a guarantee unless Jerry's ready to come correct with a full-length deal. Then okay, very good. But if he's not and he wants to play the franchise tag game, then who knows where this goes?
Yeah, you don't know about the franchise tag. I think the difference is I don't know that there was an issue with Jerry and the agent. I think that's been a little bit blown out of proportion. The issue came with Jerry and Micah. So I don't think George is going to make the same mistake Micah did and try to negotiate his own deal with Jerry. So hopefully you don't go down that road. But
yes,
you start to all of a sudden do a franchise tag thing and George thinks his number's up here and the rest of the league saying like, nah, George, your number's here. That could cause friction.
Absolutely could. I hope that they get the deal done. But I don't want it to be a franchise tag because I want them to backload the contract in a way that allows the cap number to be significantly less. I'll tell you what, if he struggles these final 3 games as much as he has the past 2, the narrative is going to form that he can't stay on task, he can't stay locked in, and the thought might be, well, he was balling earlier in the year when he was playing for the next contract, but he couldn't sustain it. You know, as soon as he knew he had it locked in, he goes over 1,100 yards, he's basically just mailing in the rest of the season. There could definitely be a narrative that I could get behind to be like, man, maybe this is going to be more like Pittsburgh than what we experienced the first 12 games.
Absolutely. And that might also hurt, what other teams were willing to pay him. I mean, maybe that number ends up coming down a little bit, as I mentioned yesterday. But it is, the Pickens thing's going to be fascinating. I think that the indication, the plan is from just reading the tea leaves, I think he's going to be in Dallas at least for another year. And there seems like there's other teams that certainly would be interested if you just read what Jeremy Fowler's written the last couple of weeks. I think Baltimore was a team that he listed in the buzz that he's heard around the league. There's certainly other teams that are going to want to go and get a wide receiver. I don't think there's a receiver in this class that even touches the talent that George Pickens has from who I've watched so far. So we'll see what ends up happening with GP3.
Right now, I'm just looking at it like there's going to be ups and downs with anybody's career. This is what it is with George Pickens, and he's been a hell of a decoy.
He has been. And he acknowledged that, too, talking today. He was like, look, some of the stuff that we've talked about, how the bracket coverage they're using against him, but that's allowed CD and Flo to go out there and eat. So he has opened stuff up for other people, even though his numbers have not been good.
It's clear that now you've seen two teams back-to-back with an effort to take things away from him. We talked about it yesterday with what the Vikings did to his slant game, coming off the goal line. With like, hey, don't worry about the outside. We'll put a safety over the top to the outside. Corner carry the inside, the in-breaking route, and we'll have a linebacker standing over there too. So they've obviously the teams are taking away his ability to run routes. And you're right, it's helped others to get open. But now the challenge for Brian Schottenheimer the last 3 weeks is like, okay, what can you do to help him not have to stand there outside and teams know he's probably going to run the slant because of his alignment. That's the challenge for the coach. I don't think the coach has done him any particular favors here, allowing teams to do that to him.
No, and there's certainly a correlation in the Cowboys win-loss record. When Pickens has less than 40 yards receiving, they're 0-3.
Yeah.
When he's involved in making plays, they're winning football games. So you definitely need to find a way to get that going.
That vertical passing game needs to come back too. Where if you have to max protect to get a shot down the field, and George Pickens is going to make a 48-yard catch or get a 48-yard pass interference penalty, you need to be thinking about that more.
Tua has been benched. He is going to be the third stringer there in South Beach. As Mike McDaniel says, the bottom line is we have a certain standard at each position. All positions are the same. There's no one entitled to preferential treatment, and when there's a better option, it's my job to attack that.
He should be fired then. Looking back at that game, why were you passing so much?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Like, what is that, dude?
Are you kidding me? I had a $190 I was about to win on Prize Picks. 3 games that he's played, 2 out of the 3, he didn't go over 200 yards. Should have been 3 out of 3. But they decided to dink and duck down the field in a game that was over. What the hell were you doing, Mike?
You could have prevented it from being over.
Gambling, man.
I'm upset. It's not gambling. It's daily fantasy, Brian. Get it right.
Just do what you've been good at and has brought resurgence to your season. Run Achane a lot more.
Achane for the money.
Or Ollie Gordon.
Ollie.
But
not
zone. Not passing 80% of the time.
No, it's not working for you.
15-degree weather.
Number 27 mean anything to you, Eric?
Oh, is that how many starting quarterbacks or something?
Yep. Quinn Ewers about to be the 27th different quarterback Miami has started since Dan Marino retired, and the list is epic.
Oh, my gosh. You got Cleo Lemon in there.
Oh, yeah.
You got Sage Rosenfels, Gus Farad, Joey Harrington. You got Dante Culpepper. Of course, you got Ryan Tannehill. Let's see, who else do you have in there?
What guy, the old Jets guy from Marshall?
Ray Lucas.
You got Ray
Tyler
Lucas.
Thigpen.
Yeah, Thigpen. You got Jay Fiedler, AJ Feely.
Pennington.
You got Chad.
Pennington, yeah.
Yeah.
Damon Heward.
Yeah, Damon Heward was in that mix. Who was the guy that actually went toe-to-toe with Josh Allen in that playoff game recently? Skylar Thompson.
Kansas State.
I'm trying
Teddy
to think.
Two Gloves.
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater got some run there. Jay Cutler, Matt Moore. Oh, my
Fitzmagic.
gosh. Oh, yeah, Fitzy.
Rosen.
Yeah. Oh,
Brissett.
yeah, Josh Rosen. Jacoby Brissett.
Yep, Tyler Huntley. And now Quinn. Oh, Chad Henne. Also, I think maybe we missed him. Oh, AJ Feely, you might have said him. Brian Greasy, Jay Fiedler. Yeah, it's a who's who. But that's what the Dolphins have been dealing with at the quarterback position. It's been rough. So
I think Quinn Ewers is looking to be the first Texas quarterback to win in his first start since Chris Sims in 2004.
With the Bucs.
Yeah.
Goodness
Week
gracious.
5 of 2004 is the last time a Texas quarterback won his first NFL start.
Wow. Well, the Dolphins are pretty screwed on this Tua deal. He's already
about $90 million guaranteed.
Yeah, $54 million guaranteed to him this year. On March 15th, $3 million of his 2027 salary becomes guaranteed. Cutting him would leave $99 million in dead money, which would be an NFL record. Post June 1 would be a $67.4 million in dead money, and then that would carry over an added $31.8 the next year.
Yeah, I think with the salary cap percentages and stuff, if it goes up the expected 8%, then just cutting him and eating the $99 million would be equal from a salary cap percentage standpoint as the Russell Wilson dead money with Denver.
Rough.
The value you're going to get out of this, though, is you're going to get the fan base and everybody in the organization to understand this is actually our best path forward, with Tua.
We got an interim general manager down there, too, right?
Yeah, they don't even have a real one yet. So we'll see who wants that job.
And they released Matthew Judon as well.
Somebody will want it, yeah.
Judon's out there, the pass rusher they added. He was a hot trade deadline commodity. I'm sure a team will put in a claim for him. We'll see if it ends up being a playoff team. We also have A.J. Brown. It seems like the rest of the league, several executives, according to Jeremy Fowler, believe the Eagles are going to look to move on from him after this season.
No
so
kidding.
you've got a lot of teams that are going to be reaching out, trying to trade. It seems like him, Brandon Ayuk, those are going to be the two big dogs on the market, and then we'll see what happens with one GP3. The other nugget from Jeremy Fowler's post featured today on ESPN, what's the future going to look like for Kyler Murray? And Jeremy Fowler said the Vikings were an ideal spot for Murray, but now, after playing the Cowboys, J.J. McCarthy is looking more like, could this guy be pretty good?
Yeah.
Raiders and the Jets also teams that could be interested in one Kyler Murray for next season. But trading Murray before June 1st would cost the Cardinals $28.6 million dead cap and $14.7 million in savings. But it appears Kyler is going to be leaving Arizona after he's been shut down for the year.
I mean, I'd be excited to add him. I don't think there's a next best guy out there, unless you count Aaron Rodgers, who's now turned 42.
It's not good. It's a rough one. Oklahoma looking to be the first team to beat Alabama twice in the same season in over 130 years.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy. And a sad Cowboys stat for you. It's from our buddy Nick Harris. Last time the Cowboys scored less than 20 points and won a football game.
1966.
It's a little bit more recent than that.
Let's go with 20.
It's a big game.
Let's go with.
It was the Jordan Lewis game.
Oh, yeah, it's like 2018.
Let's get the Saints.
The Saints, 13-10. They found a way to snap the Saints' 10-game winning streak in 2018. They have 29 straight losses since when they fail to score more than 20 points in a game. Not good.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Does this position in the NFC East have the most pressure on it in all of sport? We got some draft nuggets as well, and maybe a new biggest dumbass in football. That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
'Tis the holiday.
Your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're watching Jayton against Richland Springs. Here, the UIL Class 1A Division II Championship, as I get ready to catch a Kit Kat from Broadus. He's been very clutch since we moved into this new building. He's got a honey hole of candy back there, I think, in the sales.
Have you replenished that honey hole just yet? Or?
I did. I took a whole bag of candy. I left a note. I don't even know the person who I feel terrible.
Broadus has been sneaking around the office, finding a cubicle that just has an open bucket of candy. And so he's been stealing some for himself and for Dawson each and every day for the last, 6 weeks that we've been here, however long it's been.
Randy, I spent $23 on candy today.
$23 on candy.
Is it all fun size?
You know this is for the
it's
office.
all the fun side. But it's a situation where I think it's a young lady. It's her desk. She's got a big candy bowl. Okay. She's got some really good candy back there. And so, like me and Dawson, me really, I go back there, get a Reese's peanut butter cup, grab Dawson a Kit Kat. Talk with people along the way. I'm like everybody's new popular guy. I'm like, hey, how's it going? I'm like, talk to promotions about what we're doing.
How sneaky are you going about it? Like, are people watching you, or are you kind of stealthily going for the steal?
It was very stealthy when I didn't. Now that I brought candy in a bag, I put a Post-it note on it. I said, hey, thanks so much for the candy. Brian Broadus, the fan. I put it on there.
You put an IOU on there like Dumb and Dumber?
I put a Post-it note on there and said, hey, thanks for the candy. And Brian Broadus, the fan. That's what I signed it as. And I've yet to see a person sit at that desk.
Did you see the email, though? The please stop taking my candy. It's not community.
Oh, there was.
You didn't see that?
Dawson, okay,
that was to the whole Dallas team.
I knew this was a lie
to everybody.
because Dawson's the last one in this room that will read an email.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Dawson's like, oh man, did you see the email? Yeah, Dawson, I saw the email. Did you?
No.
Dawson's like, I haven't logged into mine in 8 years.
But that's I did take a large family style bag of multiple candies back to that area and drop it off.
Whatever we got to do to keep this Kit Kat train rolling, I'm all for it. I'll throw in on the next one. Yeah. But yeah, Jayton leads Richland Springs.
Look at the goalpost, Dawson.
85-52. Yeah, they got the temporary goalposts out there on the goal line. And championship season is on. Okay, does this position in the NFC East have the most pressure on it in all of sport? That was the tease. We go to Elliott Shore Park. So I think he actually trotted this thing out on TV.
Yeah, he did.
I'm looking at CBS
on
Philadelphia.
What TV?
Oh, he said it on
local news.
TV?
Yeah, they got network. They got him in a suit and everything. He's like the world's most visible producer.
He avoided us, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he definitely avoided us.
Oh, he's intimidated.
Yeah, he avoided us. He knew that.
His hot take, there is no heavier crown in sports than being QB of the Eagles. No single player in sports faces more pressure, not in the NBA, MLB, NHL, MLS. Jalen Hurts has shown this season he's capable of wearing that crown and dealing with the pressure. I will say he kind of has a point because Eagles fans are so relentlessly toxic that they will crush you. But the biggest thing that he's missing is just that none of these quarterbacks have been very good. I believe wholeheartedly if Philadelphia gets their Tom Brady, they will sing his praises loud enough for the entire universe for it to be echoing for centuries, for millennia. if you will. So to me, the biggest thing he's missing is just that, yes, of course the Eagles fans are tough on your quarterbacks because it's been Carson Wentz and Jalen Hurts and Donovan McNabb.
Well, and he's right about Eagles fans.
Right.
The rest of the country doesn't care.
Exactly.
It's an Eagles fan problem. Jalen Hurts isn't the guy that on a random July is headlining First Take and Speak and whatever show you want to throw on TV. It's Dak Prescott and it's the Dallas Cowboys. There is no question whoever the quarterback is of the Cowboys is always going to be the topic of conversation for whatever reason, and nobody gives a damn about who the quarterback is of the Eagles if you're going to compare them side by side. It's only now when they're the Super Bowl champs and the Cowboys are out of it, yes, he's going to get scrutiny in Philadelphia, but nationally, it's not even comparable.
Couldn't agree more.
Point. Yeah.
How did Brad Sham respond to this? Do we know?
What'd Brad say? Give it to me. Clapback Sham?
That's BS.
Yeah.
Spelled it all out.
Brad is like a seer of all.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Like he's throwing a hot take.
Man, you got to be careful.
You got to be very careful because Brad is
I get gun shy on a Cowboys Sunday just because you never know when Brad flips open that Twitter account.
Brad might be sitting there having a conversation, and all of a sudden he'll look down at his phone and feel like he says, "That's BS." And just boom, fire that tweet off.
I love it. It's the most fun thing on Cowboys Twitter today. Okay, is Puka Nacua the biggest dumbass in football now? Is he the new biggest dumbass?
Yes, it's getting weird. It's getting weird.
You had the video the other day in the locker room that his teammates were all after him for.
In the locker room, they're changing, they're naked, he's in a towel, and he's live streaming.
Yeah, there might be something else that happened this week.
Oh,
but
no.
They had Neon and Aiden Ross with him there at the facility. I think McVay's kind of ticked off about it. Like, he's got other streamers now, popular streamers.
Oh, really?
That are showing up, then after practice he's going. And I mean, he's kind of, this is kind of the thing now.
Doesn't he have a cleat case? He's carrying around, he's got a $10,000 cleat case.
He's also got that.
What's the cleat case?
He carries his cleats.
It's like a luggage thing.
It's luggage, just carrying his cleats to the game. It's got like a $10,000 piece of luggage.
Oh, I thought you meant like a court case.
It's like a $10,000 handbag that he's carrying his shoes in. I didn't necessarily have an issue with
I wish I could
that.
just walk over and
he's going to end up making a lot of money, but the update today on Nacua, on NFL officials, he says they're lawyers, they want to be on TV, they text their friends in their group chat like, did you see me do that on Sunday Night Football? He says that is the reason for some of these bad calls that are being made is because the referees want to get on screen when these bad calls are happening.
Yeah, we know what Hockley likes to make it about himself. Like, there's a couple guys that like to make it about themselves. I don't know about the group chat situation. It's going a little far, but yeah, he's joining these popular streamers and he's getting on their streams and he's just saying kind of just wacky, ridiculous stuff. He's had like 5 or 6 go semi-viral for just being sort of a nincompoop. And now, like Wolchuk mentioned, he actually asked Sean McVay. Okay, this is a short week going into probably the biggest regular season game of the season for the Rams, and he's asking Sean McVay if he can have these popular streamers in the Rams facility so that they can film something.
Okay,
and
so
McVay's like, what in the F are you even talking about?
So this is like the Jake Paulification of the NFL, where you have an actual player who's trying to lean hard into the social media influencer game. That's not going to end well.
No.
I mean, Micah was just dabbling with that a little bit and offended all of his teammates.
CD and Trayvon both also did a stream with Neon in the offseason, but like Puka, I think, is a regular feature now.
Yeah, and it's in the season. It's in the season.
Yeah.
And he's saying some weird stuff.
I thought it was fun, and he was like the carefree guy the first couple of years in his post-game interviews. It just seemed like a riot. Like, man, this guy is cool, but the longer it goes, I don't know if he's going to continue to be one of the most liked players in the NFL if he continues this.
Yeah, I mean, watching him play, it's amazing because he's just like he's an all-around player, like making unbelievable catches in traffic, taking shots, being a great blocker. Like, as a football player, you really can't ask for anything more. He's the prototype, but now he's dipping into the stream world and making it about himself. And
I think it's actually genius for him to do this. He's going to make a ton of money. He's getting his career set up after football. But I do see if the second you don't start playing well or you lose your game, you have a CD Eagles game, everyone's going to dunk on you for doing this and act like it was a distraction.
Yeah, and I think for his generation, they love the obnoxious, the cringe.
Yeah.
Like they're eating that stuff up. That's what they're hitting, play on TikTok or Instagram for. before. They're looking for that kind of stuff, but it just does not jive at all with an NFL that is still very boomer in its sensibilities. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got 3 down, 2 to go. Eric, what are we doing next?
Football's finest, the No Fun League strikes again with the latest celebration, and Wolchuk says this Cowboys fan hit the nail on the head next year in the nation.
But
G&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day at 5:30 and LA Live coming up at 5:40. Then Danny Cannell at 6 o'clock talking about this college football playoff and everything waiting for us this weekend. Here's Chief and football's finest.
Yes, sir. Lots to get to right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, Walchuk is alleging that a Cowboys fan totally hit the nail on the head with a tape. Is he leaving a voicemail somewhere?
Yeah, he is. It's the Athletic Football Show. Our buddy Robert Mays, Dave Hellman's also a part of this. So they take this voicemail. This is after the loss to Minnesota. And how many Cowboy fans can relate to this caller?
Hey, Robert. I'm sitting outside with my dog. Just watched the Cowboys game. There's a wind chill about -5 right now. He's just squatted to start doing his business, and it's begun to smell like the Cowboys defense out here. I mean, we gave up 34 points to J.D. McCarthy tonight. And I know the Parsons trade is what it is at this point. We got Quentin Williams, we got some other guys. But we gave up 34 points to the Vikings. And on a day where Parsons tears his ACL, Quentin Williams gets injured, the last guy standing is Jerry Jones, the multi-billionaire vampire that seems to just live off of my hopes and dreams. Am I dumb? Am I the idiot? Am I the problem in my life for continuing to fall for a marketing firm with a football hobby? Is this ever going to get better, or am I just a lost cause as well?
That's it.
Okay.
And I think that we all can relate to that one as Cowboy fans. I many times have thought that to myself, and I know that, yeah, I am the problem.
Marketing firm with football as a hobby.
Yep.
And the dog dropping a grumper is smelling like the Cowboys defense. Yeah, I mean, I think he absolutely nailed it.
Crushed it.
Genius call. Would have won the 6 o'clock sound off with that.
He would have.
I think there's still enough reason to believe that you're not a total dumbass if you're still watching. Oof. You know, plus the community value.
Yeah,
it's just there's nothing better than being a Cowboys fan.
We can't choose it. You know, we were just born into this mess, and one year eventually it'll be our year, right? Next year's our year.
Yeah, it could be.
It could be. That's what we're living for. Dawson. That's what we're living for, boys. It could be. It could be.
Maybe next year's the year. I think that's pretty hilarious. Okay, so also want to give a congratulations to the Seahawks analytics nerd that they're calling him, Brian Ears.
Brian has ears?
E-A-Y-R-S.
Ayers?
Might be an Irish.
Maybe it's Ayers.
Ears?
I like ears.
It could be ears.
Ears. But he got the game ball after the Seahawks beat the Colts because Mike McDonald was so impressed with whatever it was he was giving him in his headset in regards to clock management as they were. Remember, we thought Phillip Rivers, we thought Grandpa won the game.
Yeah,
and I legit did think he
there was very little time left, and the Seahawks were able to get down the field in enough time and go ahead and crank out the field goal to win 18-16. So Mike McDonald showing love to his analytics guy. Don't tell that to Brad Sham,
man.
But yeah, he's getting the game ball. I think that's like the first of its kind right there.
I wish we could get an audio feed like they do in NASCAR where you could pay an extra amount of money to hear that communication, or maybe just do it as part of sounds of the sideline, the stuff that's not going to give away your secrets. Because here's my curiosity, like these coaches seem so calm with like 90 seconds left. We're fine. We're managing it. They're acting like they got all the time in the world.
Yeah, it is. It would be fascinating to hear. I mean, that was like the genesis of my super long, ridiculous, embarrassing question to Stephen Jones. You know, just that whole
process.
Yeah, the process. Covered a lot of ground.
I know that question well. I covered a lot of ground for sure. Okay, so now we have the No Fun League striking once again. I would like to take you to the St. Brown podcast.
Lovely.
Amon-Ra and his brother Equanimous. And apparently the Lions, now I didn't know this was taking place, but early in that Rams game, the Lions receivers like Jameson Williams, and I think all of them had planned to do it, and Jameson Williams did the celebration the first time, which is the first down celebration, right? Everybody likes to do some level of, making sure everybody knows that they just got a first down, however you want to go about it. But what the Lions players decided to do was they were going to make it like they were going to pick their nose.
Ew.
And then they were going to flick the imaginary booger and extend out for the first down. Okay? Very Minnesota of them. And for whatever reason, the refs and people that were involved there during the game had to nip that in the bud real quick. And so this is Amon-Ra St. Brown complaining about it to his brother.
I want to know what happened to your booger first down celebration. You guys stopped doing it. What is that?
Did you see me do it?
I saw you do it. I saw two other guys do it. What happened?
What happened, bro? We do it the first drive. Our receiver coach comes do it after the first drive. Hey, man, ref said you guys can't do that no more. I'm like, what the f***?
Really? You can't dig in your nose and flick it? That's crazy.
Why is that bad? I want to know, NFL, why can't I dig in my nose and flick it? There's no way. What is bad about that? Is that disrespectful? I'm confused.
No, but,
is that derogatory?
They're anti-fun. I don't know, man. It's not like you're flicking an actual booger on somebody, but that was the first.
Flicking, but
yeah.
Not bro, I want to do that all game so bad, bro.
That was good.
I'm sick.
He's so upset. It's just gross.
It is pretty gross, but it's not the worst thing.
No, it's funny.
It does not need to be nixed. It does not need to be a talking point where your coach is coming over to be like, hey, the refs are having an issue here. Okay, we can't do this. Tell them to take it to the competition committee. Tell them to take it to Roger Goodell or whatever and, review it. This isn't vulgar.
No, it's not vulgar at all.
No, it's just something that the kids are going to laugh about, dads are going to laugh about. This is a good thing. Yeah,
it's a talking point. Come on.
I do love just the idea of the evolution of the celebration, the first down celebration, because you're trying to figure out, okay, everything's been done now. We're doing the gun, we're doing the arrow, we're doing the finger sniff, we're doing just the casual go ahead first down move. You got the CeeDee Lamb thing now where he's two hand just kind of nonchalantly rowing in that direction, and it's they're sitting there are the Lions receivers sitting in the receiver room and brainstorming what it is we can do here to take the first down celebration to the next level, and whose idea was it?
Somebody's just sitting in a meeting,
the booger flick,
picking their nose and flicking their boogers, and they decide, you know what? Here we go.
That's a first
Here's
down.
Here's what we have. First down. Oh yeah. No, I feel like we're regressing.
Or did the Rams players complain about it? Or did the referees just notice it and say, hey, we got to give you the warning on this? Can you imagine 15-yard penalty for a booger flick? A fake booger flick, by the way?
I'd challenge him on it.
That's crazy.
I'd take that ref to court.
Yeah. I'd be red in the face screaming at that referee right there.
And flick my boogers.
But there they are, man.
I mean, some things are obviously vulgar. If you simulate pulling down your pants to take a poo on the first down marker, that would probably be bad. Taking a leak on it.
Oh, yeah, we've seen that before.
Pleasuring yourself over the line. There's things that are clearly over the line. But
4 pumps.
A booger pick and flick, that's good fun.
I thought it was
some Americana.
I thought it was good fun as well. All right, how about this for an analogy? I would now like to take you to New England, where our buddy Mac Hollins, who we know is a man who is just he's a caveman creature.
He's one with the earth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Probably smells of the earth. I don't know if this guy showers.
Oh, he doesn't shower.
How often does he shower? But he's shirtless. He's barefoot.
Probably from Colorado.
He doesn't use utensils. Probably doesn't use deodorant. Wouldn't want him as your Uber driver
went to
there.
School North Carolina, didn't he? I think
now you're asking questions.
Mac was
you know what I mean? Now all of a sudden you're just asking
questions.
You're
over here on your phone. You can look it up, man. Jeez.
I'm trying to get my Twitter back up.
Let's see if you're right.
You're still fighting with Twitter?
I'm making some headway here.
Are you?
I think I am.
All right. As long as you're making headway.
North Carolina. Am I right?
You're right.
All right.
He's a Tar Heel.
Eric.
Tar Heel.
Carry on.
You nailed it.
Yeah. Just want to make sure I still remember these players.
You still got it.
Okay. If 100% is your back, where do you think you are percentage-wise in terms of getting Elon to turn your Twitter back on.
Less than two.
Oh, wow.
It's a 1 step forward, 2 step back. It kind of gives me some hope with the authenticator, and then all of a sudden it just slams the door.
Is your account still trying to ball sack people on the crypto stuff?
I don't know.
Do
Has
you know?
anybody checked on my account?
I haven't checked on your account in a while.
Am I trying to buy? Are you going to buy a truck from me or something like that?
Dude, I don't know.
I was really excited about the $10,000 you won in crypto.
I hope some people
you are.
have
Oh yeah, you got the truck. Okay, so there's been
another Bitcoin
there's been 3.
one
It was the crypto. Then it was how about this one? I think this is a tweet from the Brian Broaddus account that reached 20,000 people on December 9th. It says, "I thank God every day I took the leap and gave crypto a real shot," with a money bag emoji. Yeah. Been getting blessings ever since. FR which is for real. Don't let nobody tell you what you can't do. Stay locked in and keep working. Big appreciation, my coach. Then they tag the crypto company for showing me the way with this investments. Okay, so that is the latest there. Then you do have the Bitcoin.com news just in.
I'm just glad to help
reclaims $94,000.
I'm really happy to help everybody out there with my
You're doing a great job.
Bitcoin advice.
Ballsack coin is what that is. All right, here's Mac Hollins giving you an analogy.
How can they not look at that in my account and say, it looks like you have control over it? I don't have any control over that.
The FR is pretty fantastic. They should have doubled up the FRFR.
God,
do we need to start a campaign to tweet Elon or tweet somebody?
People have. I even asked at X, hey, it'd be nice if somebody would help me.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able, you think Elon's proud of the fact he whacked half of 80% of the workforce at Twitter,
Yeah.
That's why he's happy.
We can tell who they got rid of now.
Yeah, they got rid of everybody that can help you get your account back.
The damage control police have been cut from the budget. Yeah. All right, that's a nice truck though that you got.
Thanks.
You like it? You got a hell of a lift on. Is that a Z71?
I got that because of the Bitcoin.
Of course you did. Yeah. All right, here's Mac Hollins with quite the analogy after the Patriots surrendered a 21-point lead to the Bills.
Hey, once we watch the tape, analyze everything, flush it. There's no sense in when you go to the bathroom, you don't look at the forever. Eventually, you got to push the handle. Carlton said so it's all line there.
Okay. Or if you Blake Elliott, you take a picture of it and ask your coworkers if they want to see it.
How about that from Blake the other day? That's an HR violation.
Dude, that was disgusting.
We could report that. Well, how about Wolchuk being like, oh, yeah, Eric will want to see it.
Dude, you talk about poop more than anybody I know. I thought maybe you'd be interested.
I mean, you talk about stories that are
not wrong.
Yeah, but everything I bring to the table from a bathroom standpoint is to better the population. We're trying to advance the
pictures of your own poop.
I've never done that.
You have.
I actually do have a pro tip about these urinals that Broaddus was complaining about. Have you figured out your technique? Because I got it.
I don't need to.
The angle.
We're freaking pro.
It's the angle of it.
See, it's not the angle. I think there is really no appropriate angle unless you're able to adjust for speed in a way that I just can't.
Straight down.
Yeah, you're going straight into the water, but also I think you got to use the taller one.
Yeah.
Of course.
You got to use the taller one.
If you use the short one, it's all over your slacks and the shin level.
I made that mistake the first time.
Did you? Yeah.
And then I waited, or I just went to a stall since then.
Oh, yeah, because you were not here the first week. You were out on paternity leave.
Yes.
And Broaddus was complaining about just the splashback and the new urinals up here.
Well, first day, the shins got a spray.
Did they?
Sure did.
That's not good. Okay, we also have the NFL cracking down on the cleats. You have Max Crosby, who was wearing some cleats honoring his daughter during the game, and they went ahead and said, no, you're not going to be able to do that, and they made him switch his cleats in the middle of the game.
Oh,
so I mean, from the booger flick celebration.
I mean, now we're going too far. You can't even honor your own child.
You're just they're crossing lines really left and right. That's what they're doing, and you just have to fall in line. Is what you got to do if you're Max Crosby. Now, Myles Garrett, half sack away from
bring him home.
Half sack away from tying this bad boy up. Michael Strahan, T.J. Watt, 22.5 sacks. Myles Garrett sitting there at 22 right now. Yeah. So, I mean, I wonder what that celebration is going to be like. What's the sack celly? When you break the record, you got to have something planned out, don't you?
Yeah, he's going to take someone's helmet off and swing it at him.
Maybe one time.
Did you see that when happened? They were playing the Steelers, and someone got their helmet knocked off. He picked it up, and somebody quickly went over and grabbed it from him.
Please. Not again.
We're not doing this.
And he kind of like, oh, hey, sorry, yeah, you're right.
Maybe you can get the quarterback to recreate the Strahan-Favre situation.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty funny.
Oh, yeah, just ask the quarterback to just take a dive.
Dude, Mark Gastineau would lose it.
Yeah. Well, he would appreciate it this time, wouldn't he?
I mean, if he finally is able to break it, yeah, since it's not his, I guess he'd laugh it off. But my gosh, he was furious.
And then we also, with the Hard Knocks going around the division, you see the Commanders preparing for the Giants, and their defensive meetings are just about how Jackson Dart's a wild animal. And how, like, hey, when he starts getting out of the pocket, like, you can absolutely smack this dude. He's got no respect for his own health. So they're in the defensive meetings just talking like, hey, when he gets out of the pocket, treat him like a running back because that's what he thinks he is, and just go ahead and lay the wood on him. They showed the highlight of the Patriots linebacker on that Monday night game when he's kind of heading out of bounds, but not really, and he just gets totally decleated. They're like, this is what you can do to Jackson Dart. Like, the book is out. He's got to be careful moving forward. Like five concussion tests in 10 games.
No, I'm just going to tell you, I don't need to be careful. Just don't be a P word.
Yeah, that's
how I play football, bro.
That's what he would say. Like, if I'm the Giants, you're telling him, like, please stay away from Scattaboo. Like, I know you guys are boys, but he's kind of rubbing off on you in a way that is going to be a detriment to your entire career and your life after football. So just watch out.
Yeah, that's the most important thing to get settled is, can we get you to a point where you're not getting hurt every other game and start to build on your skills and your build out to see if we can make something happen. Because right now I'd have no confidence. If I'm in New York right now, I'm thinking we might as well just draft another quarterback if we're in position. We shouldn't be trading out of this spot. We need a quarterback that can stay healthy and play in the pocket without looking like a chicken with his head cut off.
Amen.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got the Expressway shoddy on when they're going to sit down Dak, and then we'll get to the G-Bag of the Day in LA Live coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to hit the expressway. Brought to you by the On-Time Experts. G-Bag today is coming up at 5:30 here, just 8 minutes from now, and then LA Live with Lucius Alexander, 5:40. In college football talk with Danny Cannell at 6, so please stick with us if you can. It's time to hit the expressway. Jason Kidd today saying Anthony Davis did fully practice. With that left calf contusion, he is going to be questionable for tomorrow night's game against the Detroit Pistons, one of the better teams in the Eastern Conference this year, the Detroit Pistons. So, that'll be best of luck. I don't think you have much of a chance of competing most nights without AD, but I think you can beat anybody if he's in there. All righty, Brian Schottenheimer quotables from today's press conference on if they would bench Dak Prescott if they become mathematically eliminated. Quote, I want to win. The plan is to play Dak. Do you take that to the bank right now? I think he's not. Yeah, why not?
I just don't. I mean, do I think he wants to win? Yeah.
Yeah.
If they get beat this weekend and it turns into, you're in a situation where you got 2 games left that mean absolutely nothing, going to 2 places where the field conditions are generally really, really poor, the weather could be really, really poor. I'm looking at not only Dak Prescott, but a lot of other guys as well. I'm not interested in, you got to figure out, Shotty wants to win because of the culture and the building, and everybody wants to nobody wants to have a losing record. But you got to look at big picture, man. The general manager, owner, everybody likes you. You've built some positivity going forward. We're going to give you the opportunity to maybe change out a couple of coaches, and I think that's cool. But yeah, if you're not looking at big picture of 2026 now, after you've already been eliminated, that's different for me because I'm the guy that always, when you're working in the building, you want to win every game.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at what's happened the last couple of weeks,
yeah,
and again, I talk about that field in Washington where it's grass, it's not well kept. At the end of the year, the weather it's just, I'm not risking anything on that thing, and I'm not risking anything at the Meadowlands with that.
So you'd sit him for 2 games, week 17 and 18, if you lose this weekend.
You lose this weekend, yeah. You start looking at other players.
Yeah, I think you'll get Joe Milton in the finale against the Giants.
Yeah,
I don't think that it will happen on the Christmas Day game. I think
short
that
week.
But I also think it's national TV. It's the Netflix Christmas Day game. I think because of the league, they'll try and do right by the league, right?
Yeah.
They'll play Dak, and people are going to be watching in the ratings. So I think they'll play their guys for that game. At the finale, they'll probably sit.
You've already thrown the league a bone. You gave them a Super Bowl rating for Thanksgiving Day against Kansas City.
Yeah.
You don't owe the league anything else.
No, you don't.
You don't, but I think that's how they'll think.
Yeah, and it's sort of normalized to sit your players in Week 18 for one reason or another. So I don't think anybody would balk at that decision. I'm with you, though, Brian. I would do that. I'm going to play him this weekend just on the off chance that the Eagles lose out, and if you beat the Chargers,
you'll know Saturday. You'll know Saturday about what happens with the Eagles. If they win, you got to go full steam ahead and try and win a game.
It sounds like you'd sit them down against the Chargers, and I wouldn't mind that either, especially with the weekend that we just had with Mahomes and Mike.
I for sure would sit him down against the Chargers. Are going to be a problem. The Chargers, Commanders, you don't know. Commanders, they probably have quit too on Christmas Day. Not that Dallas has quit, but you get my point.
I do get your point, and I think maybe there's a false sense of security about Dak's durability at this point. He's tough as nails, great football character, but things are haven't gone great over the last 5 years in the injury department for Dak Prescott. And I just want to assure myself, there's 2 ways of looking at it. A lot of team tank folks that want the 9th overall pick instead of the 15th or 16th overall pick, and that's a significant gap. But I think the assurance that Dak is healthy for 2026 is even bigger than the draft positions that you could make up, because just doing my draft work now, and I'm like 20 players in, there is a really good chance that if you're picking around 15 or 16, there's going to be a damn good player at a position of need on this football team.
There's no question. I think there's going to be between 15 and 18 first-round grades.
Okay.
So if I'm inside that 15 number, I'm feeling like I'm going to get one of my guys I like. I'm on my board.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Cowboy board can be completely different from my board, which Probably is.
It probably is. It probably is.
Shoddy on Eberflus after Jerry put him on notice, said, we understand the business that we're in. I think Flus is a great coach. We've not played well enough in the area, yada, yada, yada. We're used to it. My job is to help Flus and the entire staff to come up with a great game function. I don't think he intended to shade Flus in any way, but when, the amount of help that he's already given, and then with 3 games to go, I think if you really believed in your defensive coordinator, you would say something like, listen, this guy knows so much about defense. I trust him to cook, but you're choosing the words, my job is to help Flus and the staff come up with a great game plan to try to win as much as we can. Could be telling. Little Freudian slip there, I think. Chief.
Yeah. I mean, it's some level of honesty as well. Like, how can you look at this Cowboys defense and sit here and, just blow smoke the whole time? Like, we're all watching the same thing. We know how much of a disaster this is.
Yeah. Yeah, and I appreciate the honesty from Jerry Jones quite a bit here over the last couple of days. I think leaning more into that should be his approach. Maybe he realized that the fan base is starting to look forward to 2026, and he wants to juice that news cycle with something good right as the season is basically, you've been essentially eliminated other than the 0.8%. But I hope it's genuine.
Well, Kevin Hagelin gave me some hope. Because I never ever really totally studied the cap stuff, but he gave me some hope about the way he was playing with the numbers and the amount of cap space you'll have and how it won't affect you to being able to go get players. Give me, if you're a Cowboy fan, let's find a way to win free agency and then find a way to, and I mean win as far as going getting legitimate players. Going to get not bottom fishing, not re-signing your own and saying that's enough.
Yeah.
Go give yourself some flexibility to use those first 2 picks in the draft. If you have to draft an offensive tackle, if you have to get another, give yourself some flexibility to be able to, and it gives you some flexibility if you want to trade back in the pick.
Sure.
If you want to say, hey, listen, we've got this. If you're holding on one position, it might not make you want to trade back. You're holding on 3 or 4 different positions. It's a little bit easier to trade back and try and recoup some of the stuff for day 2.
The free agents are juicy because they just line up so well with your team needs. We talked about a back about 2 hours ago at 3:20 in the C note if you want to jump into that. But Devin Lloyd, linebacker with the Jags, Jamel Dean, corner with Tampa. And then Trey Hendrickson. Like you could pretty much fix this defense before you even get to the draft if you were that committed. If you were looking at it like we got to pick one of these years to do an all-in, and why not Dak as he's approaching his mid-30s. Is Chris Young in denial? Or is he the ideal leader? He's getting a lot of credit for this quote. Had a great answer. I want to see our group hungry and passionate and fighting and playing with grit and fearless determination. If we do that, I'll bet on the talent of this club. It's a disappointment for me, and we didn't exhibit enough of that to get to where we needed to go. We're focused on getting back to that, and that's my goal for this organization. I think he's just in a tough spot where he doesn't want to leave the Texas Rangers because this is home, and he knows he can't really talk about the owner's plan. But after they won the World Series, he told us the truth. He said, what you do next is going to determine your legacy. Are you going to be a team that wins one World Series and then goes away and never be heard from again? Or are you going to stack up postseason success? And he was looking at that point for more of a commitment from the owner to spend enough to fill their holes. I'm a big believer in Chris Young. I don't think there's any other thing he could say, but I'm not drawing confidence from that he's going to speak it into existence, that these guys are going to play with more grit.
I think CY's biggest fault is he believes in his players too much.
Yeah.
Remember every Monday he came on, well, I believe this group's going to hit. I believe, and they kind of came around a little bit. I would like to be a little bit more ruthless when it comes to the general manager. I like the way that he kind of goes about his job, but that faith that he has. Oh, we're going to. And then, in the game 150, we're like talking about a team that's, finishing third again and finishing out of the money and all that stuff like that.
I think he gave the title team like one last chance. And then now you've seen him kind of, all right, we're moving on from Marcus. We've let Jonah Heim go. Adolis Garcia's gone.
But did you feel like he believed a little bit too much?
He probably did, but I mean, they have not been helped by these young guys that we all thought were gonna be cornerstones, right? Like Evan Carter injured, not available. Josh Young, injured, hasn't been available. And he hasn't really taken that. He hasn't ever played better since that 2023 season. So, yeah, I mean, he has not gotten the benefit from some guys that he probably had faith in that were going to take a next step. But, yeah, this was definitely, I think, an offseason moving away from the championship team. And now let's try and rebuild. And he's going to probably do everything he can with the money that he's got to work with. But, I mean, you should be trying to go get a Bo Bichette, maybe, who said today he'd be willing to play second base. He's still a free agent. I don't think they're going to be trying to get a Bo Bichette, a JT Real Muto. There's other names out there, Alex Bregman, that you'd love to have on this team, but they probably financially are not going to be able to go. And you still don't have a closer. I mean, bringing Chris Martin back yesterday really did nothing for me. He might help you for 6 weeks next year. He's 39 years old. He was okay until he got hurt. And then to me, it looked like a guy that was never going to be right again. So I hope Chris Martin's good, but he's trying to piece this thing together as best that he can, and we'll see if it works out.
Great baseball thoughts, guys. You know I love CY. I think he's covering for Scrooge McDavis back there again, the billionaire swimming in silos of gold coins. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. How you doing, everybody? Indeed. What's up, Mr. Broadus?
I just made sure you had your glasses on. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, I got them. Can't see without them. Yeah. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Don't you like when you find a pin that just works with
man.
you?
Oh, yeah.
That you are just locked in with this pin.
Yeah,
bro. I got a good one right here.
Pins and watches.
Oh, yeah. Good watch. I had a nice watch collection, bro. I had a
cigar lighter, too. I need one of those.
Clink, clink,
yeah.
clink.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I had a good watch collection. Then the movers, they moved on without
you. Oh, they moved on without them?
Got me. Yeah, they got me, bro.
It's one of the biggest scams out there. These movers, there's no accountability.
And I tipped them and everything, bro. I gave them some big bottles of tequila. I gave them some cash, and they still got me, man.
They took your watch collection.
Took the watch collection.
You had them like in a box?
Yeah, it was a nice little watch box. It wasn't like crazy.
Help you there?
It was some Movados and stuff like that. Some $200, $300 watches. It wasn't like $1,000 watches. Yeah, they were. They were. Yeah, it hurt. It hurt a little bit. And some colognes. They got me, bro.
Colognes.
Some colognes too. Yeah, this is a Sharpie S Gel pen right here.
Gel.
Oh yeah, those are good.
Oh my gosh, this thing be moving. All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far is our very own General, Mr. Gavin Dawson. Friday, he told us a story about his flag football injury.
I played a flag football game about 5 or 6 years ago, and it felt like every muscle in my lower half was coming off the bone for about 2 weeks. Do not do that again.
Yeah, the groins, bro.
Yes,
the groins are bad.
It felt like I'd pulled my butt cheeks apart.
My bull cheeks.
Oh no!
Huh? Yeah. Wait a second.
Like the muscles on the very inside of your butt.
Okay.
Right as the cheeks come together.
Yeah.
I pulled those. Like muscles I didn't even know were there.
You tore your crack?
I pulled my crack. That's what it is. Thank you, Wolchuk. You got me home there.
That's a Dwight Howard injury.
I pulled my butt crack. Suck it up.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
I pulled my butt crack.
Yeah, as a point of clarification, that's not the sphincter, right? It's a different thing we're talking about.
No,
here.
it's the cheek. It's just the edge.
Yeah.
The inner edge of the crack.
The inner.
And I do think it was kind of a soreness situation. Just thinking about it, like how do you actually pull that, and how do you pull both at the same time? Like what type of plays?
Anything's possible with Dawson.
It was real twitchy that day. You know what I'm saying?
My
He
man's
was
pushing
shaking, folks.
Were y'all playing pants and skins?
My man's pushing a basket at Target, and he goes down on one knee.
That's true. That hip will get you.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's any muscle below my waist anymore, so might be a moot point.
All right, let me see what I got for you, boys.
Oh, no.
Yeah. New York Knicks. You guys proud of the New York Knickerbockers?
Won the cup.
Huge, man.
Won the cup.
They got the cup.
Big.
They're not even going to hang the banner, though.
They should.
They're like, we're good. We don't need to hang this banner.
Next to Billy Joel.
Well, the Lakers screwed that up, right? Weren't they the first ones to win it? And they treated it like a real championship.
They popped champagne and everybody was mad.
Yeah.
People not that mad at the New York Knicks this time.
Yeah, because they haven't won anything for a long time.
I'm going to give you a T-shirt.
They don't have LeBron in the squad either.
What's up with the hate of the in-season tournament? We can make this something, guys.
You've got to lead
We just got to go with it for a while. and then there'll be history and tradition.
And they get $500K too to win, right?
Yeah.
It's worth it for them.
Right in the middle of the season, fam. Exactly what I need.
Some pocket change.
Yeah. All right, so let's go to New York Knicks head coach Mike Brown in the post game. He's talking with Mark Spears. Just a strange conversation. Use your imagination.
Mark Spears is weird.
Hey, Mike. What's up, Mark Spears? How you doing? How's your wife doing? Chic. She's going good. All right. She's doing real well. That's good. She'll be rooting for you tonight, I think. Okay. Yeah. Give her a hug for me. All right. She'll be with my wife, probably. She'll probably be with my wife. Okay. That's news to me. Yeah. Thank you for breaking news here. I tried.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they friends or what's going on here?
That's way worse than the Rachel Nichols back and forth.
Oh, way worse.
Right there. Do the wifeys have like little pineapples on their anklets? Little pineapples dangling from the anklets?
That's a telltale sign.
Is it on the door?
Yeah.
Is it like a bad staying at? I don't know.
Give her a hug for me.
Yeah.
How's your wife, man?
She'll be with my wife.
She doing all right? Tell her I said hello.
Give her a wink.
Give her a wink for me. Give her a little pat back there.
Pat on the tush.
Spears wanted nothing to do with that.
That's my girl, bro. That's my girl. I got a few Tolos that said I should play this for G Bag of the Day. It's that Gilly and Wallow audio from yesterday. They're having a knockout party.
Yeah.
I believe, what is that, Friday? Saturday? Anyway, they're going to have a whole lot of amateur fighters going on. This is a podcast putting on a boxing event. They had a press conference that fell apart because it got lost in translation for one of the fighters. And the pause game is so prolific nowadays.
This is just Wavy from Merlin, right?
Merlin.
And this is Big Hef.
Big Hef.
West Philly. Just Wavy said, no, man, I had to go lose my weight all year so I could bounce back and get redemption. Wavy, how this going down, bro?
When I come out, I'm coming straight on your ass.
Oh, not don't do that, guys.
I'm coming straight on you.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Diddy. No Diddy. Last year I held back. Y'all on some Diddy.
Y'all on some Diddy.
Ho.
Sounds like you are.
Ho. We talk. This Philly, so we talk a little different.
Boxing match, right?
Pause.
said.
Y'all say pause. I ain't on no Diddy. When I come out, I'm not coming to play. That's all I mean. Last year, if y'all watched the fight, you know what I mean? I was holding back. You feel me? This year, I'm straight in your You feel me?
That didn't clean it up. That didn't clean it up at the end right there.
No.
It didn't clean it up at the end right there, my guy.
I had the worse.
Yeah.
I prefer on than in, but
my man said, whoa, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We're trying to promote this event, dog. Don't do that.
No.
No, please don't. All right, I got one more right here. This is real. I can't believe it's real. Man sitting on this patio, sitting on the porch, minding his business, chilling, and his wife talks to him through the Ring camera. I guess he didn't know that the Ring camera was there. And this is Real Deal Holyfield. I seen this on America's Funniest Home Videos. Real Deal Holyfield, man. This dude is crazy.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
What are you doing?
How are you talking to me? My phone's in the bedroom. Am I losing my mind? Chris?
You're always being watched by your wife. I see you on the camera on the doorbell.
Wow.
Oh, no.
I don't have my phone on me. How are you talking to me?
There is a doorbell, Chris. It has the camera, and I can talk to it.
Chris, how are you talking to me? I don't have my phone on me. Chris.
What are you crying for, bro? This guy's.
Chris, I don't have my phone on me. How are you talking to me?
The doorbell.
What?
What?
Chris, I don't have my phone on me, Chris. Come on, bro, man up, fam.
Yeah, that was
embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
Are you embarrassed?
Might have had an edible situation.
He starts panicking.
Because you sitting on the porch by yourself, no phone, just staring out into the day. You might be right, bro.
when the beat drops.
He's off the hook if that's the case.
Is it a man sitting on his patio talking to his wife through the ring cam? Is it Gilly and Wallow presser got paused? Is it New York coach Mike Brown with Mark J. Spears? Or is it my flag football experience? Ooh. I'm going to go with the boxing presser there, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with you, Dawson.
Lucius?
Boxing.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with the ripped crack or the pulled crack.
Whoa.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
Yeah, you, Dawson.
It's a totally different.
It was pulled. It was pulled.
That's
It was
a
not
different
ripped.
injury, bro.
It was
licked. It kicked.
It was the ripping and the tearing.
The wild women. The wild women. The ripping and the tearing.
If you ever missed the champ, you can tune in 220. Lucius replays it for you before we get to Wolchuk's top 10. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's LA Live.
You won, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
3-2.
Just making sure, bro. All right, let's get into a butt naked. Well, I don't feel like saying that after you on getting into it and everything. It's a butt naked Wednesday. Let's celebrate right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Yeah, I believe that was drugs.
It had to be.
Had to be.
How are you talking to me? Where's help? Am I losing my mind?
It's going to be a three at the lake one day.
Here we go.
I know what it's like to have a cold house. I wasn't allowed to touch the thermostat growing up without asking my father. And it would be freezing in the house. I'd be like, Dad, please, can I please just turn the heat up to like, I don't know, 32? It's really cold. And my dad would say, just put more clothes on, David. Got all three of my outfits on. When you look at me, I'm freezing up here. And he said, just don't think about how cold you are, David. And I said this, I didn't say it to him, but I said it in front of him so he could hear it. I said, I hate being poor. And my dad got really upset. He didn't scream or holler, that wasn't his way. He just threw his newspaper on the floor and he said, David, 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 you are not poor. He said, poor is a mentality. He said it's a mentality that very few people ever recover from. Don't you forget it, son. You are broke. He said, these are just financial circumstances that I hope to overcome one day very soon. And I said, well, Dad, whatever you want to call this, it's wildly uncomfortable.
Yeah. This is LA Live for Wednesday, December 17th, 2025. It is a butt naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Peace to Miss Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday and seeing the future of the internet and the entertainment business. She's seen it. She said they're going to be out here putting their wagons on the timeline just for entertainment, and I'll be damned if they didn't. Hey, yo, what's today's math, son? What's today's math, son? Knowledge God. Peace to the gods and earths out there. Knowledge, baby. Knowledge. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Oh, speaking of Miss Erykah Badu, you see that little viral video of her? She stopped her show and called out some fans that were sitting front row.
Oh, no.
She said they were just sitting there mean mugging and not enjoying the show. They had their arms all crossed and just staring at her. Oh. She stopped the whole show. Listen.
Stop. I'm not doing shit else till these people stand up.
That's a spotlight on them.
Especially you. You get your ass up.
Oh.
Where's she at? Did she leave? Good. So over here trying to mean mug me the whole time on the front row with her arm folded like, oh, you paid your money to do that? Thank you. And every time you go somewhere, you got to bring them James,
Paul, and Tyrone. Yeah, there was a spotlight on them, folks. Had their arms crossed. They were probably arguing, a couple arguing at the concert.
Yes. Maybe he was a bigger fan than she was. Had a crush.
You got that wagging around. Yeah, I can see that, bro. You probably right on that.
Might have been me if there was a D'Angelo concert.
Wait, what? Oh, your girl.
Yeah.
How do How's it feel? R.I.P. to that man. All right, I have a question for the Tolos tonight on that Butt Naked Wednesday. I'm going to ask you guys first, and Tolos on the fan text respond. What's the fastest way to go broke, fellas? What is the quickest way?
Own a race car team.
To run through that bag.
Own a race car team.
Yeah, not even a team. You can have a dragster that you run on the weekends, and it's going to be eating at them pockets.
Yeah, you don't win any money doing this stuff. You do it because you love racing, but you could go through $5-10 million instantly. Seen it done.
I'm good.
Wow. Instantly.
Personal experience, putting in a leverage long just hours before Bitcoin has one of its biggest crashes.
Hysterical.
And then sports gambling on credit.
Yep, the gambling thing I think would work. Anything female related.
Okay.
That'll definitely get you.
Yeah, female related. Yeah, I got a lot of those answers here from the Tolos.
Going to like a big university for some like low paying kind of job.
Liberal arts.
Yeah. You spending all this money just to go out there and make $40K.
So I can philosophize.
Yeah.
I can tell you about Plato now.
Yeah. Opening a restaurant.
I'm amazing at the bar.
Oh, yeah, opening a restaurant.
That's pretty
You got to be all over it. Like working 16 hours a day and don't have a drinking problem because if you do, you're going to drink up all your profits every day.
You sure will. All right, well, quickest way to go broke, I asked the Tolos.
You ever been so broke you just feel like you about to pass away sometime soon? You be like, I know God ain't got me out here living like this now. You be thinking he supposed to pay you for living this shit. Like, I know damn well this boy ain't got me out here. Selfish with the grace and mercy, ain't he? I want to rejoice. Come on.
Quickest way to go broke, I asked the Tolos. Follow me on Facebook and Threads at Lucky Lucius P. First, Tolo said, get a girl.
Oh, yeah.
Get a girl. You going broke, bro. Get a girl. You going broke. I heard some advice one time. You're not supposed to have a girlfriend until you got 10 to 20K in your bank account.
Yeah.
Then you're supposed to go for a girlfriend. Because now you know how to make money. You don't add this money up because they cost money.
They do cost money.
Yeah, they cost money.
Yeah.
Another Tolo said,
sometimes in a really good way, though.
Plus, they can sniff the financial insecurity, you know?
Yeah.
You got to be stable.
You smell broke.
Budgeting.
Yeah. They will call you broke.
Oh, yeah.
They will call you broke.
Yeah.
They will absolutely call you broke. Yeah. You're just acting broke.
You're acting broke.
They try to get to that those emotions of you.
Yeah.
Trying to get to your hardcoreness.